Chapter 441 Father and Son show their power together. Attention all summoners. Zyagentian military base will close all entrances within 5 minutes. Those who fail to arrive in time must hide on the spot. Attention all summoners. Zyagentian military base will close all entrances within 5 minutes. Those who fail to arrive in time must hide on the spot. Thousands of drones are flying in the barren plains, informing hunters in the wild of the base information. No, it's too late, earth-burrowing beast. Hurry up and dig a hole to get out. Hurry, run this way. Don't get close to the base. There is a cave here. Come in quickly. After hearing the notice, the summoners who were still staying in the desolate plains began to show their magical powers, looking for hope of survival. Of course, there were also a large number of summoners who were directly dispersed by the violent beast tide, without even a bone left. Sir, Captain Xiao has been notified. Okay, notify. The entire army is on first-level combat readiness. Yes. After the soldiers left, Li Daocheng looked at the monsters on the video that were like a black tide. His face was terribly solemn. Don't worry. With Xiao Li's strength, he will arrive soon. He yawned comforted. I'm not afraid that Xiao Li can't make it. Li Daocheng looked at He Yang and said seriously, Mr. He, can you and Xiao Li resist 5 platinum-level monsters? Hearing this, He Yang was silent for a moment, shook his head and said, no. I must send out my 2 platinum-level war beasts just to deal with the disaster python. And Xiao Li 2 platinum-level war beasts can only deal with 2 monsters at most. As for the remaining 2, He Yang didn't finish. But Li Daocheng understood what he meant. I understand. Li Daocheng's eyes flashed with determination. If there is really no way to stop them, then we can only perish together. He Yang patted him and said casually, it's not that far yet. Maybe these platinum-level monsters won't all attack? Li Daocheng sighed. I hope so. Missile troops ready? Li Daocheng's voice came from the command system. Listen to my orders, Team 1. Fire! Swish. 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 Dozens of missiles were fired, precisely landing in the densest area of the beast tide. Boom. 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 Deep pits were blown out on the ground, and flesh and blood exploded like fireworks, spraying all over the ground. But this bloody scene did not scare away the beast tide army, but made them even crazier. Roar! The disaster python roared, and countless monsters seemed to be blessed by some kind of power, and their speed increased sharply, and they ran quickly towards the military base. Team 2, fire! Dozens of missiles were fired again, 2 of which were aimed directly at the disaster python. The missiles drew a beautiful arc in the air, and accurately shot at the target. The disaster python opened its bloody mouth. 2 balls of green energy gathered in its mouth, and then shot out with a bang. Bang! Bang! The missile was hit by the energy ball in the air, and exploded directly. When He Yang saw this scene, he said in a deep voice, leave the disaster python to me, and the missiles will be responsible for dealing with other monsters. Yes. Li Daocheng nodded, then ordered, Team 3, fire. Swish. 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 Waves of missiles exploded in the beast tide. Each explosion could take away at least dozens of monsters. But compared to the seemingly endless monsters in front of them, the missile attack could only barely slow them down. Duh. The heavy machine gun fired crazily. This special warhead could easily penetrate the silver-level monster. A gold-level flame bird flew out from the beast tide, trying to drop fireballs from the air, killing the soldiers on the fortress. Cry! At this moment, Li Daocheng Yufeng Eagle quickly took off from the fortress, and fought with the flame bird. Thousands of heavy machine guns fired at the same time, continuously killing the monsters rushing towards them. Some lucky monsters passed through the heavy firepower net, but eventually fell under the sharpshooter pistols that had been ready for action. Roar! The disaster python roared wildly, and the monsters around him seemed to have taken a violent drug, with bloodshot eyes, and rushed towards the fortress even more desperately. Boom! At this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly sounded in the sky. Under the surprised eyes of the soldiers, a man with thunder wings on his back suddenly appeared above the battlefield, and a proud storm elf stood on his shoulder. The storm elf raised his hand, and a pale blue wind whistled up, directly covering an area of 500 meters. Then the storm elf crossed his hands, and in an instant, the wind condensed into sharp wind blades, cutting and dancing in the air. Wind prison demon killing formation puff. 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 Blood mist filled the air. Hundreds of monsters didn't even make a scream. They were chopped into pieces by the violent wind blades. Captain Xiao is here. Brothers, Captain Xiao is here. Keep fighting. Kill these damn monsters. Xiaoli's appearance shook the entire army's momentum, and the offensive became more fierce. Swish. At this time, another young man with dark wings appeared beside Xiaoli. A flash of white light, and a mighty and domineering golden wolf stood in the center of the battlefield. Awoo! The golden wolf howled to the sky. The golden flames exploded around him like waves, and surged in all directions. Puff! 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 The golden waves surged, and all the monsters that were penetrated by the flames became stiff, and fell to the ground after a short while. Seeing this scene, the soldiers on the fortress opened their mouths wide, and were speechless in shock. They were shocked to find that the monsters killed by the golden flames just now were actually more than those killed by Captain Xiaoli. Who is he? That's Xiaoyao, our Yanqing super genius Xiaoyao. A sniper saw the boy's true face with a high-powered scope, and cheered loudly. What Xiaoyao? It's Xiaoyao. Is Xiaoyao so strong? Why do you care so much? Xiaoyao is here. Do you think we will be in trouble? That's right, brothers, our Yanqing great genius is here. Let go and kill them. Duh. The bullets fired by the machine gun became more and more dense, as if carrying the soldiers from will, and killed countless monsters in an instant. Swish! Xiaoyao took Xiaoke back to the beast control space, and flew back to the fortress with Xiaoli. Captain Xiao. Xiaoyao. After landing, the father and son were like heroes returning from 100 battles, and received great respect from the soldiers. For the soldiers who stayed on the front line, Xiaoli and Xiaoyao were really their heroes. They not only killed a large number of monsters, but also brought them great courage. Li Daocheng and He Yang walked over quickly, and shouted, "You are finally here." Xiaoli smiled slightly. "You are here in time." Li Daocheng nodded heavily. "In time. Too timely." After saying that, he and He Yang looked at Xiaoyao at the same time, their eyes full of complexity. Is he really just a summoner who has just broken through the gold level? This is too exaggerated. Chapter 442 Platinum Level, Leave it to me. Missile bombardment, bullets pouring down. The beast tide was blocked in front of the fortress. The ground was flowing with blood. The strong smell of blood was nauseating. Roar! The disaster python felt that it could not break through the human defense line by itself. It turned its head, and roared wildly behind it. A roar. Chirp chirp, a few beast roars came from a distance. It seemed to be negotiating with the disaster python. Roar! The disaster python's eyes flashed with anger. He roared loudly. The cold breath rose to the sky. Not long after, for huge monsters came from a distance, and stood 100 meters away from the disaster python. Roar! The disaster python's voice softened a little, and after a series of low roars, it reached some kind of agreement with the other 4 beasts. 5 platinum level monsters. He Yang looked into the distance. His tone was extremely solemn. The disaster python is platinum level 5. The golden earth dragon and the mysterious ice vulture are platinum level 2. And the blood moon demon wolf and the violent ape king are platinum level 1. Xiaoyao said calmly on the side. He Yang glanced at Xiaoyao in surprise. He didn't expect Xiaoyao to be able to see the true strength of these 5 monsters immediately. He is worthy of being the first genius of Dragon Country. His eyesight is far beyond that of ordinary people. Xiaoli said in a deep voice, "Brother He, I will leave the disaster python to you. I will try my best to entangle the 4 monsters." The disaster python is platinum level 5. With his platinum level 1 strength, he can't resist it for long. He could only leave it to platinum level 3 He Yang to deal with. As for whether he could deal with 4 platinum level monsters at the same time, Xiaoli could only leave it to fate, and try to delay until rescue arrived. He Yang nodded and said, "It's the only way. This mission is extremely dangerous for both him and Xiaoli. But no matter what, they must delay these 5 platinum level monsters. Otherwise, if the base fails, the lives of millions of people in Yanqing will be in danger." That's it. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of determination. Li Daocheng saw all this, and his fists were clenched tightly without knowing when. He looked at the two with hope and shame. "Please, both of you, wait a minute." At this time, Xiaoyao suddenly spoke up. "Dad, Uncle He, leave the blood moon demon wolf and the violent ape king to me." "What?" Hearing Xiaoyao words, He Yang, Li Daocheng immediately turned his head to look at Xiaoyao. He Yang frowned and said, "Child, I know you are very talented, but platinum level and gold level are completely different things. You can't stop them with your current strength. Although Xiaoyao's performance just now really surprised him. He could see that Xiaoyao's combat power was now able to dominate the gold level. But if he wanted to challenge the platinum level, it would still be too difficult. He didn't want to see the first genius of Dragon Country fall in Xiaojun Mountain. Xiaoyao's future belonged to the country. He should grow safely and steadily to the master level, grandmaster level, and even king level, and become the protector of the entire Dragon Country. At this time, Xiaoli's reaction was unexpected. He knew his son's character very well. Xiaoyao would not say anything he was not sure of. Are you sure? Xiaoli said calmly. Old Xiao? Li Daocheng looked at Xiaoli in shock. Xiaoyao said confidently, absolutely no problem. I have killed platinum level 1 monsters before. What? He Yang could not hide his shock. Have you really killed a platinum level monster? I killed the most powerful ghost bone dragon in platinum level 1. Xiaoyao nodded. Really? This? He Yang looked a little dazed. He remembered that Xiaoyao was only 18 or 19 years old. A child of this age can kill a platinum level monster? Can you deal with both at the same time? Xiaoli confirmed again and again. No problem. Xiaoyao patted his chest and assured. Yes. Xiaoli nodded. In fact, if Xiaoyao hadn't told him on the way here just now that his teacher Zhang Lao had to go back to Kyoto for an urgent matter, he wouldn't be so nervous at all. After all, if a diamond level 5 expert wanted to solve the current situation, it would be easy for him. It's just that these things happened strangely at the same time, which made him have a bad feeling in his heart. Roar! The roar of the disaster python was heard, and 5 platinum level war beasts approached quickly. Without time to think, Xiaoli and Yi Yang instantly entered the war beast fusion state and rushed up quickly. On the other side, Xiaoke, Laonyo, Tuki and Mo Ting suddenly appeared in front of the fortress. Xiaoke entered the bloodthirsty werewolf transformation, carrying Tuki, and rushed towards the blood moon demon wolf at a very fast speed. Laonyo entered the violent bull demon transformation, and together with Mo Ting in the sky, they killed the violent ape king like a battlefield tank. Xiaoke was extremely fast, moving swiftly on the battlefield, and almost no monster could get close to him. And just when he was about to approach the blood moon wolf, Tuki on his back suddenly disappeared. Awoo! Xiaoke jumped up, and his beast armor quickly covered his whole body. He swung out his wolf claws, and a huge golden wolf head condensed in front of his claws, biting fiercely at the blood moon wolf. Mouth of the beast, the blood moon wolf roared, and the mighty blood gathered in its claws, and slapped Xiaoke with an unmatched force. Bang! The 2 wolf claws collided, the golden wolf head and the bloody claws annihilated each other in the air, causing waves. Seeing this scene, Li Daocheng on the fortress opened his eyes wide, shocked, and the big stone in his heart slowly fell. Swish! A poisonous arrow came silently, aiming at the eyes of the blood moon demon wolf. The blood moon demon wolf felt something was wrong, and the blood and energy on its body overflowed, quickly condensed into a circle of blood and energy shield outside its body. Puff! The poisonous arrow hit the blood and energy shield, like a mud cow entering the sea, melting into it. The blood moon demon wolf turned his head suddenly, and saw a short mouse in the distance, holding a crossbow, with a sinister smile on his face. Bang bang bang. The old cow took big steps, like a steel chariot, knocking away all the monsters in front of him and crushing them. Ah! The violent ape king looked at the little thing, who was no less than himself in size, but whose strength was obviously not as high as the platinum level, and dared to kill him head-on, and showed a disdainful smile on his face. Cack! His arm suddenly became thicker and swelled, and the violent ape king swung a heavy punch. A huge fist mark condensed in the air, and fiercely slammed towards the old cow. Moo! A flash of fire flashed in the old cow's eyes. He paused, and his right fist burst into flames, and then swung it out fiercely. The huge fire fist dragged a long column of fire, and rushed straight towards the fist mark. Hellfire fist boom! The fire fist crushed the fist mark with a crushing advantage, and shot towards the violent ape king. The violent ape king obviously didn't expect that his attack would be at a disadvantage. In his astonished eyes, he was directly hit several meters away by the fire fist. Bang! The violent ape king fell heavily to the ground, with a huge burnt fist mark on his chest. His hair was burnt black, and it exuded an unpleasant smell. Wow wow wow! The soldiers on the fortress saw this scene, and cheered excitedly. The violent ape king stood up quickly, his eyes red and bleeding. Ah! Chapter 443 Explosively kill the opponent. Bang! The wolf claws collided. Shao Kahn took 3 steps back, leaving several huge footprints on the ground. The golden holy flames rose. Shao Kahn was like a god of war bathed in golden light. He shouted, and swung his claws. Swish! 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 Poisonous arrows shot at the Blood Moon Wolf's vital points at a fierce angle, forcing it to divert its attention, to block the attack of these poisonous arrows. Awoo! A phantom blood-red moon suddenly appeared in the sky above its head. The Blood Moon Wolf raised its head and howled, and the moon projected a red light, which accurately fell on Shao Kahn. In an instant, Shao Kahn felt a violent mental force raging in his mind, making him restless and bloodshot in his eyes. At this moment, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf pounced on him and pressed Shao Kahn under him. Ayo! The Blood Moon Demon Wolf opened its bloody mouth and bit Shao Kahn's neck. Seeing that the sharp teeth were about to fall, Shao Kahn twisted his body forcefully, so that the wolf's mouth just bit the spikes on the shoulder armor. Ayo! The Blood Moon Demon Wolf screamed in pain, and its slender limbs slightly relaxed. A golden flame flashed in Shao Kahn's eyes, and he kicked his legs up to the sky, with a majestic holy flame attached to it, and hit the belly of the Blood Moon Wolf. Bang! The Blood Moon Wolf was kicked several meters high, and the charred footprints on its belly were clearly visible. Swish! 2 more poisonous arrows attacked, and the Blood Moon Wolf quickly condensed the blood and energy around it to block the poisonous arrows. At this time, Shao Kahn had forcibly suppressed the influence of the mental power, and with a kick of his feet, his body flew into the air, with a golden halo lingering around him. At the moment when he was about to approach the Blood Moon Wolf, Shao Kahn opened his mouth and roared angrily. Awoo! In an instant, golden light shone brightly. A deep fear appeared in the eyes of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. Swish! The silent black arrow pierced through the blood shield like a broken bamboo, and accurately pierced into the eyes of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. Puff! Shao Kahn appeared behind the Blood Moon Demon Wolf like a ghost, and stabbed forward with his wolf claws. But at this time, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf had come to its senses, and felt the cold wind behind its head, and violent energy suddenly erupted from its body, and blood-colored ripples rolled, and Shao Kahn was knocked several meters away. Paw! He did a clean backflip in the air. Shao Kahn landed steadily on the ground with both feet. His ruthless golden eyes looked at the Blood Moon Wolf, as if he was looking at a corpse. Ah! The Blood Moon Wolf covered his eyes in pain. Smelly black blood kept flowing out from his fingertips. He felt that there was a domineering toxin in his body that was rapidly destroying his organs. He wanted to stop it, but the blood energy that was usually invincible seemed to have encountered a natural enemy. When it came into contact with the toxin, it would be assimilated by it in an instant. Cock! 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 Black blood oozed out of the corners of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf's mouth uncontrollably, and a painful whimper came from its throat. Not long after, the huge body fell to the ground with a bang. On the fortress, Li Daocheng looked at the first battle to end, with disbelief in his eyes. Moo! The old cow strode forward, and as it moved, its body expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it grew into a 9-meter-tall beast. Feeling the powerful strength of its opponent, the Violent Ape King was no longer arrogant, and his body also grew rapidly, and finally stopped at a height of nearly 9 meters. Multiplied bang. The two beasts threw heavy punches. Their fists, which were as big as millstones, collided with each other, making a sound like beating drums. After taking 2 steps back, the old cow raised his right foot and stomped hard. The mountain-like body of the Violent Ape King actually flew into the air. At this moment, Mo Ting suddenly appeared. With a flash of his knife, 2 cross-shaped hideous wounds appeared on the back of the Violent Ape King. Ah! The Violent Ape King roared. His eyes quickly turned scarlet, and his whole body swelled again. Bloodthirst and rage, the body turned in the air, and the Violent Ape King swung his fist, like a meteor hammer, and smashed behind him. But to his surprise, his fist only hit a black mist, and the fist missed, and instead made his body lose balance. Moo! The old cow was covered with red hellfire, and when the Violent Ape King was about to land, it kicked its foot, like a high-speed train that started instantly, and hit the Violent Ape King heavily. Bang! The Violent Ape King flew backwards, and when he landed, he smashed a 2-meter-deep pit on the ground, and the spiderweb-like crack spread over more than 10 meters. Swish! Mo Tung swung his arms. The shadow blade flew out of his hand. The purple light dragged the dark path, and hit the head of the Violent Ape King directly. Ho! The Violent Ape King supported the ground with one hand, and waved his other hand casually, and scattered the shadow blade. He raised his head, with his fangs exposed, and his scarlet eyes flashed with brutality and fury. Bang! He stepped on the ground, stomping a big pit on the ground, and the violent Ape King rushed towards Lao Nyo with great momentum, and his fists condensed into black armor, and there were hideous spikes on the armor. The old bull's expression remained unchanged. And the hellfire exploded. Like a demon god walking out of the flames. Taking the punch from the violent Ape King. Bang! The fists collided. And the spikes pierced blood holes on the old bull's fists. But at the same time, the blazing hellfire also spread rapidly along the arms of the violent Ape King. Mo Tung appeared behind the violent Ape King again, and 2 chains were thrown at its head. The violent Ape King saw that the situation was not right and quickly retreated. But at this moment, the old bull opened his hands and grabbed the wrist of the violent Ape King. Then the ground shook wildly, and the waves of shock almost made the violent Ape King lose his balance. Old bull's skill trampling roar. The violent Ape King roared, raised his knee and hit the old bull's abdomen, while pulling his hand away with all his strength, trying to break free from the old bull's control. Moo! The old bull did not let go, pushed the ground with his feet, raised his knee forward, and hit the violent Ape King's knee hard. Bang! A muffled sound sounded, and the faces of the 2 giant beasts showed a hint of pain, and at this moment, speechless fear also began to take effect. A strong fear flashed in the eyes of the violent Ape King, making him relax his control over his body. Swish! Mo Tung arm blade chopped down, directly cutting into the back of the violent Ape King's head. At the same time, Lao Nyo loosened his hands, and the blazing flames gathered in his right fist, and blasted at the face of the violent Ape King with explosive force. Bang! With a loud noise, half of the violent Ape King's face collapsed directly, his face was pitch black, and his original appearance could no longer be seen. Feeling that the enemy still had a chance of survival, Lao Nyo and Mo Tung did not stop at all, pulled out the arm blade and chopped down, and the flaming fist attacked again. Puff! The violent Ape King's head exploded like a watermelon, red, white, and yellow flew everywhere, and a few seconds later, the headless corpse fell to the ground with a bang. Uncle Li, I have accomplished my mission. Xiao Yao turned around and looked at Li Daocheng, with a faint smile on his face. Li Daocheng did not speak, but stared blankly at the battlefield, as if he had not recovered from the shock. 2 platinum monsters were killed just like that? It took less than 5 minutes in total. While Li Daocheng was silent, the soldiers beside him could no longer suppress their excitement and cheered loudly. We won. We won. Good kill. Good kill. We are saved, we can survive. The soldiers' cheers woke Li Daocheng up. He turned around and looked at Xiao Yao, took a deep breath, and bowed sincerely. Thank you. Chapter 444 Killing by Jean again. Uncle Li. Xiao Yao quickly lifted up Li Daocheng's arm. I am a junior, please don't do this. Thinking back to when he was training with the Black Front hunting team, every time he returned to the base, Li Daocheng would prepare a sumptuous meal for him, and provide him with professional firearms guidance in his spare time, just like treating his own son or nephew. For him, Coach Zhou of Yanqing No. 1 High School, Ren Feng of the Black Front hunting team, and Li Daocheng, the chief of Shaojun Mountain, are the elders who have helped him the most in the entire Yanqing. Li Daocheng said with emotion, Xiao Yao, you really saved me, and saved the lives of all the soldiers. Xiao Yao said seriously, Uncle Li, this is what I should do. Boom boom boom. The wind was howling on the battlefield. Lightning and thunder were flashing. Xiao Li danced with his thunder wings, floating in the sky, and fought against the Golden Earth Dragon and the Black Ice Vulture together, with the Storm Elf on his shoulder. These 2 monsters are both Platinum Level 2, and their levels are higher than the Thunder-Winged Blue-Eyed Tiger and the Storm Elf. Fortunately, the tacit understanding between the 2 is very general, and Xiao Li is experienced in combat, so the battle situation was very tense for a while. On the other side, He Yang, who had combined with a Platinum Level 3 Diamond Flying Cicada and his Platinum Level 2 Fire Rock Giant, was in danger under the attack of the Platinum Level 5 Disaster Python. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold out for long. You 4. Go and kill the Golden Earth Dragon first, Xiao Yao ordered. Among the remaining 3 Platinum monsters, the Disaster Python was too strong, and could not be dealt with by the 4 beasts at present. The Black Ice Vulture was a flying war beast. Except for Mo Tung, other war beasts were difficult to attack, so the Golden Earth Dragon was the best target. In addition, Xiao Yao has already seen that This golden earth dragon is the one that once chased him. If my father had not arrived in time, I would have died in its mouth. New hatred plus old grudge, I will take your life today. Awoo! Moo! Xiaoke and Lao Niu took the lead. One on the left and one on the right quickly rushed towards the golden earth dragon. Tuki entered the invisible state, waiting for the opportunity to attack. Mo Tung approached synchronously, with the arm blade placed on his chest, ready to attack at any time. Monster named Golden Earth Dragon Monster level Platinum level 2 monster skills Vajra Body, Super Strong Strength, Golden Scale Storm, Dive, Deterrence, Earth Dragon War Cannon. The Golden Earth Dragon is 5 meters tall, covered with golden scales, shining dazzlingly in the sun, strong limbs, huge claws, full of extreme explosive power. Boom! 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 The old cow made a loud noise when running wildly, which immediately attracted the attention of the Golden Earth Dragon and Xiaoli. When Xiaoli caught a glimpse of the two huge corpses not far away, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Good boy, so fast! The Golden Earth Dragon naturally noticed the corpses of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf and the Violent Ape King, and felt cautious and uneasy, but facing the fierce enemy, he could only deal with it with all his strength. Opening his bloody mouth, the violent wind ball condensed in his mouth. With the Golden Earth Dragon's roar, the wind ball blasted towards the old cow like an arrow. Earth Dragon Roaring Cannon. The old bull continued to charge, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Bang! The wind ball hit his upper arm, but it only made him pause, and he quickly started to charge again. When the old bull approached the Golden Earth Dragon within 30 meters, he kicked the ground hard, and the next second he hit the Golden Earth Dragon hard. Wild charge. Bang! A dull sound mixed with metal collision sounded, and the Golden Earth Dragon's giant body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. The old bull stood proudly, raised his right hand, and made a gesture. Xiaoli knew that this meant that Xiaoyao 4 war beasts would work together to deal with the Golden Earth Dragon, and he could concentrate on dealing with the Black Ice Vulture. Boom! Purple thunder leaped. Xiaoli soared into the sky, and went straight to the Black Ice Vulture. Since Xiaoyao 4 war beasts could kill the Blood Moon Demon Wolf and the Violent Ape King, this meant that if they joined forces, they could at least fight the Golden Earth Dragon on equal terms, or even kill it, and he himself was fully confident. The Thunderwing Blue-Eyed Tiger, the Storm Spirit and himself, could definitely kill the Platinum Level 2 Black Ice Vulture quickly. At that time, they could join forces to repel the Disaster Python together. Clap, clack, clack. Xiaoke, Lao Niu, Mo Tung formed a triangle attack state, surrounding the Golden Earth Dragon in the middle. The Golden Earth Dragon looked at the enemies on the left, right and in the sky, and a hint of caution flashed in its golden vertical pupils. Moo! Lao Niu took the lead, and the violent flames gathered in his right fist. As he swung his fist, a huge fist of fire quickly took shape, and blasted forward. Hellfire fist facing the huge flaming fist, the Golden Earth Dragon chose to be cautious, and instantly activated Vajra Body, raising its dragon claws, and fiercely slapping the flaming fist. Boom! The flames exploded, and the 10% extra damage brought by the Hellfire fist, which caused the Golden Earth Dragon's claws to be blown into a bloody mess, and its health dropped sharply. Roar! A look of pain appeared on the Golden Earth Dragon's face, and at this moment, Xiaoke and Mo Tung suddenly appeared on his back, and the wolf claws, and the arm blades chopped down heavily. Ding ding. Mo Tung arm blade was blocked by the Golden Dragon scales, and only a crisp metal collision sound was heard. With the help of the swift beast armor, Xiaoke barely broke the dragon scales, but it was difficult to cause substantial damage to the Golden Earth Dragon. The defense is really high. Xiaoyao looked at the battlefield from afar, and couldn't help but sigh. The Golden Earth Dragon's own defense is very strong, and with the use of Vajra Body, his defense has now reached the top of the Platinum level. With the current attack power of the 4 beasts, it is indeed difficult to cause too much damage to it. We can only rely on Tuki. The Golden Earth Dragon temporarily ignores the 2 little things on its back. His dragon claws suddenly expand, and slap the old cow in front again. Super strong force, he can feel that the threat of this big guy in front of him is the highest. As long as he is dealt with, the remaining 2 will be much easier. The old cow does not dodge, crosses his arms, and directly hits the top of his head. Boom! The dragon claws slapped down, the old cow's feet pierced directly into the ground, but his body was still upright, standing like a mountain. At this moment, a golden light bloomed on the back of the Golden Earth Dragon, causing fear to quickly emerge in his eyes. Ancestor howled swish. The silent black arrow passed through the battlefield, attacking at lightning speed. Suddenly, the Golden Earth Dragon woke up, and his eyes twitched wildly, as if he had been threatened with a fatal threat, making him instantly think of retreating. But at this moment, his eyes were filled with fear again. Emoting speechless fear puff. The poisonous soul-destroying arrow pierced through the eyeball, like a broken bamboo, and penetrated deep into the body of the Golden Earth Dragon. The Golden Earth Dragon was awakened by the severe pain, and suddenly felt extremely weak, and its organs were being destroyed by a toxin. No, I want to retreat. The Golden Earth Dragon sank his footsteps, and quickly dived into the ground. But how could Lano let him leave? With a heavy step, earth-shattering was activated. The Golden Earth Dragon popped out directly from the ground, and jumped high. Boom! The giant beast fell to the ground. The Golden Earth Dragon struggled hard for a few times. The one eye was full of pain and regret. It was silent soon. Caw! At this time, a hoarse and shrill scream came from the sky. The wings of the black ice vulture were torn off by Shaoli. Blood spilled in the sky. The wingless body fell rapidly. Boom! The lightning spear fell, and pierced its head. In the sky, Shaoli held the lightning spear in his hand. Purple lightning lingered around him. It was like the god of thunder descending to the world. It was majestic. Chapter 445 The Skylifting Giant Finger. Ah! Good kill. Captain Shao is invincible. On the fortress, the soldiers cheered with abandon, and their voices resounded through the sky. At this moment, Li Daocheng breathed a sigh of relief, and the big stone in his heart fell completely. On one side of the battlefield, He Yang dodged the tail of the Calamity Python, and he sensed that the aura of other platinum-level monsters had completely disappeared, and he could not help but feel ecstatic in his heart. This father and son are really amazing. With a tremor of his thunder wings, Shaoli suddenly appeared above the Calamity Python, with lightning dancing wildly in his palm, and the lightning spear lengthened several meters again. Swoosh! The spear was swung, like a thunderclap. The disaster python raised its head, and a green energy ball spurted out, colliding with the lightning spear. Bang! The lightning spear broke into pieces, scattering into lightning all over the sky. The energy ball continued to fly toward Shaoli at a rapid speed, but Shaoli only shook his body, and appeared on the other side of the sky in the next moment. Hiss! 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 The disaster python swallowed and spit out its snake tongue, and a trace of caution flashed in its cold vertical pupils. The other 4 platinum-level monsters had actually fallen, which made him feel a little bit of retreat in his heart. He Yang flashed to the side of Shaoli, and a smile appeared on his old face. Brother Xiao, you are really fast. Shaoli said, it's mainly thanks to Xiao Yao. He killed the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, the Violent Ape King, and the Golden Earth Dragon. He Yang also noticed this, and couldn't help but sighed. Xiao Yao is really... He paused, and his tone was full of complexity. Monster. Shaoli smiled slightly, and there was an unconcealable pride in his expression. Yes, this is my son. He killed 3 platinum monsters in a row with a gold level 4 body. He is the only one in the whole dragon country who can do this. At this time, the whole battlefield gradually calmed down. After the 4 platinum monsters died one after another, the originally crazy beasts had completely sobered up. Many of them turned around and ran away. The monsters that remained on the battlefield were almost all of the race of the Disaster Python and its subordinate tribes. The Disaster Python was still on the battlefield, so they naturally did not dare to leave. However, these monsters were not stupid either. They all hid far away and left the battlefield to several platinum bosses. Hiss! 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 The Disaster Python twisted its head, observing the surroundings. 2 powerful humans in the sky were staring at it with a fierce look. There were 3 weak little bugs nearby, exuding murderous aura. But what made it most alert was the threat coming from afar. This threat seemed to be stronger than the feeling brought by the 2 human summoners. Get ready to retreat. The Disaster Python's eyes flashed. It had a premonition that if it continued to entangle, it would most likely encounter a disaster. Hiss! 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 The 100-meter-long body swayed. Circling again and again, the Disaster Python raised its head high, and a surging gray mist suddenly burst out of its body. Retreat! Shaoli and He Yang saw that the situation was not right, and quickly evacuated. They could both feel the terrifying power of disaster in the gray mist, and even if they touched it a little, they would not be able to escape the possession of bad luck. The Disaster Python spit out 2 green energy balls again, and went straight to the 2 of them. Shaoli and He Yang were not in a hurry, and they all used their means to dodge, and at this moment, the disaster python swung its tail, and it burst out with amazing speed, and disappeared in front of everyone in a flash. It's finally over. Xiaoli and Yang looked at the black spot that was moving away quickly in the distance. And they both breathed a sigh of relief. It was impossible to chase it. With their abilities, they could only protect themselves from the disaster python at most. They were lucky to be able to repel it. If the disaster python was not cautious and calm by nature, it would probably not leave so easily. It's not easy, Yan said with deep emotion. If it weren't for Xiaoyao, he and Xiaoli alone would probably die here. By then, even if the two chose to risk their lives, the Ziyajunchen base would probably not escape the fate of being destroyed. It was not easy, but the harvest was not small. Xiaoli looked at the battlefield full of corpses, and his mouth gradually curled up. Let alone other monsters. The 4 platinum-level monsters killed by the father and son alone are worth at least tens of millions. Especially the Golden Earth Dragon, Dragon Scales, Dragon Blood, Dragon Bones, Dragon Tendons. Each material is of amazing value, and is the most valuable of all monsters. Of course, Yan would also have to share the final harvest. If he hadn't held back the disaster python, the father and son wouldn't have been able to kill the platinum-level monsters without hesitation. Military Fortress. The disaster python ran away. We won. Ah! We won! We won! We survived? Many soldiers shouted excitedly, hugging, with excited blushes on their faces. 5 platinum-level monsters came together, but in the end, 4 died and 1 escaped, leaving behind a mountain of monster corpses. This was perfect, and the fantastic record shocked and delighted every soldier. It's not easy. It's really not easy. Li Daocheng clapped his hands vigorously. His eyes even moistened. As the commander of the Ziyajunchen military base, he not only bears the lives of all the soldiers, but also the safety of millions of people in Yanqing. When he saw the beast tide erupting, accompanied by 5 platinum-level monsters attacking fiercely, the mountain-like pressure could almost bend his back, and he couldn't breathe. Now, as the beast tide dissipated, 4 platinum-level monsters died and 1 was injured. His almost stagnant heart finally began to beat again. Report to the commander. The beasts are 10 kilometers away from our unit. A soldier came quickly and reported at attention. Li Daocheng smiled and shouted to the command machine, engineering vehicles. Start moving. Whenever the beast tide receded, it was the happiest time for him as a military commander, because at this time, he could bring all the monsters he killed back to the base and use them as a benefit for the whole army. There were many monster corpses on the battlefield, some of which could be used as a snack for the army, using the flesh and blood of the monsters to improve the physical fitness of the soldiers of the whole army, and the other part could be sold to reward meritorious officials. Their military has its own sales network, and they don't have to worry about being forced to lower their prices. Yes! With Li Daocheng order, the gate of the military base slowly opened, and engineering vehicles lined up and scattered all over the battlefield, throwing the monster corpses onto the vehicles. Looking at this bustling scene in front of him, Xiaoyao felt a sense of accomplishment. Defending the country is the belief and responsibility of every summoner. And today, he did it perfectly. Just as he was rejoicing, the sky above the battlefield suddenly darkened, black clouds gathered, and in an instant condensed into a huge finger, pressing down heavily. And the center position below the giant finger was Xiaoyao. Not far away, Xiaoli saw the scene in front of him, and his eyes were bloodshot. No! Chapter 446 Jingu Musashi's final trump card. No! Amid Xiaoli's almost insane roar, the giant finger pressed down on Xiaoyao with the force of a mountain. At this moment, Xiaoyao looked at the giant finger falling from the sky with horror. He tried to move his body, but found that a strong momentum locked him, and his body was completely out of control. Ah! Xiaoyao clenched his fists, gathered all his strength, his whole face turned red due to congestion, the golden holy flame burst out, and in an instant it condensed into a golden shield blocking his head. At the moment of life and death, his control over the holy flame suddenly increased, reaching a level that was unattainable at ordinary times. But even though he surpassed himself at this moment, his resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The giant finger smashed the golden shield like a rotten wood, and pressed down hard on his head. Am I going to die here today? A trace of despair and unwillingness flashed in Xiaoyao's eyes. Boom! Xiaoli flew from afar, violent thunder and lightning exploded on him. Crazy thunder chain, thunder spear, crazy thunder aurora finger. All skills hit the giant finger at once. But these attacks only made the giant finger shake slightly. But it was difficult to shake its overwhelming power. Seeing the giant finger getting closer and closer to his son, Xiao Li's eyes turned bloodshot. And he said sternly, "No!" Swish. Just when everyone was in despair, a tall and straight figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yao. He raised one hand, and the majestic energy was dancing. The giant finger suddenly stopped in the air. Then, he clenched his hand, and the giant finger shook violently. And then it burst into black mist and floated in all directions. "Teacher." Xiao Yao looked at the familiar figure, and was pleasantly surprised. Zhang Lao stood proudly, with a faint smile on his face, just as I expected. When he learned that something happened at home, he was indeed ready to rush back to Kyoto to solve it as soon as possible. But soon, he noticed something was wrong. Out of caution, he asked a disciple to arrange someone to disguise himself and show up in Kyoto, while he himself stayed by Xiao Yao's side in a more concealed manner to see if there was a conspiracy against Xiao Yao, as he guessed. Now it seems that he was right. "Come out!" Zhang Lao stretched out his hand to the sky, and the majestic force of space poured down. The sky was turbulent, and a man with his face hidden in the black fog suddenly appeared. "Zhang Daoxian," Jingu Musashi murmured, and his face was extremely ugly under the black fog. Wasn't Zhang Daoxian led away? How could he appear here? Miyamoto Kazuo. You are so strategic. But you don't even know that you have been fooled. Jingu Musashi took a deep breath, and his heart was very heavy. Originally, according to the plan, he attracted the disaster python to create a beast tide, with the goal of destroying the Xia Genshin military base, so that the Dragon Kingdom Yinchen would be bloodbathed by the beast tide, and at the same time create an opportunity to kill Xiao Yao. If Xiao Yao came to the Xia Genshin base, he would find an opportunity to kill him in the chaos. If Xiao Yao chose to stay in Yinchen, then when the city was broken, he would still have many opportunities to escape. At the beginning, things were indeed as he planned, and even smoother than he planned. In addition to the disaster python, the other 4 platinum-level beasts also joined in. This was almost a dead end for the Shaojun mountain base. But he never thought that the mission target Xiao Yao, whose 4 gold-level war beasts could kill 3 platinums in a row, completely turned the dead end around. In desperation, he decided to take action at this moment. But Zhang Daoxian, who was originally led away as planned, unexpectedly reappeared here, which completely disrupted their plan. Not good, Jingu Musashi murmured. Zhang Daoxian is Diamond 5, while he is only Diamond 3, so he is no match in terms of hard power. In addition, he cannot reveal too much information about the war beast, otherwise he will be tracked down by the Dragon Country and his identity will be locked. He can only retreat. Jingu Musashi made up his mind, and with a thought, the whole sky was covered by black clouds, and his body was also hidden. Want to run? Zhang Lao smiled coldly, and took a step. His body stepped into the void. The next second, black clouds rolled up in the sky, and the terrifying energy fluctuations were so frightening that it seemed to shatter the sky. As the sound of fighting in the sky became farther and farther away, Xiao Yao knew that he was finally safe. Boom! Xiao Li suddenly appeared beside Xiao Yao, grabbed his arm, and said with concern, "Are you not hurt?" Xiao Yao smiled. "Dad, I'm fine." Looking at Xiao Yao's relaxed look, Xiao Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mr. Zhang came in time. I was almost scared to death. I'm almost scared to death. Xiao Yao smiled bitterly. He felt suffocated just now, and thought he was going to die here. Diamond level. It turns out that he can't resist it. Will it be dangerous for Mr. Zhang to chase him out like this? Xiao Li asked with concern. Don't worry, Xiao Yao said confidently. Teacher is a Diamond 5 summoner, and there is no opponent at the Diamond level. Mr. Zhang is a veteran Diamond level strongman, and his combined war beast is a rare space-type war beast. The void may fly. In addition, he absorbed the life crystal, and his body functions were rejuvenated. It can be said that below the master level, he is the strongest. That's good. Xiao Li was relieved. But at the same time, his eyes were filled with anger again. Who is it this time? The second time. This was the second time he had witnessed his son being assassinated. For a father, nothing could make him more angry than this. No matter who was behind this, he would make the other party pay the price in blood. Xiao Yao shook his head. I don't know either. I can only hope that the teacher can get some clues. At this time, Li Daocheng and He Yang came over. And there was still some fear in their eyes. What was that just now? Xiao Li said coldly. Some forces are targeting Xiao Yao assassination. They don't want to see Xiao Yao grow up. Is that so? He Yang was secretly shocked. Xiao Yao talent is indeed terrible. He can kill platinum level before he is 20 years old. But at the same time, he will also attract some forces to target him, for example. This time it was diamond level who took action personally. It turns out that being a genius is not that easy. If you are unlucky, you may fall quickly before you grow up. Kid, you still have to be very careful in the future. He Yang instructed. Xiao Yao is the most promising genius in Longwu to become a master, or even a king. If he dies in an assassination by some forces, it will be an unbearable loss for the entire Longwu. Yeah, don't worry. Uncle He, I have teachers to protect me, it's okay. Xiao Yao smiled. Is that the teacher from Jingda just now? He is really amazing. He Yang's eyes were filled with awe. At this moment, the situation has stabilized, and under the command of Li Daocheng, the soldiers continue to collect the monster corpses. At this moment, below the fortress, a white cat's corpse moved suddenly. It raised its head, and a hint of cunning and cruelty appeared in its blood-red eyes. Shua exerted its strength. It appeared above Xiao Yao's head like a flash, and its sharp claws stabbed down fiercely. Platinum level 5 Weird Wind Cat. It is the most hidden trump card of the dragon slaying plan. Chapter 447 Shadow Guards. The Weird Wind Cat moves so fast that even Xiao Li didn't react. And Xiao Yao only felt a chill on his head, and his hair stood up suddenly. In midair, the Weird Wind Cat's eyes became even redder, and the corners of his mouth curled up cruelly. At this critical moment, a black hand suddenly stretched out from the shadow under Xiao Yao's feet. The black hand moved as fast as thunder, tightly grasped the Weird Wind Cat's claws, and then suddenly exerted force. Crack! The sound of bones being crushed was heard. The Weird Wind Cat's face was distorted, and it let out a sharp scream of pain. Meow! It was not until then that Xiao Yao and He Yang really saw the true face of the Weird Wind Cat. Platinum level 5 Weird Wind Cat. Xiao Yao turned around, his pupils suddenly shrank, and said with fear, What, Platinum level 5? Xiao Li was shocked. This was actually a monster of the same level as the disaster python. No, it looked like he should be someone else's war beast. At this time, Xiao Yao also saw the black steel puppet next to him. Shadow Soldier, Xiao Yao said in surprise. He recognized that this was the teacher's third diamond level war beast. Shadow Soldier. War Beast named Shadow Soldier. War Beast level Diamond level 2 War Beast skills Shadow Fusion. Shadow Armor. 100 Chain Shadow Soldier. Shadow Escape. Shadow Binding. Shadow Blow. Shadow Blow. Shadow Soldier has a strange shape, like a puppet made of black iron, wearing a majestic armor, holding a black knife, and has a cold and ruthless temperament. It turns out that the teacher has always let Shadow Soldier guard in his own shadow. Seeing Bing Wei holding the Weird Wind Cat tightly in his hand, a sense of security arises spontaneously. The circles of shadow ropes wrap the Weird Wind Cat like a dumpling. Bing Wei raised his other hand, and the black knife in his hand instantly turned into a dagger, and then stabbed it down fiercely. Puff! The Weird Wind Cat's brain was pierced, and it died instantly. Puff! In the corner of the desolate plain, a man in black suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood. His whole body trembled violently, the veins on his forehead were bulging, and his face looked like a ghost. After a long time, the man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and murmured in pain and unwillingness, the mission failed. In the sky, Zhang Daoxian followed the black shadow in front of him closely. When he learned that Yingbingwei had killed the strange wind cat, the energy in his hand condensed instantly, and he was ready to kill the person in front of him when he was in a state of confusion. But after a moment, he found that the person in front was not affected at all. He immediately realized that there was another person in secret. Forget it. I spare your life today. Zhang Daoxian snorted coldly. Out of consideration for the safety of his disciples, he let the man in front of him go for the time being. Swish! With a step, Zhang Daoxian stepped into the void and disappeared. After a long time, Jingu Musashi felt that the danger behind him was no longer there. So he stopped his action. Puff! A large mouthful of blood spurted out, and Jingu Musashi calmed down the surging blood in his body. Secretly frightened, what a terrible Zhang Daoxian! Just now, Zhang Daoxian used a move alternative space to directly pull him into an unfamiliar space and bombard him crazily. If he hadn't happened to have a sky-breaking pearl, and had spent a huge amount of energy to escape from there, he would have been in trouble today. Even so, he was still seriously injured. Why did he leave suddenly? Jingu Musashi was very confused about Zhang Daoxian's inexplicable departure. Did something else happen to Xiao Yao? Forget it, I have fulfilled the tasks assigned to me by Miyamoto Kazuo, and the failure of the mission is not my fault. Jingu Musashi shook his head and flew away quickly. Swish. Zhang Daoxian stepped out of the void, and suddenly appeared beside Xiao Yao. Teacher, Xiao Yao said in surprise. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang. Xiaoli, and He Yang also hurriedly said respectfully. Mr. Zhang looked at the body of the strange wind cat in the hands of Ing Bingwei, and nodded slightly. Fortunately, I have a trick up my sleeve. After saying that, he turned to look at Xiaoli and He Yang, and said in a gentle tone, Xiaoli and He Yang, the defender of Yanqing. Right. It's the student, Xiaoli hurriedly said. When he was studying in Kyoto, he knew the reputation of Mr. Zhang. He was the most prestigious professor in Kyoto University, and his disciples were all talented. Who would have thought that one day his son would become Mr. Zhang's last disciple? Junior He Yang. He Yang bowed. Although he was nearly 100 years old, he just learned from Xiao Yao that Mr. Zhang Daoxian was over 160 years old. So he was definitely a junior. Mr. Zhang stroked his beard and smiled. I saw the performance of both of you just now. You are fearless and have strengthened the integrity of our dragon country. Facing a powerful enemy, when they were obviously at a disadvantage, the two did not retreat or flee, but chose to fight firmly. This is the most trustworthy summoner and protector of the dragon country people. Thank you. Mr. Zhang, this is what we should do, Xiaoli said modestly. Teacher, did you catch that man just now? Xiao Yao asked impatiently. Mr. Zhang shook his head. No, this strange wind cat is not that man's war beast. What? Xiao Yao was surprised and said, It's not his. The strange wind cat is not that person's war beast, which means there is another person hiding in the dark near him. From this point of view, it's really a chain reaction. If the teacher hadn't been cautious, I'm afraid I would have really died under the claws of this strange wind cat. Mr. Zhang, what force do you think is targeting Xiao Yao this time? Xiaoli asked hurriedly. I don't know yet, Mr. Zhang said after a moment of silence. But I have remembered the characteristics of the diamond-level summoner just now. I will send someone to check it out later. In addition, a stern look flashed at his eyes. My family happened to have an incident a few hours ago. If we follow this line, I believe we can find some clues. Is your family okay? Xiaoli asked with concern. Don't worry, I have sent someone to deal with it. Mr. Zhang looked relaxed, and it seemed that his family was fine. That's good. At this time, the entire military fortress was extremely quiet, and all the soldiers looked at Mr. Zhang with awe. The giant finger that just lifted up the sky left an indelible shadow in the hearts of the soldiers. But the giant finger that seemed like a divine punishment from the sky was actually broken by the old man with his bare hands. What a great master he must be! Old Zhang noticed the gazes of the soldiers and said, You guys deal with the aftermath first. After that, Old Zhang patted Xiao Yao's shoulder. His body disappeared into the void, and the shadow guard beside him also disappeared suddenly. After Old Zhang left, He Yang sighed. A diamond-level expert is really terrifying. Compared to the shocking fight between Zhang Lao and the unknown summoner, his fight with the Calamity Python was just like playing house. Brother He, come on, try to get promoted to diamond level for both of us. Xiaoli smiled. Diamond level, how difficult it is. He Yang sighed. For him, currently only by entering the awakening battlefield can he have the chance to be promoted to diamond level. But with his current strength, entering the awakening battlefield is definitely full of dangers, and he cannot afford to be careless. It's difficult. Chapter 448 Shadow will guess. Bang! The wine glass smashed against the wall. Miyamoto Kazuo said angrily. Failed again. What is Jingu Musashi doing? Can't even kill a small gold level? The butler stood aside, he bowed his head and said, Sir, the secret instructions came from the Jingu. It was Zhang Daoxian who stopped him. Zhang Daoxian? Miyamoto Kazuo's eyes flashed. Isn't Zhang Daoxian in Kyoto now? The butler's face showed a trace of guilt. It seems that the Zhang Daoxian who appeared in Kyoto is not himself. We were deceived by him. Pai's slap hit the butler's face hard. Miyamoto Kazuo said angrily, Useless. You can't even handle such a small matter. What use do I have for you? The butler didn't say anything, but lowered his head and accepted Miyamoto Kazuo's reprimand with a guilty look on his face. He knew that the failure of this operation was largely due to himself. Seeing the butler, who had followed him for decades, remain silent, Miyamoto Kazuo's anger subsided slightly. According to his idea, even if Xiao Yao was still protected by other diamond-level masters, with the attraction of Jingu Musashi, his last backhand would definitely kill Xiao Yao. But he could never have imagined that Zhang Daoxian actually sent a fake body back to Kyoto, and he himself still stayed by Xiao Yao's side. Considering Zhang Daoxian's several war beasts, Miyamoto Kazuo could already guess where the operation failed. What a pity. This failure. It will be even harder to find opportunities in the future. Miyamoto Kazuo sighed. Sir, what should we do next? The butler asked in a low voice. Clean up the tail. And then? Miyamoto Kazuo sighed. Alas. Let's be quiet for a while. Yes. In Kyoto, in the secret room. Who ordered the action in the desolate plains? Under the black cloak, an angry voice sounded. Reply to the secret messenger, the abnormal movement in the desolate plains has nothing to do with us. Some other forces have caused the beast tied there. Another cloaked man lowered his head and said, Asshole, check it for me, I want to see who ruined our arrangement. Yes. It took half a day, the battlefield in front of the military fortress was finally cleaned up, the blood on the ground was cleaned up, all the monster corpses were transported to the base, and were sorted and processed by a special person. At this time, Xiao Yao was sitting in the conference room, holding a cup of tea, but his eyes were a little distracted. He was checking the harvest after this battle. After killing 3 platinum-level monsters in succession, the experience points of the 4 war beasts increased. Among them, Xiaoku's experience point increased the most, because he killed hundreds of monsters with Wrath of the South Sky before the war started. Now, Xiaoku's experience point has reached about 30% of the gold level 4, which is slightly higher than the other 3 beasts. In addition to the increase in experience points, Xiao Yao also found that the Dark Demon power increased by more than 600 points. By checking the system panel, he found that the 3 platinum-level monsters he killed, each of which brought him more than 200 points of Dark Demon power. Combined with his previous experiences, he already had some guesses about the Dark Demon power. The Shadow Society is using some means to control some monsters in the wild, especially the monster leaders. And the entire Shadow Society is controlled by the same means. At this time, Xiao Yao was extremely wary of the Shadow Society. A killer organization is not scary. No matter how strong it is, it will not pose a big threat to national security. But this method of secretly controlling wild monsters made him see the Shadow Society's shocking ambition. Back then, Blackwood City was destroyed by the Beast Tide, and millions of people were killed and injured. There were too many unusual doubts in the whole process. Now it seems that it must have been the Shadow Society who committed the crime. But what bothered him was that it was difficult for him to reveal his guess to the outside world. He didn't know how to explain the power of the Dark Demon, and the connection between the power of the Dark Demon and the Shadow Society. Forget it. Let's wait a little longer, Xiao Yao thought to himself. When his strength breaks through again, and he is not afraid of anyone, he can expose the conspiracy of the Shadow Society without any scruples. He believes that with his current improvement speed, this time will not be too long. Bang! The door of the conference room was opened. Li Daocheng walked in with a smile on his face, and smiled at Xiao Li next to him. Old Xiao, the price of the 4 platinum monsters has come out. Would you like to take a look? There is a separate monster recycling department in the military system, called the Hunting Department. Each base is equipped with members of the Hunting Department. Each base can sell the monster corpses obtained in the war to the Hunting Department. Generally speaking, the price given by the Hunting Department is basically in line with the market price. This is also to encourage soldiers from each base to bravely fight against the Beast Tide. As long as they can survive, the reward they get will be a considerable amount. At present, the value of all the monsters obtained by the Zaya Junction base has not been settled. It is a super complicated project. It cannot be done without 4 or 5 days. In comparison, the value of these platinum-level monsters is easy to estimate. Li Daocheng handed the phone to Xiao Li, letting him see the price quoted by the Hunting Department. Xiao Li took a look and nodded. Okay. 1/3 will be paid to Brother He, and the rest will be paid to Xiao Yao. Although He Yang did not directly participate in the killing of these monsters, he successfully restrained the disaster python, so he naturally deserved a share of the credit. At the same time, he also knew that Xiao Yao had recently started a company, and he must have spent a lot of money, so the remaining money should be left to his son. Just think of it as a little support from him to his son. He Yang waved his hand and said, Brother Xiao, you and your son killed these 4 platinum monsters. It's really not appropriate to give them to me. Xiao Li said seriously, Brother He, without you restraining the disaster python, Xiao Yao, and I would never be able to kill them. If you don't accept this money, then we father and son will not have the face to accept it. He Yang hesitated for a moment, seeing Xiao Li's determined look, finally said, Okay, then I will accept it with a thick face. Is that right? Xiao Li smiled. Old Li, just transfer the money to them when the time comes. Okay. Li Daocheng left Xiao Yao and He Yang bank card numbers and waited until the money arrived before making the payment. Xiao Yao chose to accept his father's generosity. From childhood to adulthood, he never refused the money given by his parents, because he knew that no matter how much money his parents gave him, it would not affect their lives, so he might as well accept it. In addition, he had just invested all the money for a small goal into the construction of the new company, so he was not well off, and only had a few 100,000 left. A few 100,000 was indeed a bit poor for him now. After this matter was over, he would start to deal with the affairs of Chinsi Company. 3 products were about to be put into mass production, and he, as the chairman, would be busy for a while. Chapter 449, Planting Base. 2 days later. Boss, the planting base has been officially completed. Minister Huang invites you to visit. A female secretary leaned over and said to Xiao Yao. She wore a white shirt on her upper body, a short skirt with a hip-hugging skirt on her lower body, black stockings outlined her slender and straight thighs, and her big eyes under the black frame glasses blinked, as if they could speak. Xiao Yao looked at the report in his hand and said casually, Secretary Chen, how do you know about the company recently? That's right. The female secretary in front of him is the former Thousand Faces thief Chen Jiaying. At the beginning, Xiao Yao was going to let Chen Jiaying assist Lao due to strengthen the intelligence agency. But after the company was established, he finally decided to let Chen Jiaying serve as the secretary of the chairman, be selected into the board of directors, and act as his eyes. At present, except for Jiang Yunqi, the other backbones of the entire company are basically drawn from the industries under Kyoto University. Even if Kyoto University has no intention of sidelining him in the future, as a superior, he must be on guard. Jiang Yunqi is definitely a genius, but his talent is mainly used in science. He is quite new to power struggles. Therefore, in order to maintain sufficient control over the company, he must appoint a person who is trustworthy, smart, and resourceful. After much thought, Chen Jiaying is undoubtedly the best candidate. As a subordinate brainwashed by Mo Teng, Chen Jiaying's loyalty is naturally beyond doubt, and she is very careful and cautious in her work. Otherwise, she would not have been able to get away with it after committing crimes for many years. Her only problem, well, is that she likes to seduce the boss. Boss, don't you believe in my ability? Chen Jiaying smiled sweetly. She pushed her black-framed glasses with her ring finger. Her back slightly straightened, and her full chest was about to burst the buttons of her clothes. This female subordinate. She only knows how to test the cadres every day. Xiao Yao shook his head helplessly, then put the information on the table, stood up and said, Let's go. Let's go see our planting base together. Walking out of the office, many employees saw Xiao Yao and Chen Jiaying along the way, and hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, Chairman. Secretary Chen. Yes. Xiao Yao nodded kindly. In front of outsiders, Chen Jiaying put on an icy beauty face, stern and serious, walking on high heels and following Xiao Yao closely. After the two left, many employees began to whisper. The chairman is still so handsome. Handsome and strong, he is simply the most perfect person. The chairman is very kind. But Secretary Chen is too cold. I feel like I can't breathe when she passes by me. Humph. This secretary obviously has ulterior motives. Look at what she is wearing. A female employee said sourly. Hush. Don't say that again. If Secretary Chen finds out, you be in trouble. Humph. What can she do to me? The female employee said stubbornly. But it was obvious that she was not confident enough. What? If you are fired, where will you go to cry? The female employee wanted to be tough again, but after thinking about it, she held back her words. She couldn't bear to leave Chinsi Company. After all, the company not only has high benefits, but all employees can also receive a set of products for free every month. Now no one in the entire company can leave the chintzy three-piece set. What's more, their chairman is Xiao Yao, the first genius of Dragon Country, a future master-level strongman. A company of master-level masters, only a fool would be willing to resign. Are you always so arrogant in front of the company's employees? Xiao Yao asked as he walked. Qin Jiaying smiled and said, Boss, isn't this the attitude I should have? Xiao Yao saw the meaningful look in Qin Jiaying's eyes, smiled slightly, and said, Not bad, you are a smart person. Qin Jiaying's eyes lit up, and he leaned over and smiled. Boss, are you praising me? You finally praised me. Xiao Yao pushed her face away with his hand, and said with disdain, I regret it now. It's no use regretting it. Qin Jiaying was like a child who got a candy reward, and said proudly, Boss, I will let you see my real smart side in the future. You know, she is a thousand-faced thief who even the law enforcement team can't do anything about. She has been in the black market for so many years, and the wealth she has passed through is as much as hundreds of millions. If she didn't have any tricks, she would have been eaten by the greedy hyenas in the black market. Now the boss just asked her to monitor the company's movements. For her, this was easier than playing house. Don't be so cocky. Lead the way. Okay. The chintzy planting base is located 20 kilometers south of the factory. It used to be an abandoned farmland. Now the entire land is contracted by Chintzy Company to plant green grass and traceless flowers. When Xiao Yao arrived at the planting base, the first thing he saw was the endless white greenhouses. Chairman! At this time, the company's CEO Jiang Yunqi, Vice President Li Shuhong and Director of the Planting Department Huang Sheng were already waiting at the gate of the base. Everyone is here. Xiao Yao nodded, looked at Huang Sheng and smiled. Director Huang, please take me on a tour. Director of the Planting Department Huang Sheng is a man with a very interesting personal experience. He is a summoner, and his level is not high, only the black iron level. His war beast is a greenwood butterfly with no combat power. But the black iron level greenwood butterfly has two rare skills. One is rapid pollination, and the other is accelerated growth. In view of the ability of the war beast and Huang Sheng's own personality, when he graduated from high school, he chose to enter the Department of Biology of Kyoto University and became a scientific research talent with the identity of a summoner. Due to his own intelligence, with the assistance of Qing Moody, Huang Sheng made great achievements in plant research and eventually graduated from Kyoto University as a doctor of biology. Considering Huang Sheng's talent in this area, Principal Ouyang decided to send him to Xiao Yao to be responsible for establishing the entire planting base. As it turned out, Mr. Huang did live up to everyone's expectations and successfully completed the task. Chairman, please come this way. Mr. Huang extended his hand and led everyone to visit the first greenhouse. After entering the greenhouse, what came into view was the thriving green grass. Currently, greenhouses 1 to 20 are used to grow green grass, and greenhouses 21 to 40 are used to grow traceless flowers. According to the plant nutrient solution we currently prepare and the catalytic blessing of several wood-type war beasts, the growth cycle of green grass is roughly about 10 days, and the growth cycle of traceless flowers is about 15 days. Not bad. Xiao Yao nodded with satisfaction. Huang Sheng continued to introduce, due to time constraints, the planting base has not been fully expanded at present. After the entire production line and sales network are built, it is expected that the scale of the planting base can be expanded by more than 10 times. Well, not bad after visiting the number 1 greenhouse. Xiao Yao said with approval. Minister Huang, I have seen your efforts. You have worked hard recently. Huang Sheng smiled on his honest face. Everyone is working hard, and I, as a minister, naturally cannot hold everyone back. Xiao Yao smiled slightly, patted his shoulder and said, Let's go. Let's go and see the traceless flower. Yes. Chapter 450 Chintzy Mission. After several days of inspection, discussion, and modification, Chintzy Company has basically established various processes from planting to blending, and then to large-scale production. 200,000 sets of finished products have been produced. The next step is to start formal sales. Conference room. Chintzy Company executives gathered together. Xiao Yao sat in the main seat, Jiang Yunqi, Qin Jiaying sat on his left and right sides, Vice President Li Shuhong sat below Jiang Yunqi, and the remaining executives sat according to the table cards. Seeing that all the executives were present, Xiao Yao said solemnly, the meeting officially begins. Today we will determine the next sales strategy in the meeting. Shuhong, You can talk about it first. Li Shuhong, Vice President of Chinsi Group, is mainly responsible for sales-related work. Yes, Chairman. Li Shuhong turned on the projection screen and showed the report he made. First, let me introduce the inventory and production of Chinsi Company. At present, we produce a total of 200,000 sets of 3 types of products, which is 600,000 bottles, and the daily output is about 10,000 sets. Xiao Yao said, this output is definitely not enough. Are there any plans to expand production next? Li Shuhong said, Chairman, our plan is to see the market reaction first, and then formulate a plan to expand production based on sales. Try to achieve it in one step. Xiao Yao nodded. Yes, okay, go on. Okay. Li Shuhong continued. Next is the pricing of the 3 products. First is the forest hair growth water. Considering its characteristics of long-term use, we have priced this product the lowest among the 3 products, 11.99 yuan per bottle, a bottle of 100 milliliters. The second product, the traceless essence, is 100 milliliters, and our team has priced it at 4,999 yuan, which is the most expensive of the 3 products. The third product, the Morning Glow Body Lotion, is 300 milligrams, and the initial price is 3,999 yuan. Chairman, colleagues, do you think this price is appropriate? At this time, all the executives began to discuss. What do you think of this price? Xiao Yao turned around and asked Chen Jiaying in a low voice. After all, the target audience of these products are mostly women, and women have the most say. Chen Jiaying nodded and said, I think it is quite reasonable, and even a little low. After all, our products are much more effective than those high-end skin care products. Well, Xiao Yao thought for a while and said, it's not too low. Selling too expensive will affect sales. After a while, seeing that everyone had no objection, Li Shuhong continued. In addition, we have formulated an additional policy. If the 3 products are purchased as a set, there will be a preferential price of 8,999 yuan, which means a total discount of 1,198 yuan. Okay. Xiao Yao nodded. Go ahead. Okay. Seeing that everyone had no objection to the pricing, Li Shuhong turned to the next page. The next is our sales policy. Due to the current production capacity, we plan to sell the first batch of goods in Yanqing, and use Yanqing as a base to spread to surrounding provinces. In recent times, through employee introductions and various information channels, many people in Yanqing have learned about our Chinsi company's products, so according to my estimate, the first batch of products totaling 200,000 sets can be sold out in about a month. That's pretty good? Xiao Yao nodded. The value of 200,000 sets of products is about 2 billion yuan. Sales of 2 billion yuan a month can fully meet my expectations. Li Shuhong said confidently, Chairman, our team believes that the final sales situation will be even better than this. Xiao Yao laughed. If it is really better, the bonuses of everyone present will be doubled. Chairman is generous. Chairman, we are confident that we can accomplish it. Long live the chairman. Many executives cheered excitedly. Xiao Yao smiled and pressed his hand, saying, okay. Look how happy you are. Let's finish it first. Shuhong, continue. Okay. Li Shuhong switched to the next page and continued. The next step is the layout of the sales network. We have already laid out 2 offline outlets. The first outlet is located on the first floor of Jianhua Shopping Mall in the city center, with an area of 650 square meters. It is our flagship store. The second location is a street shop near the company. The location is not as good as the city center, but the area is larger, about 1,000 square meters in total. This location is relatively open, more suitable for parking. If the subsequent products become popular, this location can be used as our main sales outlet. Seeing the 2 beautifully decorated stores on the big screen, all executives nodded in approval. Well, you are still very thoughtful. Xiao Yao nodded, but I think. Continue to look for suitable offline outlets in the next few days. 2 stores are not enough. Xiao Yao has absolute confidence in his own products. Before the national sales network is rolled out, Yanqing is the only sales point, targeting consumers in the entire Dragon Country. So 2 stores are definitely not enough. Understood. I will send someone to find a suitable store in the next few days. Li Shuhong continued, finally. It is our publicity strategy. After team discussion, we all agreed that since the 3 products are effective quickly and have the conditions for word-of-mouth marketing, There is no need to spend too much money on publicity. At present, we only carry out appropriate publicity near 2 offline outlets. If the sales are not as ideal as expected, we will consider further publicity investment. Xiao Yao thought for a moment, nodded and said, okay, let's try this first. For cosmetics, skincare products and other types of products, publicity is generally very important. But if the product is strong, it can sell well without too much publicity. Just like Apple in the previous life. Their advertisements are rarely seen in China. But every time a new product comes out, it will cause extremely high popularity and be deeply loved by die-hard fans. The company's chintzy 3-piece set naturally also has the corresponding conditions. Seeing that the chairman had no objection, Li Shuhong said, then my report is over. Xiao Yao looked at Jiang Yunqi. Brother Jiang, do you have any other additions? Jiang Yunqi said slowly, I have no opinion on sales. I believe Shuhong can complete the task according to the company's expectations. I will only say one thing here. The chintzy laboratory has been put into construction. In addition to the current chintzy 3-piece set, my team will strive to develop other types of products. And after the company is on the right track, it will move towards drug development. Looking at the hope in Jiang Yunqi's eyes, Xiao Yao could sense that his main focus was still on drug development, hoping to develop more drugs to treat major diseases. This was also his dream. For such a fighter with lofty ideals, Xiao Yao would naturally not stop him, but would fully support his research. No problem. The laboratory will be handed over to Brother Jiang, and the company will fully support your experiments in the future. Xiao Yao smiled. Thank you, Chairman. Jiang Yunqi's eyes were filled with gratitude. He knew very well that drug development required a huge amount of money. Without the support of the company, his research would not be able to proceed anyway. He was very grateful to Xiao Yao, not only because Xiao Yao saved him, but also because Xiao Yao supported his dream from beginning to end. If it were other bosses, they would definitely focus all their attention on selling chintzy products. Almost no one was willing to invest a huge amount of money in drug development that was illusory and even likely to fail. But Xiao Yao was different. He could feel that Xiao Yao sincerely hoped that his research would be successful. With such a supportive boss, Jiang Yunqi secretly vowed that he would complete his goal and never disappoint Xiao Yao's expectations. At this time, Xiao Yao faced all the company executives and said seriously, everyone, I hope everyone can understand the meaning of why I named the company Chintzy. It is not because one of our 3 products is named Chintzy, but I hope that our company will be like the morning light in the future, illuminating the lives of those unfortunate people who are in darkness due to appearance defects, diseases, disabilities, etc. In addition to Senior Brother Jiang, I hope everyone can work towards this direction. Yes, Chairman. For a moment, everyone was excited, and a sense of mission arose spontaneously. Okay, let's get to work next. I wish us a successful start. Chapter 451 Official Sales. After several days of intensive preparation, Chintzy Group finally started sales. On the first floor of Jianhua Shopping Mall, Li Shuhong looked at the nervous employees and said, Don't be too nervous. Just follow the instructions in our daily training. Today is the first day of Chintzy Group's official sales. At this most important moment, as the vice president in charge of marketing, he decided to personally take charge of the site to deal with possible emergencies and observe whether there are any links that can be improved during the sales process. Clap, clap, clap. Li Shuhong clapped his hands, encouraged, Okay. Everyone, the mall is ready to open. Everyone please take your place. At 9:30 in the morning, Jianhua Mall began to open to the public. As soon as the mall door opened, 2 women walked quickly to the store. Welcome, excuse me. Before the shopping guide finished speaking, one of the women directly said, Give me 10 of each of your 3 chintzy products. The shopping guide was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect the customer to be so direct, but for professional reasons, she still explained, This customer, if you buy 3 products as a set, our price is 8,999 yuan per set, so the total price of 10 sets is 89,999 yuan, you see. The woman said directly, Okay, just pay. Okay. Okay. The shopping guide was overjoyed. The first transaction was completed so easily. In less than a minute, she earned a commission quickly. Currently, Chintzy Company gives shopping guides a commission reward of 0.02%, which means that this customer brought her a commission of 180 yuan. What a good start. At this time, another shopping guide walked to the second lady. Before she opened her mouth, the lady raised her hand and said, I want 10 sets too. Okay. Seeing the first 2 orders completed so quickly, the nervousness of all the shopping guides dissipated, and at the same time, a lot of confidence rose in their hearts. I can do it. 2. Taking the 10 exquisite bags in her hands, Shireen walked out of the store, smiling. Fortunately, Captain Xiao reminded me in the group yesterday. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that Chintzy Company opened today. Li Jing picked up the handbag, smiling. I didn't expect that we were the first to come, and finally bought all these products. When Jiang Yunqi first formulated 3 products, Li Jing was the first experimenter of forest hair growth water. Since using the hair growth water, her half-bald forehead has grown hair again, and she looks much younger. In addition, she also used 2 other products through Xiaoyao relationship. After that, she became the most loyal fan of the Chintzy series of products. The traceless essence not only eliminated some small scars left by her when she was doing tasks, but also completely disappeared the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and the necklines on her neck. The Chintzy body lotion gave her skin a new lease of life, as if she had returned to her youthful skin condition, which made her very excited. So when they knew that Chintzy Company had officially started selling products, the 2 of them asked Xiaoli for leave and rushed to buy the products as soon as possible. Let's go. We have to go back quickly. Others are waiting to buy, Yishirin said. If it weren't for the fact that the law enforcement team was short-term without anyone and could not respond to emergencies, the entire law enforcement team might have come to buy. As the first batch of users of Chintzy products, each law enforcement team member has already experienced the effects of the 3 products, and their families have also been deeply conquered by these 3 products. So now many team members are queuing up to come. Alas, I wish I had a shattering sky ring at this time, or I could bring everyone back at once. Yishirin lifted the bag that filled her hands, and said with some regret, Shattering sky ring, it seems to cost several million. Why don't you save some money, and let Xiaoyao help you get one? Li Jing smiled. Yishirin curled her lips, stared at the bag in her hand, sighed. Forget it, I can already foresee that. My wallet will be emptied by them in the future. Li Jing sighed. Yes, I really can't live without them. Give me 12 bottles of forest hair tonic. A bald man said. He is a relative of an employee of Chintzy Company. Ever since he saw his relative's hair grow again after using forest hair tonic, he has been eager for this product. So when his relative informed him that the Chintzy products would be officially launched today, he ran over immediately and prepared to buy the whole year's supply. Okay, sir. The total is 14,388 yuan. Hearing the price, the man's face showed a trace of pain. This was already equivalent to his 3-month salary. But in order to get rid of his baldness, he still gritted his teeth and paid the money. I want a bottle of traceless essence and 2 bottles of Chintzy body lotion. A lady with a queen-like demeanor said. She is an employee of Xiaoyao Mother's accounting firm. Ever since the boss let some people in the firm try the Morning Light series of products, everyone has been conquered by its magical effects. Especially the traceless essence and the Morning Light body lotion, which is good news for any woman, and no one can resist its temptation. Okay. Ma'am, the total is 12,997 yuan. Pay directly. The queen showed the mobile payment code. Li Shuhong stood aside, watching the first few waves of customers buy products directly, without any nonsense. In addition to being satisfied, he also said to the assistant beside him, notify others, and asked the shopping guide to ask the customers about the channels through which they learned about Chintzy products. Okay. The assistant quickly notified others. In the following period of time, although Chintzy's store was not overcrowded, it was never empty. There were people asking about prices every moment, and most people would buy it readily. In less than an hour, the sales of the flagship store have exceeded 1 million. Seeing this result, Li Shuhong was very satisfied. After all, Chintzy Company's publicity efforts are not very strong. Such a result is enough to prove the excellence of Chintzy products. After the first batch of people buy it, as long as they use it on the same day, they will see the results the next day. There must be many customers who will spontaneously promote Chintzy, forming word-of-mouth marketing. In this way, as time goes by, the sales volume of Chintzy products will grow exponentially. A few hours later, the Chintzy store became more and more lively. When the young people who came to the mall saw that there were more and more people in the Chintzy store, many of them came to join in the fun and asked for product information. After the shopping guide introduced it, those who had not known about Chintzy products before expressed distrust. But when the shopping guide introduced that the chairman of their company was Xiaoyao, A large number of young people directly bought related products according to their own circumstances. As the first talent of Dragon Country who came out of Yincheng, it can be said that Xiao Yao is the idol in the hearts of all the young people in Yincheng. Products of idol companies, you have to support them no matter how much money you spend. When seeing this kind of situation, Li Shuhong showed a helpless expression. I didn't expect that the fan economy would gradually emerge before the word-of-mouth marketing started. So it's really good to have a famous boss. Chapter 452, Remarkable Achievements. After the first day of sales, at night, all the group executives, including Xiao Yao, gathered together to summarize today's sales. After everyone arrived, Li Shuhong stood up and said with a smile, "Everyone, then let me first introduce today's sales situation. Today, the two offline outlets sold a total of 2,235 bottles of Forest Hair Toner, 320 bottles of Traceless Essence, for 43 bottles of Morning Light Body Lotion, and 245 sets of suits, with a total sales of 8.25 million. The executives all applauded, very satisfied with the result. Xiao Yao smiled and said, "Not bad, it seems that the sales are better than I expected." Their sales performance exceeded 8 million on the first day, and this was without investing a lot of money in publicity. He believed that, after a few days of fermentation, this performance could be increased by at least 3 or 4 times. Li Shuhong continued, "After our customer analysis, most of today's customers are family members or friends of our employees, and a small number of them come for the chairman's reputation." Xiao Yao was surprised and asked, "Are they coming for me?" Li Shuhong smiled and said, "Yes. When they heard that our Chincy company is your property, they placed an order without saying anything. I think our company will not need to hire a spokesperson in the future. You are the best spokesperson." "Yes. Yes. Who else can be more famous and credible than you?" "The chairman?" "That's right. Chairman. What Mr. Li said makes sense. You are the best spokesperson for our Chincy company." "I agree with Mr. Li's idea." The executives present all supported it. Xiao Yao smiled and waved his hand. "We talk about the endorsement later. All departments should be prepared. I believe that there will be a big explosion in sales in the next few days. All departments should cooperate well, especially to coordinate the balance between inventory and sales." "Yes." Just as Chincy Group was discussing the next work arrangements, the news about Chincy series products on the internet was slowly fermenting. Wang Di is a small anchor in Yincheng. Usually, he mainly does some Yincheng food broadcasts. He is not very famous. He belongs to the level of low-level anchors. The money he earns every month is just enough to support his life. But for someone like Wang Di who has not even graduated from high school, being able to guarantee his own life and not asking his parents for money is enough. In normal times, Wang Di eats and drinks every day, and can earn some tips by the way, and his life is considered to be enjoyable. The only thing that bothers him is his baldness. Since high school, he has been losing hair rapidly for no reason, and in the 3rd year of high school, he has become bald directly. It is for this reason that he has attracted the ridicule of many people around him, which makes him hate going to school, so he dropped out of school early and entered the society to work hard. Although he now regrets his decision to drop out of school, he believes that baldness is the root of all problems. Although he has gained some attention due to his baldness, in his heart, he would rather spend all costs to cure his baldness. Just today, when he went to the mall to buy clothes, he accidentally saw a brand new store. There were many people there, which attracted his attention. After asking, he found out that the owner of this store was the most famous person in Yincheng, Xiao Yao, the first genius of Longhua. What surprised him was that the salesperson in this store actually claimed that their company's forest hair growth water could help him grow hair again within a day. To be honest, if the salesperson in other stores dared to say that, he would definitely turn around and leave without saying a word. Are you kidding? If there really was a product that could grow hair within a day, it would have already become a sensation across the country, and it would have been the first to be sold in Yincheng. But because of Xiao Yao, Wang Di finally bought a bottle of forest hair growth water. He had this plan in mind. He would use Xiao Yao as a gimmick tonight and use this bottle of hair growth water in the live broadcast. No matter if it worked or not, he would get some popularity. If the product was not as effective as the shopping guide said, then he would be the victim, and he could get some more popularity later. His only worry was that Xiao Yao company would cause trouble for him later. But in the end, he still had a fluke mentality and started the broadcast according to his idea. Ahem. My friends, I won't do a food show today. I'm going to do an interesting experiment. Wang Di took out a glass bottle and said loudly, everyone knows that I am from Yincheng. The product in my hand is called Forest Hair Growth Water. It is a product of our Yincheng super genius Xiaoyao company. At this time, a few comments were floating on the barrage. Impossible. Xiaoyao has opened a company. That's right. The anchor wants to take advantage of Xiaoyao popularity? It's too crazy. Seeing the barrage, Wang Di said, don't question me first. You can check this company. Chenxi Collective Company, Limited. The chairman is Xiaoyao himself. Afterwards, Wang Di stopped paying attention to the comments and said to himself, my friends, I will test this product in front of you tonight. The salesperson said that hair will grow on the first day of use. And the hair will be 5 centimeters long after 3 days. At this time, there were a few more comments. You believe this? You are deceived. Yes. Can this be related to Xiaoyao? I just checked. There is indeed such a company. And the chairman's name is Xiaoyao. But I don't know if it is him. Wang Di no longer cared about what the comments said, but directly opened the bottle cap and applied the forest hair growth water to his entire head. After using it, Wang Di talked about his feelings. My friends, I feel good after using it. It feels cool and numb. I hope tomorrow will be as magical as the shopping guide said. If my hair grows tomorrow, I will change the name of my live broadcast room from Bald Adidas to Long-Haired Adidas. Okay, my friends, I won't do a food show tonight. I'm worried that I will sweat and wash off the hair growth water. Friends who want to follow our Dragon Country's #1 genius Xiaoyao, you can come to my live broadcast room tomorrow to watch. As a Dragon Country native, a native of Yincheng, I believe Xiaoyao will not lie to us. That's it. Everyone. See you tomorrow. After turning off the live broadcast, Wang Di sat in front of the computer desk and opened the game. He didn't plan to sleep tonight, just sit there all night, so as not to get the hair growth liquid on the pillow. Hopefully, hair will really grow tomorrow. That night, many people in Yincheng posted news about Chenxi products online, including many smart people like Wang Di, who mentioned Xiaoyao in their articles. After a few hours of fermentation, Xiaoyao, Chenxi Company and other terms were directly topped the hot search list, and many netizens discussed and doubted the authenticity of the matter. After all, one is the first genius of Longhua, and the other seems to be a cosmetics company that sells fakes. They can't be connected at all. But no one could have imagined that. Just the next day, Chenxi Company became completely popular. Chapter 453, You Are My God. The next day, Wang Di woke up from the gaming chair, drank a sip of the warhorse drink with sleepy eyes, and then, as usual, touched his bald head habitually. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened. No! The frosting feeling from his palm made him think he was still in a dream. He pinched his face, made sure he was awake, and then touched his head hard again. This time, it was still the unfamiliar frosting feeling, and it felt a little itchy. Wang Di stood up suddenly, ran to the bathroom quickly, and stood in front of the mirror. He lowered his head slightly, looking at his once shiny head, which had now turned blue. He opened his mouth wide, and was speechless for a while. It turns out they really didn't lie to me. Wang Di swallowed his saliva, rubbed the stubble on his forehead vigorously, and his smile gradually became perverted. I have hair too. Wang Di raised his head and shouted loudly, his face flushed with excitement. Fuck! 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 He jumped up and down excitedly, yelling wildly, venting his long-buried emotions. It's been 10 years. 10 years since I became bald. Do you know how I've been doing these 10 years? No. No. I have to post it online. Wang Di ran back to the bedroom excitedly, took a high-definition photo of his head, and found his old photos, put the two pictures together, and posted them directly online. The copywriting is simple and crude, fully showing his mood at the moment. Changes in one night. I just want to say Xiaoyao, you are my god. At Xiaoyao. Not long after Wang Di posted the dynamic, it was noticed by many people who asked in Wang Di's comment area, is it really a change in one night? It must be photoshopped. I think it is photoshopped. How can hair grow in one night? This is a food broadcaster. He must be riding on Xiaoyao popularity. At this time, Wang Di also saw the doubts in his comment area. Now he has become Xiaoyao's loyal follower, and started to confront him directly. He edited a part of the video of last night's live broadcast, and recorded a video of himself now. After integrating them, he posted them online with the title, See if it is photoshopped. Needless to say, this video immediately caused quite a stir. Pictures can be quickly photoshopped, but it is difficult to process the entire video in a short period of time. Many people forwarded Wang Di's updates and asked, is there really such a magical hair growth water? Soon, Wang Di's 2 updates attracted a lot of attention, and they became a hot search in a short time. In his comment area, many people in Yanqing who bought Chinzi products posted their changes after using Chinzi products. Some people, like Wang Di, had their hair grow overnight. Some people posted a comparison picture of their belly scars left by cesarean section faded significantly after using the traceless essence. Some people also posted photos of themselves using the Chinzi body lotion once, and their skin became obviously whiter. Scars and skin can be photoshopped, but hair is difficult to photoshop. Therefore, after being topped on the hot search, many netizens who were troubled by hair loss immediately began to ask questions in Wang Di's comment area. Brother, where did you buy your hair growth water? Brother, how much is it? Is it expensive? Can I stop losing hair forever after using it once? After seeing these questions, Wang Di responded enthusiastically one by one, directly transforming into an online customer service representative of Chinzi Company. After seeing Wang Di's dynamics go viral, many young people who use Chinzi products also followed Wang Di's example, posting photos online with the caption, Xiao Yao, you are my god. For a while. Xiao Yao, you are my god. This entry was directly ranked first on the hot search list. Office. No, netizens nowadays are too much. Seeing the hot search list entry about himself, Xiao Yao's face showed a look of tears and laughter. Boss, you are my god. Qin Jiaying stood beside him and said with a smile, go away. Xiao Yao rolled his eyes, pointed at Wang Di's dynamic and said, this guy has helped our company a lot. Tell Mr. Li, give him 5 years of forest hair growth water for free. Okay. Qin Jiaying nodded. At this time, speaking of the devil, Li Shuhong came in excitedly said, Chairman, our product is popular. Xiao Yao shook his phone, smiled. I was talking about you. I also saw the hot search. You're here just in time. This guy named Bald Audi has done a lot of publicity for our company. After that, you find him and give him 5 years of hair growth water for free. No problem. Li Shuhong said readily. What are you doing here? Xiao Yao asked. Li Shuhong explained, Chairman, our marketing department found a problem after seeing the hot search, and would like to ask the chairman for help. What's the problem? There are still many people on the internet who question the relationship between Chinzi Company and you, so we want you to post a Weibo to prove that Chinzi Company is indeed your industry. Is that so? Xiao Yao felt that what Li Shuhong said made sense, so he asked, I have never posted anything online before, how should I post it? Li Shuhong smiled and said, how about you hold the 3 products and post a selfie? Selfie? Xiao Yao's mouth twitched and said, forget it, I will just take a photo of the products directly. It was a bit embarrassing for a grown man to post a selfie. Li Shuhong did not hesitate and said, that's it, Chairman, I will go and get the 3 products now. After saying that, he ran out of the office and quickly placed the 3 products on Xiao Yao's desk. Xiao Yao placed the 3 products side by side, showing the trademarks, and took a clear photo with his mobile phone. After Li Shuhong and Qin Jiaying saw it, he posted the photo on his Weibo homepage and wrote, thank you for your support. Xiao Yao actually posted on Weibo. Not long after Xiao Yao posted on Weibo, his likes, comments, and reposts increased at an astonishing rate. In just 10 minutes, the likes reached 100,000, and the comments also exceeded 10,000. Within an hour, the number of likes, comments, and reposts exceeded 1 million. In addition to the fans' praise for Xiao Yao, many netizens were curious about Xiao Yao and Chinzi Company. I didn't expect Xiao Yao to really start a company. And the products are really great. I want to support my idol. Where can I buy this Chinzi product? I go buy it now. It seems that it is currently only sold in Yanqing. Yanqing? Xiao Yao hometown. I book a ticket now. Book a ticket. My baldness is finally saved. Let's go to Yanqing. I can't wait. Chapter 454 Breaking 100 Million. After half a day of fermentation online, Chinzi Company's sales finally reached an explosion in the afternoon of the second day. Don't push. Don't push. The shopping guide looked at the surging crowd in front of him and was sweating anxiously. At this time, Chinzi flagship store was already crowded with people, Each of them stretched out their hands and shouted, "Give me 10 bottles of hair growth water. I want 2 bottles of body lotion. Give me 2 sets directly." The manager of the flagship store was surprised and worried when he saw this scene. If there were too many people and a stampede or dispute occurred, he would be held responsible. In order to avoid accidents, the manager quickly contacted the mall security to try to maintain order on the scene. But how could a dozen security guards manage so many people? In the end, the manager had no choice but to call Li Shuhong in person. At this time, Li Shuhong happened to be in Xiao Yao's office. After learning this, Xiao Yao immediately contacted the members of the law enforcement team and asked them to personally take charge of the situation on the scene. After receiving Xiao Yao's call, the law enforcement team quickly dispatched and arrived at the mall within 10 minutes. After showing the war beast an identity, the situation was finally under control. Customers lined up honestly. But due to the large number of people, the line was directly out of the mall and lined up next to the road. Seeing this scene, many people who originally did not plan to buy Chintzy products also ran over to join in the fun and join the queue. In this way, the queue for buying Chintzy products almost surrounded the entire mall. "Oh my god! The line is too long." Yi Shirin smacked her lips while controlling the order on the scene. Li Jing was relieved, fortunately. "I was smart yesterday and bought what I wanted early." Yi Shirin looked at more and more people joining the line and couldn't help but sigh, with so many people queuing. "How much money can I make in an afternoon?" Li Jing thought for a while and said, "It must be tens of millions." After all, Chintzy products are not cheap. Tens of millions. Yi Shirin said with envy, "You could earn tens of millions in one day." "No. I decided to hold on to Xiao Yao thighs in the future." So many people. When Xiao Yao came to the scene with Qin Jiaying after changing his appearance, he was immediately shocked by the huge crowd in front of him. Qin Jiaying said with a smile, "Boss, our company is going to make a fortune this time. Don't forget my bonus. Yours is indispensable." Xiao Yao was in a good mood and said excitedly, "Let's go. Take a look inside." Walking into the mall, a winding queue stretched out from the Chintzy store and led directly to the outside of the mall. Xiao Yao and Qin Jiaying walked to the opposite side of Chintzy Company and observed the situation inside the store. At this time, it can be clearly seen that the shopping guides almost non-stop took customers to the front desk to check out, and then quickly received the next customer. The entire reception process hardly took more than 2 minutes. Basically, customers would clearly express what they wanted, and then the shopping guides would take the goods from the warehouse and take the customers to check out. Although this process will slightly increase the purchase time, it can ensure the safety of the goods and prevent them from being stolen by others. The shopping guides were busy running from the warehouse to the store, but there was no complaint or fatigue on their faces, only excitement that could not be concealed. The more they sold, the higher their commission would be. According to today's situation, it would be easy for them to earn a commission of over 1,000 yuan. It was expected that they would reach several thousand yuan in the end. The money they earn in one day is equivalent to what others earn in a month. They don't feel tired, but hope that there are more customers. How many people were queuing at the door just now? Xiao Yao turned around and asked. Qin Jiaying thought for a while and said, "About 2,000 people." "Is that so?" Xiao Yao frowned slightly. "It seems that the current inventory is a little insufficient. Now the people queuing are basically local people in Yanqing. When consumers from all over the country come to Yanqing, the sales speed will be even more terrifying." Qin Jiaying smiled and said, "No one expected that our product would become popular the next day. This is really thanks to your fame. Boss, you are my god." Xiao Yao rolled his eyes. "Secretary Qin, your flattery skills have really improved recently. But let's not talk about whether this is godly or not. It's too embarrassing. I really don't know how a certain female star said that in public in her previous life. Just watching the video, I get goosebumps. Let's go back to the company. Looking forward to the performance report tonight." "Okay, boss." At 11 o'clock in the evening, the meeting room of Chintzy Company was brightly lit. All executives gathered together, waiting for Li Shuhong to summarize the sales results. "It seems that with today's momentum, 30 or 40 million should be no problem," an executive said with a smile. "Definitely no problem. I came back from the mall at 10 o'clock in the evening, the door was almost closed, and there were still many people in front of our store. I saw it too. Many people even came from other places. Our Chintzy Company's reputation became known on the first day. It's unimaginable. This is all thanks to our chairman." That's right. One Weibo post from the chairman is worth more than 1 billion yuan in publicity. The executives did not hesitate to praise Xiao Yao, which made him a little overwhelmed. Okay. Okay. Xiao Yao pressed his hand and said with a smile, "Everyone, be quiet. Mr. Li is here. Let's listen to today's performance first." Tada! At this time, there were indeed hurried footsteps outside the door, which shocked all the executives. "Here they come!" Li Shuhong walked into the meeting room quickly, his face flushed, and said excitedly, "Everyone, guess how much our performance has reached today? 50 million. 55 million. I think it's 6,000. The executives guessed one after another. Li Shuhong shook his head and said with a smile, "It seems that everyone still underestimates our strength. I tell you directly. Today, the sales of the two stores added together. A total of 82.25 million. What?" Hearing this number, many people on the scene widened their eyes in shock. More than 80 million. This is already 10 times yesterday. This rate of increase is too exaggerated. There is also another good news. Li Shuhong said excitedly, "Just now the city informed me that the hotel occupancy rate in Yincheng has increased sharply tonight. Which means that more and more consumers have come from all over the country. So I can guarantee it." Li Shuhong's tone was full of strong confidence. "Tomorrow's sales will definitely exceed 100 million. Break 100 million? Everyone on the scene was in a trance. In just 3 days, our Chintzy company's daily sales will exceed 100 million? This is too fierce. Chapter 455 Inspection Team. It will exceed 100 million on the third day? President Ouyang looked at the information in his hand. His face was full of surprise. Although money is just a number to him, but for the entire Beijing University, money is still very important. Whether it is the laboratories of the ordinary campus, the scientific research funds, or the maintenance and update of the major venues of the Summoner campus, it requires a huge amount of financial support. And a company like Chintzy Company, which has a super money-making ability, is also a unique level among all the industries of Beijing University. Xiao Yao is really a lucky star for Jingda. Principal Ouyang smiled faintly. Winning the National League Championship has made Jingda's reputation surpass Shuimu, becoming the undisputed #1 university in Longhua. The establishment of Chintzy Company has provided Jingda with a stable and strong source of income. If this is not a lucky star, what is it? Ahem. Principal, will you cough twice? And tried to ask, "Do you think I can go directly to Yincheng now?" Principal Ouyang glanced at him. "Are you in such a hurry?" Wu Yu said embarrassedly, "There is no way. People around me are pushing me so hard. Didn't Xiao Yao send 20 sets of Chintzy products to each teacher? That's not enough." Wu Yu complained more. "Principal, I have too many relatives and friends around me. How can 20 sets be enough?" Principal Ouyang saw his anxious look, smiled, and waved his hand and said, "Okay, then you go, but remember, you are only responsible for protecting the safety of Chintzy Company. As for management, don't interfere." "I understand." Wu Yu patted his chest and said, "Principal, even if you ask me to intervene, I am too lazy to do that job. I am a rough guy who only knows how to do it. I don't know anything else." "Well, tell your family and go." "Okay." On the third day, the situation was just as everyone expected. Before the mall door opened, the door was full of people, waiting to rush in and buy Chintzy products. This made the mall manager very happy, because a large part of these people in line would go shopping on other floors after buying Chintzy products, which would especially boost the catering industry in the mall. At this time, a team of uniformed policemen came over and directed everyone to line up in an orderly manner. When Chintzy Company became popular on the internet, in addition to Chintzy Company's own employees, the happiest people were undoubtedly the leaders of Yincheng. Because in addition to Xiao Yao, Yincheng will have a new city card. That is, Chintzy Company. Moreover, the profitability of Chintzy Company is seen by everyone. Although the detailed sales volume is unknown, these leaders know very well that it must be an exaggerated number. At the same time, the popularity of Chintzy products will also boost Yincheng tourism industry. In just half a day, the occupancy rate of major hotels in Yincheng has increased by more than 20%. And the catering industry has also grown significantly. This has excited the city leaders. They have already predicted that Yincheng GDP and tax revenue this year will make all the cities in the conference take notice. Chintzy Company is our Yincheng treasure. We must cooperate with their work at all costs, and at the same time pay attention to maintaining the city's image. After the leader of Yincheng spoke, The relevant departments directly sent security personnel to maintain order on the scene. And the support was unprecedented. The mall door slowly opened. And under the gaze of the crowd, the first batch of customers stepped into the chintzy store with steady steps. "Hello. Give me 5 sets of series products," the first customer said. This customer. "I'm sorry." The shopping guide apologized. "The company has issued a new regulation today. Each person can only buy no more than 3 sets of products at a time. And no more than 10 bottles of forest hair water can be purchased." Why? It wasn't like this yesterday? The customer had a hint of displeasure on his face, but because the police were by his side, he didn't dare to express it. "Sorry." The shopping guide apologized. "Our company didn't expect sales to be so hot, and the inventory was not prepared sufficiently, so we can only make this new rule. So that's how it is." After the shopping guide explained, the customer could understand their difficulties, and the emotion on her face slowly faded. "Then 3 sets, and give me 5 more bottles of hair growth water." "Okay." Outside the mall, the line was long again, surrounding the entire mall. The weather in Yenching was very hot at this time, and the people queuing outside the door were sweating profusely, but this heat could not stop their desire for Chintzy Company at all. If on the first day, some people did not believe in Chintzy Company's products, then after 2 days, almost no one would question Chintzy's strength. After all, one person can fake it. And so can 8 or 10 people. But it is impossible for hundreds or thousands of people to fake it at the same time. Most people who have used Chintzy products will post their changes online, which makes Chintzy more and more popular. And the enthusiasm for Chintzy products gradually spreads to the whole country. "Office, how is the preparation of the inspection team going?" Xiao Yao said while holding the information. "Currently, 2 silver-level summoners and 5 bronze-level summoners have been recruited," Qin Jiaying said. Xiao Yao put down the information and said, "We are still short of manpower. Let's continue recruiting. And try to gather a team of 20 people first. But I want to remind you that you are the leader of the inspection team. And you will be responsible for the discipline of the entire team. I don't want any idiots to appear in the inspection team." "Don't worry, boss." Qin Jiaying smiled slightly. But there was a hint of cruelty in her beautiful eyes. "If anyone dares to have evil thoughts, I will kill them personally." Xiao Yao reminded. "You must control the intensity during the inspection process. And don't make the company panic. Do you understand what I mean?" "Yes," Chen Jiaying said. "I will first formulate a set of procedures for you to review. And try to ensure that there is evidence before arresting people." "Yes." Xiao Yao nodded. The inspection team is a new department he set up, headed by Chen Jiaying, responsible for corruption and embezzlement within the company. He knows very well that any company, no matter how big or small, as long as it is in the process of development, there will be some people who can't resist greed and do things that harm the interests of the company. Therefore, one of the tasks of the inspection team is to find these bad apples and sound the alarm for all employees. In addition, the inspection team has another very important task, which is to protect the safety of goods, from the goods entering the warehouse, leaving the warehouse and entering the store. There is a lot of transportation involved. Considering the high value of Chintzy Company's goods, it is very likely to attract some bad guys, especially summoner criminals. Therefore, the inspection team must take on the task of protection and escort the goods to the store safely. Of course, the most important point is that the inspection team is a knife in his hand that can be put on the surface. It cooperates with Lao Du Intelligence Organization, which greatly strengthens his power. By the way, bring the 7 people you recruited to me first. I want to see if they are trustworthy. Xiao Yao is going to let Mo Ting explore the memories of these people to ensure that there is no sand in them. Yes. Also, Professor Wu Yu from Beijing University will be in Yenching soon. Please clean up the room arranged for Professor Wu. Okay. Xiao Yao. I'm here. Speaking of Chow Chow, Chow Chow is here. At this time, Wu Yu's thunderous voice happened to come from outside the door. Chapter 456 Violent Bear. Bang. Wu Yu pushed the door open and said with a smile, Xiao Yao. I'm here to report to you. Xiao Yao stood up and said with a smile, Teacher Wu, I've finally waited for you to come. Haha, I've wanted to come for a long time, but the principal didn't let me go, because he was afraid that I would delay your progress. Wu Yu laughed, looked around and praised, this office is really well organized. Secretary Chen, go make a cup of tea. Xiao Yao waved his hand and said, Yes. Qin Jiaying knew that the middle-aged man in front of him was a teacher from Beijing University. A diamond-level expert, so he was very respectful and bowed slightly and stepped aside to make tea for the two. Wu Yu glanced at Qin Jiaying, and his eyes changed slightly. Xiao Yao saw the strange color in Wu Yu's eyes and explained, "This is my secretary Qin Jiaying, who is responsible for summarizing the work of various sections of the company. In addition, if Teacher Wu has any life needs in the future, you could also ask her to arrange it." "Yes." Wu Yu nodded and said, "Then I trouble Secretary Qin to take care of my accommodation in Yinchen." Qin Jiaying placed the brewed tea in front of the two of them and said respectfully, "Teacher Wu, I arrange it for you now." After that, she quietly left the office. After Qin Jiaying left, Wu Yu coughed twice and said, "Xiao Yao, as a person who has experienced it, I still want to remind you that I can understand that young people are hot-tempered. But we must distinguish between the primary and the secondary. If Xiao Xiao is sad, we uncles will not agree." Hearing this, Xiao Yao showed a helpless expression. "Teacher Wu, you misunderstood. She is really just my secretary. We have no other relationship." "Really?" Wu Yu showed a look of disbelief on his face. But after all, as an outsider, it is not easy for him to intervene too much in such matters. So he said, "Anyway, you handle it yourself. I won't say anything else." "Teacher Wu, you really misunderstood." Xiao Yao shook his head helplessly, considering that the station worshippers and the inspection team had to shoulder the security mission. He simply told the truth. "Teacher Wu, Secretary Qin is not only my secretary at work, but also a gold-level summoner. Like you, responsible for the company's security issues." "Gold-level summoner?" Wu Yu was a little surprised. He could tell that Qin Jiaying was a summoner. After all, summoners' every move was obviously different from ordinary people. But he didn't expect that the young girl, who looked young just now, was actually a gold-level summoner. "Well, Secretary Qin is a gold-level 3 summoner. Since we are talking about this, I will tell you about the duties of the resident worshipper." Xiao Yao said, "Teacher Wu, currently, the most important assets of our Qinxi company are concentrated in the production park in the south. There are our planting bases, production lines and warehouses. It can be said that the park is the lifeblood of Qinxi. And your job is to protect the safety of the campus and prevent it from being destroyed by certain competitive forces. Of course, there are also special offices and rest areas for teachers. Normally, teachers are asked to stay there as much as possible. Just stay there for a month and wait for the next teacher to take over." "Okay, I understand." Wu Yu patted his chest. "This is easy. Leave it to me. Although it may be a bit boring to stay in a small area for a month, it is not a long time after all. In addition, the bonuses and benefits provided by Qinxi Company are quite generous, so it is completely acceptable to him. Then the lifeblood of Qinxi Company will be in the hands of Mr. Wu. Don't worry, there will be no problem with me here," Wu Yu said confidently. "You know, he is a diamond-level summoner. There is no opponent in the whole Yincheng who can withstand his attack. Protecting a small production park is as stable as Mount Tai. By the way, what part of the security is Secretary Qin responsible for?" Wu Yu asked. "Secretary Qin is mainly responsible for the distance between the goods leaving the warehouse and entering the store," Xiao Yao explained. "Ah, I understand," Wu Yu suddenly realized. In addition, she is also responsible for the supervision of the entire company, solving the problem of corruption, and severely punishing the company's borers. So Secretary Qin duties are so important. Wu Yu nodded slightly, and then asked curiously, "Isn't this kind of work generally given to the most trusted person? Then what is the relationship between the Secretary Qin and you?" Xiao Yao said, "Secretary Qin and senior brother Jiang, they were both saved by me once. After a period of observation and training, I still trust them quite a lot." "I see." Wu Yu had known about the relationship between Xiao Yao and Jiang Yunqi before, but he did not expect that Secretary Qin had also been saved by Xiao Yao. Indeed, two people who have saved each other's lives can easily become close friends. "Then Xiao Yao, there is one more thing I need to trouble you with," Wu Yu said a little embarrassedly. "I want to advance the 100 sets of finished products for the resident offerings, because my family is really in a hurry." "No problem." Xiao Yao readily agreed. "Teacher Wu, please leave me your address, and I will ask the warehouse to send it to you directly." "Thank you." Wu Yu sent his home address to Xiao Yao. After sending the address, Wu Yu asked, "I heard from the principal that Qinxi Company's sales will exceed 100 million today. Is this true?" Xiao Yao smiled and said, "It shouldn't be a big problem, according to the current situation. It is certain that it will exceed 100 million. It depends on how much it can achieve tonight. It's really scary. Wu said with emotion. Even if he has never done business, he knows the value of a single-day sales of over 100 million. This is only the third day. If we continue to develop for a while, and the sales network is fully rolled out, it is estimated that it is very likely that the sales will exceed 500 million per day. He is so good at doing business. This guy is really amazing. Teacher Wu. Then I will take you to visit our production park and your office? Well, let's go! The sales of Chintzy Company on the third day were just as expected, successfully exceeding 100 million. In the next 10 days, sales continued to rise. If it were not for the lack of offline sales outlets and purchase restrictions, the daily sales would have exceeded 500 million long ago. As time went by, Chintzy Company received rave reviews, which further aroused the enthusiasm of people across the country. People came to Yinqing to shop in waves, making Yinqing hotels very tight. During this period, Chintzy Company quickly expanded its production capacity and set up more than a dozen sales outlets in Yinqing to relieve the pressure of the first 2 stores. However, due to the scarcity of Chintzy products, it was inevitable that the scalper industry would be born quickly. As long as you buy Chintzy products from the store, you can sell them at double or even triple the price. This situation further aroused the enthusiasm of the people for Chintzy products. Every day before dawn, a large number of people lined up at the door of the store, ready to be the first to rush in and buy. Of course, this kind of fanatical posture will inevitably attract the covetousness of some lawless elements. For example, Guojin Gang, who is known as the violent bear on the street. Chapter 457 Theft. Yinqing, in the BNB. Boss, I have found the warehouse of Chintzy Group. A thin, rat-looking man said. On the sofa, the short and fat Guojin Gang slowly stood up. He had a round face with a sense of humor, small eyes, and always looked smiling. But who would have thought that this man who looked like Mithra Buddha was actually known as Violent Bear in the underworld? Where is it? Guojin Gang asked. It's in the south of the city, connected to their planting base. Well done, Lao Lu. Guojin Gang patted Lao Lu's shoulder with satisfaction. Lao Lu's name is Shiva. Some people also call him Ava. In fact, his name was Shiva when he was a child, but when he was in elementary school, he felt that Shiva was too rustic, so he asked his parents to change his name. But his parents were not well educated, so they changed it to Shiva. Shiva lived in a remote countryside since he was a child. Because of his poor family background, he developed the habit of stealing. Even after he became a summoner, he could not change this bad habit. As his stealing skills became more and more sophisticated, he was eventually spotted by Guojin Gang and became a member of the Baoxiong team. Boss, what should we do next? In the room, the other 4 members looked at Guojin Gang. Guojin Gang pondered and said, First, we must confirm the security strength of the Chintzy warehouse, so as not to hit a wall. That's impossible, the 4th brother said nonchalantly. Boss, with our level of 2 golds and 4 silvers, can we still fail at a small place like Yinqing? You should know that the captains of law enforcement teams in many places are only at the gold level. With their strength, as long as they go to a small city, they can almost walk sideways everywhere. Don't be careless, the 2nd brother Su Jiancheng said in a deep voice. Chintzy Group is Xiaoyao Industry. We must not underestimate this super genius. 2nd brother, I think you are too cautious. The 4th brother waved his hand and said, Xiaoyao is indeed powerful, but he can't always guard the warehouse. As long as he is not there, who do you think can stop us in Yinqing? Besides, we are not robbing openly. As long as we follow the plan as before, we will definitely get it. Yeah, I agree with the 4th brother's point of view. Me too. Su Jiancheng did not speak, but turned to look at Guojin Gang. Boss, what do you think? Guojin Gang thought for a moment and said, Since we have set our sights on Chintzy Group, we must continue this matter. If things go well, we don't have to work for the next few years. Of course, what the 2nd brother said makes sense. We must be more careful in this operation and cannot make any mistakes. Don't worry, boss. The 4th brother patted his chest and said, We have done this kind of thing more than once or twice. There will be no problem. Yes. Guojin Gang nodded and said, Then let's get ready and take action tonight. Okay. When the time comes, we will also use his hair growth water to see if it is really that effective. Me too. At night, the entire Chintzy production park was dark. All the employees in the planting area and the production line had gone off work. The environment was so quiet that even the sound of cicadas could not be heard. In the darkness, several people were sneaking in the distance, hiding in the dim grass. Lao Lu, go explore the way first, Gui Jingang whispered. Yes. Lao Lu nodded, and soon the little mouse under his feet began to move. It was a small mouse with dark hair, smart eyes, and unusually large front paws. It was Lao Lu's silver-level war beast Shadow Rat. Shadow Mouse quietly entered the park. When it was about to approach the warehouse, its body strangely merged into the ground and appeared in the warehouse the next second. Looking at the neatly arranged goods in front of it, Shadow Mouse squatted down and gently scratched the ground, making an inaudible sound. Shadow Mouse has found the location and can move. Outside the park, Lao Lu said calmly. Leave it to me next. Lao Si smiled slightly, and a white light flashed. A half-human high lizard appeared beside him. Silver-level digging lizard. Then, Old Five also summoned his war beast. Silver-level Soundwave beast. After Soundwave beast appeared, it opened its big hand towards the digging lizard, and saw an illusory space covering the digging lizard. As the digging lizard began to dig a hole in the ground, the whole process did not make any sound. This is Soundwave Beast's skill silent barrier. Under the gaze of everyone, the digging lizard dug a hole at a very fast speed, and the solid concrete ground was as fragile as tofu in front of its claws. Soon, the burrowing lizard dug its hole under the park. At the same time, the burrowing lizard could feel the faint vibration in front of it. It was the Shadow Mouse guiding it. How is it? Outside the park, the second brother Su Jiancheng asked nervously. The fourth brother smiled and said, It went very smoothly. We can go in as soon as the hole is dug. Well, that's fine. Gui Jingang was quite calm, looking at the dark hole in front of him. He showed a faint smile. So what if it's a company of super geniuses? I still easily broke it. This time, I teach you a good lesson. Human nature is evil. You should be more careful in the future. Is it so smooth? Su Jiancheng frowned slightly. For some reason, he suddenly felt a faint sense of crisis in his heart. The hole in the ground in front of him, which was as wide as a person, was like a big mouth that was about to swallow the six of them. Second brother, what's wrong with you this time? You are always suspicious? The fourth brother looked at Su Jiancheng with an unhappy expression, and said, You are not scared by Xiao Yao reputation. Shut up, Gui Jingang said in a low voice. Do your job well. Why are you talking so much? The fourth brother smiled awkwardly, yes at the same time. He looked at Su Jiancheng again. Second brother, I didn't mean anything else just now. I just felt that we don't need to be scared by the reputation of a little kid. So what if he is the first genius? He still got his hometown stolen by us brothers. That's right. When he heard about stealing, Old Six immediately became interested. We are professionals in stealing. Su Jiancheng didn't say anything, but said with a serious expression, Let's get to work first. Yes. A few minutes later, Old Four suddenly said, The hole has been dug, make sure there is no one inside. Move. Gui Jingang took the lead, and the others followed closely. The group quickly entered the park along the hole, and climbed out from the other side of the hole, and entered the chintzy warehouse. Damn. There are so many goods. Looking at the piles of goods in front of him, the fourth brother licked his lips, his eyes full of greed. I'm rich. I'm rich. The sixth brother swallowed his saliva, and said excitedly, Keep your voice down, Gui Jingang said in a low voice, looking at the people around him. Third brother, it's your turn. The third brother nodded slightly, and soon a strange-looking war beast, the alien beast, appeared beside him. The alien beast waved its little hand, and a 40 by 40 centimeters void door appeared. The door opened, and the other side of the door led directly to the outside of the park. Let's do it. Several people threw the goods into the void gate one by one. On the other side of the gate, there was a golden-level war beast handle built by the second brother Su Jiancheng, so there was no need to worry about safety. While transferring the goods, the fourth brother whispered proudly, Super genius. Let's see if you can come back tomorrow. I don't think we need to wait until tomorrow. At this time, a light laugh suddenly sounded, which immediately shocked everyone. Snap! The headlights of the warehouse came on, illuminating the terrified faces of the six people. Chapter 458. Defeat the enemy with one move. Xiao Yao. Old Four stuttered, with a look of horror on his face, completely lacking the complacency he had just shown. Across from him, Xiao Yao looked at them with a smile on his face. while Wu Yu and Chen Jiaying stood on his left and right, with a playful look in their eyes. Old four, fuck you. Didn't you say there was no one in the warehouse? Guijin Gang gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. Aye. Old four swallowed and explained. The digging lizard really didn't hear any other noises. His digging lizard has a strong sense of perception. Not only is it very sensitive to sound vibrations, but it is also extremely sensitive to the temperature of living things. The digging lizard did not sense the presence of humans just now. How did they appear? I noticed you in the morning, bringing a little mouse, sneaking around. Wu Yu stared at Lao Lu and said lightly, I didn't expect you to be so bold, daring to steal chintzy things. Damn Lao Lu. It turns out that you are exposed. The fourth brother immediately cursed. What the hell are you doing? Shut up. Guijing's eyes flashed with anger. You have no brains. Is this the time to talk about this? Everyone summon war beasts. Xiao Yao is a gold-level genius. But there are only 3 people on the opposite side, and there are 6 on their side. If they really fight, they may not be at a disadvantage. And he had inquired before, Yinqing has only a few famous gold-level masters, and the man and woman in front of him, except Xiao Yao, are obviously not those gold-level masters. Swish. 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 One after another. The war beasts blocked the 6 people. All of them were silver, and above gold-level war beasts. Among them, the most eye-catching one was undoubtedly Guijing's gold-level war beast Thunder Flame Violent Bear war beast named Thunder Flame Violent Bear war beast level gold level 5 war beast skills great strength, Thunder Palm, Flame Possession, Thunder Flame Storm. The Thunder Flame Violent Bear was huge, and it was 3 meters tall even on all fours. There was a little blue in the pure white hair, and its momentum was like thunder and fire, and it was domineering and fierce. Yellow level 5 summoner, quite capable. Xiao Yao took a glance, and the Mithril-like man in front of him had 2 gold-level war beasts, a gold-level 5 Thunder Flame Explosion Bear, and a gold-level 2 Sharp Saber-Toothed Tiger. And the man next to him, who looked a little gentle, also had a gold-level war beast, a gold-level 2 Golden Feather Eagle. At the same time, there was also a gold-level 1 Light Elf outside the warehouse, which was most likely this man's war beast. As for the other silver-level war beasts, they were not worth his attention at all. Gold-level 5? Chen Jiaying's eyes flashed with a strange color. She didn't expect that the short and fat man in front of her was actually a gold level 5 summoner. If we only rely on the current inspection team, we are really no match for these people. But it's a pity that the boss standing in front of you is a bottomless boss and a diamond level boss. Unfortunate guys, just accept the punishment obediently. All the war beasts are ready. This makes Guijin Gang feel a little more confident. He straightened his back slightly and said in a loud voice, Xiao Yao, I guess you don't want to fight here and destroy the entire warehouse. How about tonight? I leave now. And I promise I won't do it again. His tone was sonorous and powerful, as if he was sure that Xiao Yao would agree. But in fact, he still had some concerns in his heart. The people in front of him were not enough to scare him. He was only worried that Xiao Yao would contact his father Xiaoli. Once Xiaoli came, he would not be able to match the platinum level. He was quite confident. Looking at Guijing's festive face and his eyes that were squeezed into a slit, Xiao Yao suddenly thought of something, with a smile on his face, and teased, open your eyes before talking to me. Hearing this, Guijin Gang was immediately furious, and gnashed his teeth and said, I've opened my eyes as wide as I can. He hated it most when people said that he had small eyes. If someone dared to tease him like this, he would chop them up and feed them to the bears. But facing Xiao Yao, damn it, he could only endure it. Hee. The classic reappeared. Xiao Yao smiled and said, Okay, since you guys are here, don't even think about leaving. Just stay here. Guijing's face darkened, and he said, It looks like you want to fight to the death? Then don't blame us for being merciless. Merciless? Xiao Yao smiled faintly. Teacher Wu, I leave these guys to you. Don't kill them, I still have use for them. Okay, leave them to me. Wu Yu smiled and said, It just so happens that I'm bored recently, so let's have some fun today. Hearing the conversation between Xiao Yao and Wu Yu, Guijin Gang and his group were shocked. This tone seems to be able to easily control these people. Teacher Wu. Su Jiansheng thought secretly, and suddenly a terrible idea appeared in his mind. Could it be? His pupil shrank suddenly. No. He is. Su Jiansheng was very anxious and shouted. But before he could finish, Wu Yu took a step forward, and suddenly, A terrifying spiritual pressure descended. Boom! Everyone felt a black screen in front of their eyes, as if a sledgehammer hit their heads. Plop! Plop! All 6 people and their war beasts fainted and fell to the ground. Oh my god! Chen Jiaying looked at the scene in front of her, and her mouth opened in shock. This was the first time she witnessed the fighting power of a diamond-level warrior so closely. A gold-level 5 summoner couldn't even block one of his moves. This was too scary. Seeing this, Chen Jiaying completely suppressed her arrogance. Before this, the long-term smooth sailing made her feel proud. She always felt that she was superior to others. Even the law enforcement team could only be fooled by her. Now she just fell into the hands of the boss. But the boss was a super genius that Dragon Country rarely saw in 100 years. It was not shameful to be in his hands. But after seeing Wu Yu's strength, she realized that she was the one who was sitting in the well and looking at the world. It's not that the law enforcement team can't catch her. It's just that she is not worthy of the experts. If she met a diamond-level strongman like Teacher Wu Yu, with the assistance of some talented people, she would have been caught long ago. Done! Wu Yu clapped his hands, turned to look at Xiao Yao. What do you want to do next? Xiao Yao pondered and said, I plan to let Mo Tung invade their brains to see if there are other forces behind them. Yeah, that makes sense. Wu Yu nodded. After spending some time together recently, he also roughly understood the situation of Xiao Yao War Beast. The War Beast named Mo Tung seemed to have the ability of hypnosis, which saved a lot of effort. Then I leave it to you next. I go back first. Wu Yu smiled. He knew that Xiao Yao might use some secret methods next. And then, he would not be suitable to stay here. As for Xiao Yao's safety, he was not worried at all. After all, he had guided Xiao Yao several times during this period, and his strength that was enough to rival the platinum level left a deep impression on him. These little thieves in front of him couldn't hurt Xiao Yao at all. After Wu Yu left, Xiao Yao looked at the unconscious people on the ground, his eyes moving. The next second, the boundless black fog rose, covering all of them. Chapter 459 Get 6 more subordinates. After more than 10 minutes, the black fog dissipated, and Mo Tung passed all the information he learned into Xiao Yao's mind. Violent bear. Xiao Yao looked at Gui Jingong's funny face, and couldn't help laughing. How dare you call yourself Violent Bear when you look like this? This is the name you gave yourself. From Mo Tung information, Xiao Yao learned that the group of people in front of him was the gang headed by Gui Jing Gang. This gang has committed many major thefts across the country. With the cooperation between the war beasts, these people have stolen jewelry, vaults, valuable electronic products. Because Gui Jing Gang is cautious, they only choose some small and medium-sized cities to commit crimes. And they have never failed. In addition, their team is strong, and the law enforcement forces in ordinary cities cannot catch them. In addition to Gui Jing Gang, the most powerful one is the second brother Su Jiancheng. Su Jiancheng is calm and steady, and has great strategy. Every action plan is basically from his hand. It can be said that he is the think tank of the whole team. The remaining 4 people were just SOSO in terms of strength. The war beasts all had their own characteristics, and could be very effective at certain times. Not long after, several people woke up one after another. When they opened their eyes and saw Xiao Yao, they quickly stood up and said respectfully, Master. That's right, when Mo Tung explored their memories, he also brainwashed them. Now they have become members of Xiao Yao Men. Xiao Yao nodded calmly. Take the war beasts back first. Yes. Several people quickly took the war beasts back to the beast control space. From now on, you will call me boss. Xiao Yao looked at them and said lightly, From today on, you will be under the command of Chen Jiaying and merged into the Dawn inspection team. Several people glanced at Chen Jiaying, who was indifferent beside Xiao Yao. There seemed to be something wrong in his eyes, but in the end, he lowered his head and said, Yes. Boss. Chen Jiaying, please introduce yourself first. Xiao Yao winked at Chen Jiaying. He could see that the people in front of him seemed to be dissatisfied with Chen Jiaying. But for the sake of his face, he had to admit that he would obey her. But this situation was not what he wanted to see. He needed Chen Jiaying to have absolute control over the inspection team. And there must not be subordinates who pretended to obey but actually disobeyed. Therefore, Chen Jiaying needed to show off his skills at this time. Chen Jiaying smiled slightly and said calmly, Bao Xiong, I have heard of your name. You are the ones who did the Huyang treasury case. That's right. The 4th brother raised his head and said proudly, I didn't expect you to know about the Huyang treasury case. It seems that you are well informed. Qin Jiaying smiled faintly. Because I was once a thief like you. By the way, you should have heard of my name. My name is Thousand Faces Thief. Thousand Faces Thief. Guijin Gang and others' pupils shrank, and a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Thousand Faces Thief is definitely a legendary figure in their circle. It is said that he can change into thousands of different forms. Although he has committed many major crimes, no one knows what he looks like so far. It can be said that in the circle, the fame of the Thousand-Faced Thief is much higher than that of the others. But who could have thought that the famous Thousand-Faced Thief was actually the cold and beautiful woman in front of him? Could she be lying to us? Seeing the surprise and doubt in the eyes of several people, Qin Jiaying raised her hand calmly and wiped it in front of her face. The next second, her face turned into another person's appearance. Seeing this scene, several people were convinced that the woman in front of them was indeed the Thousand-Faced Thief. After changing his face, Qin Jiaying summoned his 3 gold-level war beasts. Qianji Puppet, Flame Mad Lion, Shadow Assassin, 3 gold-level. Feeling the powerful energy fluctuations of the 3 war beasts, Guijin Gang and Su Jiancheng looked at each other, their eyes full of solemnity. The Thousand-Faced Thief actually had 3 gold-level war beasts, which was definitely stronger than the 2 of them. 2 gold and 2 silver against 3 gold and 1 silver. The fight was definitely one-sided. The other people were also secretly frightened, and they were afraid of Qin Jiaying. Seeing the change in their expressions, Qin Jiaying said calmly, I hope you can cooperate in the future. Otherwise, she sneered, I have 10,000 ways to kill you. Feeling the chill in Qin Jiaying tone, several people were shocked, and bowed their heads and said yes. Xiao Yao stood aside, and saw Qin Jiaying intimidate several people with just a few words, and couldn't help but feel secretly satisfied. Although they are all brainwashed subordinates of Imotang, it is obvious that Qin Jiaying is better than these people in terms of strength, ability and skills. So she is the most suitable leader. Among these 6 people, Guijin Gang and Su Jiancheng are still worth training, and the other 4 should just be thugs. Okay, then you will listen to Qin Jiaying arrangements. If someone doesn't cooperate, Xiao Yao said lightly, then don't blame me for being rude. Regardless of whether these people are really willing to follow Qin Jiaying arrangements. As a boss, he needs to establish prestige for his subordinates in a timely manner. Yes, boss, several people said more respectfully. By the way, Xiao Yao looked at the big hole behind them and said, fill this hole first. Guijin Gang said quickly. Yes, boss. Let's do it now. Yes. Xiao Yao nodded, then winked at Qin Jiaying, and the 2 walked out of the warehouse together. These people are in your hands, Xiao Yao said. There is no problem with their loyalty. But if you want to really subdue them, you still have to rely on your own means. Qin Jiaying said confidently, boss, I will make them obedient. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. Okay. Then it depends on your performance next. But I want to remind you that these people are wanted. Although their true identities have not been fully exposed, you still need to be cautious in the future. Understood. Qin Jiaying nodded. Next, I will let them hide their identities, break them up, and avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Of course, if necessary, let them have plastic surgery. For example, the one with squinted eyes can have his eyes opened up. Qin Jiaying smiled. Who is trying to hurt me? In the warehouse, Guijin Gang felt a chill on his back, and his eyelids twitched wildly. Opening the eyes is a good idea. Xiao Yao smiled and joked. The other people can also be transformed appropriately. For example, Lao Lu, who looks like a sly person, needs plastic surgery. In the warehouse, Lao Lu's body suddenly stiffened, as if some disaster was about to fall on him. Boss, your idea is good? Qin Jiaying smiled and said, wait for me to find a reliable plastic surgeon. I will give them a good transformation. With the addition of them, the inspection team is officially formed. Xiao Yao said, let's start working next. In addition to protecting the transport team, I want to see if there are any termites in Qinzi Company so far. Qin Jiaying smiled. Don't worry, boss, in front of the Thousand-Faced Thief, no one can hide from my eyes. Chapter 460, the first cut of the inspection team. After a few days of running in, Guijin Gang and the other 6 people successfully integrated into the inspection team. So far, the inspection team has a total of 32 summoners. In addition to Guijin Gang and Su Jiancheng, there are 10 silver-level summoners and 20 bronze-level summoners. Taking into account the different responsibilities of the inspection team, Qin Jiaying divided the inspection team into two, namely the security department and the inspection department. The head of the security department is Gui Jingang, who is mainly responsible for the safety issues of the company and the transportation of goods. The inspection department is led by the more meticulous Su Jiancheng, who is responsible for investigating corruption within the group. At the same time, this arrangement can also gradually divide Gui Jingang and Su Jiancheng. Although they are both in the inspection team, they lead different departments after all. In the future, they will inevitably compete for certain interests and gradually become estranged. Although Gui Jingang and Su Jiancheng can see the deep meaning behind Qin Jiaying's move, this is an open conspiracy, and the two can only accept it helplessly. Among the remaining four people, the fourth and sixth followed Gui Jingang to join the security department, and the third and fifth followed Su Jiancheng to join the inspection department. The former Baoxiong team was completely divided into two camps. Office not bad. Quite resourceful, Xiao Yao praised while looking at the plan handed over by Qin Jiaying. Qin Jiaying arranged this matter well, which not only fully fulfilled the duties of the inspection team, but also divided potential small groups. It can be said that this arrangement fully demonstrated her wisdom and strategy. Boss, I've always said I'm smart, Qin Jiaying said happily. Well, I've really seen it this time. Xiao Yao glanced at the information and nodded. Well written, the inspection team will currently follow this rule and regulations. After that, he stood up and said, let's go, the channel dealers are waiting for us in the conference room. Today is the first time that Qincy Group has held a channel dealer conference, and this conference brings together the top 10 channel dealers in Longhua. In the past half-month, the popularity of Qincy products has attracted countless channel dealers, almost breaking down the threshold of Li Shuhong's office. The intention of the channel dealers is very simple. That is, they hope that Qincy Group will open up channels and give them the agency rights outside the province. After discussions among all executives, everyone agreed that some channels can indeed be opened up at this stage. Due to the limited sales network of Qincy Group itself, it is currently concentrated in only one area in Yinchuan. Although the current sales performance has repeatedly set new highs, it must be said that some customers have been lost invisibly. These distributors can fully unleash the productivity of Qincy Group and increase the performance several times in a short period of time. Of course, considering the popularity of Qincy products, small distributors are naturally not within the scope of cooperation of the company. So only the 10 top distributors were invited to participate in this channel conference. Among them are professional beauty distributors covering the whole country, such as Watson's and Sephora in the previous life, as well as large supermarkets, well-known supermarkets, and other leading enterprises. As long as we can reach cooperation with these companies, then Qincy products will flourish in Longhua and even be exported abroad. By then, Xiao Yao's position as one of the top 10 richest people in the country will be firmly established. Let's go. Don't keep the guests waiting for too long. Yes. The channel conference lasted for 3 whole days. During these 3 days, several channel dealers fought fiercely for distribution shares, and everyone wanted to occupy more quotas, because they knew very well that, with the current popularity of Qincy products, it can be said that buying is earning. They wished that Qincy would give all its inventory to them for sale. Faced with this situation, Qincy executives were naturally not in a hurry. They hoped that the competition between these companies would be more intense, so that the company could gain more benefits. However, when all the work was in full swing, a major event detonated the entire company. Come on, everyone. Take a good look at the information in your hands. In the meeting room, Xiao Yao stared at the executives with an unhappy face. It has been less than a month since the company opened, and 2 bad apples have appeared in such a short time. What are you managers doing? Seeing that the executives all lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye, Xiao Yao snorted coldly and said, Secretary Chen, tell me what these 2 people did. Yes. Qin Jiaying stood up and said calmly. The first one is He Jiaming, the warehouse manager. He took advantage of his position to secretly take the goods out of the warehouse, and has now made a profit of millions. The day before yesterday, when he stole the goods out of the park, he was discovered by members of our inspection department. At present, he has confessed to the crime. The second one is Sun Feiyang, a researcher at the planting base. When the name was mentioned, Huang Sheng, the head of the planting base, showed a look of shame. Sun Feiyang privately took the green grass and traceless flowers out of the park, and traded with Tianfei Group, making a profit of more than 300,000 yuan. Through monitoring and tracking, the inspection department has obtained enough evidence and detained Sun Feiyong yesterday. Xiao Yao slapped the information on the table and said lightly, Mr. Li? Minister Huang. Let's talk about your feelings. The warehouse and the planning base are under your jurisdiction. How are you going to deal with this kind of thing happening to your subordinates? Chairman, I go first. Li Shuhong stood up with a guilty look on his face and said, I brought He Jiaming here. I really didn't expect him to do such a thing. Of course, I am also responsible. I didn't know the right people, which led to loopholes in the warehouse management. Next, I will make good rectifications and prevent such situations from happening again. Xiao Yao glanced at him and said, Minister Huang, what about you? Huang Sheng stood up, sighed and said, Chairman, I have no choice but to take responsibility for Sun Feiyong case. You can punish me in any way you want, and I will never complain. Seeing Huang Sheng's dejected look, Xiao Yao's expression eased a little, and he pressed his hand and said, You two should sit down first. Yes. Li Shuhong and Huang Sheng sat down slowly. Xiao Yao looked at all the executives and said seriously, The company is currently in a stage of rapid development, and its performance is obvious to all. The welfare benefits are not at all owed to everyone. Almost every employee's salary has increased several times, or even dozens of times compared to before. Under such circumstances, there are still some people who sell out the interests of the company. This is something I cannot tolerate. Secretary Chen, tell me about the punishment of these two people. Okay. Qin Jiaying said calmly, At present, we have handed over the collected evidence to the police. According to the existing law, He Jiaming will be sentenced to at least 10 years, and Sun Feiyong will be sentenced to at least 5 years. Of course, we will also do our best to make these two people serve enough food in prison. Hearing this, all the executives were shocked. In general companies, even if corruption occurs, the parties involved will most likely be forced to give up their profits and be fired from the company. Who would have thought that the chairman would be so resolute and send the two directly to jail? This would ruin their lives. Chairman, Li Shuhong said anxiously. Although He Jiaming did make a mistake, he really didn't want to see his former subordinates being sent to jail like this. Why? Xiao Yao looked at Li Shuhong with a cold look and said lightly, Does Mr. Li have any objections? Under Xiao Yao's gaze, Li Shuhong felt like he was falling into an ice cave, and the words he had originally intended to plead for mercy were completely suppressed. Xiao Yao snorted coldly and said, I hope everyone present here will take this as a warning, and tell your subordinates that if anyone dares to reach out again, he and Sun will end up like them, and no one's plea will work. Dismissed. After that, Xiao Yao stood up and left the meeting room, leaving behind a group of terrified executives staring at each other. Well, everyone, I leave first. Qin Jiaying packed up the documents and smiled at the executives. But seeing this smile, all the executives were chilled. Today, they finally saw the thundering methods of this cold secretary. Everyone knew that there was a big knife hanging over everyone's head. The inspection team, the inspection department. It was really scary. Chapter 461 Internal Division. Well done, the efficiency is higher than I thought. In the office, Xiao Yao nodded with satisfaction. Qin Jiaying said, This time it was mainly Su Jiansheng. I have to say, he is really suitable for the work of the inspection department. He is meticulous and has strong observation ability. He found these two borers in just a few days. Oh, is that so? Xiao Yao did not expect that Su Jiansheng would get such affirmation from Qin Jiaying in such a short time. He smiled and said, Then call Su Jiansheng over, I will ask him. Okay. Qin Jiaying quickly contacted Su Jiansheng. And Su Jiansheng appeared in Xiao Yao's office. Boss, Su Jiansheng said respectfully. Jiansheng, sit down. Xiao Yao pointed to the chair in front of him and said kindly. Yes. Su Jiansheng sat down quickly. His expression was quite nervous and serious. Jiansheng, don't be so nervous. Xiao Yao smiled and said, I heard from Secretary Qin that you discovered He Jiaming and Sun Feiyong. Su Jiansheng said modestly, It was just luck. Xiao Yao asked curiously, How did you find them in such a short time? He had just read Qin Jiaying information. The two people were very secretive. With the company's previous monitoring methods, it was indeed difficult to find out what they did. After Su Jiansheng formed the inspection team, it only took him a few days to find the two people. The mystery behind this really made him curious. Boss, their methods seem to be quite good to outsiders. Su Jiansheng showed a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. But in front of me and my two brothers, this little trick is full of loopholes. Besides, I only need to take a look at their expressions to know if they have something to hide. Yes. Xiao Yao slapped his forehead. He had forgotten that. When it comes to stealing, these two people in front of him are experts. One is the thousand-faced thief, and the other is the brain trust of the Violent Bear team. In front of such a master, he and Sun's tricks naturally could not be hidden from their eyes. This is really a case of a fake meeting a real one. And they just ran into the gun. Jiansheng, you did a good job on this matter. This month, you and your subordinates will have your bonuses doubled. Xiao Yao was in a good mood and rewarded directly. To be honest, he now found that the subordinates, who came out of this black zone, were really more useful than each other. Whether it was Lao Du, Qin Jiaying or Su Jiansheng in front of him, everyone had their own abilities and characteristics, and they could often bring him surprises. Thank you, boss. Su Jiansheng's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, you should know that the salary offered by Qinzi Company to these summoners is really not low. For example, as a gold-level summoner, the head of the inspection department, he gets more than 1 million in bonuses every month. If it doubles now, it will be 2 million. 2 million may not seem like a lot for a former thief like him, but this is a legitimate income that can withstand inspection. They can spend it as they please, without worrying about their accounts being blocked due to unknown income. In addition, compared with a previous life of hiding from the police, the current work in the inspection department is not only stable, but also has status and power, and also makes them feel full of a sense of accomplishment. Now, his other two brothers no longer mention their bravery in the past, and they are shouting to find more pests for the company. If they knew that the bonus would be doubled, they would definitely work harder in the future. Okay, go back first. Work hard in the future, Xiao Yao said with a smile. It's the boss. The news that He Jiaming and Sun Feiyang were arrested spread throughout the company within a few hours. For a time, people were in chaos. Employees were angry and regretful about what he and Sun did, and were also shocked and afraid of the company's thundering measures. You know, He Jiaming is Mr. Li's direct subordinate. Otherwise, he would not be sent to manage the warehouse. But even such a talented person with a background and ability was detained mercilessly after making a mistake, and was about to be sent to prison. This news made everyone, especially those employees who claimed to be the company's veterans, immediately restrain their thoughts. At the same time, the employees of Qinzi Group also learned about a special and terrifying department in the company, the inspection department. Because of this incident, boss, second brother and his team have become really famous this time. I heard that their bonuses have doubled this month. At the dinner table, the fourth brother complained, our security department is still unknown. Now the employees outside think we are security guards. He felt a little regretful now. If he had known, he would have followed his second brother. Gu Jingang glanced at him, seemingly seeing his thoughts, said calmly, why rush? We have only joined for a few days, and there are many days ahead. Boss, then we have to stand out, otherwise many people will not know the existence of the security department. The fourth brother said. That's right. The sixth brother nodded frantically. Gu Jingang took a sip of wine, and said, how did you do the things the boss asked you to do last time? The fourth brother said, we have interviewed 70 veterans so far. I think their abilities are pretty good, especially their proficiency with firearms. Yes, Gu Jingang nodded. At present, the boss has assigned all the company's security tasks to their security department. It is far from enough to rely on the dozen or so summoners, so they need to recruit other people. It is difficult to recruit summoners in the short term, but it is not difficult to hire some veterans with combat experience. In particular, the boss has a good relationship with the officers of the Zaya Junction base, and they are very happy to introduce some veterans to Qinzi Company. So during this period, their main job is to interview these veterans and add capable ones to the security team. Now it seems that the level of these veterans is good. Since they are all good, then accept them all. In addition, Secretary Chen gave us a target of 100 people, and recruit the remaining 30 as soon as possible. Gu Jingang took a bite of the side dish and said lightly, it's true that the second brother and his men are in the limelight, but our security department is superior to them in terms of manpower and strength. There is still a long way to go, and sooner or later we will have a chance to show our talents. Hearing what Gu Jingang said, the fourth and sixth brothers felt relieved. I understand, boss. I will recruit as many people as possible. After saying that, the fourth brother took a big sip of wine and cursed, "Damn it. The third brother just sent me a message to show off his bonus." Which really pissed me off. In a few days, I will definitely bring a group of younger brothers to show off in front of him. Fourth brother. Take me with you when the time comes. The sixth brother said hurriedly. No problem. Let the second brother see that our security department is no worse than them. At this time, Guijing, who was sitting next to him, drank a sip of wine silently. His eyes were deep, and he sighed softly. The thousand-faced thief really has good tricks. Chapter 462 Tianfei Group. Kyoto, Tianfei Group Headquarters. Chairman Qin Yunling sat in the main seat, said with a gloomy face, "Yunfeng, tell me about the current situation of the company." "Yes." Qin Yunling's younger brother, Tianfei Group Vice President Qin Yunfeng stood up, said in a heavy tone, "According to the statistics of the sales department, in the past half-month, our group's sales performance has dropped sharply, down 20% year-on-year, and this rate is still increasing. How is it possible?" At this time, a young man dressed in elite clothes said in disbelief, "Uncle San, are you mistaken? How could it drop so much? You know, their Tianfei Group is the leading company in Lungwa's cosmetics industry, with more than 1,000 products, almost covering all types of cosmetics from low-end to high-end. Last month, it maintained a steady growth trend. How could it drop so much in just half a month?" Qin Yunfeng did not answer directly, but looked at everyone in the room, and asked a question. "Do you know the Chinzi company that has been very popular recently?" "I know." The young man Qin Yuanhao said, "Uncle San, you mean the Chinzi company has affected our performance? But don't they only have 3 products?" "Yes, there are 3 products." Qin's son-in-law, Sales Director Zhou Song said slowly, "But these 3 products completely crush all skincare products on the market, and can almost meet everyone's skincare needs. This month, the sales of all our skincare products have dropped sharply, mainly due to the impact of Chinzi company. In addition, this is when the Chinzi sales network has not been fully rolled out. If it develops, our sales performance will probably be cut in half." "What? No way. Is it so exaggerated?" In the meeting room, everyone was shocked. Everyone sitting there was an insider of the Qin family, either a member of the Qin family, or a relative of the Qin family. The interests of the company are closely linked to everyone. If the future is really as Zhou Song said, then everyone's life will be difficult. Then what should we do? Why don't we just do the same as before, and use some tricks to acquire it? Someone suggested this, and it immediately attracted the approval of most people. Indeed, Tianfei Group has faced many challenges from up-and-coming companies in its development, and their solution is very simple, that is, to use all means to forcibly acquire it. The reason why this method has been tried and tested is that it comes from the powerful backer of Tianfei Group, who is the founder of Tianfei Group, the master Qin Jian. Forced acquisition? Chairman Qin Yunling said coldly, "You really don't pay attention to the outside world at all. Do you know who is behind Chinzi company? I really want to hear about this." A middle-aged man hesitated and said, "It seems to be Xiao Yao, the strongest genius in our dragon country." Xiao Yao. Hearing this name, many people frowned. They have all heard of Xiao Yao deeds. As the strongest genius in dragon country, he broke through the gold level before the age of 20, and was even praised by the outside world as the super genius who is most likely to break through the master level. But even if it's Xiao Yao, we don't have to worry too much. Qin Yuanhao said, "He is just a genius who has not grown up yet. Who knows if he will die in a corner in the future?" Yes, many people agree with Qin Yuanhao idea. Dragon Country has a batch of geniuses every year, but not many can really grow up. A large part of them died in the wild or awakening battlefield. Even if Xiao Yao's talent is unparalleled, no one can guarantee that he can really grow up. If it were just him, this would not be difficult to do. Vice President Qin Yufeng said in a heavy tone, "But behind the Chinzi Group, there is another force that we cannot compete with. That is Kyoto University." Kyoto University? Hearing this name, everyone was shocked. How did Kyoto University get involved? That's not right. At this time, Qin Yuanhao checked the registration information of the Chinzi Group and said puzzledly, "If Kyoto University is really involved behind the Chinzi Group, how could Xiao Yao, a young boy, be the chairman?" Just now, he checked the relevant information of Chinzi Group. Apart from Xiao Yao, the second largest shareholder is a company called Huiyang Capital. Just looking at the name, it seems to have nothing to do with Kyoto University. But since Uncle San said so, then Huiyang Capital is undoubtedly a company under Kyoto University. But even if Xiao Yao is a super genius, how can he occupy the largest share and serve as the chairman of the board when cooperating with a giant like Kyoto University? Could he be the son-in-law of the president of Kyoto University? I don't know the ins and outs of this. Qin Yifeng shook his head, and then said seriously, I came here today to discuss with you how the company should deal with such a dilemma next. In the meeting room, everyone fell into deep thought. In the development of Tianfei Group, they were used to the previous overbearing and tough approach. But once they encountered a situation beyond their control, they would become a little overwhelmed. Or let's cooperate. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yuanhao said seriously, anyway, our Tianfei Group is the top cosmetics company in the country, with channels in major cities across the country, and even overseas channels. The Qinxi Group is currently only in the development stage, and its sales outlets are definitely seriously insufficient. If they cooperate with us, they can develop rapidly, and we can also take advantage of the opportunity to make up for losses in other areas. If everything goes well, we can also connect with Kyoto University, which is also a good opportunity for us. Yeah, Yuanhao words make sense, as expected of the first person of the new generation of the Qin family. He is indeed very wise. Qin Yuanhao words drew unanimous approval from everyone. There's a saying, if you can't beat them, join them. Hearing everyone's praise, Qin Yuanhao smiled and nodded, and then looked at Qin Yunfeng. Uncle San, what do you think of my proposal? Qin Yunfeng glanced at Qin Yunling, and saw that his face was as gloomy as water, and even a hint of embarrassment. Seeing this, Qin Yunfeng hesitated for a moment, and said, I'm afraid this matter is not easy to handle. Why? Qin Yuanhao was puzzled. Qin Yunfeng sighed and said, before, in order to explore the secrets of Qinxi Group's products, I set people to contact Qinxi internal personnel at a high price, and brought out several copies of the raw materials from their planting base. Now Qinxi Group has known about this, so it refuses to cooperate with us. This. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. This last way was also blocked, so what should we do next? Since we have the raw materials, why don't we imitate their products and make a similar set? Someone suggested it. Suddenly, everyone looked at him as if he was a fool. You have to ask for help if you want to plagiarize. Right? You dare to plagiarize Kyoto University's stuff. Don't you know that almost half of the senior executives of the law enforcement team are from Kyoto University? I'm just talking. The man smiled awkwardly and said nothing more. For a while, the conference room fell into a suffocating silence again. Bang at this time, the chairman Qin Yunling slammed the table and cursed. A bunch of rubbish, they only know how to spend money on wine and women. When you encounter problems, there is no one you can rely on. Dismiss the meeting, get out of here. Qin Yunling stood up angrily, and left the conference room angrily. The remaining people looked at each other, their eyes were full of helplessness and uneasiness. Chapter 463 Qin Yunfei, the second son of the Qin family. Qin Yuanhao left the meeting room and returned to his own independent office. When he opened the door, he saw a young man with oily hair and powdered face standing up quickly on the sofa. Brother. Qin Yuanhao glanced at him, sat back in his chair, leaned his head against the back of the chair, and said relaxedly, I've told you so many times. Don't come into my office again in the future. Qin Yuanlang said with a playful smile, Brother. I didn't find you. Right? Did you have a meeting with Uncle and others just now? Yeah. Qin Yuanhao took a sip of tea and said quietly, the company is in great trouble now. If it is not handled well, I estimate that the assets will shrink by half. What? Qin Yuanlang was shocked. Brother, what is going on? You know, his monthly pocket money comes from the company's account. If the company's assets shrink significantly, then he will no longer be able to maintain his current extravagant life. Qin Yuanhao sighed softly. He was feeling depressed and wanted to talk to someone. Since his brother asked, he might as well tell him. He was also a member of the family, and would know it sooner or later. Then, Qin Yuanhao told Qin Yuanlang about the rise of Qinxi Company, and the difficulties it was facing. After listening to Qin Yuanhao's story, Qin Yuanlang showed hatred on his face. Qinxi Company. Xiao Yao. Brother. How about I find someone to smash their company? He has done this kind of thing a lot. Since he was a child, he has been supported by the master family. No matter what he does, someone will cover up for him. This has also cultivated his lawless character. Xiao Yao is just a young boy, nothing. Hearing this, Qin Yuanhao immediately looked at him and said seriously, "Behave yourself. Kid, don't cause trouble for the family at this time. I've told you, Kyoto University stands behind Shinsi. Our Qin family can't afford to offend this behemoth." Qin Yuanlang curled his lips. "I don't let him know that I did it. Isn't it better?" Qin Yuanhao said angrily, "You are the only one who is smart. There are so many people in the family who are powerless. Why are you meddling here? Get out. Get out. Be honest for a while. Or don't even think about asking for money next month. Go away." Qin Yuanlang stood up and walked out of the office with an unhappy look on his face. After closing the door, he curled his lips secretly. "Playing dirty? You are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Looking down on me? Humph. Then let you see how powerful I am." Qin Yuanlang left the company and drove to Yunqi Club. Yunqi Club was built by the Qin family, mainly for secret reception of VIPs. Qin Yuanlang went there this time to meet someone who was the second fighting force of the Qin family besides the head of the family, Qin Jian's second son Qin Yunfei. Brother Lang, seeing Qin Yuanlang get out of the car, the doorman ran over immediately and said respectfully, "Shiwu, go park my car." Qin Yuanlang threw the key to the doorman and asked, "By the way, which room is my second uncle in?" "Second master is in Yaxiang Pavilion." "Okay." Qin Yuanlang walked into the club with a swagger. Along the way, the staff all bowed their heads when they saw him, and said respectfully, "Brother Lang." Qin Yuanlang was a frequent visitor to Yunqi Club, and because it was his own business, if anyone offended Qin Yuanlang, he would beat and scold them, and in serious cases, he would never see them again. Therefore, everyone in Yunqi Club was extremely afraid of him. Qin Yuanlang ignored them, went straight upstairs, and walked into Yaxiang Pavilion on the 3rd floor. Squeak. Pushing the door open, I saw a burly man hugging a hot woman, who was feeding the cut fruit into the man's mouth. When she saw Qin Yuanlang coming in, the woman's movements froze, and she timidly shouted, "Brother Lang." "Yeah." Qin Yuanlang nodded slightly, then looked at the man, with a kind smile on his face. "Second uncle, I'm in a good mood today." "Xiao Ba, do you come here every day?" Qin Yunfei hugged the woman tightly, and said lazily, "I heard from Xiaoxua that you are very impressive in the club." Qin Yuanlang said with a smile, "Second uncle, I am not a diamond-level boss like you. I am just a useless person who eats and waits for death. Where else can I go if not here?" "Ha ha ha." Qin Yunfei laughed heartily. "Xiao Ba, I like your rogue spirit. Yuan Hao and his friends are too serious and boring. You are more interesting." Qin Yuanlang, ranked 8th among the younger generation, is the youngest child of the 3rd generation of the Qin family. It is precisely because he is the youngest, and is favored by the head of the family, Qin Jian, that he has developed his lawless character. "Tell me, what do you want to see me for?" Qin Yunfei crossed his legs. With his sharp eyes, he could tell at a glance that Qin Yuanlang had come to see him on purpose. Qin Yuanlang said, "Second uncle, I do have something to ask you." But he glanced at the woman next to him. "Oh, you're quite mysterious." Qin Yunfei smiled, then winked at the woman. "Go down first." "Okay, second master." The woman slowly left the room. After the woman left, Qin Yuanlang's expression changed immediately. "Second uncle, the company is in big trouble now. If it is not handled properly, it may go bankrupt." "What's going on?" Qin Yunfei frowned. As a diamond-level strongman, he has been in the wild for many years, and hardly cares about the company's affairs. But he also knows very well that his company is definitely one of the top companies in Longhua. How can it go bankrupt just like that? "Second uncle, it's like this." Qin Yuanlang quickly told Qin Yunfei about the company's situation. After listening to Qin Yuanlang's story, Qin Yunfei frowned. Kyoto University, this matter is not easy to deal with. As a summoner, he knew too well the weight of Kyoto University. It can be said that it is one of the most terrifying forces in Dragon Country. Except for the Grandmaster, no one dares to provoke such a giant. But you have to know that among the 4 Grandmasters, 2 of them are from Kyoto University, and the relationship is extremely close. Even Grandmaster Yi Xuanye is the honorary president of Kyoto University and Shuemu University. If Kyoto University is involved in this matter, even the head of the family, Qin Jian, would not dare to act rashly. "Second uncle, we can't just watch the company go bankrupt. This is the industry accumulated by our family for 3 generations. Do you think I don't know? Qin Yunfei glared. What else can we do now? Although he has a hot temper, he is definitely not a brainless person. In this situation, soft and hard tactics are useless. What use can he, a diamond-level person, have? Second uncle, I have an idea. Qin Yuanlang whispered. Just now my brother told me that the raw materials of Qinsi products all come from their planting bases. You say, if we destroy the raw materials and planting bases, and break the roots, then won't they be able to produce them anymore? Qin Yunfei heard it, and felt that it made sense. He was usually overbearing, so when he encountered this matter, he was also very angry, and he wanted to smash Qinsi Company immediately. But after all, he had not completely lost his mind, and said with some concerns, but if this is discovered, then our Qin family will have a hard time explaining it. Second uncle, don't worry. Qin Yuanlang showed a cunning smile. I am an expert in playing dirty. Chapter 464. Safeguarding the Development of Keita. Yanqing, Qinsi Production Park. Early in the morning, 100 strong men in short-sleeved uniforms began to run around the entire park. They had resolute faces, and stood straight, and kept shouting slogans. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. On the side of the team, the fourth man Cui Yong followed the team closely, and shouted loudly, Speed up at the front. Whoever falls behind, you don't have to eat breakfast today. As soon as the voice fell, the whole team suddenly accelerated. Seeing this scene, Lao Si showed a touch of pride and joy on his face. He used to be a fugitive who was hiding from the enemy and had no fixed place to live. Now he is the second in command of the security department of Qinsi Company, with hundreds of subordinates. Whether in the company or in Yanqing, he is definitely a heavyweight and respected wherever he goes. This earth-shaking change made him sigh. Boss, your decision is so wise. If I hadn't stolen from the Qinsi warehouse and hadn't been caught by the boss, I wouldn't have had the good life I have now. As the team was running around the park, the fourth brother happened to see Su Jiansheng walking out of the park. He immediately shouted loudly, Second brother! Second brother! Seeing Su Jiansheng stop and look at him, the fourth brother pointed to the team beside him and said proudly, Second brother! How are my brothers? Su Jiansheng smiled faintly. Not bad. It seems that you have completed the task assigned by the boss very well. TSK. So calm. You must be envious. The fourth brother said with a smile. Second brother, when will you come to our security department to sit down? We brothers haven't eaten together for a long time. Yes. Su Jiansheng nodded. And then said, Fourth brother, I have something to do. So I leave first. Let's talk later. After that, Su Jiansheng waved to the fourth brother, turned around and left. Seeing Su Jiansheng lonely back, the fourth brother couldn't help but show a hint of pride on his face. Compared with the strength of our security department, your inspection department is far behind. Speed up, release all your energy. Yes. The uniform shouts resounded through the sky. In the park office, Xiao Yao, Qin Jiaying looked out the window. Both nodded with satisfaction. Cui Yong did a good job on this matter. Xiao Yao approved. Qin Jiaying said, at present, the security team has been officially set up, among which Gui Jingang is mainly responsible for protecting the Qinsi building in the city. Cui Yong leads the team to guard the park, and the rest are responsible for protecting the transport team. The park is protected by the resident worshippers of Beijing University. There is no need for too many people. The main thing is to prevent outsiders from entering the park. The Qinsi building and the transport team are the key protection targets of the security department. Currently, the gun-carrying procedures are being applied for. With the assistance of Officer Li Daocheng, I believe the procedures will be approved soon. Qin Jiaying said. Well, Uncle Li did a lot of work. Xiao Yao said. Boss, that's because this matter itself is a win-win situation. Qin Jiaying smiled and said. In the first batch alone, we recruited 100 veterans. As the company develops, we will absorb more and more people. This will help Commander Li solve a big problem. You know, every year, many soldiers retire from the Zaya Junction military base, and a large number of them have no other skills except military service. After retirement, the livelihood of these soldiers is also a concern of many military commanders. They don't want to see the soldiers they have worked so hard to train, only serving tea and water to others, or even being reduced to guarding the gate. However, Qinsi Company can perfectly solve their concerns. First of all, Qinsi Company is willing to take the initiative to accept a large number of veterans with combat experience, and will implement semi-military management in daily life. This is definitely a very good place for veterans, who always miss the life in the barracks. At the same time, Chincy Company also provides high wages, which is much more generous than any industry these veterans are engaged in. Of course, high salary also means high risk. Joining the security department requires soldiers to pick up their weapons again to protect the safety of all employees and assets of Chincy. In this process, they may encounter crises, which may even endanger their lives. But for these veterans, they would not join the army if they were afraid of death, no matter how dangerous it is to join the security department. It can't be more dangerous than facing the beast tide when they are in service. Right? They are not afraid of the beast tide. So why would they worry about some illusory crises? Compared to doing jobs that they are not interested in at all, they prefer to work with their old comrades and enjoy the feeling of fighting side by side again. Well, it is indeed a win-win situation. Xiao Yao smiled and then said, Jiaying, the security department has a heavy task, and we must train these 100 people well. When Chincy grows stronger, they will be the first batch of sparks, and will support the development of the entire security department. Don't worry, boss, Qin Jiaying said confidently. I won't let you down. Xiao Yao smiled slightly and said, Let's go. We have a meeting in the morning. At night, Teacher Wu. We go home first. Several people threw down the cards in their hands and smiled at Wu Yu. Continue tomorrow. Wu Yu threw the cards in his hand and cursed. Damn it. My luck is really bad today. Ha ha. Li Guan laughed and said, Teacher Wu, I have to show off to my family when I go back today. I actually won the money of a diamond-level boss. That's right, I never thought that I would be able to play cards with a diamond-level boss one day, another said with a smile. After completing a day's mission, several of their comrades found a place to play cards, but not long after, a middle-aged man came over and wanted to play with them. Since they were all colleagues, several people readily agreed. But who would have thought that, after a while, the security department leader Cui Yong actually came over and respectfully addressed the middle-aged man, Teacher Wu. Later, they found out that the heroic man in front of them was actually a teacher at Kyoto University, a diamond-level expert. When they learned about Wu Yu's identity, several people were so scared that they almost threw away the cards in their hands. Diamond level? This is an expert that is not found in the entire Yanqing. Who would have thought that they could play cards with a diamond-level guy? But in the subsequent contact, everyone found that Teacher Wu was extremely generous and had no airs of a strong man at all. The most important thing is, during the card game, Teacher Wu never cheated by taking advantage of the summoner, but lost a lot of money to everyone. In this way, everyone not only respected him, but also felt close to him. Okay, go home after get off work, and continue tomorrow, Wu Yu said with a smile. In the past half-month in the park, there was no entertainment at all, which almost suffocated him to death. Now there is finally someone to play cards with him. These veterans are all good, not shy, and quite to his liking. Okay, goodbye, Teacher Wu. Several people said hello to Wu Yu, and then left the park. Brothers, see you tomorrow. Li Guan waved his hand. See you tomorrow. After leaving the park, Li Guan rode his motorcycle and hurried home quickly. But when he was halfway through, he suddenly saw someone lying on the side of the road, seemingly in a coma. Li Guan, who was a soldier, immediately stopped the car and ran to the passerby quickly. Hey, wake up! Are you okay? Li Guan squatted down and shook the man's body. At this time, the passerby suddenly opened his eyes, and purple light flowed in his pupils. Li Guan's body stiffened, and his eyes gradually became dull. Next, I ask you questions. Yes. Chapter 465 The Conspiracy Succeeded. Hey, why am I parked here? Li Guan glanced at the motorcycle parked beside him, and sat on it with a puzzled look. Strange. The motorcycle started quickly, and left here. In the dark, a man raised his mouth. Diamond level, Qin Yuan Leng, I can sell you this information for 5 million. Right? Diamond level? Qin Yunfei frowned. If there is a diamond level present, then this matter will be troublesome. He himself is also a diamond level teacher. And he knows very well in his heart that it is obviously impossible to hide from another diamond level teacher and quietly destroy the planting base. Wu Yu? Second uncle. Do you know this person? Qin Yuanling asked. I haven't heard of him. There are too many diamond level teachers in Beijing University. I only know a few of them. Qin Yunfei said. Well, I see. Qin Yuanlang touched his chin. His eyes turned, and said, "Second uncle, I will ask someone to check the details of Wu Yu first. But I already have a plan in mind." After that, he told Qin Yunfei the plan he had prepared long ago. After listening to Qin Yuanlang's story, Qin Yunfei stared at Qin Yuanlang with a strange look. "Xiao Ba, I didn't expect you to be so smart. It's not the same as the rumors I heard." Qin Yuanlang was not angry, and smiled calmly. "Second uncle, people outside must think that I am a waste who only knows how to spend money on wine and women." "Well, it's not that exaggerated," Qin Yunfei said vaguely. "Uncle, you don't have to comfort me. I know it in my heart." Qin Yuanlang waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "To be honest, I am not a summoner. I don't have any talent in company management, and I often cause trouble. It's normal for them to comment on me like that. You are quite free and easy." Qin Yunfei patted his shoulder and smiled. Qin Yuanlang shrugged and said, "Uncle, I'm used to it. In fact, there's nothing wrong with being a useless person who eats and waits for death. But that's why." Qin Yuanlang's eyes revealed a ruthless look. "That's why I can't just watch the company go bankrupt. Tianfei Company is my reliance for future survival. If anyone dares to harm it, I must kill it at the cost of my life." "Good boy. You are worthy of being a descendant of our Qin family," Qin Yunfei praised. "Don't worry. I approve of your plan. Let us uncle and nephew work together to bring down this Qinsi company." The uncle and nephew looked at each other, with a sinister and vicious look in their eyes. The next day, Teacher Wu. Walking in the park, Wu Yu's appearance made everyone stop and greet him. Now, everyone in the park knew that the burly middle-aged man in front of them was a teacher at Kyoto University, a diamond-level boss. Wu Yu nodded frequently, responding to everyone's greetings. He had nothing to do early in the morning, so he habitually walked around the park, and occasionally took a look at the daily training of the security department. "Teacher Wu, you are here to inspect the work again." A well-mannered researcher smiled at Wu Yu. "Xiao Li, I am here on behalf of Xiao Yao to supervise your work. If you don't work hard, you will lose your salary this month," Wu Yu said with a smile. "Okay, then I have to perform well in front of Teacher Wu." "Haha. Keep busy. I just take a look around." Wu Yu waved his hand and walked to other places. Due to the surge in sales of Qinsi products, the scale of the park has now expanded 4 or 5 times compared to when it was first built, and it is constantly expanding outward. Now, several thousand acres of land near the park have been contracted by Qinsi Group as a reserve land resource for future expansion and production. Looking at the endless greenhouse in front of him, Wu Yu couldn't help but sigh. It's developing so fast. Although he was very optimistic about the future of Qinsi when he first established it, but he never thought that Qinsi would develop so fast. It has been less than 2 months since its establishment, but the daily sales have exceeded 200 million, and it is still growing at a steady rate. But for him, the better Qinsi develops, the happier he will be. After all, Kyoto University is one of the major shareholders of Qinsi, and as school teachers, the more money the school makes, the more they will benefit. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise in the sky, and a thick smoke rushed into the sky. Wu Yu frowned, and his body soared into the sky, overlooking the distance. With his super eyesight, he immediately saw what happened 2 kilometers away. A blue car overturned, and the engine was on fire, and the people inside were trapped in the car and couldn't escape. At the same time, he noticed that there was a little girl in the car, only 7 or 8 years old, but her face was stained by broken glass and covered in blood. According to the current situation, if the fire spread to the fuel tank, the family of 3 would definitely be blown to pieces. Considering this, Wu Yu moved his body and flew over quickly. At this moment, Qin Yunfei, who was hiding deep underground, showed a sinister smile. Swish! Wu Yu suddenly appeared beside the car, pressed with one hand, and the burning flames were extinguished. Then, he grabbed the bottom of the car with one hand and easily straightened the car. Opening the car door, Wu Yu dragged the injured family of 3 out. Thank you. Thank you. After getting out of trouble, the 2 adults held Wu Yu's hands tightly and almost knelt down to him in excitement. Papa. At this time, the passers-by who were watching nearby also applauded, with awe and admiration in their eyes. It's a small matter, let's treat the child first. After saying that, Wu Yu summoned his war beast, the Platinum Level 1 Forest Green Demon. After the forest green demon appeared, with a wave of its little hand, a large piece of bright fluorescent light floated down and landed on the bodies of the three people. In the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the wounds on the faces and bodies of the three people recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wow! So cool! Oh! Why didn't I become a summoner back then? Passers-by cast envious and emotional glances. Thank you. Thank you. After seeing that they and the child had fully recovered, the two adults kept bowing and thanked excitedly. It's okay. Will you rub the little girl's head? Seeing this cute little girl in front of him, he immediately remembered his daughter's childhood. His daughter was as cute as this little girl when she was young. But why did she become ugly when she grew up? Well, it must be like her mother. Boom! At this moment, dense black smoke rose above the chintzy park. In a short moment, the black smoke enveloped the entire park. Seeing this scene, Wu's face changed drastically, and he soared into the sky. After he left, a bystander quietly lowered his head, with a sneer on his face. Chapter 466 Heavy Losses. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Wu rushed into the black fog and flew over the park. At this time, the entire park was completely shrouded in black fog, and a strong atmosphere of death rose from the ground. Wu's face was full of anger. He waved his hand, and suddenly a strong wind blew. The whistling wind quickly blew away the black fog, allowing the park to see the light again. When Wu looked down and saw the current situation of the park, his eyes immediately showed strong anger and murderous intent. The ground of the entire park has turned black. The greenhouses are scattered, and the green grass and traceless flowers have all withered and died. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that there were no casualties in the park. It seemed that the perpetrator just wanted to destroy the planting base, and did not want to cause any deaths. This was also a blessing for the unfortunate. Who is it? Who is it? Wu's chest was heaving with anger, and bloodshot gradually appeared in his eyes. Thinking back to the beginning, he had vowed to the principal and Xiaoyao that with his own strength, he would have no problem even guarding a city, let alone protecting a small production park. What was happening in front of him was like a slap in the face. How should he face Xiaoyao and the principal who trusted him? Fuck! Wu clenched his teeth, almost biting his gums. The one who had just done it must be a summoner above the diamond level. Otherwise it would be impossible to cause such a large-scale killing in just a few seconds. Swish! 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 At this time, two streams of light, one black and one purple, flashed in the sky, and Xiaoli and Xiaoyao suddenly appeared. They floated in the air and looked at the ground with a serious expression. Teacher Wu, what's going on? Xiaoyao frowned slightly. Xiaoyao. Wu's face showed a deep sense of shame. I'm sorry, I didn't protect the park well. Xiaoyao looked around, and found that although the employees looked terrified, there were no casualties, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Wu, let's go downstairs and talk first, Xiaoyao said. Okay. Wu lowered his head in shame. Chairman, the land of the entire park has been completely corroded. According to natural conditions, it is impossible to grow crops within 100 years. Huang Sheng, the head of the planting department, looked heavy-hearted. Chairman, several of our production lines are broken, and there is no possibility of repair, the production manager said. Chairman, currently all the goods in the warehouse have been shattered, the new warehouse manager reported. Xiaoyao did not speak, clenched his fists, and a strong anger rose in his heart. This time, the park suffered a devastating blow. In addition to the already developed planting bases, more than half of the reserve land was also severely corroded, and it was no longer possible to grow crops. The damage to the production line and warehouse meant that Chintzy Company's booming sales had to come to an abrupt halt, and it was even impossible to restart production in a short period of time. Xiaoyao, this is my responsibility. I will find a way to compensate you, Wu said ashamedly. Teacher Wu, this is not your fault. Xiaoyao waved his hand and said seriously, this matter is obviously premeditated for a long time. Not only you, but also I was careless. He could never have imagined that with Teacher Wu guarding the park, someone would dare to attack Chintzy. But through what Teacher Wu had just said, he concluded that this incident must have been planned for a long time, from using a car accident to lure Teacher Wu away, to destroying the park in a short period of time, and the perpetrators were even diamond-level masters. The whole plan was one link after another. No matter who it was, the result would be the same. The only good news was that no employees were injured or killed. But he could probably guess the mentality of the perpetrator. If no one was hurt, This case would be at most a commercial competition. Even if the law enforcement team intervened, the investment would not be very large. But if there were hundreds of civilian casualties, it would be equivalent to an extremely vicious terrorist attack. At that time, the law enforcement team would definitely do everything in their power to find the perpetrator. Seeing that Xiao Yao had no intention of blaming him, Wu Yu showed a hint of gratitude on his face. But then, he felt even more ashamed. Although Xiao Yao could forgive him, he couldn't get over it. If he could be more cautious, if he could pay more attention to the situation around him, things might not have become so bad. Teacher Wu, you are not responsible for this matter. Xiao Li saw the expression on Wu Yu's face and comforted him. It is obvious that this is a vicious competition against Qincy Company. The other party must have found out the situation of Qincy, including your information, so they used the car accident to lure you out of the park. The enemy is in the dark, I am in the light, the result will be the same for anyone else. What we have to do now is to find out the mastermind, and make the other party pay the price. After hearing Xiao Li's consolation, Wu Yu felt better, and then gritted his teeth and said, if I know who did it, I will kill him at all costs. Boss! At this time, Qin Jiaying hurried over. There are a circle of people and reporters outside, wanting to know what happened in our company. In addition, the city leaders are on their way. What should we do next? Xiao Yao said directly, just announce it to the public. Announce what happened in our company. Ah, boss. Will this be? Qin Jiaying hesitated. Xiao Yao shook his head. His eyes sharp. I just want to see. After the official announcement, which forces will jump the most? At present, he has no idea about the identity of the perpetrator. It may be a competitor at Qincy Company, or it may be the forces that have assassinated him several times. In view of this situation, he can only try this method of luring the snake out of its hole. Of course, this is also a helpless move. After all, Qincy Company has been wiped out from its planting base, production line to warehouse. For the next period of time, Qincy Company will be shut down. Even if they don't announce it, the public will know the truth sooner or later. It's better to tell it openly. Let the public know the truth, and avoid unnecessary trouble. Okay, boss. I arrange it now. After saying that, Qin Jiaying left quickly. At this time, the executives of Qincy Group also rushed over, seeing the park in front of them like a wasteland. Their faces were full of shock and anger. Chairman! Chairman! The executives all gathered around, wanting to know the truth of the matter. But Xiao Yao just frowned and waved his hand, saying, we talk about this later. Now everyone should stabilize the emotions of the company's employees. I need to report this matter to Kyoto University now. Yes. Chairman. Xiao Yao walked to the side, turned on his mobile phone, and called Principal Ouyang. Principal. Xiao Yao said in a heavy tone. Something happened here, and I need your support now. Chapter 467 Qin Family's Reaction. Well, don't worry, I will also send someone to investigate this matter. You should handle the affairs over there first. I will handle the follow-up work. That's it. Principal Ouyang hung up the phone. His eyes were extremely cold, looking for death. Qincy Company was attacked. In just over 10 minutes, Qincy Company rushed to the hot search headlines. Oh my god, this is too scary, the ground is dark. Who did Qincy Company offend? It's hard to say, maybe it was a competitor's doing. Ah, I just booked a plane ticket to Yincheng. Now it's all in vain. I lost 1,000 yuan. What should Qincy do next? I can't live without forest hair growth water now. We must stand up again. The experience of Qincy Company immediately caused a sensation in Longwu. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. This must be the work of some forces in secret. This vicious incident quickly attracted the attention of relevant departments. And even the law enforcement team headquarters sent people to investigate the case. The public's reaction was also relatively unified. And they basically held an attitude of heartache, pity, and pity. Of course, as the rival company that is currently paying the most attention to Qincy Group, Tianfei Group naturally cannot ignore this major news. Good news. Good news. Qincy Group has been screwed. Wow. It's really gratifying. This really helps us a lot. In the conference room, Tianfei Group's executives were so excited that they almost jumped up. If Qincy Group fell, then their own company would be alive immediately. And it seems that Qincy Group's past has been almost wiped out, and it is hard to say whether it can stand up again. Ahem. At this time, Chairman Qin Yuling coughed twice, and the conference room immediately fell silent. Everyone, Be quiet for a while. Qin Yunling pressed his hand, but the joy on his face could not be concealed. Chinzi group has this incident, then our group's opportunity has come. I don't think they will be able to recover in a short time. And they may never be able to stand up again. So at this time, we must seize the opportunity to seize the market again. Yes, everyone said in unison, their faces full of excitement and pride. As soon as Chinzi fell, their good days were coming back. Then go down and prepare. Adjourn the meeting. Qin Yunling left the meeting room with a ruddy face. And then, others also left one after another. And only one person sat quietly on the chair with a hint of worry in his eyes. It couldn't be him. What's wrong? Yuanhao? Vice President Qin Yufeng patted Qin Yuanhao on the shoulder and asked. Third uncle. Qin Yuanhao raised his head and said with some worry, I think this matter is likely related to Yuan Lang and second uncle. What? Qin Yunfeng's voice immediately increased by 8 degrees, but then he realized, quickly glanced around, and lowered his voice. What's going on? Why do you think they did it? Qin Yuanhao said worriedly. After the last meeting, Yuan Lang asked about the situation of my company. I thought he was also a member of the family, so I told him the truth. After telling him, Yuan Lang proposed to secretly destroy Chinzi company. Of course, I definitely stopped him. But third uncle, you also know Yuan Lang's character. He won't listen to anyone's advice at all. He can't do anything alone. But if second uncle is involved, I think. Qin Yuanhao didn't finish his words. But Qin Yufeng already understood what he meant. If Qin Yuanlang is a lawless person, then Qin Yunfei is simply an enhanced version of Qin Yuanlang, who is domineering and impulsive, and has no scruples. It's just that Qin Yunfei is a diamond-level summoner, with the strength to back him up, and a stronger personality. If these two get together, it is very likely that their character flaws will be magnified, and they will do some irrational things. If they really did it, it would be a big trouble. Qin Yufeng said with a gloomy face. You know, behind Chinzi stands the giant Kyoto University, which is not something that their Qin family can afford to provoke. If the matter is exposed, what will the Qin family say? Call Xiaoban now, and ask him where he is now. Qin Yufeng said. Yes. Qin Yuanhao quickly dialed Qin Yuanlong's number. Hello, brother. You are looking for me. Qin Yuanlong's frivolous voice came from the other end of the phone, and his tone was obviously happy. Qin Yuanhao and Qin Yufeng looked at each other, and their hearts sank at the same time. Yuan Lang? Where are you now? Brother, I went out to play with my friends. Where exactly is it? Ah, it's Ling'an, brother. Do you have something to talk to me about? Nothing. Come back early when you've had enough fun. Don't cause me any trouble outside. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yunfeng quickly dialed Qin Yunfei's number. Hello, second brother. What are you doing? I'm playing outside. What's wrong? Third brother? Nothing. Just seeing if you have time. Let's go home together and have dinner with the old man. Then how about tomorrow? I go back tomorrow. Well, okay. That's it. Beep. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yuanhao and Qin Yufeng looked at each other again, with helplessness and worry in their eyes. The background noises in Qin Yuanlang and Qin Yunfei phone calls were almost the same. Obviously the two were together. It seems that the incident with Chinzi group was probably done by the uncle and nephew together. Third uncle, what should we do? Qin Yuanhao sighed. Since it happened, it means that it is completely irreversible. If the truth is revealed, the Qin family will surely bear the wrath of Kyoto University. Alas, these two guys, Qin Yufeng said bitterly, they are really pushing my Qin family to the brink of despair. Third uncle, I believe Yuan Lang and second uncle are also thinking about the family. Qin Yuanhao advised. Thinking about the family? Qin Yufeng snorted coldly. If they think about the family, they will not act behind our backs. They have not considered, if the truth is revealed, how much loss will our Qin family bear? Alas, Uncle San, now is not the time to blame them. We must make some preparations. Qin Yunfeng nodded helplessly and said, I don't have a good solution now. I can only report to the old man. Well, this matter must be told to Grandpa. Qin Yuanhao agreed with Qin Yunfeng's idea, but except Grandpa. Don't tell others, lest some people can't control their mouths. Alas, they are all a bunch of troublesome things. Qin Yufeng sighed. If the family is full of young talents like Yuanhao, there is no need to worry about the family's prosperity. It's a pity that the Qin family has been developing for too short a time. and has not cultivated a deep family foundation. There are too few people available. Alas. Chapter 468 Master Qin Jian. Qin family. Did you two do this? In the meeting room, a dignified middle-aged man said seriously. He looked to be in his 50s, with a burly figure, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Sitting there, he looked like a mountain, giving people a strong sense of oppression. He was the head of the Qin family, Master Summoner Qin Jian. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Qin Yuanlang pretended to be puzzled. What do you think? Qin Jian looked at him calmly. Feeling the majestic gaze, Qin Yuanlang's heart trembled, and then he looked at Qin Yunfei for help. Dad, I did do this to Qincy Company. Qin Yunfei did not hide it, and confessed directly. I just can't stand our company being ruined by others, so I just took the initiative and killed the other party. Asshole. Qin Jian slammed the table and said angrily, You are right. Do you know that behind Qincy stands Kyoto University? If the other party knows the truth, how should our Qin family deal with Kyoto University's revenge? Grandpa, I think you worry too much. Qin Yuanlang vowed. Second uncle did it very secretly. They can't find out. Do you think you are the only smart one? Qin Jian laughed angrily, and raised his arm to slap this disappointing grandson. But when he saw his grandson's panic and shrinking eyes, he finally softened his heart, and slowly put his arm down. Qin Yuanlang is the youngest of all his grandchildren. His father died in an accident before he was born, and his mother also died of her husband, coupled with postpartum depression. She chose to commit suicide 3 days after Qin Yuanlang was born. Therefore, Qin Yuanlang has never seen his parents since he was a child. It is precisely because of this that he loves this poor grandson the most. However, his excessive love has cultivated this child's lawless character. Seeing his grandfather retract his raised arm, Qin Yuanlang's body relaxed slightly. The panic in his eyes faded. And at the same time, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. When he was very young, he had already mastered a set of skills to deal with his grandfather. As long as he pretended to be pitiful, his grandfather would definitely forgive him and help him solve the problem in the end. It can be said that among so many elders in the Qin family, the one he was least afraid of was his grandfather, who was the most majestic and the strongest. At this time, Qin Yunfei also said, Dad, don't worry. Nothing will happen. You too. Qin Jian said angrily, You only know how to make trouble for me every day. Grandpa, my second uncle, and I are helping the family solve problems. Qin Yuanlang was not convinced. Solve the trouble. Qin Jian said angrily, Solve the small trouble and cause the big trouble? Is this also solving the trouble? The big trouble hasn't happened yet. Qin Yuanlang muttered softly. Hearing Qin Yuanlang's muttering, Qin Jian slapped the table in anger and said angrily, Get out, both of you get out. Behave yourself recently. If I find out that you still dare to cause trouble, I will break your legs. Let's go! Qin Yuanlang shrank his neck and left the room with Qin Yunfei. After the two left, Qin Jian looked at the wood chips on the ground and couldn't help sighing. The two people who caused trouble this time. One was his most beloved grandson, and the other was the only summoner in the second generation of the family. Moreover, Qin Yunfei's talent was definitely top-notch. He broke through Diamond 3 in his 50s. In the future, he might become the second master summoner of the Qin family after him. By then, the Qin family will become the top family in Dragon Country, second only to the 4 great families. But Qin Yunfei's temper is really bad. He has been arrogant and domineering since he was a child. After becoming a summoner, he relied on his superior talent and caused trouble for his family. Even after he broke through Platinum, Diamond, and had a family, his temper did not change at all. If Qin Yunfei's character was not so bad, he would definitely hand over the Qin family to this second son in the future. Now it seems that the future of the Qin family can only be led by the eldest son or the third son with the most outstanding wisdom. Alas, none of them is worry-free. Second uncle, how did Grandpa suspect us? Qin Yuanlang asked puzzledly. Humph, I guess it was the third son and Yuan Hao who found out. Qin Yunfei pondered. Third uncle and my brother? Qin Yuanlang thought for a while, and his eyes slightly opened. Are you talking about that phone call? Well, I guess they suspected it at that time. Qin Yunfei shook his head. Those 2 phone calls confirmed that we were together. And then we were basically locked in as suspects. Ah, yes. Qin Yuanlang slapped his forehead. Oh, I was so happy at the time that I didn't think of this at all. Qin Yunfei pouted and said, These two are really more cunning than each other. Forget it. It doesn't matter even if they know. They are very tight-lipped and will definitely not leak the news. Just stay in the club recently. When the storm is over, we uncle and nephew will have some fun again. Okay. Yincheng. Recently, Yincheng has been in a state of panic. The Star Company was destroyed by outsiders, which made the leaders of Yincheng extremely nervous. They did not want to see such a rising star fall, so the city almost fully cooperated with Qincy Group's aftermath, and all requirements were met. After 3 days of aftermath, the company's employees have calmed down, and everyone is waiting for the next plan of the top management. Meeting room. Chairman, our statistics are out. CEO Jiang Yuqi said with a heavy face. In this accident, our group's direct losses are as high as 7 billion, and the potential losses have exceeded 10 billion. And, if the soil corrosion problem is not solved, we must move the entire park, and then, the losses will be even greater. After listening to Jiang Yuqi's report, all the company's executives felt depressed. A loss of 7 billion, this almost wiped out all the money that Qincy Company had earned recently. This change from heaven to hell made everyone feel desperate and dead. Don't be so pessimistic. Xiao Yao calmly analyzed the loss mentioned by Mr. Jiang, including the value of our warehouse goods, but this is only our saleable price, not the cost of the goods. So our actual loss is much lower than 7 billion. The only problem now is to solve the land erosion. After Xiao Yao analysis, the executives suddenly came to their senses. However, Huang Sheng, the head of the planting department, was not too optimistic. Instead, he said worriedly, Chairman, the land situation in the park has deteriorated to the extreme. If this problem is not solved, the entire park will be completely abandoned. Yes, Chairman. How should the land problem be solved? Everyone immediately looked at Xiao Yao with expectant eyes. They knew that at this point, only a powerful summoner could bring the land back to life. And this can only be coordinated by the chairman. Please rest assured about this issue. I have reported it to Principal Ouyang. The principal will help us solve it, Xiao Yao said. So the principal will help solve it. When they heard Principal Ouyang's name, everyone's hanging hearts were immediately put down. The master has come forward, then what problems can't be solved? Just then, there was a sudden wave in the air. A voice came into Xiao Yao's ears, making his eyes suddenly brighten. Chapter 469 The Ancient Tree of Life Takes Action. The principal actually came in person? Xiao Yao was overjoyed. Just now, what reached his ears was the voice of Principal Ouyang. Now the principal has come to Yincheng, and will be waiting for him in the Qincy Park. Xiao Yao stood up and said with a smile, Principal Ouyang is here in person. Everyone can rush to the park now, I go first. After saying that, he opened the window and jumped down. In midair, a black stream of light quickly took over his body, and turned into a pair of pitch-black wings, and the wings vibrated and flew quickly towards the park. In the meeting room, the executives looked at each other, and said with a smile, Okay, let's drive over there. At this time, there was no more worry and heaviness in their eyes, but only unconcealable relief and excitement. With Principal Ouyang personally visiting Yincheng, Qincy crisis can be easily resolved. In addition, they can also get close to this master summoner, which is an opportunity that many people will never have in their lifetime. Qincy is alive again. Swish. Xiao Yao appeared in the sky above the campus, and saw Principal Ouyang and Teacher Wu in midair. Now, all the staff in the campus have evacuated to the Qincy building, and there are only the two of them alone at the scene. Principal. Xiao Yao flew to Principal Ouyang, and said in surprise, You actually came in person. Principal Ouyang smiled and said, With the current problems encountered by Qincy, only I can solve them in person. Principal. Wu said with a guilty look, I'm sorry. Principal, I failed your trust. Swish. At this time, Mr. Zhang also walked out of the void, and said, Principal. In fact, Mr. Zhang has been guarding Xiao Yao all this time. But most of the time, he is sitting in the office specially set up for him in the Qincy building. His office is next to Xiao Yao's office, so he can respond quickly even if there is an emergency. But what he didn't expect was that the park guarded by Wu Yu himself would suffer a devastating blow. The incident happened so suddenly that he was caught off guard. Principal Ouyang waved his hand and said, Wu Yu, Xiao Yao has already told me what happened. Although you are also responsible, it is obvious that you were targeted. I don't blame you for this incident. But you must learn a lesson and be more cautious in the future. Principal. I will never leave the campus in the future, Wu Yu said with a firm face. Okay. Let me take a look at the general situation first. Principal Ouyang glanced around, then slowly landed on the ground. He squatted down, pinched a handful of black soil, and frowned. The corrosive power of darkness. Principal. There are not too many diamond-level black attribute Dark War beasts in Dragon Country. Does our school have any suspects? Wu Yu said bitterly. If he knew the identity of the perpetrator, he would twist the man's head off even if he risked his life. Principal Ouyang glanced at him and said, not yet. After saying that, he stood up, patted the dirt on his hands, and said, the land problem can only be solved by external help. In this situation, only a super strong life force can make the land revitalized. None of his war beasts meet the requirements, so he can only ask for help from external help. Fortunately, he does have a very reliable helper. For it, solving the problem at hand is just a casual thing. Principal. What external help do you mean? Xiao Yao asked curiously. Principal Ouyang asked with a smile, where did the green grass and traceless flower come from? Xiao Yao immediately realized it, and said excitedly, you mean, let the ancient tree of life help? It turned out that the helper the principal wanted to ask was the ancient tree of life. With the ancient tree of life taking action personally, the current problem is not a big deal at all. After all, the ancient tree of life is a master level one. At this time, Wu Yu and Zhang Lao eyes lit up. Indeed, if the ancient tree of life is willing to help, the problem of soil corrosion can be solved easily. Principal Ouyang patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder and said with a smile, given your previous performance, the ancient tree of life is very satisfied with you. So he is happy to help you this time. Xiao Yao said a little embarrassedly, in fact, the ancient tree of life has helped me a lot. During the time in the living world, not only did all his war beasts upgrade to gold level 4, but when he left the living world, he also received 2 life crystals from the ancient tree of life. These 2 life crystals, one helped Zhang Lao extend his life, retaining his hope of breaking through the master level, and the other helped his family improve their health, so that he no longer had to worry about the future. The most important thing is that the foundation of Qinxi Company is the green grass and traceless flowers in the living world. These 2 magical plants will create tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions of profits for him. So he always thought that compared to what he gained, he could do very little to help the ancient tree of life. Principal Ouyang smiled and said, don't belittle yourself. What you did before really helped the ancient tree of life. At present, it can completely suppress the erosion of the dead world. Is that so? Hearing this, Xiao Yao was filled with relief. He thought of the cute little animals in the living world. Perhaps during this period, they can live happier. Okay, next. Let's see the ancient tree of life. Principal Ouyang turned his wrist, and a light green stone appeared in his palm. This is the key to Principal Kaiyuan's Hung Beast controlling space, which is always in the hands of every Kyoto University president. As Principal Ouyang injected energy into the stone, soon, a space gate appeared in front of everyone. Swish! A thick branch suddenly stuck out of the space gate. Then, strong life energy appeared on the branch. In the next moment, it exploded. Hua! Fluorescent light appeared all over the sky, like spiritual seeds, falling with the breeze. When the fluorescent light touched the ground, wisps of black air slowly rose from the ground, and the dark corrosive power contained in the land was completely purified by the powerful life energy. Afterwards, grass seeds and seeds flew out of the space gate continuously. These grass seeds fell to the ground, with the blessing of life energy, quickly grew into mature green grass and traceless flowers. Wow! Xiao Yao opened his eyes wide, looking at the scene in front of him with surprise. In a few minutes, the damaged area of the planting base was regrown with green grass and traceless flowers. Even the hundreds of acres of reserve land they had just bought, but had not yet developed, also grew with these 2 plants. It can be said that with the help of the ancient tree of life, the planting base of Qinxi Company has expanded more than 10 times, saving them at least several months of development and cultivation cycle. Is this the strength of a master? It's too terrifying. When all areas are covered with green grass and traceless flowers, the ancient tree of life has completed its mission. The branches swayed gently, as if waving goodbye to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao waved his hand and said gratefully, ancient tree of life, thank you for your help. The branches swayed again. And then, under the gaze of several people, they slowly retreated into the space gate. Snap! The space gate closed, and Principal Ouyang put the key. Retracted smiled. Okay, the most serious problem has been solved satisfactorily. Papa at this time, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps behind everyone. Many executives of Chintzy came together, and saw the lively scene in front of them. They opened their mouths wide, and their faces were full of shock. Am I dazzled? Chapter 470 New Resident Worshipper. What the hell is going on? Many executives were shocked, and couldn't believe what they saw. The park, which was like a wasteland this morning, has now turned into an endless sea of flowers, and the coverage area is much larger than before. Is this the power of a master summoner? It's simply a god on earth. Everyone looked at Principal Ouyang, with awe and admiration in their eyes. Principal. Everyone bowed respectfully. Yes. Principal Ouyang nodded, showing a gentle smile. Everyone has worked hard during this period. Hearing the principal's words, everyone felt warm in their hearts. This feeling of being recognized by a master-level strongman immediately filled their bodies with energy. Minister Huang. Xiao Yao suddenly said. Chairman, I'm here. Mr. Huang stood up and said. You have seen the current situation in the park. The planting area of green grass and traceless flower is 10 times larger than before. The next integration and planting work will depend on you. Finish it as soon as possible. Mr. Huang said excitedly. No problem. Chairman. Even if our planting department employees work day and night, they will definitely complete the task you assigned to me. When seeing the planting base destroyed, the most distressed were undoubtedly the employees of their planting department. After all, they worked hard and spent countless efforts to cultivate it. Who would have thought that their achievements would be lost overnight? Many employees of the planting department have been depressed in the past few days, and it is difficult to get out of the loss and sadness. Now, green grass and traceless flowers have grown again, and the planting area is much larger than before. This is both an opportunity and a challenge for them. But Mr. Huang believes that all the staff of the planting department can successfully complete the tasks assigned by the chairman. Yes. Xiao Yao nodded. And then he said to Principal Ouyang, Principal, I would like to ask you for a favor. What favor? Xiao Yao said, I hope you can help me build a wall to enclose the entire park, so that others cannot see the situation inside for the time being. Principal Ouyang's eyes moved slightly, and he said, Okay. After that, Principal Ouyang's body rose quickly, and after stopping in midair, he looked around. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then he slowly raised his hands. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and the vibration was so large that many people stumbled. Earth walls rose from the ground, connected end to end, like the Great Wall, surrounding the park that had expanded to several hundred acres. The earth wall continued to rise, and finally the height was fixed at more than 20 meters. No one could see the scene inside the park from the outside. Oh my God! Many executives looked at the question that seemed like a miracle in front of them, and their mouths opened wide, and they were shocked and speechless. This was the first time they witnessed the master summoners move with their own eyes, and it was just like the creator descending. Xiao Yao looked at the scene in front of him, and his heart was also surging, and his heart was full of yearning for the master level. Compared with a strong man like Principal Ouyang, I am as weak as an ant now. But at the same time, he is also full of confidence in himself. Sooner or later, I will also have such strength, and it will not be too late. Principal Ouyang landed slowly, smiled and said, How is it? Is this level enough? Xiao Yao nodded and said, It's enough, thank you. Principal, the problem of the planting base has been solved, and the new production line is already in production. I believe it will reach Yinshan in a few days. Principal Ouyang said, The development potential of Chintzy Group is obvious to all. Therefore, all industries under Jingda will fully cooperate with Chintzy work. Originally, because of the desire to expand production capacity, many production line customizations have been added. And now it is just speeding up the production cycle, just in time to cooperate with the next resumption of work plan. Thank you so much. Principal, Xiao Yao said gratefully. If there is no principal, it will be really difficult for Chintzy Group to stand up again in a short time. Don't be so polite. After all, Beijing University is also one of the major shareholders. Principal Ouyang smiled, and then said, Let's talk about the follow-up of this incident. Seeing the principal's pointed eyes, Xiao Yao understood something in his heart, and pointed to the building in the park. Principal, then let's go to the office to talk. Let's go to my office. Wu Yu suggested. Okay. Seeing the principal agreed, Xiao Yao turned around and said to other senior executives, Yunqi, Shuhong, then the next work will be handed over to you too. Understood. Jiang Yunqi said, Chairman. You just go and receive the principal, and we will handle the rest of the work. Yes. Xiao Yao nodded, and then went to the office with Principal Ouyang, Mr. Zhang and Teacher Wu Yu. Seeing the spacious and clean office environment, Principal Ouyang smiled and said, "Not bad. This office environment is comparable to my office." Xiao Yao smiled and said, "This is the office prepared for the teachers stationed here. It can't be shabby at all." Speaking of the resident priest, Principal Ouyang said solemnly, after the school's discussion, Kyoto University will send one more teacher to Yinqing every month, and 2 teachers will work together to protect the safety of Chenxi Group. In less than a month, Chenxi Group's sales exceeded several billion. This terrifying speed of making money really gave everyone in Kyoto University a big surprise. They can already foresee that in the future Chenxi Group will definitely become a super unicorn company with sales exceeding tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. However, in the process of the rise of Chenxi Group, it will definitely take away the interests of other companies, thus attracting various competitions. This incident is a good proof. Therefore, after discussion, Kyoto University decided to add another resident priest, and never let similar incidents happen again. Wow, that's great, Xiao Yao said in surprise. Thank you for the support of the president. After saying this, Xiao Yao thought of something, and quickly looked at Wu Yu, and said with a smile, "Teacher Wu, now there are finally other teachers to accompany you, and you won't be bored anymore." Ah yes. Wu Yu was originally in a low mood. After all, it was because of him that Kyoto University had to increase its staff again. This made him feel guilty and uncomfortable. But after hearing Xiao Yao's words, his depression was relieved a lot. He knew that Xiao Yao was afraid that he would have other ideas, so he found a way out for himself. But this move really warmed his heart. "Wu Yu, you don't have to think too much," Principal Ouyang said. "As Chenxi Group grows and develops, it will surely attract more people's envy. So we must add new staff to protect this company with unlimited potential." "Principal, I understand," Wu Yu said with relief. "Yes." Principal Ouyang nodded, and then said, "Next, we should talk about the identity of the perpetrator." Hearing this, the eyes of everyone in the room immediately became extremely sharp. Chapter 471, Locking on the Suspect. "Principal, have you identified the perpetrator?" Wu Yu gritted his teeth. Principal Ouyang shook his head. "Not yet, but there are already several suspects." After that, he handed a stack of information to Xiao Yao, Wu Yu and Zhang Lao. "This is the information collected by our intelligence personnel. The main suspect is the current competitor of Chenxi Group. From the method of this incident, the perpetrator did not cause any casualties except for the large-scale destruction of Chenxi Production Park, so it is very likely to be vicious commercial competition." Xiao Yao flipped through the information, and the first suspect was Tianfei Group. "Tianfei Group?" Xiao Yao muttered. "Tianfei Group is currently the largest cosmetics company in China," Principal Ouyang said. "Affected by Chenxi, their sales have dropped significantly in the past half-month. In addition, Tianfei Group is also the only company in the information that has not cooperated with Chenxi Group." Xiao Yao flipped through a few pages. He was familiar with the following companies, all of which were channel partners of Chenxi Group. Of course, cooperation does not mean no competition. After all, compared with selling other companies' products, it is definitely more profitable to sell one's own products. He also has an impression of the Tianfei Group. Sun Feiyong, the first batch of worms found by the inspection department, was found by the inspection department because he privately took green grass and traceless flowers out of the park and traded with the Tianfei Group. He was eventually sent to prison. Therefore, according to the information provided by Principal Ouyang, the Tianfei Group is obviously the most suspicious. "Principal, what is the background of this Tianfei Group?" Old Zhang asked. Principal Ouyang said slowly, "The founder of Tianfei Group is the master summoner Qin Jian." Qin Jian. When they heard this name, the faces of Old Zhang and Wu Yu changed a little. There are only so many master summoners in Longhua. Almost every one of them is a well-known figure, and Qin Jian is no exception. It has been more than 20 years since Qin Jian broke through the master level. Although it is not known whether he has broken through to the master level too, every master is the pillar of Longhua. Even Kyoto University will not easily conflict with him. Qin Jian's Xiao Yao eyes flickered. Old Du had previously summarized the major master-level families in Dragon Country, so he also knew something about Qin Jian. He had not expected that there might be a master level involved behind this matter. In addition to Qin Jian, the Qin family also has a diamond-level summoner. He is Qin Jian's second son Qin Yunfei. Principal Ouyang continued, and Qin Yunfei has a diamond-level Dark Earth Dragon. The principal did not say anything further, but everyone understood what he meant. Obviously, if this matter is really related to Tianfei Group, then Qin Yunfei is undoubtedly the biggest suspect. President, Wu Yu frowned and asked, if the perpetrator is Qin Yunfei, then how should our Kyoto University deal with it? After all, Tianfei Group has the support of Master Qin Jian, and even Kyoto University cannot act rashly. Once it is not handled properly, it will cause a huge wave in the country. Principal Ouyang smiled faintly, with a strong domineering tone. Then I will visit Qin Jian in person and make him give an explanation. Even if Qin Jian is backing him up, what does it matter? Qin Jian is not his opponent, and the Qin family is not Kyoto University's opponent. As long as he can get enough evidence, the Qin family will definitely pay a heavy price for it. Okay. Wu Yu said excitedly, President, you must take me with you when the time comes. He wanted to see who this person, who had caused him to lose face, was. He was so bold that he dared to attack Kyoto University's industry. Of course, if there is a chance to fight, he will definitely challenge Qin Yunfei to a duel, to avenge his defeat. Principal Ouyang said calmly, but first, we must have enough evidence. Only with evidence in hand can we stand on the side of justice. After all, the Master Summoner is behind the Tianfei Group. We must not act rashly against such forces. Only with sufficient evidence, and the suspicion of the other party, can they have the confidence to come to the door for a visit. But if the evidence is untenable, they are likely to be considered as the bullying party. In addition, Tianfei Group is only a major suspect. But whether it is it or not, we need to collect more information to make a judgment. Yes, Xiao Yao nodded in agreement. The principal was right. Although Tianfei Group was the most suspected, it was not ruled out that there were other forces taking advantage of the situation. In this case, they must be cautious. However, in his heart, he still put Tianfei Group in the position of the first suspect. After all, Tianfei Group had a motive, and there were qualified suspects. Let's start the investigation from you. Xiao Yao made up his mind. Principal, is there anything I can do? Wu Yu wanted to help find the real murderer and make up for his mistakes. Principal Ouyang waved his hand and said, no, you just guard this place well. By the way, you will stay here for another month. Don't make any more mistakes. Wu Yu knew that. This was a chance for him to make up for his mistakes. He patted his chest and promised, Principal, if there is any problem again, I will twist my head off. Okay. What do I need your big head for? Principal Ouyang smiled and said, things here have been dealt with. So I'm going back to Kyoto. As a Master Summoner, the President of Kyoto University, he not only has to protect the safety of Kyoto University, but is also the pillar of the entire Kyoto. Therefore, he can't be away for too long. And even his coming this time has to be approved by the top leaders. Principal, you go ahead. We are here to protect you. There will be no more problems. John Lao said. Well, I leave first. Principal Ouyang smiled slightly, and the next second, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Space skills. Xiao Yao's eyes were full of envy. He remembered that Principal Ouyang had the ability to open a space gate. It was that space gate that sent thousands of students from Kyoto University to the distant Kuroki city. Now he saw another space skill of Principal Ouyang. Alas, space skills are really too convenient, but it's a pity that the heroes with space abilities in the Alliance seem to be in human form. For example, Cassidon, Rise, Card, Pantheon. In the non-human form, Galio Ultimate is a bit like a space skill. However, the noise of hero appearance is too loud, which is not suitable for daily travel. Xiao Yao, you can do your work first. Wu Yu said. Okay. There are indeed many things waiting for Xiao Yao to deal with. But before dealing with these things, he must arrange one thing. After finding a quiet place, turning on the phone, Xiao Yao dialed a strange number. Help me check someone. Qin Yunfei of Tianfei Group. It's the boss. Lao Du's hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. I will reply to you within 2 days. Chapter 472 Lone Wolf. Thousand-Faced Thief. Boss, you're looking for me. Qin Jiaying walked into the office. Well, there's something that requires you to go to Kyoto now. Xiao Yao printed out the information said by Lao Du, bound it, and handed it to Qin Jiaying. Take a look first. Qin Jiaying took the information, read it carefully, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Boss, is our company destroyed by this Qin Yunfei? Xiao Yao shook his head and said, not sure, but he is the most suspicious at the moment. So now you need to go to Kyoto, try to find evidence from him. Chen Jiaying put down the information and said solemnly, "Boss, leave it to me." Although Qin Yunfei is a diamond level, she does not need to confront him head-on to find evidence. As long as the method is appropriate. She believes that with her experience and ability, she will definitely gain something. This mission is somewhat dangerous, so be careful, Xiao Yao warned. Boss Chen Jiaying smiled slightly. Don't underestimate the ability of the Thousand Faces Thief. Xiao Yao laughed. Then this time, I asked the Thousand Faces Thief to come back to the arena. In fact, he had considered going out himself before, getting close to Qin Yunfei and finding some evidence. However, due to the characteristics of the phantom mask, it is still possible for a diamond level to see through the disguise. So after thinking about it, he could only send Chen Jiaying. Chen Jiaying transformation is a war beast skill, and even a master level can't see through her disguise. Therefore, this time, she, the otherworldly version of Mystique, will have to go out in person. Let me tell you my idea. According to the information obtained from the materials, Xiao Yao described his own ideas, such as what opportunities there are to get close to Qin Yunfei, what means can be used to obtain effective information from him, etc. This is just my idea. The specific plan should be formulated according to the actual situation, Xiao Yao said. Understood. Chen Jiaying nodded. After you arrive in Kyoto, find this person. Xiao Yao took out a piece of paper, wrote a string of phone numbers, and handed it to Chen Jiaying. He will fully cooperate with you. Chen Jiaying took the note and asked curiously, Boss, who is this person? Xiao Yao smiled and said, he is in the same situation as you, and is also my subordinate. Seeing Xiao Yao's subtle expression, Chen Jiaying immediately understood the meaning of same situation. He is my first subordinate, and is also the head of the intelligence agency under my control. You can call him Lao Du. Lao Du? Chen Jiaying asked curiously, Boss, can you tell me about this Lao Du? Is he easy to get along with? Xiao Yao waved his hand. You don't need to know so much. Just know that he will fully cooperate with you. By the way, be careful when dealing with Lao Du. Why? Because? Xiao Yao showed a subtle smile. Lao Du is a Platinum Level 2 summoner. What? Chen Jiaying exclaimed. Platinum Level 2? Boss, how can you? She really couldn't imagine that the boss could actually subdue a Platinum Level 2 summoner. This is too exaggerated. It's not convenient to tell you the details. Xiao Yao said, you just need to know that Lao Du is very strong, capable, and a teammate you can definitely rely on. Hearing this, Chen Jiaying took a deep breath and said, I understand. Boss, I leave now. Wait a minute. Xiao Yao raised his hand and said, before you leave, I also prepared a practical equipment for you. Chen Jiaying asked curiously, what equipment? Xiao Yao smiled and turned over his palm, and there was a silver ring on the palm. Ring? Chen Jiaying's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, broken sky ring. Yes, this is a 1 cubic meter broken sky ring. Xiao Yao smiled. In fact, Chen Jiaying War Beast Pocket Jellyfish has the ability to store items. But to store and take out items, the War Beast must be summoned, which is not very convenient in some situations. So he asked Zhang Lao to buy a broken sky ring for Chen Jiaying, hoping that it would be helpful for her next action. Chen Jiaying couldn't wait to put the broken sky ring on her finger, and said happily, thank you, boss. She has always wanted to own a broken sky ring. After all, the broken sky ring is more convenient to use than the pocket jellyfish, and it is much more hidden. But the broken sky ring is indeed a rare item, and there are very few channels to obtain it. Therefore, even if she has money, she has never got a broken sky ring. Getting this broken sky ring in front of her is definitely a great help to her, which makes her more confident in completing the task. Boss, I'm leaving now. Just wait for my good news, Chen Jiaying said confidently. Yes. Xiao Yao nodded. It's up to you next. A few hours later. Kyoto. Chen Jiaying walked out of the high-speed rail station, dialed the unfamiliar number in the crowd. Hello, a hoarse and low voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss asked me to contact you. I'm already in Kyoto. Chen Jiaying said straight to the point. There was a moment of silence on the other side, and said, come to this address. The other party hung up the phone, and soon Chen Jiaying received a text message. After taking a look at the address on it, Chen Jiaying deleted the text message and took a taxi to the designated address. An hour later, Chen Jiaying got off the taxi and stood at the gate of a community that looked like a village in the city. Most of the houses here are self-built, small and dilapidated, but there are many people, and many migrant workers live in cheap houses here. Qin Jiaying walked in the community and looked around. According to her professional experience, there is a lack of surveillance equipment in this village in the city, and there are blind spots everywhere, which is a good place to hide your identity. It seems that this Lao Du is also a cautious person. Qin Jiaying's mouth curled up a little. She likes to cooperate with such meticulous people. Turning left and right, Qin Jiaying came to a remote path. She walked to the middle of the road, looked at the house number on the wall, and confirmed that this was the address sent. Bang bang bang. Qin Jiaying knocked on the door gently. Squeaked. The rusty iron door slowly opened. Qin Jiaying pushed the door open and slowly walked in. This is a small house of about 60 square meters. There is no light in the house. The heavy curtains block the sunlight, making the house have a gloomy atmosphere. For some reason, Qin Jiaying suddenly felt scared. She swallowed and walked into the living room. Suddenly, the lights turned on, and a bearded man suddenly appeared on the sofa in the living room, which frightened Qin Jiaying. Lao Du slowly stood up, stared at Qin Jiaying expressionlessly, and then raised his hands and placed them in front of his chest. Seeing this, Qin Jiaying immediately made the same gesture. The two people kept making different gestures, but if you look closely, each gesture is exactly the same. After changing more than a dozen gestures, the two stopped at the same time, and said in a deep voice, "Valoran." When they heard the other party also say this strange name, the two of them completely let down their guard. Lao Du stretched out his rough big hand, and his voice was still so hoarse. "Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf. Isn't it Lao Du?" Qin Jiaying half held Lao Du's hand, and said, "Thousand-faced thief." "Thousand-faced thief?" Lao Du narrowed his eyes, and he roughly guessed why the boss sent this woman. Chapter 473. Action begins. Thousand-faced thief. "Just call me thief." Qin Jiaying smiled brightly. "Can I call you Lao Du?" Lao Du looked at her and said lightly, "No. Only the boss is qualified to call him Lao Du, and the woman in front of him, obviously not qualified." "Okay," Qin Jiaying said angrily. "Tell me, what do you need me to cooperate with?" Lao Du knew the purpose of Qin Jiaying's visit this time, and asked directly. Qin Jiaying's face straightened, and he said, "I want to know where Qin Yunfei has been recently. Qin Yunfei has been staying at Yunqi Club these days, and has not been anywhere else." "Yunqi Club?" "Yunqi Club is the property of the Qin family." "Is that so?" Qin Jiaying pondered for a moment, and said, "In that case, please help me find an internal staff member of Yunqi Club. I need his home address." Lao Du nodded and said, "Okay, I can give it to you before tonight." "So fast?" Qin Jiaying was very surprised. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. According to Lao Du, the general information of a stranger could be collected within a few hours. This intelligence capability was really amazing. Lao Du glanced at her calmly and said, "If there's nothing else, I leave first." "Oh, okay." Lao Du nodded slightly, then walked out of the room. "What are you so proud of?" After Lao Du left, Qin Jiaying curled her lips and secretly complained. But when she thought of Lao Du's platinum-level strength, it seemed normal to be a little arrogant. After all, if she faced a summoner who was not as strong as herself, her attitude would not be much better than Lao Du. Forget it. Just work hard. Qin Jiaying's eyes lit up with excitement. The thousand-faced thief is back. After get off work in the evening, Shaoli changed his clothes and walked out of Yunqi Club, whispering to his colleagues, "Why have Brother Lang and Eri been staying in the club recently?" The colleague patted his arm gently, and said in a low voice, "Don't ask if you shouldn't know." Shaoli shrank his neck. "I'm just curious." "What curiosity?" The colleague smiled coldly. "I think you are attracted to Xiao Shui. Seeing that she has been accompanying the second master these 2 days, you must feel uncomfortable." "I didn't." Shaoli denied it flatly. "TSK. I don't know you." The colleague curled his lips, and then said earnestly, "Shaoli, people like us should not ask for too much. Work hard, and when you save enough money, go back to your hometown and marry someone who looks similar." Shaoli was not convinced and said, "Manager Wang's background is similar to mine, but he still married a beautiful wife." The colleague smiled disdainfully. "Manager Wang? He is a typical scapegoat. His wife was..." At this point, the colleague paused abruptly. He was worried that Shaoli would tell others what he said. If Manager Wang knew about it, he would be in trouble. "Forget it." Forget it. I won't say it. Anyway, I advise you to give up some of your little thoughts. Otherwise, if you are discovered by Erie or Longa, you will be in trouble. I know. Xiaoli said goodbye to his colleagues in a depressed mood, rode his bike for dozens of minutes, and returned to the small house he rented. Alas! Sitting on the sofa, Xiaoli sighed. He felt bad when he thought of Xiao Shui, who was coquettish and shy around Yi, but was extremely cold in front of him. When will I be able to have such a woman? Just as he was fantasizing, there was a knock on the door. Hello? Is anyone there? A delicate voice came. Xiaoli was startled, and stood up quickly. Through the peephole, he saw the woman outside the door. The woman looked bright and generous, dressed in a professional suit. Even through the peephole, she could still see her hot body. Xiaoli swallowed his saliva and said, "What's the matter?" "Hello. I'm the resident downstairs. Your house seems to be leaking. Can I go in and take a look?" "Downstairs? How come I didn't know there was such a beautiful woman downstairs?" In a flash, Xiaoli opened the door without hesitation. "Come in." The beauty immediately smiled brightly. "Brother." "Thank you." Seeing this smile, Xiaoli felt his heart melt. More beautiful than Xiao Shui. Bah! Who is Xiao Shui? I don't know her. After entering the room, the beauty also closed the door. "Beauty, where is the water leaking in your house?" Xiaoli glanced at the hot body, and said a little distractedly. The beauty turned around and looked at him, smiling slightly. Bang! At this time, a terrifying monster covered in black mist appeared in the room, scared Xiaoli so much that he opened his mouth wide, and was about to scream. "If you dare to scream, you won't want that thing down there." Ugh! Xiaoli quickly covered his mouth tightly with both hands. His face instantly turned red, and he subconsciously shrank his legs. "Li Bing?" "Yeah." Xiaoli covered his mouth and nodded frantically. "Next, I ask you questions and you answer them, or else." The corner of the beautiful woman's mouth curled up a cold arc. Xiaoli felt his second brother's chill, whispered, I tell you. First. An hour later, Qin Jiaying turned into Xiaoli appearance, changed into his clothes, and rode a bicycle back to Yunqi Club again. As for the real Xiaoli, he had been knocked unconscious by her drugs. With the physique of an ordinary person, he would not wake up in 2 days. "Hey Xiaoli, why are you back again?" Manager Wang asked in confusion. Xiaoli scratched his head and said, "I forgot to take something." "You kid." Manager Wang shook his head and said, "That's perfect. There are more than a dozen boxes of red wine. You can move the wine to the basement with them. Also, change your clothes and take a few bottles to the second master's room." "Okay." Xiaoli followed his colleagues and carried more than a dozen boxes of wine to the basement. Then he found his own cabinet, changed his clothes, and carried 2 bottles of red wine on a tray to the Yaxiang Pavilion on the 3rd floor. "Second master, have another drink." "Brother Lang, I feed you." Xiaoli walked into the room cautiously, and saw 2 men on the sofa hugging each other, enjoying the service of beautiful women, having a great time. The burly man was the target of this time. Qin Yunfei. Qin Jiaying also learned the identity of the other young man from Xiaoli. He was Qin Yunfei's nephew, Qin Yuanlang, the 3rd generation of the Qin family. "Who is that? What are you doing? Why don't you get the wine out of my mouth?" Qin Yuanlang shouted loudly. "Okay, Brother Lang." Xiaoli picked up the bottle opener prepared on the tray, immediately opened the 2 bottles of red wine, and steadily placed them on the table in front of Qin Yuanlang. "Pour me the wine." Qin Yuanlang crossed his legs, holding the delicate bodies of the beauties beside him on the left and right, said impatiently, "Yes, yes, yes." Xiaoli poured wine into the glasses of Qin Yuanlang and Qin Yunfei. "Go away." Qin Yuanlang waved his hand. "Yes." Xiaoli leaned forward, and slowly retreated to the door. When he was about to leave the room, his eyes swept across the table facing the sofa. There was a black metal ashtray. "It's you." Closing the door, Xiaoli's mouth curled up a little. Chapter 474 Take the Bait. The next morning. "Hey Xiaoli, you came so early today." Before 8 o'clock, Xiaoli arrived at Yunqi Club early, which surprised the front desk girl on duty. "Alas, I had insomnia last night. I really couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd come early." Xiaoli yawned. "Then why don't you help me bring in Brother Lang's breakfast later?" The girl blinked her big eyes, and there was a pleading look in her eyes. Qin Yuanlang has a strange personality. He would beat and scold people if he was not satisfied. This made everyone in the club not want to get close to him. Even the female public relations, who accompanied him with drinks, were no exception. Xiao Li pretended to hesitate for a moment. And under the pitiful look of Xiao Mei, he reluctantly said, "Okay. Thank you." "Brother Xiao Li," Xiao Mei said sweetly, "you are the best." "Uh-huh. Woman, you were Xiao Li just now. And now you are Brother Xiao Li." Xiao Li secretly pouted. "But this is just right. He doesn't need to find an excuse to enter Qin Yuanlong's room. By the way, does the second master need to prepare breakfast?" Xiao Li asked. The younger sister said, "The second master went home last night. I don't know if he will come today." "Is that so?" Xiao Li nodded, said, "Then I will go change clothes first. Let me know when breakfast is ready." "Okay." Come to the locker room. Qin Jiaying changed into the club uniform and sat on a chair to think quietly. According to Xiao Li's previous account, on the second day after the attack on Qinxi Company, Qin Yunfei and Qin Yuanlang came to Yunxi Club together. They spent the whole day drinking and partying. Inseparable. Based on this, she had a guess in her mind that the incident with Qinxi was probably planned by the two of them together. And her guess was confirmed by Xiao Yao. "Since Qin Yunfei is not here, let's start with you." Qin Jiaying's eyes flashed. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the employees arrived one after another, and the girl at the front desk also notified Xiao Li to deliver breakfast to Qin Yuanlong's room. "Okay." Xiao Li, carrying a plate, carefully walked to the door of Yaxiang Pavilion. This room is where Qin Yuanlang lives these days. Dang dang dang. A gentle knock on the door sounded. "Come in." Qin Yuanlong's lazy voice came from the room. Xiao Li quietly walked into the room, carrying a plate, and said respectfully, "Brother Lang, your breakfast is here." After saying that, he glanced inside the room. Qin Yuanlang and two disheveled women had just come out of the suite, sleepy-eyed, and their hair was a mess. And his eye circles were a little dark. And he subconsciously supported his waist while walking. It was obvious that he had spent a lot of energy in the past few days. "Put your things down and go out." Qin Yuanlang waved his hand and yawned. "Okay." Xiao Li placed the dinner plate on the table facing the sofa, then turned his back to Qin Yuanlang and gently wiped the metal ashtray with his palm. The next second, the original ashtray disappeared, and it was replaced by an ashtray of a very similar style and color. "Brother Lang, enjoy your meal." Xiao Li respectfully left the room and gently closed the door. After leaving the room, Xiao Li went straight into the bathroom and sent a text message. "Boss, it's time to start." Ding! Xiao Yao turned on his phone, saw the text message, and said to Jiang Yunqi beside him, "Yunqi, notify the reporters now. Our park will be open in half an hour, and all reporters can enter to visit at that time." Jiang Yunqi nodded and said, "Okay, Chairman. I will arrange it now." After Jiang Yunqi left, Xiao Yao called Guo Jinggang again, notify them. In half an hour, a large number of reporters will enter the park for interviews, and the security department should be prepared. "Yes, Chairman." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yao showed a cold smile. "Let's see if you will take the bait this time. Reporter friends, welcome to our Qinxi production park." Jiang Yunqi stood at the entrance of the park. There were dozens of reporters with long guns and short guns in front of him. The faces of the reporters were full of excitement. This is the first time that Qinxi Group has shown the situation of their park to the public since the attack. Could it be that they have recovered? Or can they sell it to the public again? With curiosity and excitement, the reporters followed Jiang Yunqi and entered the gate of Qinxi Park. Wow! As soon as they entered the door, everyone stopped suddenly, their eyes full of amazement. The endless sea of flowers and lawns coexist. The bright flowers and the verdant green grass form a beautiful picture. The air is filled with a refreshing fragrance. Even if you only take a breath, you will feel full of vitality. So beautiful. The reporters had forgotten to take pictures, and were completely immersed in this stunning scene, and could not extricate themselves. Ahem. Jiang Yunqi coughed twice, and said, "Reporters, we allow you to take pictures today, and we hope that after the visit, you can promote our Qinxi Group." "Oh yes, yes." The reporters woke up as if from a dream, and quickly set up their cameras, and pressed the shutter like crazy. "Okay, next. I will take you to visit our production workshop. Manager Wang, I feel a little dizzy, I think I have a cold, can I take half a day off?" Xiao Li found Manager Wang, and said while sniffing, "Ah! Ha!" After that, Xiao Li sneezed again. "Go! Go!" Manager Wang covered his mouth with his hand, and said disdainfully, Come back after you recover from the cold, don't infect other people. Don't worry, Manager Wang, I'm in good health, and a cold usually recovers in 2 days. Xiaoli patted his chest and said, Go. Go! Manager Wang waved his hand in disdain. Xiaoli bowed slightly, ran to the locker room quickly, changed his clothes, and walked out of Yunxi Club. After leaving the club, he walked quickly to a remote location nearby, sat on a bench, and took out his mobile phone. The mobile phone displayed a real-time video of Qin Yuanlong's room. Next, let's see if you will take the bait. Qin Jiaying's eyes flashed with a cold light. After breakfast, Qin Yuanlang lay on the sofa and said weakly, Lingling, come here and rub my waist. Okay, Brother Lang. Lingling, who was fair-skinned and beautiful, sat beside Qin Yuanlang and said with a sweet smile, Brother Lang, does your waist feel uncomfortable? Qin Yuanlang turned his head to look at her and said with a smile, It's all because of you two little fairies. Another beauty said with a smile, Brother Lang, we both did it according to your requirements, you can't blame us for the waist pain. Qin Yuanlang buried his face in the pillow and said helplessly, Alas, these two played too crazy, I have to take a good rest today, or I can't bear it. For a while, Lingling massaged Qin Yuanlong's body, while another beauty took out her phone and checked today's hot searches. Huh? After a while, the beauty said in surprise, Jinxi Group is on the hot search again. Oh my god! Is this their park? It's so beautiful. Wow! It will be sold again the day after tomorrow. And I must buy a bottle of traceless essence this time. Jinxi Group. Hearing this name, Qin Yuanlang was shocked. He turned over, snatched the woman's phone, and quickly read the information on it. As he kept scrolling down, the expression on his face became uglier and uglier. You go out first, Qin Yuanlang said with a gloomy face. Okay, Brother Lang. Seeing that Qin Yuanlang's face was not right, the two women did not dare to say anything at all, and did not even dare to change their clothes, and carefully left the room. How could it be so fast? Qin Yuanlang held the phone tightly, and his face was uncertain. No, I must tell my second uncle. Qin Yuanlang took out his own phone and quickly dialed it. Hello. Second uncle, something big happened. Chapter 475 Qin Jian, who gave you the courage? Hey. Uncle, something big happened. What happened? The other end of the phone, Qin Yunfei's nonchalant voice came. Uncle, Jinxi Group has issued an announcement, and will resume sales the day after tomorrow. Impossible. Qin Yunfei's voice suddenly rose. Uncle, it's true, it's already on the hot search. Qin Yuanlang said anxiously, Didn't you say that their land has been completely corroded? How could it be restored so quickly? Qin Yunfei quickly opened the hot search and saw the entry of Jinxi Group at first glance. He glanced at it with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, To recover to this level, at least a war beast with life ability and above the master level must be used. Second uncle, the president of Beijing University, Yang Xian, is a master level. Do you think he did it? Impossible. Yang Xian is a master level, but his master level war beasts do not have life system war beasts. And even in the entire dragon country, there are only 2 master level summoners who can do this. But they are not in the country now. Ah? What's going on? I don't know either. I can only ask someone to check. Second uncle, Jinxi Group is alive again, so what should we do next? Qin Yuanlang said at a loss. Originally, he thought that Jinxi Group had suffered a nearly devastating blow, and it would take at least half a year, or even a year to recover. Who would have thought that in less than a week, Jinxi Group not only survived, but also seemed to be in better shape than before. And he himself? He didn't even know who Jinxi Group relied on to recover. Did Yang Xian find other master-level helpers? Or were there other unexpected situations? In short, he was completely panicked now, and had no idea how to face the current situation. Don't panic yet. Qin Yunfei was a diamond-level expert after all, and his mentality was much more stable than Qin Yuanlang. I send someone to investigate first, and we make plans after the results come out. Okay. Okay, second uncle, then it's up to you. Qin Yuanlang nodded repeatedly. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, and said worriedly, Second uncle, what we did will not be discovered by others. Right? Don't worry. As long as you don't tell anyone, no one will know. That's good. That's good. Hearing Qin Yunfei's assurance, the big stone in Qin Yuanlang's heart was immediately put down. Hang up. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yuanlang slumped on the sofa, his eyes still filled with worry. What he didn't know was that, in an ashtray opposite, a pinhole camera was flashing continuously. Didn't you say that their land had been completely corroded? How could it be restored so quickly? Second uncle, Chinsi group is alive again, so what should we do next? Second uncle, what we do won't be discovered. Right? Xiao Yao looked at Qin Yuanlang's anxious expression on the video, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. It's you guys. He was right in his expectation. Chinsi was attacked. It was Qin Yunfei who did it. But this guy named Qin Yuanlang was also involved. Now that I have the evidence, I will ask you to pay me back next. Ding ding ding. At this time, his cell phone rang. Boss, did you see the video? Yes, Jiaying, you did a great job this time. Hee boss, I told you I'm awesome. Look at what you can do. Okay, come back soon after you finish the follow-up. Well, boss, I go back after I finish the follow-up. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yao pushed open the door of Wu Yu's office next to him. Teacher Wu, I think we should go to Kyoto. What's wrong? Wu Yu asked in confusion. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. I have confirmed the identity of the perpetrator. Hearing this, Wu Yu's eyes suddenly changed. No. Qin Yuanlang sat up straight. Muttered, it's better to stay at home at this time. For some reason, he always had a vague sense of crisis, which made him uneasy. At this time, only by staying with his grandfather can he feel safe. After changing his clothes, Qin Yuanlang went straight to the Qin family mansion. The Qin family mansion is located in the wealthy area of the main city of Kyoto. In addition to the top summoners, only those powerful people can live here. The Qin family can also own a mansion covering thousands of square meters in such a place, which shows how powerful it is. Master Lang the housekeeper bowed slightly after seeing Qin Yuanlang. Yet Qin Yuanlang nodded and asked, Uncle Wang, who is at home today? Only the second master is at home today. Oh, my second uncle is back too? Qin Yuanlang's eyes flickered. Could it be that the second uncle felt something was wrong just like me? Qin Yuanlang walked into the house. Under the big tree in the middle of the yard, Qin Yunfei was playing chess with Qin Jian. Seeing Qin Yuanlang coming, Qin Jian said without raising his head, move a stool and sit aside. Okay. Qin Yuanlang obediently moved a small stool and quietly watched the two play chess. Pa, the black and white pieces kept falling into the chessboard. Qin Jian said calmly, playing chess is like being a person. The more impatient you are, the harder it is to persevere to the end. At this time, even if Qin Yuanlang didn't know how to play Go, he could see that his uncle's chess pieces were constantly being surrounded, and the defeat was certain. Alas, I lost. Qin Yunfei put down the chess piece in his hand and said helplessly, Dad, I'm afraid I can't change my temper in this life. Qin Jian said calmly, Yunfei, throughout the ages, all those who cannot calm down, without exception, have failed on the road to success. Impatientness is your biggest problem. If you want to go further, you must change your temper. Otherwise, Qin Jian glanced at Qin Yuanlang and said, you could only become a knife in the hands of others. For some reason, Qin Yuanlang suddenly felt cold, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Yuanlang, come and play a game with me. Qin Jian pointed to the stool under Qin Yunfei. Qin Yuanlang smiled awkwardly. Grandpa, I'm not very good at playing chess. It doesn't matter if I don't know. Qin Jian said indifferently, learn how to play chess with me today, and learn the principles of dealing with people by the way. Okay. Qin Yuanlang sat opposite Qin Jian. Grandpa, then I start. Yes. This afternoon, Qin Yuanlang and Qin Yunfei took turns playing chess with Qin Jian, and there was no doubt that neither of them won a single game. However, in the process of playing chess, Qin Yuanlang's heart gradually calmed down. He believed that his grandfather had guessed the purpose of his and his second uncle's visit. Then he didn't have to worry about it anymore. Until the evening, Qin Jian put down the chess piece in his hand and said calmly, let's stop here today, the others have returned. Sure enough, not long after, Qin Yunling, Qin Yufeng and other members of the Qin family returned home, and when they saw that the two prodigal sons of the family were also at home, they all showed surprise on their faces. Let's eat. Qin Jian signaled the housekeeper to put away the chessboard, and then the family sat in the yard, ready to eat. Yuanlang, have you not caused any trouble recently? Qin Yunling looked at the youngest in the family, who loves to cause trouble the most, and said with a dignified expression, Uncle, I have been staying in Yunchi Club recently, and have not been anywhere. Qin Yuanlang smiled awkwardly. Well, you can have fun, but don't cause any trouble for the family. Qin Yuanling reminded, there have been a lot of things in the family recently, you should keep quiet for a while. I know. Uncle! At this moment, Qin Jian, who had been calm and composed, suddenly changed his expression. The next second, a majestic and domineering figure suddenly appeared above Qin Jian mansion, his clothes fluttered without the wind, and his indifferent voice made everyone's heart tighten. Qin Jian, who gave you the courage to provoke my Kyoto University? Chapter 476 Kyoto University come to visit. Qin Jian, who gave you the courage to provoke Kyoto University? President Ouyang stood in the air, his clothes rustling. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic momentum burst out, like a tsunami, hitting the entire Qin family mansion. For a moment, except Qin Jian and Qin Yunfei, everyone in the Qin family turned pale, and their hearts were gripped. Ouyang Xian. Qin Jian stood up suddenly, his face was terrible. Are you going too far? The Qin family mansion was surrounded by dignitaries, a powerful family. In public, Ouyang Xian came to put pressure on them. This was like a big slap in the face, making him lose face. Too much? Ouyang Xian smiled coldly. Qin Jian, you have the guts to provoke my Kyoto University. Didn't you think I would come to collect the debt? Oh! Old Qin actually fought with Ouyang Xian. What's going on? Provoke Kyoto University? This shouldn't happen. Qin Jian is not such an impulsive person. At this time, many people came out after hearing the noise, and gathered around the Qin family mansion. Everyone was watching the excitement and talking about it. Two masters actually had a conflict. It was really rare. Ouyang Xian. Qin Jian's eyes were cold. And he said lightly, I don't know what you are talking about. Don't know? Ouyang Xian smiled coldly. Then ask your son Qin Yunfei. See if he knows? Qin Yunfei? For a moment, the Qin family focused all their attention on Qin Yunfei. What on earth did he do? He even provoked the president of Kyoto University. Qin Yunfei was not afraid. He raised his head and said, President Ouyang, I have never provoked Kyoto University. I think you have misunderstood. Misunderstanding? Ouyang Xian's eyes were stern, a powerful aura, like a mountain, and sea pressed on Qin Yunfei, making his face tense, and his whole body trembled slightly. Ouyang Xian, you are too much. Qin Jian snorted coldly, and his body burst out with a powerful aura, blocking Ouyang Xian's pressure outside Qin Yunfei's body. Qin Yunfei let out a long sigh, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Is this the strength of a master? It's too terrifying. Boom boom, two magnificent auras collided violently in the air, causing layers of space ripples, and violent hurricanes spread around, and the entire Qin family mansion seemed to be a little shaky. But bystanders could see that Qin Jian's aura was obviously weaker than Ouyang Xian's, and his decline was obvious. At this moment, a man in a white robe suddenly appeared beside Qin Jian, and his aura burst out, and he joined forces with Qin Jian, and formed a situation of confrontation with Ouyang Xian. Lu Yu. Ouyang Xian's eyelids drooped slightly. Are you sure you want to get involved? Lu Yu, also a master summoner, has always been on good terms with Qin Jian. Ouyang Xian. Lu Yu said lightly, you are too overbearing in doing things. As soon as the voice fell, 8 figures suddenly appeared in the Qin family mansion. They released amazing momentum at the same time, together with Qin Jian and Lu Yu. They were slightly more powerful than Ouyang Xian in momentum. These 8 people are all helpers invited by Lu Yu and Qin Jian. All of them are diamond-level masters. Although he was at a disadvantage, Ouyang Xian showed a look of disdain on his face. More people? He waved his hand, and a dazzling space gate suddenly appeared. One after another, bodies flew out of the space gate and landed steadily behind Ouyang Xian. Kyoto University Wu Yu. Kyoto University Lian Hui. Kyoto University Siduling. Kyoto University Bai Chanfeng. Come to pay a visit. Boom! The momentum of more than 40 diamond-level masters merged together, like a huge wave, and rushed towards the opposite side fiercely. Puff puff, the momentum of the opposite side was crushed like a dead tree and rotten wood. Several diamond-level masters, who came to help, turned pale, and couldn't help but spurt out blood. Oh my god! So the onlookers stared with wide eyes, and were horrified. More than 40 diamond-level masters? It turns out that Kyoto University is so powerful. Although Kyoto University is known as the top university in Dragon Country, everyone knows that it has a strong faculty and many masters. But in recent years, it has never shown its true strength to the outside world. Even Kyoto University students do not know how many teachers there are in the school. Until today, the outside world has truly known the horror of Kyoto University. More than 40 diamond-level summoners, which may not even be the entire strength of Kyoto University. I am afraid that only the law enforcement team and the military can suppress Kyoto University. Qin Jian and Lu Yu looked at each other. Their faces were extremely ugly. They originally thought that with their master-level strength, plus the assistance of some helpers, they could at least compete with Ouyang Xian. Even if Ouyang Xian recruited other teachers from Beijing University, they had one more master-level expert, and they were not afraid of him in terms of momentum. But who would have thought that Beijing University had so many diamond-level experts without anyone noticing? This time, the two people's original plan was completely miscalculated. Ouyang Xian. Qin Jian gritted his teeth and said, "Do you really have to bully my Qin family in public?" Ouyang Xian said coldly. "Qin Jian, I just want to ask you one question. Was this incident of Qinzi Group done by Qin Yunfei?" "What?" The Qin family was shocked, and all looked at Qin Yunfei. Did Qin Yunfei destroy the Qinzi Group? Why didn't we know? Qin Yunfei's face changed, as if he had been wronged, and he cried out, "Principal Ouyang, you must have misunderstood. How could I destroy Qinzi Company? I only knew about this company today." Hearing this, the Qin family nodded in agreement. Indeed, Qin Yunfei never cared about the company's operations. How could he take the initiative to attack a competing company? Obviously, it's unreasonable. But at this time, many onlookers didn't think so. Tianfei Group, Qinzi Group, it turns out that their roots are here. It turns out that Qinzi Group is actually an industry of Beijing University. This is like finding a money printing machine. No wonder Ouyang Xian chose to put pressure on them. The cornucopia was smashed. Isn't it supposed to be like this? But didn't Qin Yunfei check the details of Qinzi Group before taking action? It's hard to say. Maybe it wasn't him who did it. If he knew that Jingdao was involved, he would still dare to do it. I can only say that he is a real man. Seeing that Qin Yunfei was still quibbling, Ouyang Xian was too lazy to waste words. With a wave of his hand, a huge water curtain appeared in the air. A young man's figure was clearly shown on the water curtain. Yuanlang? The Qin family immediately looked at Qin Yuanlang. This is... Qin Yuanlang recognized the background in the picture, and his face turned pale instantly. Didn't you say that their land had been completely corroded? How could it be restored so quickly? Second uncle, Qinzi Group is alive again, so what should we do next? Ouyang Xian, the president of Beijing University, is a master. Do you think he did it? Second uncle, what we did won't be discovered. Right. With just a few words, the suspicion of Qin Yuanlang and Qin Yunfei was completely confirmed. Swish. Qin Yunfei turned around and glared at Qin Yuanlang. His eyes were like knives. He was about to skin Qin Yuanlang alive. Damn you idiot. You didn't even know you were secretly photographed. I really should have killed you with one palm. At this time, Qin Yuanlang was pale, and his legs were shaking. It's impossible. When was this filmed? How come I don't know? Yuanlang, Qin Yunfei, actually they did it. The Qin family looked at the two with complicated expressions. Two prodigals who never cared about family affairs, actually secretly attacked competitors for the sake of the family. But their actions put the family in such a difficult situation. I really don't know whether to be moved or resentful. With the evidence in front of him, Qin Jian felt the teasing eyes around him, and his momentum slowly dissipated. His voice was dry, as if he had aged a lot in an instant. This matter, our Qin family admits it. Chapter 477 Compensation Fire Demon Pill. We, the Qin family, admit this. As soon as these words came out, the entire Qin family fell silent, and everyone's face was filled with dejection. The evidence was already in front of them, and it was obvious that the Qin family had caused trouble first, causing Kyoto University to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, this kind of admission of defeat cannot be solved by simply apologizing. The Qin family will have to pay a heavy price for this, and in serious cases, it will even cause great damage to the Qin family's vitality. Plop. Qin Yuanlang sat down on the ground, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. But no one paid any attention to him. Whether he was really unconscious, or pretending, it was no longer important for him as a small figure. The most important thing now was, how much would Kyoto University cost the Qin family? Would they ask for too much? The Qin family members were very nervous, and their eyes were fixed on Qin Jian. Patriarch, we can only rely on you now. Wow, this Qin Yunfei is really brave. He dared to do it even though he knew Qinzi had a Kyoto University background. That's right, they are really brave. Now, the Qin family will be killed by these two. Poor Qin Jian. His face was swollen from being beaten by Ouyang Xian. Do you think Qin Jian knew what his juniors did? He definitely didn't know when he took action. After all, Qin Jian is so shrewd and would never do such a reckless thing. What a pity, a master-level strongman was actually harmed like this by two juniors. He can't even hold his head up in the future. Next, let's see if Ouyang Xian will ask for too much. Ouyang Xian and Qin Jian are both master summoners, so they can naturally hear the whispers of the people around them. Qin Jian's face became even uglier. Even with his qi cultivation skills, his chest rose and fell slightly with anger, while Ouyang Xian glanced around and said calmly, Qin Jian, let's find a place to talk. Yes. Qin Jian nodded silently. Shua shua, the two master-level masters disappeared in front of everyone. Without the protagonist, the onlookers naturally dispersed. But the news spread quickly in a short period of time. But the spread was limited to the top group of people. From today on, all the top forces will know that the Qinzi group is protected by Kyoto University. If anyone wants to do something bad to it, they should first evaluate whether they can withstand the revenge of a master and dozens of diamonds. Okay. From today on, the operation of Qinzi will be worry-free. Not far away, Zhang Lao and Xiao Yao stood side by side, smiling faintly. Yes, only the principal has the courage to kill a chicken to scare the monkey with a master-level family. Xiao Yao smiled. In fact, if he didn't want to tear his face apart, the principal could have used evidence to solve the problem with Qin Jian privately. But in order to protect the Qinzi group, the principal finally chose the most embarrassing way to put pressure on the Qin family, making the Qin family lose face and suffer the consequences. After this battle, I believe no force dares to target the Qinzi group again. It's time for us at Beijing University to show off our muscles. Mr. Zhang said coldly. I haven't fought with anyone for so many years. Even some blind cats and dead dogs dare to come and take the initiative to make trouble. They really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Go back, wait for the good news from the president. Yes. Early the next morning, Xiao Yao and Mr. Zhang came to the president's office. Mr. Zhang, Xiao Yao, sit down. Principal Ouyang smiled, obviously in a very good mood. Principal, it looks like the battle was very good yesterday. Old Zhang stroked his beard and smiled. Ha ha. Principal Ouyang laughed heartily. Anyway. Qin Jian's face turned green with heartache. Principal, what agreement was reached in the end? Xiao Yao asked curiously. Come on, I tell you about it. Principal Ouyang drank a sip of tea, and his expression was even happy. First, the Qin family needs to compensate Qinzi group for its losses, a total of 10 billion. 10 billion. Xiao Yao's eyes widened immediately. My God, the principal's hands are really dark. Although the loss of Qinzi group was not small, it certainly did not reach 10 billion. In addition, with the help of the ancient tree of life, Qinzi group only lost part of its inventory and production line, and the cost price was less than 1 billion. In this way, it would be a huge profit of 9 billion. 10 billion. Can the Qin family come up with it? Xiao Yao asked. He now has some understanding of the financial situation of Tianfei Group. Although it is a leading cosmetics company in China, it is definitely not that easy to come up with a cash flow of 10 billion. The Qin family will pay the 10 billion in 3 years. Of course, interest will be calculated, Principal Ouyang said with a smile. In 3 years, they can still get it. Xiao Yao nodded. Tianfei Group is a top company anyway. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. It is not too difficult to get more than 3 billion in cash a year. However, under the impact of Qinzi Group, their financial situation will be even worse. This time, they will definitely suffer a lot. The second one, Principal Ouyang said proudly, I have almost collected all the remaining demon pills of Qin Jian. Oh! Hearing this, old Zhang's eyes lit up. Principal, how are the quality of these demon pills? Principal Ouyang smiled. Those that can be preserved by Qin Jian are at least diamond-level demon pills. Great, now some people have a chance to break through. Old Zhang said happily. Demon pill, what is it? Xiao Yao was confused by the conversation between the two, and asked quickly, Principal, teacher, what is this demon pill? Elder Zhang explained. The demon pill is a special product of the Awakening Battlefield. What is the Awakening Battlefield? Xiao Yao asked. This was the first time he heard the name Awakening Battlefield. Could it be related to the awakening of the summoner? Earlier Zhang wanted to explain, but at this time, Principal Ouyang said, The awakening battlefield is not something you can touch now. Wait until you break through the platinum level before you start to understand it. Only the platinum level is qualified to understand it. Xiao Yao temporarily put aside his curiosity and nodded. I understand. Now that the Dawn group is on the right track, he will go all out to reach the platinum level. With the current situation of the four beasts, it won't take too long to break through the platinum level. By the way, I remember your purgatory demon bull is a fire-type war beast, so keep this demon pill. Principal Ouyang took out a white jade box and handed it to Xiao Yao. Among the dozen demon pills Qin Jian has, there is only one fire-type demon pill, and the rest are thunder-type and dark-type demon pills prepared for Qin Yunfei. When the purgatory demon bull reaches platinum level 5, taking the demon pill will have a chance to help him break through the shackles of the diamond level. But be careful. You must not try to take it below platinum level 3. Otherwise you will not be able to withstand the energy of the demon pill and explode and die. Xiao Yao took the white jade box and said seriously, I understand. Principal. Although his war beast broke through the great realm, there was no shackles. But just listening to the effect of the demon pill, it was enough to show that it contained terrifying energy. When Lao Niu reaches platinum level 3 or above, he can quickly increase his experience points by taking demon pills. Unfortunately, there is only this fire demon pill, which can only be taken by Lao Niu. Although Xiaoku also has the ability of Holy Flame, his attribute is essentially light, and Holy Flame is just a highly condensed holy light. Principal. Can I open it and take a look? Xiao Yao asked curiously. Sure. Take a look. Principal Ouyang smiled. With curiosity, Xiao Yao carefully opened the jade buckle on the box and gently lifted the lid. Boom! In an instant, a violent heat wave surged out of the box. The hot energy instantly raised the temperature in the room, and the air began to distort. Xiao Yao felt the heat wave on his face, and it was difficult to breathe for a while. Snap! He quickly closed the box, swallowed his saliva and said, What a terrifying energy! Principal Ouyang patted his shoulder and smiled. Keep it well, and try to use it as soon as possible. Xiao Yao put the white jade box back into the broken sky ring, and thanked. Thank you, Principal. Principal Ouyang waved his hand and said, It's a small matter. By the way, school is about to start. You'd better deal with the affairs of Chintzy Company as soon as possible. In the future, your main energy should still be on improving your strength. Xiao Yao nodded and said, I understand. I will make arrangements when I go back this time. Chapter 478, Differences in Concepts. Xiao Li propped himself up dazedly, looking around with confused eyes. Where am I? In front of him was an unfamiliar room, which was very spacious. From the layout and decoration of the room, it should be a mid-level hotel room. No, why am I here? Xiao Li knocked his head, recalling carefully what happened before he fainted. I seem to have run into a beautiful woman, and then... At this time, he had recalled the whole process of the incident, and couldn't help showing panic on his face. He quickly checked his body. There were no injuries on his arms and legs, and no wounds on his back, which meant that his waist was still there. Finally, he unzipped his pants and checked his second brother. Huh? It's okay. Xiao Li patted his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. There was nothing wrong with his body, which was a blessing. But what did that beauty want to do? Xiao Li recalled that the woman asked him a lot of questions about Yunqi Club and Qin Yunfei. Could she be targeting Yunqi Club? No, I need to notify the club. Xiao Li rolled over and got out of bed. Pa! He suddenly felt a brown envelope next to the pillow. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly opened the envelope. There was a piece of paper in the envelope, with a few neat lines of handwriting on it. Li Bing, thank you for your help, which made our operation a complete success. There is a backpack in the TV cabinet, which contains your reward. By the way, don't let the Qin family know your location, otherwise you will die ugly. P.S. Finally, I would like to advise you that lickers will not die well. I am not a licker. This was Xiao Li's first reaction. No. What am I thinking about? Xiao Li patted his face, and then quickly opened the cabinet under the TV. There was indeed a bulging backpack inside. He unzipped it, and what came into view were stacks of red banknotes that made people's blood boil. There was also a mobile phone in the bag, as well as his various documents. No way. Xiao Li swallowed his saliva and counted the stacks one by one. One stack was 100 yuan bills. A total of 100 stacks, which was a full million. Shit. I already had 1 million. Xiaoli stared blankly at the stacks of bills around him. His heart was excited. And there was a lot of complexity. He had worked hard in Kyoto for 5 years. And had just saved less than 100,000 yuan. And the money in front of him was enough to cover his decades of hard work. 1 million yuan in their hometown. Not only can they build a small house, but they can even marry a wife who is similar to them. Could it be that I have turned a disaster into a blessing? Xiaoli was thinking. This can't be a trap set for me. Impossible. I am a poor boy. How can I deserve such treatment? Xiaoli shook his head. Forget it. Don't think about it. Just take the money and go home. He has now completely given up the idea of returning to the club. Looking at this situation, it must be that the information he leaked caused a lot of losses to the second master's family. Just like what the note said. He will definitely die miserably if he goes back. Now that he has received such a huge sum of money. Wouldn't it be wonderful to return to his hometown and live a peaceful life? Xiaoli quickly put the stacks of money back into his bag, picked up his bag and left the room. Just as he thought, this was a hotel with a good environment. After he left the hotel, he took a taxi and rushed to the high-speed rail station. Brother Lang, Li Bing is dead. What? Qin Yuanlang gritted his teeth and said, Fuck. How did he die? After the incident last night, he returned to Yunxi Club as soon as possible and found the pinhole camera hidden in the ashtray in his room. By checking the surveillance, he found that only the waiter named Li Bing had entered his room. In addition, Li Bing found an excuse to leave the club in the morning, which further confirmed his suspicion. Therefore, he immediately sent people to arrest Li Bing. He swore that he would skin this guy alive to vent his hatred. But who would have thought that he waited for so long? But he waited for the news of Li Bing's death. Brother Lang, Li Bing died this morning. His neighbor next door smelled a strong liquefied gas smell in Li Bing's house. Called the police and entered the room, and found that the boy's face was blue. His body was taken to the funeral home this morning, and it is estimated that it has turned into ashes now. Fuck. Qin Yuanlang slammed the table hard. Furious, I haven't vented my anger yet. Who the hell let you die? Fuck. The subordinate said timidly, Brother Lang? Who do you think did this? Who else could it be? Qin Yuanlang gritted his teeth and said, It must be Kyoto University. Damn it. They killed a person after they used him. They are still teachers. They are more vicious than me. He originally wanted to catch Li Bing back. On the one hand, he wanted to vent his anger. On the other hand, he wanted to hand him over as an explanation to the family. After all, if Li Bing hadn't cooperated with him, Kyoto University would never have found evidence. But now that Li Bing is dead, the family's loss and anger will undoubtedly be blamed on him. Next, I will really become a useless person that everyone hates. Li Bing has returned to his hometown. In the dark room, Lao Du said in a low voice. Qin Jiaying nodded. Satisfied, not bad. It's worth my effort. Lao Du raised a disdainful smile. Womanly kindness. It's obvious that you can just kill him. But you have to go through so much trouble. Qin Jiaying raised his head and said unhappily, What is womanly kindness? I don't want to kill innocent people. And the boss also supports me. Given the boss's personality, he will definitely support you. Lao Du said calmly, but as a subordinate, don't cause unnecessary trouble to the boss. As a former ace killer, he has killed many innocent souls. In order to complete the mission, he doesn't mind killing those innocent lives that affect the mission. In his country, human life is as cheap as grass. Some people can be killed without guilt. Therefore, he is deeply disdainful of Qin Jiaying behavior. Women are women. If they are too soft-hearted, they will never achieve great things. Qin Jiaying said unconvincedly. The boss will become a master or even a king in the future. You should stop adding unnecessary black spots to the boss. She is a graduate of a regular university and has received a good education since childhood. Although she has been a thief for a while, she will never harm innocent lives when committing crimes. TSK. Lao Du curled his lips in disdain. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Go back to Yinqing as soon as possible and be your female secretary. He had already investigated Qin Jiaying's identity. She was the secretary of the chairman of Qinxi Group and the boss's right-hand man. She must have good abilities. Otherwise she would not be appreciated by the boss and take on this important task. She also completed the task well this time. However, he really couldn't approve of her way of doing things. Just go. I don't want to stay here with you. Qin Jiaying snorted coldly, changed her face to a strange one, and walked out of the room with a swagger. Chapter 479 Arrangement. At night, Yinshin. Qinxi Group Meeting Room. Chairman, Tianfei Group's first 3 billion has arrived. This money will be used to expand production lines and lay out offline outlets. Jiang Yunqi reported. Not bad, it seems that Tianfei Group is quite efficient. Xiao Yao smiled. Chairman, we can be regarded as a blessing in disguise this time. Li Shuhong smiled. Not only has the planting base expanded tenfold, but also received a large amount of additional funds. Now, our company's rise is even more unstoppable. Yes. Yes. The executives laughed. Originally, it was thought that the company would need at least a few months to regroup after such a disaster. But who would have thought that in less than half a month, the company not only officially resumed work and production, but the overall situation was even much better than half a month ago. What a dramatic change. Xiao Yao pressed his hand and said, Everyone, the company is on the right track, and my mission is basically completed. I will return to Kyoto University in a few days. So from now on, all the affairs of the company will be handed over to Jiang Yunqi, Qin Jiaying and Li Shuhong. 3 executives. Hearing this, all the executives were stunned. In the past 2 months, they were used to Xiao Yao's vigorous command and subconsciously regarded him as a mature, steady, and highly respected leader. But now, they suddenly realized that the chairman was still a young man under 20 years old, about to enter his sophomore year. Seeing everyone's reaction, Xiao Yao smiled and said, Why? Have you all forgotten that I am still a student of Beijing University? Jiang Yunqi's face was indescribably strange, and he said, If you don't mention it, I guess everyone has forgotten your age. Yes. Yes. Chairman, you are more mature in dealing with people than me, a 40-year-old man. Yes, it's hard to imagine that. The chairman is not even 20 years old. Xiao Yao laughed. Maybe I'm more precocious. Let's get back to the point. After all, my future energy should be focused on improving my strength. I will gradually delegate the management of the company to the 3 CEOs. I believe that with their abilities, they can definitely take charge of the entire company. Of course, if there is a problem that cannot be solved, I will still come forward. I hope you can cooperate with the 3 CEOs. I believe that when the dividends are distributed this year, everyone can achieve financial freedom. Chairman, don't worry. Many executives were like chicken blood, patting their chests and guaranteeing, we will definitely cooperate with several CEOs and will never let you down. Jiang Yunqi also expressed his position. Chairman, the 3 of us will manage the company well and will not let you down. After several months of training, Jiang Yunqi's business ability has risen sharply. At the same time, with Xiao Yao's support, his prestige is very high and he has become a veritable CEO. Jiang Yunqi currently controls the company's personnel, financial and technical rights, and the Qinxi laboratory. Chen Jiaying controls the most special department, the supervision team, and Li Shuhong manages the company's core marketing department. As long as the 3 can cooperate well, he won't have to worry about Qinxi Group in the future. Okay, let's leave it at that for today. Xiao Yao clapped his hands and left the meeting room. Seeing the meeting was over, Qin Jiaying followed Xiao Yao and entered the chairman's office. Xiao Yao put the documents on the table, leaned back in his chair, and praised Jiaying. You did a great job this time. Even Principal Ouyang praised you. Really? Qin Jiaying's eyes lit up. Being praised by a master-level expert made her feel full of accomplishment. Xiao Yao smiled and said, If it weren't for your video, the Qin family wouldn't have given up so quickly. You are the biggest contributor this time. Qin Jiaying said happily, thanks to the broken sky ring given to me by the boss. Otherwise things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Then you should keep this broken sky ring. Okay. Thank you, boss. Qin Jiaying touched the broken sky ring on her finger, and was very happy. By the way, boss, Qin Jiaying asked curiously, what did that Lao Du do before? She was very curious about Lao Du's previous career. He was able to establish an efficient intelligence organization in a place like Kyoto, where all kinds of people come from. He was very capable, but his personality was too cold and ruthless. He also mocked her way of doing things, which really made her unhappy. She was not going to tell her boss about the dispute between the two. Reporting to the boss after a quarrel was the behavior of children. But she really wanted to know what kind of environment and career could cultivate a person like Lao Du, who was very capable, but had such a cold-blooded personality. Xiao Yao thought for a moment, and decided to reveal some information about Lao Du to Qin Jiaying. After all, the two of them will definitely have other cooperation in the future. Mutual understanding between the two sides will also help things go smoothly. Lao Du was once the ace killer of Beidian country. Beidian country? Ace killer. No wonder he is so cold-blooded. Qin Jiaying suddenly realized. In such a turbulent country, as a killer, it is reasonable to have such a personality. But how did the boss subdue the killer of Beidian country? Did he assassinate the boss before? Okay, you know enough about Lao Du. Xiao Yao took out a wine bottle from the broken sky ring, pointed and said, "This is your reward for completing the task this time." Another reward? Qin Jiaying's eyes lit up, picked up the bottle, and looked at it carefully. "Boss, what is this?" Xiao Yao said, "This is the King Kong fruit wine brewed by the drunk monkey, which can enhance the summoner's own strength and defense. It can enhance the summoner's physical attributes." Qin Jiaying quickly stuffed the bottle into his broken sky ring, excitedly said, "Thank you. Boss. The boss is the boss. This is such a generous move." She knows very well how precious this kind of treasure that can improve the summoner's own attributes is. It can be said that it cannot be bought with money. It turns out that following the boss is the most correct decision she has made in her life. Although this decision is a little bit passive. Okay. Go back and have a rest. The company will rely on you three from now on. Manage the inspection team well. I hope that when I return to Yinshan next time, I can see a brand new and powerful inspection team. Qin Jiaying immediately patted his chest and promised, "Boss, I promise to complete the task." "Okay. Go back and rest." "Yes." After Qin Jiaying left, Xiao Yao leaned his head on the back of the chair, with a faint smile on his lips. The company's affairs came to an end, and he could finally go all out to hit the platinum level. In addition, he could see his friends again, after not seeing each other for so long. Everyone must have grown a lot. Chapter 480, Gaining Experience While Lying Down. "Dad, Mom, I'm leaving." Xiao Yao waved his hand and said goodbye to his parents. "Be careful on the road." Xiaoli and Lu Hui stood side by side, watching Xiao Yao get into the car. "Uncle, Auntie, goodbye." Su Xingliang also waved goodbye to the two through the window. "Jiaying, let's go," Xiao Yao said as he sat in the back seat. As today's temporary driver, Qin Jiaying patted the steering wheel and said, "Okay, boss." The vehicle started. Xiao Yao looked at his best friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and said with a smile, "How were the results of the 2 months?" Soon after returning to Yinshan, Xiao Yao asked the Black Front hunting team to recruit Su Xingliang into the team, and take him with him more often during this holiday. He himself also came from the Black Front hunting team, and during the period after the college entrance examination, not only did his war beast level increase rapidly, but he also mastered a wealth of knowledge of outdoor survival. So he hoped that Liang Yang could also grow rapidly in the Black Front hunting team, and not waste this holiday. When Ren Feng knew that Su Xingliang was Xiao Yao's best friend, he accepted Su Xingliang without hesitation, and promised to train Su Xingliang well, just like he had done to Xiao Yao before. Su Xingliang smiled and said, "I am now a silver level 3 summoner." Silver level 3. Not bad. Xiao Yao nodded. He has increased 2 levels in 2 months. And it is likely that Makai and Kazakhs have increased together. This growth rate is already very fast. He was about the same level at that time. It seems that Liang Yang must have been to the desolate plains a lot, otherwise he wouldn't have grown to where he is now. Silver level 3? In the driver's seat, Qin Jiaying glanced at Su Xingliang through the rearview mirror, with a look of surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect that. This boy, who was about the same age as the boss, was actually a genius. He broke through to silver level 3 at the age of 19, so he could have participated in the National League in his junior year. If there was no boss, he might have become the strongest contender for the league championship. "Hey, are all the best friends of geniuses too?" Xiao Yao asked with a smile. "Do you feel good in the Black Front hunting team?" Su Xingliang nodded. "Yes, everyone takes good care of me and taught me a lot." In fact, when Su Xingliang first joined the hunting team members just treated him as a child who needed protection because of Xiao Yao entrustment. But when his war beast began to fight officially, everyone immediately looked at him with new eyes. After all, whether it is the terrifying assassin Kazakhs or the powerful tank Makai, they can kill silver 5 at silver 1. Even the Shadow Cat Pai Dan can play a huge role at a specific moment. Therefore, after 1 or 2 battles, The Black Front hunting team directly treated Su Xingliang as a core member. Some people even compared him with Xiao Yao. Both of them are talented, and their war beasts are special and powerful. Su Xingliang's talent is only a little weaker than Xiao Yao. But in Yanqing, he is definitely the top talent that has come out of Yanqing in recent years. In terms of talent alone, he can be said to be a platinum or even diamond seed. The most important thing is that he is Xiao Yao's best friend. When Xiao Yao breaks through the Grandmaster level in the future, with Su Xingliang's talent, coupled with the relationship between the two, his future achievements are immeasurable. Considering this, the Black Front hunting team attaches great importance to Su Xingliang. Renfeng will lead the team personally every time, and all his knowledge and experience will be imparted to him without reservation. Therefore, in the past 2 months, Su Xingliang's growth can be said to be rapid, and he can already be called a qualified hunting team member. Well, not bad. Xiao Yao nodded with satisfaction. From Liang Yang's growth and the tone of his voice, he could see that the Black Front hunting team valued Liang Yang, which of course met his expectations. After all, with his relationship with the Black Front hunting team, and his current status in Yanqing, they naturally dared not neglect Su Xingliang. But when he saw that Liang Yang had really grown rapidly in these 2 months, and integrated into the hunting team, he was still happy for his best friend. Being able to become stronger with his best friends is his long-standing wish. He hopes that on the road to growth, his friends will always be by his side, leaving no one behind, and that everyone will eventually reach the top of the world together and experience the joy of being the strongest. Thinking of this, Xiao Yao glanced at the experience points of the 4 beasts. In the past month or so, because he had to manage the company, he had not experienced any battles. But the experience points of the 4 beasts had increased by about 10%. This is because of the characteristics of the hero gift card. When other war beasts gain experience, 1% of it will be automatically divided equally among Xiao Ke and his team. Therefore, it can be said that the 4 of them can gain experience points without lying down. And through the increase in these experience points, Xiao Yao also roughly estimated the war beast levels of the other 3 teammates. Basically, everyone's growth will not be smaller than Liang Liang. After all, whether it is Li Yu, Bai Li Xiao or Tao Yao Yao, their family background and resources are naturally much stronger than Liang Liang. Liang Liang has reached silver level 3, and the 3 of them will naturally not be worse. When we get back to Beijing University, let's find a suitable place and try to make another breakthrough, Xiao Yao said. Yes. Su Xingliang nodded heavily. In fact, the 4 of them had discussed privately, and everyone knew that these extremely powerful and special war beasts must have been brought to them by Xiao Yao. Not only do they have a ridiculous number of skills, but their upgrade speed is also terrifying. Therefore, everyone reached a consensus and tried to keep it to the outside world as much as possible, and not easily reveal information about the war beasts. But in order to live up to Xiao Yao's trust, everyone must try their best to make progress, and must not be left behind by Xiao Yao. They hope that one day, the 4 of them can stand up straight beside Xiao Yao, become his most reliable friends, and repay him for everything he has done for everyone. Boss, we're here. Chen Jiaying drove the car to the parking lot of the high-speed railway station. Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang got out of the car, waved and said, "Okay. You go back first." "Okay." Chen Jiaying smiled slightly. "Boss, have a good trip." "Yeah." After Chen Jiaying drove away, Su Xingliang asked curiously, "Who is she?" Xiao Yao said, "She is my secretary." Secretary. Su Xingliang naturally knew Xiao Yao's identity as the chairman of Qinzi Company, but this was the first time he had seen this beautiful secretary. If Li Yu was present, he would definitely make a few jokes and ask if there was anything fishy between Xiao Yao and the secretary. But Su Xingliang knew Xiao Yao too well. He knew that Xiao Yao would never do anything to let Xiao Xiao down, so he nodded and said, "To be your secretary, she must be very capable at work." "Yeah, she is really not bad." Xiao Yao did not talk much about Chen Jiaying. He patted Su Xingliang on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, we are finally going back to school." Su Xingliang smiled. "Yes, we can finally go back." Chapter 481 The Growth of Friends. "Xianyu, your 2 fathers are back." Opening the dormitory door, Su Xingliang shouted. He had just seen the beautiful dream beast basking in the sun in the yard, so Li Yu must be in the house. The door opened, Li Yu opened his arms, and said with a smile, "Children, come and see the father." "Father?" Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang smiled, and punched Liu in the chest at the same time. Liu took 2 steps back, and said tremblingly, "You, 2 rebellious sons." Xiaoyao and Su Xingliang looked at each other, both clenched their fists, showing ferocious smiles. "Dad, I was wrong." Liu quickly admitted his mistake. At this time, several people looked at each other, and laughed at the same time. "How was this holiday?" Xiaoyao asked with a smile. Liu raised his head, and said proudly, "It's okay, just barely broke through to Silver 4. "Damn, bitch!" Su Xingliang raised his middle finger. Liu chuckled. "What level are you at now?" Su Xingliang curled his lips and said, "Silver level 3. "Silver level 3 is not bad either." Liu patted Su Xingliang on the shoulder. "You have to work hard next time. Both of my war beasts are silver level 3. Liu's movements froze, his smile slowly faded, he raised his middle finger expressionlessly. "Bitch!" "Ha ha ha!" Xiaoyao and Su Xingliang laughed. "What are you laughing at? If you are a man, you should fight 1v1. Liu curled his lips and said. This holiday, his Zac was upgraded from silver level 1 to silver level 4, and at the same time, the Dream Beast and the Gargoyle also made breakthroughs. The Dream Beast broke through the silver level, and the Gargoyle also reached the silver level 2. It can be said that the progress was ridiculously fast. But if it really came to a 3v3 fight with Su Xingliang war beasts, he had to admit that he was no match for him. After all, Su Xingliang had 2 powerful war beasts, Makai and Kha'Zix. These 2 brothers alone could almost defeat his 3 war beasts, not to mention the elusive Shadow Cat. Such a sly thing, so sly. Su Xingliang said with a smile, "Sorry, I just like to fight in groups." Liu, "Ha, that means you are not a real man." Su Xingliang, "Whether he is a real man or not, we will know after a fight." Xiaoyao stood aside, watching the 2 bickering with a smile. Compared to the state of being dignified, calm, and strategizing at all times in the company, he prefers to be with good friends. In this relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, everyone can completely let go of themselves and joke around. I am too lazy to tell you. Liu turned his head and looked at Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, how was your vacation? I guess it is difficult for you, the chairman of Chenxi Group, to find time to improve your strength. Xiaoyao sighed. Alas, it really took up a lot of my time. Liu showed a look of understanding. I knew it. The Chenxi Group has been in the news recently. Not only are its products selling well, but the struggle with the Qin family has spread among the top leaders of Longhua. As the founder and chairman of the Chenxi Group, how could Xiaoyao have time to improve his strength? Now Xiaoke and the other 4 have just reached gold level 4. Xiaoyao shrugged. Gold? Gold level 4. Liu's expression instantly froze, and Su Xingliang's mouth twitched. Damn. You're already at level 4 gold. And you're still sighing? Fuck. You're just a pervert. Liu shook his head and said helplessly. He had spent most of his time in the wild for the past 2 months, and he only improved from level 1 silver to level 4 silver. As for Xiaoyao, he was entangled in worldly affairs, but his improvement speed was even faster. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. Xiaoyao smiled slightly and didn't explain too much. In fact, when he left school last semester, he had already broken through to the gold 4 level. But because the matter of the ancient tree of life needed to be kept secret, he did not reveal his progress to Liu and others. Although he did not grow much in the past 2 months, he gained a company with a market value of 10 billion, which could even reach 100 billion or 1 trillion in the future. In his opinion, it was completely worth it. By the way, Liu put his arm around Xiaoyao's shoulders and said with a smile, Brother Yao, many people in our family can't get your Chenxi products. Do you think you should help your brother? Xiaoyao glanced at him. Shouldn't it be Dad? Liu said shamelessly, Dad? Help your brother. Damn. You are so confused about your generation. Xiaoyao laughed. It's a small matter. Just send it to me as much as you need. Why didn't you tell me before? Why did you have to wait until now? Liu shrugged and said, I can't help it. I just came back from the wild yesterday. Although Liu looked relaxed, Xiaoyao knew that in the past 2 months, Liu must have worked harder than ordinary people. Otherwise, he would not choose to come back the day before school started, and his strength would not have improved so quickly. My friends are all working hard. I can't slack off either. Xiaoyao thought to himself. Liang and I will pack our things, and we will go out to eat together later. Xiao and Yao are waiting. Xiaoyao said. Okay. After packing their luggage, The three of them walked out of the school together. Here. The sharp-eyed Bai Ling Xiao saw the three of them and waved. Xiao Yao and the other two ran over quickly. And as soon as they met, Bai Ling Xiao naturally took Xiao Yao's hand. Holding the white, tender and soft jade hand, Xiao Yao and Bai Ling Xiao looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths rose slightly at the same time. You're bullying me as soon as we meet. Li Yu sighed. Stop talking nonsense, and find a place to eat. Xiao Yao laughed and scolded. A few people came to a restaurant they often went to before. When the boss saw Xiao Yao coming, he immediately vacated the best private room, and ordered the kitchen to serve the dishes as quickly as possible. Before the dishes came, Li Yu couldn't wait to close the door and asked, Xiao Yao, what are your strengths now? At this time, Xiao Yao also looked at the two girls curiously. He had specifically asked Xiao about her strength some time ago, but she kept it a secret, saying that she would tell him when school started. However, according to the progress of Li Yu and Liang, Xiao must be at least silver 3, and Yao is not much worse. Bai Ling Xiao said generously, Ali is already silver 4, Qin Yu is silver 2, Xiao Kaihong is silver 1. After saying that, she also raised her chin toward Xiao Yao proudly, as if to say, Come and praise me. Xiao Yao smiled, and gently squeezed her little hand. His eyes were full of admiration and emotion. The levels of Xiao Zhao's 3 war beasts were exactly the same as Li Yu, which meant that she must have put in a lot of effort and hardship during this holiday. But this is exactly her character. Never admit defeat, never willing to fall behind. Then, Tao Yao whispered, My Skarner is only silver 3, and Xia and Mumu are only silver 1. After that, her expression was a little frustrated, feeling like she was holding everyone back. It's already great. Xiao Yao saw Tao Yao's mood, and comforted her. Look. Liang is also silver level 3. That's right. Su Xingliang nodded. I'm also silver level 3. Silver level 3 is already very powerful, and your wood elf has healing ability. It's not certain who will win or lose in a real fight. Li Yu said. After hearing everyone's comfort, Tao Yao felt better, but she secretly made up her mind. She must work harder next time. Xiao Yao looked at his friends whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and felt very relieved. During this holiday, everyone worked hard and devoted themselves to improving their strength. Everyone's efforts were rewarded. Now they are much stronger than their peers. He believed that in a few years, the names of everyone in their team would be known throughout the Dragon Country. Chapter 482 Li Yu's Secret. In the room, everyone ate and talked about their recent situations. But except Xiao Yao, everyone's holiday life was relatively simple, basically spent in the wild, and in the training room. Therefore, Xiao Yao's experience became the focus of everyone's attention. 8.3 billion sold in 1 month, my god, it's just robbing money. After listening to Chun Shi's performance, Li Yu opened his mouth wide, looking shocked. You know, he is a descendant of the king's family. Although the creator King Li Chu has passed away for hundreds of years, and the strongest person in the family is only at the diamond level, but a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The foundation of the Li family is not comparable to that of an ordinary master-level family. But despite this, the monthly income of their family is far less than 8 billion. And the Chinsi group has been established for less than 3 months, and it already has such a terrifying ability to attract money. Then it will at least be a unicorn company worth hundreds of billions in the future. It's just SOSO. Xiao Yao said in a rather pretentious manner. Although Chen Jiaying would still report the company's daily sales to him every day, he was not very concerned about it now. After all, for him, whether it was 8 billion or 10 billion, it was just a number. He was now finally qualified to say the sentence that had changed the style of a certain host in his previous life. I am not interested in money. Brother Yao. Li Yu said with a lick on his face. Are you still in need of a godson, the kind that can inherit the family property? Get lost. Xiao Yao laughed and scolded. I won't accept an unfilial son like you. Li Yu laughed and said, I can't. You have to accept my child as your godson or goddaughter in the future. We don't ask for much. It's enough to inherit 1% of the property. Otherwise, Li Yu winked and said, it's okay to arrange a baby marriage in advance. Forget it. Bai Ling Xiao refused. I don't accept you as my relative. Xiao, you hurt my heart so much. Li Yu covered his chest. Looking hurt. What's wrong with me as a relative? He's perfect in every way. Ha ha. Su Xingliang sneered. I asked you to be my relative. Are you planning to take Xiao Yao's child to wash feet together in the future? Li Yu's face turned black. Damn it. Am I the kind of person who leads children astray? Yes. Everyone said in unison. You? Liu looked depressed and about to vomit blood. Alas, I am really heartbroken by you. Don't even think about it. Su Xingliang raised his head and said, It's not your turn to be engaged. I haven't said anything yet, right, Xiaoyao? Xiaoyao smiled and said, I think Liang can do it. See? Su Xingliang raised his eyebrows at Liu. This is a manifestation of character. Alas, I don't want to talk anymore. Liu shook his head and said, My heart is already broken. I want to get drunk tonight. No one can stop me. At this time, his mobile phone vibrated. He opened it and saw a strange look in his eyes. Ahem, brothers. Liu stood up and said, I have to go out for a while, you eat first. The dishes are not served yet. Let's eat first. Xiaoyao said. Forget it. Someone is waiting for me. Liu waved his hand. Let's talk tomorrow. After that, he left the room quickly. Is he really sad? Tao Yaoyao asked in a low voice. How is it possible? Su Xingliang took a bite of the dish and said nonchalantly, Xianyu is very generous. He won't be sad because of such a small thing. There must be something really wrong. Oh, that's good. Next, the four of them ate and chatted, sharing recent interesting stories. After eating and drinking, Xiaoyao, the big money sponsor, paid the bill, and the four of them went their separate ways. Xiaoyao and Bai Lingxiao walked around the campus hand in hand, while Liang and Yao Yao went back to their homes. The evening breeze was blowing, and the campus was very lively. Couples who had not seen each other for a long time walked around the campus hand in hand, and some students took their war beasts with them to stroll around the campus. Walking on the road, many students saw Xiaoyao and greeted him enthusiastically, and Xiaoyao would smile and nod at them. Slowly, Xiaoyao and Bai Lingxiao came to the lake where they often walked, and the two sat on the lawn, their bodies pressed tightly together. Bai Lingxiao leaned her head on Xiaoyao's shoulder, tilted her head and said, When are you going to break through to the platinum level next? She now knew the secret of Xiaoyao's rapid growth. For Xiaoyao, as long as he made up his mind, it would only be a matter of time before he broke through to the platinum level. Well, soon. Xiaoyao thought for a while and said, I am now at gold level 4. If I can find a suitable environment, it is not too difficult to break through to the platinum level. Platinum level under 20 years old, you are really a pervert. Hee, thank you for the compliment. By the way, Bai Lingxiao sat up straight suddenly, turned to look at him, narrowed his eyes, as if a dangerous look flashed across his eyes. I heard from Uncle Wu that you seem to have a very beautiful female secretary. Looking at Bai Lingxiao half-smile, Xiaoyao hurriedly explained, She is indeed my secretary, but she has another identity. Then he told Bai Lingxiao the whole story of how he conquered Xinjiang. Bai Lingxiao knew Mo tongue ability. After listening to Xiaoyao's story, she also learned about Xinjiang past and her important role in Xiaoyao. In fact, she still trusted Xiaoyao's character. But no girl wanted to see her boyfriend with a mature and beautiful female secretary. She just said that to vent her dissatisfaction. However, since she knew Xinjiang ability and the important responsibility she shouldered, she would not say anything more. Glancing at Xiaoyao, Bai Lingxiao snorted proudly, fairly honest. Of course, I have nothing to hide. Xiaoyao straightened his back and said, If you hide anything, you're dead. Bai Lingxiao gently pinched Xiaoyao's soft flesh, with a fierce expression. Don't worry. Don't worry. Xiaoyao hugged Bai Lingxiao's slender waist, letting her head rest on his shoulder. What I can't accept the most is betrayal, and of course I can't do those things that I hate. Humph, then I believe you for now. Bai Lingxiao looked up at the starry sky, and a slight arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xiaoyao smiled, he hugged his girlfriend's shoulders, smelled a familiar fragrance between her hair, and his heart was filled with peace and warmth. At this moment, he was no longer the first genius of Dragon Country that attracted much attention, nor was he the chairman of the board with high power. After unloading the burden, he was just an ordinary teenager enjoying campus life. Hey, is that salted fish? Bai Lingxiao suddenly sat up, pointed at two figures in the distance, and asked uncertainly, Salted fish? Xiaoyao looked in the direction of Bai Lingxiao, and there were indeed two figures, a man and a woman, walking along the lake, a fist's distance between them. The boy was Liu, and the girl was also someone Xiaoyao and Bai Lingxiao were familiar with. She was their classmate Gong Jingyu. Xiaoyao frowned slightly. Chapter 483 The Moon is the Star. Why are they together? Xiaoyao frowned slightly. Gong Jingyu is his classmate, whose appearance is very outstanding, and can be said to be comparable to Bai Lingxiao. It's just that their styles are different. Bai Lingxiao is a pure and light-faced beauty, while Gong Jingyu is a bright and generous dark-faced beauty. To be honest, Xiao Yao's impression of Gong Jingyu is not so good. Not long after the start of the freshman year, he and Xiao Xiao had a quarrel because of Gong Jingyu. At first, he thought it was just an accident. But later, after Liu reminded him, Gong Jingyu did it on purpose. So after that, he kept his distance from this girl. Therefore, when he saw Liu and Gong Jingyu walking together, he was quite surprised. So Xianyu left early just now to see her. Bai Lingxiao showed a subtle smile. Xiao Yao touched his chin. I haven't heard Liu say that he and Gong Jingyu are so close. No. I asked Liang when I get back. To see if he knows? Xiao Yao smacked his lips. Actually, he didn't have much bad feelings towards Gong Jingyu now. He just felt that this girl was a little scheming, and it was not suitable for him to have too much contact with her. But seeing that Liu and Gong Jingyu were so close, the gossip fire in his heart seemed to be ignited. Is the spring of salted fish coming? Yeah. Ask around. And tell me when you know. Bai Lingxiao stared at Liu's direction. When it comes to gossip, 10 boys can't beat one girl. I feel that. They shouldn't be together yet. Looking at the distance between Liu and Gong Jingyu, Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes and guessed. I think so. Bai Lingxiao nodded. Why don't you go back and ask Liang now? Bai Lingxiao blinked her big eyes and urged. No. Xiao Yao turned his head and looked at Bai Lingxiao with surprise. I didn't know you were so gossipy? Bai Lingxiao raised her chin and said, What's the matter? Gossip is a girl's nature. Besides, this is gossip about Xianyu. I'm curious. Isn't it? Okay. Okay. Xiao Yao smiled. I go back and ask now. But is there something you haven't done before you go back? Bai Lingxiao asked curiously. What? Before she could finish her words, her little mouth was blocked by the hot lips. Liang. Back in the dormitory. Xiao Yao shouted loudly. What's wrong? Liang walked out of the bathroom with wet hair, as if he had just taken a shower. Guess. Who did I see Liu walking with? Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows. Su Xingliang wiped his hair and asked tentatively. Gong Jingyu? Fuck. You really know. Xiao Yao's eyes widened slightly. How did you find out? Su Xingliang pouted and said. Actually, Liu told me. I always ridiculed him for only talking nonsense. But at the end of last semester, somehow, he hooked up with Gong Jingyu. So they are together? That's not the case. Su Xingliang said, in Liu words, they are now pulling each other, seeing who will lose first. Can it be like this? Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. He was a little confused about the way young people love nowadays. Su Xingliang shook his head. I don't understand it either. Brothers, I'm back. At this time, Liu's nonchalant voice came from outside the door. Walking into the door, Liu found that both roommates were looking at him with a strange look. He laughed dryly, and said, Why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Yao crossed his arms and said, Tell me the truth, how far have you and Gong Jingyu progressed? Liu raised his eyebrows slightly. You know that too? After that, he looked at Su Xingliang. Su Xingliang waved his hands and said, I didn't say that, Xiao Yao just saw it with his own eyes. Okay. Liu shrugged and said, I wanted to take her down before telling you, now we are still in a stalemate, but I feel that victory is in sight. What does victory in sight mean? Xiao Yao asked curiously. Just let her take the initiative to expose it. Liu smiled. Let her take the initiative, that can prove my charm. Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. Haha, Chung knows how to play. Liu looked at Su Xingliang provocatively. Next. I will let you see how powerful I am. Su Xingliang smiled coldly. Haha, you take it first. Let's see. Liu showed a confident smile. Xiao Yao stood aside, and shook his head speechlessly. Young people nowadays really can't understand. The next day, Xiao Yao and his 2 roommates came to the classroom early. The first class of the sophomore year was field biology, which is also an extremely important course for summoners. Only by understanding the characteristics of various creatures in the wild can you survive better. At this time, many students had already come to the classroom. After seeing Xiao Yao coming, they all gathered around Xiao Yao, and said in a flurry, Xiao Yao, your chintzy products are too hard to buy, can you give a classmate a channel? Yes. Yes, you can't buy it even at a high price now. Brother Yao, I rely on you to save my hair loss. Everyone. Xiao Yao smiled and pressed his hands. Thank you for your support for Qincy. How about this, if you need anything? Just private message me, I asked the factory to express it to you directly. Wow, that's great. Brother Yao, if nothing else, I will be Qincy's most loyal fan in the future. Brother Yao, can I go directly to your company to work after graduation? A boy who had a good relationship with Xiao Yao asked with a smile. When Kyoto University students graduate, they go to 3 categories. The first is to join the military, official institutions such as the law enforcement team, which have the opportunity to hold real power in the future, but have certain risks. The second is to join some well-known hunting teams. The advantage of hunting teams is that they are paid well, and they may earn hundreds of thousands or even millions in one operation, but the risks are also the highest. The third is to join some large companies. These companies not only provide generous treatment, but the risks are also much lower than the first 2, but the disadvantages are also very obvious, that is, due to the lack of sufficient combat, the improvement of strength will be quite slow. But for some cautious people who are not so keen on strength, the third type of job will be their first choice. Now anyone with a discerning eye can see that Qincy Group definitely has the potential to become the top company in Longhua. And the chairman of Qincy Group is their classmate. If they can join the company earlier, with Xiao Yao care, they may have a chance to become the top executives of a unicorn company. By then, they will not only be able to achieve financial freedom, but also have the opportunity to become Xiao Yao confidant. This is the future Grandmaster's confidant, so his importance is self-evident. Of course, no problem. I definitely welcome him, Xiao Yao said with a smile. Of course, he was willing to accept these outstanding students. After all, students who graduated from Kyoto University can basically become gold-level summoners. At this time, the significance of the Dawn Group was reflected. If he had not established the Dawn Group, then even if he was strong, without the support of a force, there would be no place for outstanding talents to join. But now, Qincy Group is fully capable of recruiting them. That's a deal. The boy smiled and said, Brother Yao, I will go to work in your company in the future. No problem. Brother Yao, add me too. Okay. Many people with active minds have already seen some clues, and have expressed their desire to join Qincy Group. Just when the classroom was extremely lively, Gong Jingyu looked at Xiao Yao, who was surrounded by everyone, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. Chapter 484. No More Trouble. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. During this time, Xiao Yao first tested the real combat power of several friends, and based on the characteristics and skills of many war beasts, he developed several sets of tactics for future field combat. In addition, Xiao Yao also found Lao Du, and learned about the current scale of the intelligence organization. So far, Lao Du has gathered 7 silver level, 12 bronze level, and 20 black iron level summoners. Under Lao Du training, these people have become qualified intelligence personnel. They are not only meticulous and efficient, but also successfully integrated into the local underground black market, and can obtain the information they want through various channels. After solving these 2 problems, Xiao Yao life became very leisurely. In addition to normal classes, he usually takes a few hours to conduct high-intensity combat training with Zhang Lao to prepare for his next platinum stage. After all, the platinum level can combine with the war beast. If the combat awareness is weak, the combat effectiveness will be reduced after the combination. Xiao Yao. Hello. Teacher Zhang. Xiao Yao smiled and greeted the teacher who was walking towards him. During this period, no matter where he went, he could become the absolute focus of everyone's attention. Not only the students of Beijing University, but also the teachers were very enthusiastic about him. Basically, every time he walked on the road, the teachers passing by would greet him with a smile. Of course, this is easy to understand. After all, in addition to being the first genius of Longhua, he is also the founder and chairman of Qincy Company. Due to the terrifying money-making ability of Qincy Group, the teacher salaries have almost doubled in recent months. Therefore, facing everyone's god of wealth, which teacher is unwilling to put on a smile? After arriving at the cafeteria, everyone had their meals. Su Xingliang said while eating, I'm a little bored recently. After 2 months of fierce outdoor life, he suddenly returned to the quiet and peaceful campus. He was a little uncomfortable. I think so too. Li Yu nodded. Why not find a task to do? Studying in school every day is boring. Yeah. Bai Linxiao also nodded in agreement. Although school life is leisurely and comfortable, we can't always stay in such a comfortable environment. After all, Everyone knows the secret of rapid upgrades now. And everyone wants to seize the time and grow up quickly. Then let me see if there are any suitable tasks. Xiaoyao took out his mobile phone and kept looking through the recent task list. Kyoto University's missions are also varied. Some are to find people, some are to protect important materials, and even some are to protect star actors. However, these missions are not worth Xiaoyao attention. Not only are there few points, they are not cost-effective, but they also lack sufficient combat opportunities, and cannot play the role of training teammates. After flipping through for a long time, he finally found a good mission. What do you think of this? Page 7, number 153. Xiaoyao said. Soon, everyone took out their phones and found the mission Xiaoyao mentioned. Hey, this mission is interesting. Liu touched his chin, showing an interested look. The mission was issued by a company called Zijin Mining Group. This company has a mine in a county under Kyoto. It has been under construction for nearly half a year. Originally, everything was calm, although there were occasional monster attacks. Under the protection of the station summoners, there had never been any casualties. But in the past half-month, several workers in the mine have disappeared inexplicably. No one knows when they disappeared, and no one knows whether they are alive or dead. These disappearances have caused panic in the entire mine, and mining work can hardly be carried out. In view of this situation, the person in charge of the mine quickly reported to the law enforcement team, and also issued tasks at Kyoto University and Mizuki University to see if anyone can solve this problem. I think this task is good. There are 300 points, and this mine is located next to the Black Pine Forest. If the task goes well, we could also go to the Black Pine Forest for a few days. Xiaoyao said. The Black Pine Forest was too familiar to them. From the beginning of the freshman year to now, they had spent at least half a month in the Black Pine Forest. Whether it was the living environment, the distribution of monsters, or the forbidden areas, they were quite familiar with them. In addition, the Black Pine Forest was not very dangerous, roughly the same as the desolate plains. And the strongest monster was no more than diamond level. It could be said that the Black Pine Forest was the most suitable place for them to practice at this stage. Yeah. Sure. How about we just settle it? Bai Lingxiao suggested. Okay. That's it. Everyone nodded. Okay. I've accepted it. Xiaoyao shook his phone and said with a smile. We leave tomorrow morning. Everyone can prepare the supplies for the Black Pine Forest. Okay. Liu? Just then, a sweet voice came to everyone's ears. Everyone turned their heads and saw Gong Jingyu holding a bottle of freshly squeezed juice in her hand, walking over with a sweet smile, and then placing the juice in front of Liu. I bought it for you. Gong Jingyu gently placed her hand on Liu's shoulder, then waved to everyone. I just give you a glass of juice, and I won't disturb you all from chatting. After that, she smiled and left. After Gong Jingyu left, Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said, Okay. Xianyu, you let others take the initiative to give you a drink? Liu raised his chin and said arrogantly, Huh? Do you still question my charm? Don't show off too early. Su Xingliang sneered, You should succeed first. Maybe people will see your true colors and won't bother to care about you anymore. TSK, you are just jealous of me. Liu raised his lips. Just watch how I take her down. Sure, I wait for your good news. Xiaoyao smiled and said, Then everyone, go back and prepare after dinner, and set off on time at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. It takes 3 hours from here to Wei County. I have to arrange a car in advance. Okay. Not far from Wei County, Gong Jingyu picked up the chopsticks, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Sir, Miss Guiji sent a message. Xiaoyao will go to Wei County tomorrow. The housekeeper hurried into the study and said to Miyamoto Kazuo. Wei County. Miyamoto Kazuo recalled the location of Wei County and asked, What is he doing there? Miss Guiji said that he was going to help a company called Zijin Mining solve its problems. Okay. We must seize the opportunity this time. Miyamoto Kazuo's eyes flickered, and he said decisively, Notify those two forces. At 7 o'clock at Ruifeng Hotel. The three parties will discuss this matter together. Yes. In addition, Miyamoto Kazuo said with a gloomy face, You could also give money to the Shadow Club. Let them send out diamond-level summoners, and hide them first as a backup. This time, it is imperative to eliminate the trouble forever. Chapter 485 Storm is coming. In the private room on the top floor of the Ruifeng Hotel, three men sat on the sofa, facing each other, looking serious. Ghost King, tell me your purpose. A man with a mustache said. Miyamoto Kazuo nodded, and said, then I will get straight to the point. You two know Xiao Yao, the current #1 genius in Dragon Country. I believe that with his current talent, the top leaders in your country will definitely be uneasy. Not uneasy at all, the mustache man said calmly. The genius of our Dahan nation is no worse than his. Miyamoto Kazuo smiled slightly, but deep in his eyes there was a deep disdain. People of this nation are like this. There is always a kind of abnormal arrogance and self-confidence, clearly inferior to others in every way, but always feel superior. Not to mention that the Dragon Country looks down on them. Even the Ghost Country doesn't take them seriously at all. If I didn't need your strength, I really don't want to waste time talking to you. At this time, another man in a suit with hazel eyes frowned slightly and said, You mean? We three have to work together to get rid of him this time? Yes. Miyamoto Kazuo nodded and said, I believe that no one wants to see the 5th master of Dragon Country. Or even the 2nd king. Then why did you only find the 2 of us? The man with the mustache said, There must be people from other countries who want to get rid of him. Hearing this, Miyamoto Kazuo explained, It is not appropriate to involve too many forces in this matter. If someone turns against us and secretly communicates with Dragon Country, we will be in big trouble. That's right. The man in the suit nodded and said, As long as the arrangements are done properly, the 3 of us will be enough. Okay. Since both of them said so, the man with the mustache stopped struggling. Seeing that both of them were interested, Miyamoto Kazuo breathed a sigh of relief. If he only relied on the power in his hands, it would be far from enough. After all, Zhang Daoxian was a Diamond 5 summoner, and he had no rivals below the master level. If he wanted to complete his plan, he would need to find other external aid. The 2 people in front of him have strong backgrounds and are definitely powerful. The most important thing is that the interests of their 2 countries are closely related to Dragon Country. If Dragon Country produces another Grandmaster, or even King, their leaders will have trouble sleeping. With the addition of these 2 forces, he believes that his plan will be a complete success. Tell me about your plan, said the man in the suit. Yes, Miyamoto Kazuo said in a deep voice. At present, Xiao Yao has a Diamond level 5 summoner who is protecting him. His name is Zhang Daoxian. Diamond level 5? Hearing this level, the 2 frowned at the same time. Of course, their country also has Diamond level 5 experts, but it is extremely difficult for such a well-known expert to sneak into Kyoto. And if the action is urgent, there is no time to prepare. Seeing the expressions of the 2, Miyamoto Kazuo asked, I wonder if you can deploy a Diamond level expert tonight, regardless of the level. Yes. Yes. The 2 nodded at the same time. If the level is not required, they can indeed send out Diamond level summoners. After all, this is in Dragon Country, the strongest country in the world. If there is not even a Diamond level insider, then their country's intelligence work is too failed. That's enough, Miyamoto Kazuo said in a deep voice. I can send out a Diamond level 3 summoner, and 3 Diamond level summoners are enough to deal with Zhang Daoxian, who is Diamond level 5. This is Zhang Daoxian information, and his War Beast information. Miyamoto Kazuo handed the prepared information to the 2. After receiving the information, the 2 read it carefully, and a solemn look appeared on their faces. Space-type Diamond level 5 War Beast, this is a bit difficult to deal with. Space-type War Beasts are the rarest and most dangerous of all War Beast categories. Their skills are not only destructive, but also quite strange. If you are not careful, you will be hit. Especially when dealing with enemies who are not as strong as you, the space-type can be said to be the most difficult to defend and the easiest to resolve the battle quickly. Zhang Daoxian, most powerful War Beast, turned out to be a Diamond level 5 Space War Beast. They were a little worried. What if Xiao Yao was not killed? Instead, their Diamond level masters were sacrificed. Don't worry, Miyamoto Kazuo said. Your mission this time is to entangle Zhang Daoxian. As long as he is entangled, I will naturally have the means to kill Xiao Yao. In addition, the Diamond level 3 summoner I sent will also help you to entangle Zhang Daoxian. Is that so? Hearing that the Diamond level 3 summoner would also act together, their worries were slightly reduced. If 3 Diamond level players fight Zhang Daoxian together, the danger will definitely be greatly reduced. If they cooperate well, they may have a chance to kill Zhang Daoxian. What about the time? The man in the suit said calmly. Deploy the personnel tonight. And take action tomorrow? That's right. Miyamoto Kazuo nodded and said, Xiao Yao will go to Wei County tomorrow. And we will kill him there. And make a quick decision. I can do it here, said the man in the suit. I can do it here too, said the man with a mustache. Okay, Miyamoto Kazuo said with a firm tone. Then let's join forces and make sure to kill with one blow. Secret room. Interesting, you actually want to assassinate Xiaoyao. After listening to his subordinate's report, a man who was completely hidden in a black robe said with a subtle tone. God's messenger, who do you think we should send to take action? The subordinate asked with a bow. Well, let's go with number 3. The man stood up slowly and said calmly, tell him to go all out this time. For a genius like this who has uncertainties, it's better to die. Early the next morning, Xiaoyao and his friends gathered at the school gate. Now everyone has a broken sky ring, so no one needs to carry a backpack, so they can travel light. Let's go! Xiaoyao pointed to the commercial vehicle parked nearby. The driver is waiting for us. Get in the car. Several people opened the car door. Liu sat in the passenger seat, Xiaoyao and Bai Lingxiao sat in one row. Su Xingliang and Tao Yaoyao sat in the back row. Master. Drive. Okay. Because Xiaoyao had a strange face. The driver did not recognize him. But he was still very happy to take such a long job. Xiao. Yao Yao. Have you had breakfast? Liu asked from the co-pilot. I have. Bai Lingxiao leaned her head on Xiaoyao's shoulder, yawned and said, I'm a little sleepy. I sleep for a while. Okay. Sleep. Xiaoyao gently stroked her hair. I call you when we're almost there. Yeah. Then, several people closed their eyes and rested. And the car was unusually quiet. But what they didn't know was that a terrible storm was quietly approaching them. Chapter 486 First Arrival at the Mine. Everyone wake up, we are almost there. Xiaoyao's voice woke everyone up from their sleep. Liu wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and said in a daze, so fast. The driver smiled and said, I drive faster. It's just ahead. Soon, the driver stopped in front of the mine, and after paying the driver, several people got out of the car. Wow, this mine is quite big. Looking at the huge mine in front of him, Liu was a little surprised. After the driver drove away, Xiaoyao also changed back to his true appearance. Let's go. The person in charge should be here soon. He just sent a text message to inform the person in charge of this mission. And the other party said that he was rushing to the gate. Walking into the mine, everyone found something unusual here. There was no busy work, no roaring sound of machines, and the whole mine seemed unusually quiet. It seems that these missing cases have completely stopped the mine, Xiaoyao said. Papa at this time. A burly man in a military green short-sleeved shirt ran over quickly. When he saw Xiaoyao, he couldn't help but exclaimed, Xiaoyao? Xiaoyao stretched out his hand and smiled. Hello. The man hurriedly shook Xiaoyao's hand and said nervously, Hello. Hello. I am the head of the Zijin Mine Guard. Li Yi. Hello. Captain Li. Feeling the abundant power coming from the other's palm, Xiaoyao asked, Captain Li should be a gold-level summoner. Yes. I am a gold-level 4 summoner. Li Yi nodded. Although he is a gold-level summoner, facing the famous Dragon Country's first genius in front of him, he is still a little nervous. However, Xiaoyao's arrival relieved his originally heavy mood a lot. After all, Xiaoyao is the most famous genius in Dragon Country, and he is also a gold-level summoner. With him, the crisis in the mine may really be solved. Captain Li, let's get straight to the point. Xiaoyao said seriously, I want to know the most detailed information about the missing workers in the mine. No problem. Li Yi said directly, then let me tell you first. The first worker disappeared half a month ago. During the daily work in the morning, we found that a worker suddenly disappeared, and the phone was left in the dormitory. At first, we didn't pay much attention to it. We thought that there might be something wrong with the worker's family, and he left without asking for leave. But 3 days later, another worker mysteriously disappeared. This disappearance caught our attention. I sent someone to contact the family of the missing worker, and found that no one knew where the worker had gone. So I called the police, and at the same time strengthened the management of the mine, strictly prohibiting anyone from walking around the mine alone, and sent a guard team to patrol 24 hours a day. But a few days later, another worker mysteriously disappeared, and this time 2 people were missing. After these disappearances, the entire mine was in a state of panic, and it was almost difficult to operate normally. After that, we invited the law enforcement team to investigate the case. But so far, we have not found any clues. And 3 nights ago, 2 more workers disappeared. At this time, Li Yifei's showed a trace of helplessness. There is no way. Later we posted the task on the websites of Kyoto University and Mizuki University, thinking of taking more paths to see if it can work. Originally, he had no choice but to post the missions at Kyoto University and Mizuki University. He did not have much hope. After all, even the professional law enforcement team could not handle it. So what could a group of students do? But what he did not expect was that the mission he posted was actually taken by Xiaoyao, the first genius of Dragon Country. This was really an unexpected surprise. Xiaoyao was not surprised at all about the participation of the law enforcement team. After all, when such a strange incident occurred, the first reaction would definitely be to find the law enforcement team to solve it. Does the law enforcement team have any clues now? Xiaoyao asked. I don't know about that. But the law enforcement team is all here. How about you come and talk to us? Well, I trouble you. Captain Li. No trouble. No trouble, Li said with a smile. He found that the first genius of Dragon Country in front of him had such an easygoing personality, without any arrogance or pride of a genius. Unlike some young men with a little talent, their eyes were almost growing on top of their heads. They should really learn from Xiaoyao and see how a true genius treats others with humility. Li took out his cell phone and made a call. Soon, 2 men and 1 woman, wearing law enforcement uniforms, walked over quickly. The 2 men had mature looks and looked to be in their 30s, while the woman was very young, in her early 20s. Xiaoyao. When the 3 saw Xiaoyao, they were surprised at the same time. Hello. Xiaoyao nodded and smiled. Wow. It's really Xiaoyao. The female law enforcement officer opened her eyes slightly, clasped her hands together, and said in surprise, I didn't expect that I would see the real person. Xiaoyao. I am your fan. After saying that, she looked behind Xiaoyao and said in surprise again, wow. Xiao is here too. My god. She is even prettier than in the photo. Bai Ling Xiao's eyes curved into a crescent shape, and she smiled gently. Hello. 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 The female law enforcement officer waved her hands happily, looking like a little fangirl. At this time, the 2 male law enforcement officers looked at each other, showing a helpless and amused look. What are your names? Xiaoyao asked. My name is Zhang, said the man standing in the middle. The most burly man said. Xiao Ming, said another man. My name is Qin Ziying, said the girl waving her hand. Captain Zhang-sun. Xiaoyao could see that Zhang-sun was the backbone of the 3 people, and said, I also accepted the task of Zijin Mining to investigate the missing workers. I would like to ask if the 3 of you have found any useful information so far. Zhang-sun just learned that the people at the mine had even invited students from Kyoto University to investigate. He was a little unhappy at first. After all, this behavior represented the mine's lack of trust in the law enforcement team. However, when he saw that the person who came was Xiaoyao, he quickly suppressed his emotions and said truthfully, we have found some clues so far. The perpetrator should be a monster without legs, and it has the ability to burrow underground. Is that so? Xiaoyao nodded, and said, any other information besides this? No more for now, Johnson said. At this time, Qin Ziying opened her mouth slightly, as if she was about to say something. But suddenly she felt her arm being touched, which made her hold back her words. Xiaoyao glanced at Qin Ziying's expression, but he didn't say much. He smiled and said, okay, Captain Zhang. Let's wait and see. You guys go ahead. Okay. Okay. Zhang-sun said very politely. Captain Zhang. I talked to Xiaoyao and the others first. Li Yi made a gesture. Zhang-sun nodded slightly. After Xiaoyao left, Qin Ziying turned around and asked, Brother-sun, why didn't you tell us that we found other clues? Hearing this, Zhang-sun knocked Qin Ziying on the forehead hard, and said angrily, you silly girl, we have told them all the clues. What if they get there first? Then all our efforts in the past few days will be in vain. Who do you think will get the credit then? Oh. Qin Ziying suddenly realized, and said embarrassedly, oh, I forgot about this. Silly girl. Zhang-sun shook his head helplessly. Let's go, and see if we can find the monster by following the clues. Yeah. Chapter 487. Watch my show. Walking on the road, Liu curled his lips and said, I don't know what information they just hid. Small-minded. After all, we are in a competitive relationship with them. It's normal to have reservations. Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Li Yi walked beside the few people and led the way, looking normal, as if he didn't hear what he said just now. On one side is the great genius Xiao Yao, and on the other side is the law enforcement team. He can't afford to offend anyone, so he just pretended not to hear it. Everyone. Our staff dormitory is in front. Li pointed to the rows of gray buildings in front. Needless to say, Xiao Yao could see it. No. He could smell it. The smell of sweat, foot odor and mixed odors that could be smelled from a long distance almost made him, with his sensitive sense of smell, vomit. Ahem. Xiao Yao rubbed his nose and said, Captain Li, please take out the personal belongings of the missing people. I won't go up. Okay. Li nodded and said, I find someone to take them down now. Li walked into the dormitory building. Not long after, he saw several dark-skinned workers carrying quilts, sheets, clothes and other items, and placing them in several piles in front of Xiao Yao. The clothes of the 6 missing workers are all here, Li said. Okay. Xiao Yao sniffed the air carefully. After several days, it was difficult for him to smell the remaining smell in the air with his current sense of smell. But fortunately, he still has Warwick, whose sense of smell is 10 times stronger than his. A flash of white light, Xiaoku appeared beside Xiao Yao in a domineering manner. Awoo! Xiaoku raised his head and howled, as if complaining, I haven't appeared in dozens of chapters, and the readers are almost forgetting me. Don't worry. Don't worry. Xiao Yao touched Xiaoku's soft fur, and comforted himself. You will have a lot of scenes next. Awoo, that's better. After receiving Xiao Yao instructions, Xiaoku sniffed carefully among the 6 piles of clothes. How is it? Xiao Yao looked at Xiaoku expectantly. Xiaoku took 2 steps back, raised his head, and his nostrils kept moving. After a moment, a golden light flashed in his eyes, and he nodded slightly. Great. Xiao Yao gave Xiaoku a thumbs up, and then said to Li Yi, Captain Li, I have found some clues. Now my friends and I will go check it out. We will notify you when there is news. So fast? Li opened his mouth slightly, obviously shocked by Xiao Yao's high efficiency. The law enforcement team has been here for several days, but has not solved the case. You have a clue within half an hour of your arrival. Who is the professional? Xiao Yao patted Xiaoku on the back and said with a smile, My war beast has a good sense of smell. It smelled the scent of several workers. So that's it. Li Yi looked at Xiaoku with surprise and exclaimed, The angry blood wolf is indeed worthy of its reputation. When watching the National League, he only knew that the angry blood wolf was extremely powerful in combat and had a super strong recovery ability. He didn't expect its sense of smell to be so exaggerated. It is worthy of being the most talented war beast in Dragon Country. Captain Li, let's take action first. Okay. I wait for your news, Li Yi said. In fact, he really wanted to go with Xiao Yao to see what kind of monster was disturbing the mining area day and night. But as the person in charge of security in the mining area, with the strongest combat power, he could not leave easily. So he could only hope that everything went well for Xiao Yao. Let's go! Xiao Yao waved to his friends. Under the leadership of Xiaoku, they quickly walked out of the mining area and headed towards the south of the mining area. Shortly after leaving the mining area gate, they also saw 3 people from the law enforcement team. Where are you going? Johnson asked. Xiao Yao smiled and said, Just take a look around. See if there are any clues. Oh! Johnson felt a little relieved and said, Then you should be more careful. Yeah. After Xiao Yao left, Qin Ziying whispered, Brotherson, didn't they find any clues? How is that possible? Johnson pouted and said, We have been here for a few days before we got some clues. They have only been here for less than half an hour. What clues can they have? That's right. Qin Ziying nodded. Okay. Let's take care of ourselves first. Johnson pointed to the footprints on the ground and said, This is obviously the mark of the monster's body. There are also traces of dragging next to it. I think it is most likely left by the monster who committed the crime. Let's go look around and see if there are other similar traces. Yes. After walking for more than 40 minutes along the south of the mining area, they came to a deserted place. The surroundings were silent, and occasionally the sound of birds flying by could be heard. The soil underfoot was light black, and the soil was softer than other places. It's nearby, Xiao Yao said. When he got here, he could smell the scent of several missing workers. Prepare for battle. As soon as Xiao Yao finished speaking, the others immediately summoned their war beasts and prepared for battle. Xiao Xiao. 150 meters ahead. At 8 o'clock. Exploratory attack. Xiao Yao said in a deep voice. Bai Lingxiao nodded, and ordered Fei Yuqingwan to spray a ball of fire in the direction specified by Xiao Yao. Pa pa pa! Fei Yuqingwan flapped its wings, and a ball of fire the size of a washbasin quickly condensed, and then flew down rapidly in front of it. Bang! The dirt splashed, and a large pit half a meter deep appeared. Voila! At this time, the ground began to shake, and a small mound of earth began to appear at the location of the deep pit. The mound of earth became higher and higher, and finally a terrifying monster broke out of the ground. Monster named Golden Sandworm. Monster level Gold level 1. Monster skills: dig the ground, control sand, sandstorm, acid and poison arrow. The Golden Sandworm is more than 2 meters thick, more than 10 meters long, and its body is light golden, and its chrysanthemum-like mouth is covered with dense spikes, which makes people's scalps numb. The Golden Sandworm opened its mouth, and light green acid and poison mist slowly floated out, as if to deter everyone not to get close. It could feel the terrifying breath of the golden wolf in front of it, which was much thinner than it, and contained tyranny and cruel power, which made its soul tremble slightly. But it has its child under it, so it must not retreat. What level of Golden Sandworm is this? Everyone can recognize the type of Golden Sandworm, but the specific strength can only be identified by Xiao Yao. Gold level 1. Xiao Yao said. Gold level 1. Isn't it a piece of cake for Xiaoke? Li Yu said with a smile. How about we let a few war beasts cooperate? See if we can kill it? Forget it, I leave the battle to you next time. I leave this Golden Sandworm to me. Xiao Yao moved his wrist, and a hint of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. It had been a long time since he had fought in actual combat, and if he didn't move, his body would really get rusty. That's fine. Li Yu didn't think much about it. But then, everyone showed surprise in their eyes. What are you doing? Xiao Yao patted Xiaoke's body, and then Xiaoke took a few steps back, while Xiao Yao leaned towards the Golden Sandworm step by step. Xiao Yao, you? Bai Lingxiao said worriedly. Don't worry. Xiao Yao waved his hand without looking back, leaving everyone with a confident and domineering back. Watch my performance. Chapter 488. Diamond Level Appearance. Pa. 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 Xiao Yao walked towards the Golden Sandworm step by step, raised his right hand, and the domineering golden holy flame burned fiercely. Ho! Ho! The Golden Sandworm opened its huge mouth, and kept making intimidating sounds. At the same time, its body began to tense up, and energy quietly accumulated in its body. Puff! When it saw that the human had approached within 30 meters of itself, the Golden Sandworm completely lost its patience, and roared wildly, and more than a dozen dark green acidic poisonous arrows shot out of its mouth, and hit Xiao Yao directly. The acid and poison arrows came, and the air was suddenly filled with a sour and rotten smell. Xiao Yao's expression remained unchanged, and the golden holy flame suddenly burst out, covering his whole body from head to toe, like a super silent transformation. Then he kicked his foot, and rushed forward to meet the acid and poison arrows. Turning, striding, and moving, Xiao Yao shuttled quickly between the poison arrows like a butterfly. Even if a few poison arrows almost hit his body, they could only turn into wisps of poison mist under the high temperature of the holy flames, and drifted away with the wind. Seeing this, the Golden Sandworm quickly activated the energy in its body. Boom! The sand flew wildly, and the tiny gravel spun rapidly like a knife, sweeping towards Xiao Yao. Come on! Xiao Yao's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and he shouted loudly, releasing the holy flame more violently, causing the surrounding air to distort slightly. The sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun came, causing Xiao Yao to completely lose his vision in front of him. But at this moment, the holy flame was like a protective shield, completely blocking the sandstorm outside, and the air kept making puffing sounds, which were the gravel turning into transparent crystals under high temperature. Damn! Li Yu swallowed his saliva, and said in disbelief, Is Xiao Yao so strong? He can easily resist the attack of the gold level. This is the holy flame that Xiao Yao mentioned. Su Xingliang stared at the front, and said, I remember Xiao Yao told me that his holy flame energy is no less than Xiaoke. No. The energy of a gold level summoner can be equal to that of a gold level war beast. Li Yu opened his mouth wide. Fuck. Is he a human being? In the sandstorm, Xiao Yao's vision was completely covered by brown sand, and he couldn't see the location of the Golden Sandworm at all. However, his mental power had already locked on the Golden Sandworm. He could feel that the Golden Sandworm was quietly approaching him, like a poisonous snake, preparing to kill him. Roar! Suddenly, A huge head emerged from the sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun, and the open mouth was full of spikes, and it was determined to swallow Xiao Yao into its stomach. Come on! Xiao Yao's mouth curled up, and he kicked his feet, and the whole person suddenly disappeared in front of the golden sandworm, leaving it empty-handed. Swish! Appearing behind the golden sandworm like a ghost, Xiao Yao gathered power in his right fist, and the holy flame burst out, and a huge golden fist armor condensed on his right fist. The mouth of the beast. Boom! He punched hard on the back of the golden sandworm, and the extreme high temperature instantly melted his body tissue, creating a huge gap, which was full of burnt flesh and blood, and exuded an unpleasant smell. Hiss! The golden sandworm raised its head, and let out an extremely tragic roar. In the midst of pain, the golden sandworm did not completely lose its mind. It twisted its body, and its huge mouth, like a chrysanthemum, fiercely bit behind it. Seeing this, Xiao Yao kicked his feet, and his body flew into the air, avoiding the attack of the golden sandworm. While in the air, he raised his right hand high, and the golden holy flame quickly condensed in his palm, and began to rotate at high speed, and in less than a second, it condensed into a holy flame flywheel with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. Zizizizi. The wind whistled, golden sparks flew everywhere, Xiao Yao confident, fighting eyes were reflected in the firelight. Damn, this is too cool. Li Yu looked at Xiao Yao holding the golden flywheel in the air, with envy in his eyes. Take my move, Holy Flame Shuriken. Xiao Yao swung his right hand, the golden flywheel whistled over, and a sharp sound of breaking wind sounded in the air. Huh? The golden sandworm opened its huge mouth and roared. The violent flying sand quickly condensed into blocks, and kept hitting the flywheel. But at this moment, the golden flywheel was like an unstoppable king, cutting off the stones one by one like a rotten wood, and finally slamming into the golden sandworm. Sizzle! The high-speed rotating holy flame kept cutting the flesh of the golden sandworm, and the flesh and blood splashed, and the golden sandworm's body trembled in pain and twisted wildly. Finally, the golden wheel stopped rotating, and the holy flame attached to the body of the golden sandworm, and continued to burn. Snap! Xiao Yao landed steadily on the ground, looking at the wound caused by the holy flame shuriken. He nodded with satisfaction. Although his self-created move was not blessed by skill attributes, and its destructive power was not as good as Mouth of the Beast, he could use this move at will, and it was not affected by skill CD, and it could be used as a means of connecting attack after Mouth of the Beast was used. Roaring, the golden sandworm rolled on the ground in pain, and the ground shook violently, and dust flew. Forget it. I give you a quick death. Xiao Yao took a step, and quickly went around to the back of the golden sandworm's head, and the holy flame of his right fist burst out, and he hammered the golden sandworm's head with a bang. The fierce punch and the high temperature of the holy flame instantly pierced the back of the golden sandworm's head, causing it to fall to the ground without even struggling, and lost all its life. Done! Xiao Yao stood behind the golden sandworm, and made an okay gesture to his teammates. Seeing this, his teammates quickly ran over and looked at the huge golden sandworm corpse at their feet in shock. Fuck. Are you really a gold level summoner? Li Yu throat rolled, and he said in disbelief. A gold level 1 golden sandworm was killed by you just like that? I think you are a humanoid war beast. Xiao Yao laughed. I had a little adventure before, which made the holy flame energy in my body surge a lot. In addition, you are also aware of Shao Ke physical fitness. After the war beast's feeding, my attributes in all aspects have crushed the summoners of the same level. Of course, I believe that when you reach my current level, you will not be much worse than me. I hope so. Li Yu's eyes showed a hint of expectation. He didn't ask for much. When he reached the gold level 5, he could defeat the gold level 1 monsters. Even if he was not as relaxed as Xiao Yao, he would at least be a super gold level summoner. Okay. Kill the golden sandworms. Let's quickly find the missing workers. Xiao Yao pointed in the direction behind him, where there was a strong smell of missing people. Walking over, Xiao Yao saw the dark hole drilled by the golden sandworms. The diameter of the hole was large, enough for an adult to get in. Jumping down the hole, Xiao Yao saw 2 young golden sandworms twisted together, shivering. There were several human corpses that had been eaten beyond recognition around them, as well as some scattered bones, which seemed to belong to other monsters. Swoosh! Xiao Yao flicked his finger, and 2 balls of holy flames landed accurately on the small golden sandworms, causing them to lose their lives instantly. At this time, the other team members also jumped down, and saw the bodies on the ground, and everyone sighed. Take their bodies out. Bury them properly. Xiao Yao carried 2 bodies in his hand, while Li Yu and Su Xingliang carried the other bodies, and returned to the ground. Afterwards, Xiao Yao took a photo of the bodies, for the handover of future tasks, and also took a photo of the bodies of the golden sandworms. Let's go, we can go back now. Xiao Yao waved his hand. Yes. Everyone nodded. At this moment, old Zhang suddenly appeared beside them. His eyes were full of solemnity. Be careful. An old voice sounded. What's wrong? Old. Before Xiao Yao finished speaking, 3 figures shrouded in black robes suddenly appeared in the sky. Boom! The violent momentum rushed over, like a mountain, pressing Xiao Yao and others so hard that they couldn't breathe. What is this? Feeling the unrivaled momentum, Xiao Yao's face changed drastically. Diamond level? Chapter 489. The killing intent continues. Diamond level? Hearing Xiao Yao's words, everyone's face changed drastically. Even a fool could see that. The people in the sky were not kind. If they were all diamond level, then they would be in great danger. With their strength, they could not withstand the aftermath of a diamond level battle. Be careful. Old Zhang waved his hand, and everyone was pushed 100 meters away by an invisible force. Xiao Yao, is old Zhang safe? Bai Lingxiao said anxiously. Don't worry. Xiao Yao stared at the 3 people in the sky, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher should be able to deal with them. Although these people were hidden under black robes, and their faces were covered with masks, so he couldn't see their true appearance. But the power of the system showed their strength to him. These people have merged with the war beasts, so no matter their levels, or the war beast's skills, they were all clearly visible under the system scan. Among the 3, the strongest one is a diamond level 3 summoner, whose combined war beast is Dark Raven. The other 2 are both diamond level 2 summoners, whose combined war beasts are Thunder Lion and Voodoo Corpse King. Although they are numerous, the teacher is not afraid at all if a fight really breaks out. After hearing Xiao Yao's judgment, everyone's worries subsided a little. Looking at the murderous black-robed men in the sky, Xiao Yao frowned slightly and couldn't help but guess, this is coming for me again. 3 diamond-level summoners, who has the generosity to do this? Who are you? Zhang Lao slowly ascended into the air. His silver pupils flashed with seriousness and solemnity. He could sense the powerful strength of the enemy in front of him. These 3 were all diamond-level summoners. Who is it this time? With his eyelids slightly lowered, Zhang Lao felt a strong anger in his heart. The assassinations against his own disciples are always endless, and this time, they actually sent 3 diamond-level summoners. Do you really think of me? Zhang Daoxian. As a decoration? He secretly made up his mind that he must kill one of them today, so as to find the mastermind behind the scenes. Don't waste your time talking to him. Do it. One of the black-robed men made a hoarse voice, and he moved his body, and was about to rush past Zhang Lao and toward Xiao Yao behind him. The other 2 also burst out with amazing momentum, locked onto Zhang Lao, and stopped him from going to support. Looking for death? Zhang Lao's eyes flashed with silver light, and he waved his hand, and 3 black-robed men suddenly appeared in an unfamiliar space. Void Mayfly alien space. Pulling the 3 people into his domain, old Zhang had a cold smile on his face. The next second, his trump card war beast appeared in the alien space. A huge beast, resembling a hawk, appeared beside old Zhang. Its wings were spread out, several dozen meters long, and mysterious power flowed on its silver feathers. Its eyes were as sharp as knives. Even if he simply stared at the 3 people, they felt uncontrollable tension and fear. Name of War Beast: Sky King. War Beast level Diamond 5. War Beast skills: Rending Claws, Iron Bones, Flash Attack, Feathered Clone, Wrath of the King, Condensed Space Ray, Space Storm. Is this Zhang Daoxian Diamond 5 War Beast? Under the black robe, several men clenched their fists nervously. According to Miyamoto Kazuo information, Zhang Daoxian's strongest war beast is the Sky King. Not only does it have the same spatial ability as the Void Mayfly, but it also has a stronger attack power than the Void Mayfly. We agreed to hold him back. And you kill Xiao Yao. But don't let me down. Swish. 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 3 more diamond-level war beasts appeared. The 3 of them summoned their other diamond-level war beasts. In a battle of this intensity, war beasts below diamond level are a burden, and summoning them will only give the opponent heads. You are looking for death. Zhang Lao's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he clenched his hand, and the powerful force of space squeezed the 3 people crazily. making it difficult for them to move. Space confinement. The reason why he did not choose to merge with the Sky King was because when he merged with the Void Mayfly, he could better play an auxiliary role and help the Sky King restrict his opponent. And because the Void Mayfly has the ability to walk in the void, even if the enemy wants to attack him, he can easily avoid it. At the same time, his other Diamond level War Beast also appeared beside him. Diamond 2 level Ghost Monster. Cry. The Sky King spread his wings, and the next second, it suddenly appeared beside a black-robed man, and its claws like steel bars fiercely grabbed the man's head. Flash Assault plus Ripclaw Sizzle. Sizzle. The man's hand condensed violent lightning, he roared, trying his best to break through the restrictions of space confinement, and swung his right fist forward. At the same time, the other two also broke through space confinement. They quickly flew to the side of the Sky King, using their strongest means to attack its vital points. Humph. Old John snorted coldly, and several invisible dimensional blades slashed behind the men. Gaga gaga suddenly. Hundreds of black ravens appeared, blocking the dimension blade precisely. Although the dimension blade killed these ravens with overwhelming force, it also gave others a chance to react. Puff! The eagle claw broke through the lightning, pierced the black-robed man's palm, leaving several bloody holes. At the same time, the attacks of the other two also fell on the Sky King. Puff! A muffled sound sounded, and the Sky King's body trembled violently. But fortunately, it had the blessing of steel bones, and these two attacks could not cause too much damage to him. Zizizi! Lightning flashed, the black-robed man quickly fled to the side. He swallowed a seed-like thing, and soon the blood hole on his palm healed quickly. Damn, I got hurt right at the beginning. The black-robed man cursed secretly, thinking bitterly. Outside, kill Xiao Yao quickly. Seeing that Zhang Lao and the other three disappeared inexplicably, by Ling Xiao and the others were a little worried. Nothing will happen. Don't worry. Xiao Yao explained. This is the teacher's alternate dimension. You can pull the enemy into it, and it can also protect our safety. So that's how it is. After hearing Xiao Yao's explanation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a black ray suddenly came from a distance, and hit Xiao Yao's head directly, so fast that people couldn't react in time. Suddenly, Xiao Yao felt his eyebrows throbbing wildly, and a powerful aura locked him, making him completely unable to move. Seeing that the black ray was about to penetrate Xiao Yao's brain at the critical moment, a black shadow instantly jumped out from Xiao Yao's shadow, and just blocked Xiao Yao's body. Dang! A trembling sound that made the eardrum swell sounded. Xiao Yao's body relaxed, looking at the shadow soldier in front of him with lingering fear, cursing inwardly. Damn, there is actually another diamond level. He was sure that the attack just now must have been launched by a diamond level strongman. Otherwise, it was only a platinum level, even a platinum level 5 attack, which would not make him feel irresistible. Shua! Another black-robed man appeared in the air, looking down at Xiao Yao and others below. There is actually a backup plan. The black-robed man muttered to himself, hidden in the darkness, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Interesting. Chapter 490 Spatial Exile. In the other dimension, Mr. Zhang received a message from Yingbingwei, and his face suddenly changed. There is another diamond level? At this time, Jingu Musashi saw the change in Mr. Zhang's face, and he knew that it must be someone from the Shadow Society who took action. In an instant, he took out a small golden ball, which was covered with dense runes. As energy was injected into it, the small ball suddenly burst into dazzling golden light. Swish, swish, swish. Runes flew out of the small ball, and stuck to the space wall of the other dimension. Zhang Lao originally wanted to withdraw from the alternate dimension to save Xiao Yao. But with the appearance of the rune, he found that he had lost control of the alternate dimension. Forbidden Sky Bead. Zhang Lao gritted his teeth. His face was extremely ugly. Under the black robe, Shingong Musashi showed a cold smile. Last time in Yinqing, he almost fell in Zhang Daoshi and alternate dimension. How could he not make any preparations this time? He had already prepared the Forbidden Sky Bead and the Breaking Sky Bead, waiting to use them at the critical moment. Without Zhang Daoxian rescue, the Shadow Guards outside alone would definitely not be able to stop the Shadow Society assassins. Xiao Yao, I see if you live or die this time. Everyone take back the war beasts, Xiao Yao said in a deep voice. Although there are the protection of the Shadow Guards, the presence of so many war beasts will still increase the difficulty of the Shadow Guards' protection. Facing a diamond-level strongman, even if their war beasts stay by their side, they will not be able to play any role at all. Yes. Everyone followed Xiao Yao instructions, and quickly took back the war beasts. Swish, swish, swish. The black-robed man continuously shot out energy beams from his fingertips, attacking Xiao Yao and the others. At this time, Ng Bingwei opened his hands, and black walls rose from the ground, enclosing Xiao Yao and the other four. Ding, ding, ding. The energy beams hit the black walls, making crisp sounds. Ng Bingwei, you are quite strong. The black-robed man smiled jokingly. But you are still far from being able to stop me. Swish. A silver stream of light merged into the black-robed man's body, changing the energy around him. The originally gloomy and strange dark power suddenly turned into the mysterious power of space. The black-robed man opened his hands, and a deep voice resounded through the sky, "Space exile." Boom! A huge black hole appeared in the black wall. In the blink of an eye, the powerful suction sucked Xiao Yao and the other 5 people into the black hole. This change only happened in an instant. Feeling the huge changes in the wall, Ng Bingwei roared angrily and rushed towards the black-robed man in the sky like crazy. Hee. I won't play with you anymore. The black-robed man waved his hand and disappeared in the air. Swish. The fatal knife missed. Ng Bingwei fell to the ground quickly, and the single knife stuck in the ground, instantly split a crack several dozen meters long. Roar! Ng Bingwei let out a violent roar in his chest, and the whole ground was shaking violently. At this time, Old Zhang also knew everything that happened in the outside world. Xiao Yao, no! The information sent by Ng Bingwei made Old Zhang's eyes turn blood red, his beard and hair were all stretched, and his silver hair fluttered under the vibration of energy. You all die! The murderous voice was like a divine punishment from heaven. Zhang Lao raised his hands, and dozens of dimensional blades burst out, slashing at the 3 people and 3 beasts in front. Cry! Feeling the anger in his master's heart, the Sky King screamed, and his wings fluttered. Dozens of feathers shot out, and quickly turned into small clones in the air, launching a destructive attack on the opponent. Jingu Musashi saw Zhang Daoxian so angry, and he knew that the Shadow Society assassin must have succeeded. He smiled coldly, crushed the forbidden sky beads, and in the different space, all runes disappeared instantly. At the same time, he took out the sky-breaking orb that he had prepared long ago, and his figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone along with the war beast. As Jingu Musashi fled, the alliance that had been barely holding on suddenly collapsed. They were able to hold on under Master Zhang before because the 3 of them united to block Master Zhang's attack. Now that the strongest Jingu Musashi has left, with only 2 people left, how could they possibly withstand Master Zhang's furious attack? Shit! F***K. The 2 were shocked and angry. If they were not worried about revealing their identities, they would have cursed loudly. Damn the little Japanese. They actually deserted the battlefield and let us be scapegoats. If we can escape, I will definitely cut you into pieces. Bang, bang, bang. The Dimension Blade and the Sky King's clone hit the 2, crushing their defenses like a dead tree and rotten wood, causing a fierce blood mist to burst out of their bodies. Without the restriction of the Forbidden Sky Bead, Zhang Lao can finally fully exert the explosive energy of the power of space. He just clenched his hand, space confinement, and nailed the 2 people to the spot. Zhang Lao didn't want to kill them now. He wanted to control the 2 and find out the mastermind. If Xiao Yao really had an accident, he would definitely make the country of these people pay with blood. At this time, the 2 people who were imprisoned also realized this. The corners of the Han Kingdom summoner's mouth showed a trace of miserable smile. He knew that he must not fall into Zhang Daoxian's hands. Otherwise his country would not be able to bear the thunderous wrath of the Dragon Kingdom. He glanced at the Eagle Federation warrior next to him, and murmured, "Let's go to hell together." The next second, he detonated all the energy in his body. Boom! The blood mist exploded, and a violent energy exploded in the space like a mushroom cloud. For a moment, the alien space could not withstand such an amazing energy. Dozens of space cracks appeared. In the end, the alien space was shattered by this energy, and Zhang Lao returned to the world. The blood mist fluttered in the wind. Whether it was the 2 summoners or their other 2 war beasts, they were completely turned into dust under the self-explosion, and no bones were left. At this moment, Old Zhang did not have the joy of a winner at all. He stared at the place where Xiao Yao disappeared with a dull look, and there was no sound for a long time. Swish, swish, swish. The violent space turbulence passed by his body. Several people surrounded him in a circle, holding their hands tightly, looking at the 5-dragon flame shield that protected the 5 of them. Xiao Yao's heart was clenched. At the moment, he was sucked into the black hole. He pulled everyone up and activated the 5-dragon flame shield of the flame necklace. The 5-dragon flame shield can withstand all platinum level attacks, and its defense is almost equivalent to that of diamond level. It is precisely because of this that they did not die in the space turbulence. But the 5-dragon flame cover was not omnipotent. In the violent space turbulence, the effect that could originally last for half an hour now almost broke after less than a minute. There was no other way. Xiao Yao could only activate it again, activating the second 5-dragon flame cover. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. For minutes passed, and the 5-dragon flame cover, which could only be used 6 times, only had the last 2 chances left. If they still couldn't escape in the last 2 times, then only death would be waiting for them. At this time, Bai Lingxiao held Xiao Yao's hand tightly. She looked at Xiao Yao. Her eyes were filled with despair, comfort and determination. Xiao Yao took a deep breath, activated the 5-dragon fire cover for the 5th time, and prayed continuously. Please, let us escape. Crack. There were cracks on the 5-dragon fire cover. Xiao Yao held everyone's hands tightly, and his breathing was trembling. But just as he was about to activate the 5-dragon fire cover for the last time, it seemed that the heavens heard his prayers. A huge red ball of light blocked their way forward. As the 5-dragon fire cover rushed over, they instantly squeezed into the ball of light and disappeared in the turbulence of space. Chapter 491 Thunderbolt. In the calm space, several huge lions were lying on the ground, taking a nap quietly. At this moment, a black hole suddenly appeared in the air, and a red fire shield covered with cracks emerged from the black hole and fell to the ground with a snap. The 5-dragon fire shield was broken, and Xiao Yao and his companions quickly stood up and looked around. At this moment, they were in an unfamiliar environment: red soil, hot temperature, gray sky without the sun. Everything in front of them was telling them that they had come to a strange world. Roar! Seeing several strange creatures invading his territory, the Lion King roared and rushed towards everyone angrily. Awah! At this time, a mighty and domineering golden wolf appeared, and the faint golden eyes released infinite pressure, which made the Lion King stop immediately. Wu the Lion King lay on the ground like a puppy, whimpering, and his whole body was trembling slightly. Xiao Ke glanced at it, then turned around and came to Xiao Yao. Seeing this scene, the Lion King quickly stood up and ran away. Papa Papa. The other lions followed closely, and soon disappeared in front of everyone. Xiao Yao ignored the lions. He stared blankly around, muttering, "Where is this?" We. Li Yu's face was pale, and his voice was shaking uncontrollably. We can't go back. As a descendant of the king's family, he knew too well the difficulty of traveling to other worlds without the spatial coordinates to anchor the main plane. Even the king's summoner would not be able to find his own world among the thousands of other planes. After hearing Li Yu's words, everyone fell into a dead silence, without any relief for surviving the disaster, when they thought that they might die of old age in this plane and never see their families again. They couldn't stop panic and despair on their faces. Xiao Yao took a deep breath with a trembling voice, looked at everyone, and said painfully, "I'm sorry, everyone." He lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. The man just now came for me, and it was me who caused everyone to come to this hellhole. His voice was extremely hoarse, and his whole body was trembling slightly. If he had not been implicated, his teammates would not have come to this strange world, nor would they have been separated from their families forever. He was the one who harmed everyone. He was a sinner. Just as Xiao Yao fell into extreme self-blame and pain, a small hand tightly grasped Xiao Yao. Bai Lingxiao looked at Xiao Yao firmly. "Xiao Yao, I don't blame you. It's not your fault. I don't blame you either." Li Yu put one hand on Xiao Yao's shoulder. His face was still pale, but his eyes were very clear. "Xiao Yao, without you, I might have died several times." Su Xingliang didn't say anything, just patted Xiao Yao's arm with his hand. But from his eyes, Xiao Yao knew that his best friend didn't blame him at all. "Xiao Yao, cheer up." Tao Yao Yao, who was usually soft and tender, said firmly at this moment, "You are the backbone of everyone. You must not give up." "That's right." Li Yu grabbed Xiao Yao's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Yao, whether we can leave here depends on you. You have to cheer up." Hearing everyone's encouragement, Xiao Yao took a deep breath again. He raised his head, with an unparalleled firmness in his eyes. I know, I will definitely take everyone away from here. If the gold level doesn't work, then the platinum level. If the platinum level doesn't work, then the diamond level. In short, he will do his best to improve himself. Even if only the king level can hope to leave, he will be promoted to the king as quickly as possible. He swore never to live up to the trust of his teammates and must take them back home. Su Xingliang hit Xiao Yao's chest. This is the Xiao Yao I know. Xiao Yao straightened his body, looked into the distance, said, Summon the war beast. Let's go into this world together. Yeah. Everyone nodded. Pa! The teacup fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. Ouyang Xian held one hand in the air, with a tremor in his voice. What did you say just now? Old John lowered his head in pain. His originally meticulous hair and beard were now messy, like a crazy old man. He squatted on the ground, curled up into a ball, and his hoarse voice was filled with self-blame and sobbing. It's all my fault. I didn't protect Xiao Yao well, and I didn't protect those children well. Seeing the painful and regretful expression on Mr. Zhang's face, Principal Ouyang's eyes flashed with pity. He whispered, Mr. Zhang, you get up first. Mr. Zhang didn't hear what Principal Ouyang said at all. His nails were tightly gripped on the ground, and his fingertips were already rubbed to a bloody mess. Mr. Zhang! Zhang Daoxian! Principal Ouyang said angrily, Zhang Daoxian, you get up first. Mr. Zhang raised his head and stared at Principal Ouyang blankly. You get up first. Principal Ouyang lifted up with one hand, and an invisible force lifted up Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, let's confirm first whether Xiao Yao and the others are safe now. Ouyang Xian asked. Safe, safe. A glimmer of light suddenly flashed in Mr. Zhang's dull eyes. He quickly took out his mobile phone and called Chen Jiaying. The call was soon connected. Jiaying? Mr. Zhang, are you okay? Chen Jiaying's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. You're fine, that's great, that's great. Mr. Zhang held the phone tightly, with unstoppable joy in his old voice, and his eyes gradually turned red. Mr. Zhang, did something happen? Chen Jiaying felt inexplicably flustered. It's okay, I hang up first. Mr. Zhang quickly hung up the phone, looking at Principal Ouyang, tremblingly said, Xiao Yao is not dead yet. He remembered Xiao Yao had told him that if anything happened to him, to Kamiaoti and Chen Jiaying, who were planted with the seeds of terror by Mo Tang, would also die immediately. At that time, it was just a sentence that Xiao Yao said to show off his ability. But now it has become an important evidence that they are still alive. What's going on? Principal Ouyang asked. Elder Zhang explained the situation of Chen Jiaying and Mo Tang. After listening, Principal Ouyang also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's not dead. As long as he's not dead, we still have hope of rescue. Principal Ouyang said in a deep voice, I will inform Master Yi. Now we can only rely on the four great masters and King Wu. Elder Zhang grabbed Ouyang Xian's arm, his eyes full of pleading. Principal, you must rescue Xiao Yao and those children. Don't worry. Principal Ouyang patted Elder Zhang's hand and said firmly, I believe the masters and King Wu will do their best to rescue them. If it were someone else, the four great masters might not really care. But among the few who disappeared, there was Xiao Yao, the most outstanding genius in the history of Dragon Country. He was recognized as the most promising super genius to become the next Grandmaster, or even the next king. He believed that the four Grandmasters and King Wu would try their best to rescue Xiao Yao. Please, Old Zhang said, holding Ouyang Xian's hand tightly. Old Zhang, Ouyang Xian said in a deep voice, Changfeng, Tao Ya, and the children of the Li family are among them. It is impossible to hide the truth from these people. We can only tell them the truth. Also, Xiao Yao father. Ouyang Xian was silent for a moment and said, tell him too, after all. As the captain of the law enforcement team, he could understand the danger of summoners. There is also a child from an ordinary family, so let's keep it secret for the time being. Xiao Yao's disappearance must not be known to the outside world now. These summoner families have a sense of propriety, even if they are sad. They can at least control themselves, but it's hard to say for ordinary families. Let me inform them. A trace of pain flashed across Elder Zhang's eyes. He knew very well that when these people knew that their children disappeared in the space turbulence, they would be so sad and desperate. He didn't know how to explain to these people that, under his protection, their children could still be hurt. But no matter what, this was his responsibility, and he had to bear it. One more thing. Principal Ouyang eyes flashed with strong murderous intent. We must find the group of people who plotted against Xiaoyao, and this time, they must pay the price in blood. I want them to die. Hearing Principal Ouyang words, Elder Zhang eyes quickly turned scarlet, and the violent murderous intent shook the whole room. Chapter 492 Blood Flame Wolf. I'm sorry. After Zhang Lao finished describing what happened, his low voice was filled with pain that was difficult to conceal. There was silence on the other end of the phone for several minutes, and finally an extremely hoarse voice came. Zhang Lao, is there really hope? There is hope, Zhang Lao said firmly. Now the 4 great masters, and the king of martial arts know about this. They will try every means to save Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao is not dead, he must be waiting for us. At this time, the other end of the phone fell silent again. Xiao. I know, Mr. Zhang. Xiao Li's eyes were red, and his voice was hoarse. Then I leave it to you. After hanging up the phone fell from his palm with a bang, and hit the ground. Xiao Li felt dizzy, as if he would fall down in the next second. He supported the table with one hand, and covered his chest tightly with the other hand. A strong feeling of suffocation made it difficult for him to breathe. It's okay. It's okay. Xiao Li bent down, muttering to himself. No. His legs softened, and he collapsed to the ground. Huh? Xiao Li kept taking deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. But his son's disappearance had completely crushed his heart, making his face extremely pale. No, impossible, impossible. Wan Yu's face turned pale, and she was in a trance, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Bai Chengfeng beside her pulled her up in time. At this time, Bai Chengfeng's face was also extremely pale, and his body was shaking slightly uncontrollably. Chengfeng, Wan Yu, this is all my fault. Old John lowered his head, he didn't dare to look into their eyes. Old John. Bai Chengfeng's voice was trembling. Is there really hope? There is hope. Old John's eyes were extremely firm. This sentence was not only said to Bai Chengfeng's family, but also to himself. The 4 great masters, and the king of martial arts are all thinking of ways to make Xiaoyao return safely. But? Wan Yu's eyes were red. We don't know what dangers the children will encounter now. What if? Wan Yu. Bai Chengfeng interrupted. Don't say such things. Wan Yu. We must believe in the children. Zhang Lao said firmly. I believe the children can protect themselves. And we must also believe in Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao. Wan Yu thought of Xiaoyao's legendary experience. Her eyes were full of hope and prayer. Please, Xiaoyao. You must protect Xiao. Bang! The door was kicked to pieces, and a group of law enforcement officers rushed into the house aggressively shouting, Everyone, hold your head and squat. What are you doing? Inside the house, a middle-aged man's face changed drastically. Who are you? Why did you break into my room? We are the Dragon Country Law Enforcement Team. The leading law enforcement captain snorted coldly. Come with us. Law enforcement team, you have recognized the wrong person. The middle-aged man's eyes showed a trace of panic, and he argued, Why are you arresting me? I haven't committed any crime. Whether you have committed any crime, you will know when you get to the law enforcement team. Take them away. The law enforcement team quickly arrested the group of people in front of them. Although there were silver-level summoners among them, they still chose to cooperate honestly in the face of so many law enforcement team members. This scene happened in major cities in Dragon Country. In just one day, the law enforcement team arrested hundreds of suspects. Hundreds of people were arrested, which was nothing to the uninformed people of Dragon Country. After all, Dragon Country is so big that criminals are caught almost every moment. For some forces, this incident almost caused a major earthquake within the country, causing countless people to panic, thinking that Longwa was going to launch a major move. As the initiator of the incident, Miyamoto Kazuo and the other 2 masterminds naturally knew the purpose of Longwa's move. Obviously, Xiaoyao's death made the top leaders of Longwa completely furious. Next, Longwa will definitely launch a thundering action to find out the mastermind behind the murder of Xiaoyao. Of course, Miyamoto Kazuo was quite proud and happy at this moment. After all, the plan was executed very smoothly. Not only did he kill Xiaoyao, but he also did not suffer any losses on his side. Although the people of the 2 forces felt sorry for their own diamond-level masters who died in this battle, they exchanged 2 diamond-level 2 masters for a future master-level genius. And this sale was definitely not a loss. Of course, the 2 forces did not know that Miyamoto Kazuo people were not dead. Otherwise they would definitely feel resentful. Damn. It's really hot here. Liu pulled his collar and kept fanning himself. It's over 40 degrees. Xiao Yao said. He didn't feel hot. After all, he had excellent physical fitness. And he also mastered the ability of fire element. So this temperature didn't affect him at all. But for other friends, although it was still bearable when it exceeded 40 degrees, it did make everyone feel a little irritated. There's not even a sun. And the temperature is so high. Su Xingliang wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. And said, no wonder most of the monsters here are fire type. Since entering the new plane, they have experienced many waves of battles. The environment here is a bit like the wilds of Dragon Country, with many monsters. And their strength is quite good. Almost no monsters below bronze level can be seen. However, the abundance of monsters also gave them some confidence. Perhaps with their rapid upgrade, they will find a way to go home one day. At this time, Xiao Yao suddenly stopped, raised his hand and said, prepare for battle. As soon as the voice fell, everyone ordered the war beasts to be ready. Xiao Yao said, there is a group of monsters ahead. More than 100 in number. According to Emo Tongue perception, the strongest one is the platinum level Beast King. Leave the Beast King to me. And the rest is up to you. In this predicament, they must fight every battle, and cannot miss any opportunity to become stronger. Understood? Everyone nodded firmly. After slowly approaching, everyone finally saw the group of monsters in the distance. It was a group of giant wolves with dark red hair. The Wolf King in the lead was 2 meters tall, with long limbs, smooth muscle lines, and cunning and cruelty in his light red eyes. At this time, the Wolf King with a super strong sense of smell also smelled the scent of other creatures. It turned its head and looked, and immediately raised its head and howled. Awoo! In an instant, all the giant wolves turned their heads and looked at everyone. Monster named Blood Flame Wolf Monster Skill Blood Explosion. Fire Burn. Flame Cannon. Blood Claw Rip. Deterrence. Xiao Yao told his friends the information he had learned, and pointed out more than a dozen gold-level Blood Flame Wolves, asking everyone to be prepared. Leave the Wolf King to Xiaoku and Laonyo, and everyone else will deal with it. Tuki and Emotan will help everyone. Puff puff puff. The Wolf King rushed over with hundreds of his brothers, and the momentum was overwhelming. Xiao Yao shouted, get ready for battle. Yes. Chapter 493 Quick Kill Platinum Level. Awoo! Xiaoku and Laonyo entered the bloodthirsty werewolf and violent bull demon states, and rushed to the opposite side facing the wolf pack. At the same time, other war beasts also acted quickly. Cuckoo! Cluck! Cluck! Zack pressed his fist on the ground. His body became longer and longer. With a bang, his body quickly rushed into the sky, and fell heavily into the wolf pack like a meteorite. Bang! A silver level 4 blood flame wolf was directly killed by Zack's buttocks, and all the bones in its body were broken. Zack quickly stood up, opened his hands, and with a snap, a large ball of green liquid burst out of his body, splashing everywhere. The green liquid splashed onto several blood wolves, corroding large holes in their hair in an instant, causing them to scream in pain. Bang! Zack swung a heavy punch, and directly blew up the head of a blood wolf. A woof for a moment. Several blood wolves around stopped and surrounded Zack. Ho ho! Zack opened his mouth slightly, and a strong fighting spirit appeared in his dim eyes. Paw! Skarner erected a crystal pillar, and in an instant, a light was shining brightly, and a circle of light with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared. Crack! The huge scorpion claws broke the head of a blood wolf, and Skarner moved his limbs together, and rushed forward like a crystal chariot. Bang bang bang. One blood wolf after another was knocked away by Skarner, and many bones were broken. Skarner rushed through the wolf pack, and with the bonus of extra movement speed and attack speed, his lethality was even more terrifying than Zack. Whoosh whoosh. The flawless white fox tail suddenly stretched out, directly tying the blood wolf's limbs into a ball. Ari entered the true form of the demon fox, and she licked the corner of her mouth lightly, and her beautiful and strange face had a more enchanting charm. Bang bang bang. The energy orb shot out in a straight line, and hit the blood wolf, immediately causing it to bleed wildly, as if it was hit by a heavy hammer. Ari calmly judged the situation on the field, and once the blood wolf surrounded her, she would immediately use the ultimate move Soul Assault to break away, and her gorgeous magic also caused frequent casualties, although her combat state was not as violent and bloody as other war beasts, but she was more elegant and gorgeous than them. Puff! Puff! Kaz exploded in the air, his wings vibrated, and passed by a flame cannon. Although his strength was not as good as the gold-level blood wolf in front of him, as a void hunter, he had strong confidence. He could definitely cut off the head of the prey with his own hands, and turn it into nutrients for his growth. Mackay, Twitch, Mortine stood in front of everyone. If a monster approached, they would immediately launch an attack. The soldiers below silver level 5 would be left to Mackay to deal with, while the blood wolf above silver level 5 and gold level would be quickly harvested by Twitch and Mortine, and fell on the road ahead. A woof! A woof! As two completely different wolf howls sounded, everyone turned their attention to the most important focus of this battle. Monster named Blood Flame Wolf King. Monster level Platinum level 3 monster skills: Blood Explosion, Fire Burn, Flame Cannon, Blood Claw Rip, Deterrence. The Blood Flame Wolf King howled. A ball of red energy condensed in his mouth, and then shot out quickly. Moo! The old cow stood in front of Xiaoke, the hellfire burned in his right fist. Seeing the flame cannon coming, he swung a heavy punch. Hellfire Fist. The huge red flame fist flew out of his hand, dragging a long column of fire, and collided with the flame cannon with an explosive force. Boom! With a loud bang, the flame cannon and the hellfire fist exploded in the air. Sparks flew everywhere, igniting the hair of several blood flame wolves around, making them roll on the ground in pain. At this moment, Xiaoke rushed towards the Blood Flame Wolf King at an extremely fast speed. Everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the next second, Xiaoke appeared behind the Blood Flame Wolf King. The golden wolf head appeared. Xiaoke let out a long howl, and swung out his sharp claws. The golden wolf head opened its mouth and bite hard at the head of the Blood Flame Wolf King. Mouth of the beast. The Blood Flame Wolf King felt a chill in his head. At the critical moment, he twisted his body forcefully. The blazing flames condensed on his wolf claws, and then he tore them forward violently. Fire burn plus blood claw tearing bang. The two wolf claws collided, making a dull sound. The golden wolf head bit off a piece of flesh and blood on the Blood Flame Wolf King's forelimb, and the Blood Flame Wolf King's wolf claws also left deep scars on Xiaoke's palm that could be seen to the bone. Puff! 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 Xiaoke took 3 steps back, without a trace of fluctuation in his golden eyes. Then, under the shocked eyes of the Blood Flame Wolf King, the wound on Xiaoke's palm recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This, before the Blood Flame Wolf King could react, an astonishing heat came from behind it again. The Blood Flame Wolf King turned around quickly, and saw a giant beast with flames all over its body rushing towards it, so fast that it could hardly react in time. Bang! The Blood Flame Wolf King's body was knocked up like a rag bag, and the sound of broken bones could be heard faintly, as it was suspended in the air. Xiaoke kicked his limbs, and appeared in front of him like a flash. Endless binding puff. Puff! Puff! The sharp wolf claws left bloody marks on the Blood Flame Wolf King's face. In just 1 second, the Blood Flame Wolf King's face was scratched into a bloody mess, and one of his eyes was directly scratched blind. After landing, the Blood Flame Wolf King woke up, and the severe pain forced him to activate the skill Blood Explosion Bang. A large cloud of blood mist burst out from the body. The Blood Flame Wolf King's eyes were covered with scarlet color, and his strength and speed doubled. With the Blood Flame Wolf King howled angrily, and his powerful mental power burst out, causing Xiaoke, who was close to him, to fall into a short dizziness. Blood Explosion plus Deterrence. The wolf claws stretched out, and stabbed into Xiaoke's eyes like a sharp blade. It also wanted to let its opponent taste the pain of having its eyes blown out. At this moment, a pair of rough and huge hands suddenly grasped the Blood Flame Wolf King's claws. The giant palm exerted force, and the bones of the Snow Wolf King kept trembling. At the critical moment, Lanyo arrived in time, saving Xiaoke from the pain of having his eyes exploded. At this time, Xiaoke also woke up. "Awoo!" Xiaoke roared angrily, and while the Blood Flame Wolf King was controlled by Lanyo, he quickly swung out his wolf claws. Puff! The wolf claws successfully sank into the throat of the Blood Flame Wolf King. The Blood Flame Wolf King's eyes widened, and a gurgling whimpering sound came out of his mouth, and blood kept dripping down. Xiaoke did not hesitate at all. He kept pulling out his claws and thrusting them in. He could only hear a sound that made his scalp numb. Finally, the Blood Flame Wolf King's head drooped halfway, and he lost all his vitality. There was no more movement. Awoo! Moo! Xiaoke and Lanyo looked around, and a fierce momentum burst out. Woohoo! As soon as the Wolf King died, the entire wolf pack seemed to have its backbone pulled out, and completely lost its soul. Some blood-flame wolves turned around and ran. But before they took a few steps, they died under poisonous arrows. With the combined efforts of many war beasts, hundreds of blood-flame wolves were slaughtered in a few minutes. Boom! The battle was over, and a cold momentum burst out from not far away. Xiao Yao looked closely, and a smile appeared on his lips. After many battles, Silver Level 3 Kha'Zix was upgraded. Chapter 494 Three-Eyed Alien. After being promoted to Silver Level 4, Kha'Zix's body became slightly larger, and his evil arm blade glowed with purple light, and his whole temperament became even colder and more cruel. Upgraded? Li Yu turned his head, and looked at Su Xingliang. Yes. Su Xingliang nodded, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that. He would become a Silver Level 4 summoner so quickly. If his parents knew, they would definitely be overjoyed. Thinking of his parents, Su Xingliang lowered his head again in sadness. Dad? Mom? You must wait for me to come back. Xiao Yao noticed the change in Su Xingliang's expression. He sighed in his heart, and patted his friend's shoulder. Su Xingliang looked up, saw Xiao Yao's concerned eyes, and said with relief, Don't worry. I'm fine, let's go over there and take a look at this time. Bai Ling Xiao looked ahead. His eyes slightly opened and said, I seem to see something different. Everyone followed Bai Ling Xiao's gaze and looked in the direction where the blood flame wolf came from. Huh? Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes, waved his hand and said, Let's go and take a look. Several people quickly ran forward, and after stopping, everyone's faces showed a touch of surprise and joy. There were several piles of bloody corpses in front of them, which were obviously the prey of the blood flame wolf pack. But among these corpses, there were two that were particularly eye-catching. They were two human-shaped corpses, although their bodies had been gnawed to the point where only bones were left. Their skeleton features were almost exactly the same as those of humans. Could there be humans here? This thought popped up in everyone's mind. Xiao Yao stared at the corpse in front of him for a while, then looked around. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. I found you. He walked quickly to a distance and picked up a torn animal skin. Look! Xiao Yao picked up the animal skin in his hand and said, There should really be humans here, but the level of civilization should be very low. Everyone came over and looked at the animal skin in Xiao Yao's hand, and was surprised. People mean civilization, which means that this world is suitable for human survival, which gives them more confidence to persevere. We have to find them, Xiao Yao said. We should try to communicate with the humans here and obtain important information about this world. Yes. Everyone nodded. At this moment, Xiao Yao suddenly frowned, and he felt his hair stand up slightly, as if someone was staring at him in the dark. Xiao Ku. Wu Warwick understood. He raised his head, sniffed with his nose, and quickly ran in one direction. A few kilometers away, an alien with eyes on his forehead was standing on a high place looking into the distance. Suddenly, his face changed. His spiritual eyes saw that the golden wolf that killed the blood flame wolf king was running towards him quickly. Did he find me? It's impossible. The alien was inexplicably panicked. He could see that the golden wolf was extremely fast, and it crossed half of the road in just a few tens of seconds. No. I'm going to retreat. The alien turned around and ran behind him. He was running very fast. The rugged road was like flat ground under his feet. His long black feet seemed to have a layer of pads under them. The sharp stones could not stop his movement at all. The wind blew in his face. The alien ran desperately, and kept changing directions, trying to confuse the golden wolf. But just when he thought he had shaken off the golden wolf, he suddenly heard a proud wolf howl. With the next second, his head went dark, and he fainted on the ground. Papa Xiaoku walked over slowly, looking at the alien lying on the ground, with a flash of disdain in his golden eyes. Entering the bloodthirsty werewolf transformation, Xiaoku threw the alien on his shoulders, and quickly returned with him on his back. I'm back. Seeing the unconscious human on Xiaoku's shoulders, Xiao Yao's face showed a strange color. Xiaoku threw the alien on the ground, and his appearance was also revealed to everyone. She was thin, dark-skinned, and only had a fur skirt covering her lower body. She looked almost the same as a human, except for the closed eye in the middle of her forehead. 3 eyes. Xiao Yao touched his chin. Sure enough, there were many strange things in the world. There was actually a race with 3 eyes. At this time, the others also kept scanning the alien's body, their eyes full of curiosity. Xiao Ku. Wake him up. Xiao Yao pointed at the alien on the ground. A Wishauka roared, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Soon, the three-eyed alien slowly opened his eyes. Swish! As soon as he opened his eyes, the three-eyed alien saw a circle of strange-looking humans and strange-looking spirit beasts standing in front of him. He sat up suddenly, supported himself with his hands. His eyes were full of fear, and he kept saying words that Xiao Yao and others couldn't understand. Well, I don't understand it at all. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Hey, don't be nervous. Xiao Yao squatted down and said with a gentle expression. The three aliens saw Xiao Yao so close to them, and they cowed out repeatedly and kept talking. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Xiao Yao took 2 steps back, waved his hand and said, we have no ill intentions. Seeing that these strange humans in front of him had no intention of hurting him, the three-eyed alien's expression eased a little, and he spoke carefully. Oh, forget it. Seeing that communication was too difficult, Xiao Yao asked everyone to make way, indicating that the three-eyed aliens could leave. At this time, the three-eyed alien also saw Xiao Yao's intention. He stood up very cautiously and moved towards the passage little by little. When he was completely out of the crowd, his face was happy, and he ran away, seeing the three-eyed alien disappear in front of him. Su Xingliang asked, Xiao Yao, just let him go like this? Xiao Yao smiled and said, how is that possible? What do you mean? Follow him. Xiao Yao walked slowly in the direction where the three-eyed alien left. Even if we can't communicate, we have to find their base. The most important thing now is to get enough water, and also see if there are other useful materials. Since there are humans, and their civilization level is not high, it means that their base must be close to the water source. After hearing Xiao Yao's explanation, everyone suddenly realized, what if there is a conflict with the other party? Tao Yao said worriedly. Then we can only speak with fists. Xiao Yao said calmly. To deal with this kind of alien race with low level of civilization, fists are the most useful way to communicate. It would be best if they could communicate in a friendly way, but if the alien race had any ill will towards him, then he would not mind killing a few of them, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. I hope you can understand. Xiao Yao thought secretly. Chapter 495. Joey and Hill. Chief. Chief. Vero hurried back to the tribe, shouting loudly. Vero, what happened? A little boy who was playing with the soil turned his head and asked. Vero waved his hand, didn't answer the boy, and ran straight to the chief's stone house. Chief. The door of the stone house opened. A strong young man walked out, followed by an older man. Vero, what happened? The young chieftain. Joey asked. Chieftain, I just found a group of strange spirits. Vero took a breath, and said with lingering fear, although they are disabled, they have no spiritual eyes, but they actually have the ability to command spirit beasts. And their spirit beasts actually killed all the Blood Flame Wolf clan. What? Joey and the old man behind him were shocked. They knew the strength of the Blood Flame Wolf clan too well. If it weren't for Wayla's reminder last time, the hundreds of people in the entire tribe might have been slaughtered by the Blood Flame Wolf clan. Even so, several of their tribesmen were killed by the Blood Flame Wolf. But even this powerful wolf tribe was killed by a group of disabled elf tribes, which was incredible. How many people are there? The old man asked. 5. Vero said affirmatively. 5 people wiped out the Blood Flame Wolf tribe? The old man's eyes showed a touch of shock and worry. This strange spirit tribe appeared so suddenly, which really made him uneasy. Vero, did they find you? Joey asked. Vero hesitated for a moment, and said, they found me, and caught me. But, Vero said quickly, they didn't do anything to me. I couldn't understand what they said, and they couldn't understand what I said. After a few words, the leading man let me go. Is that so? Chief Joey nodded slightly, and said, it seems that this group of people should not be villains, otherwise they would not let Valo go so easily. Yeah, I think so. Vero nodded heavily. Joey, don't let your guard down. The old man frowned. A worry appeared on his face. They let Vero go. They may not be kind. Dad? What do you mean? Joey asked, puzzled. I mean, before the old man finished speaking, a tall man ran over and said anxiously, Chief, Dad Hill, a group of strangers are coming to us, and there are more than a dozen powerful spirit beasts with them. Hearing this, Hill and Joey's faces suddenly changed, and Vero also realized it. His face turned very pale. Vero! Joey roared like an angry lion, Didn't you pay attention to your back when you came back? I. Vero anxiously defended himself. I paid attention. I really paid attention. There was really no one behind me when I came back. Then how did they find this place? Vero was panicked. And he didn't understand how this group of people caught up with him. Joey. Now is not the time to blame Vero. Father Hill said in a deep voice, notify the tribe. Everyone prepare for war. Yes. Joey glared at Vero fiercely. And the spiritual eye on his forehead slowly widened. And then a purple lightning suddenly shot from the spiritual eye to the sky. Boom! Thunder sounded. In an instant, the entire tribe, regardless of men, women, old or young, all stopped their work, picked up the bone forks and bone fork sticks at hand, and quickly gathered at the entrance of the tribe. It looks like we've been discovered. Looking at the flash of purple lightning in the sky ahead, Xiao Yao smiled faintly. What should we do next? Su Xingliang asked. Since we've been discovered, let's go visit openly. Xiao Yao smiled slightly and strode forward. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yao and his group stopped. 100 meters ahead, there was a large group of people. All of them were dark-skinned aliens with a third eye on their foreheads. I feel their attitude is not very friendly. Looking at the group of people holding weapons and aggressively in front of him, Li Yu swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice. Xiao Yao did not say anything. He found that the system did not show the strength of this group of aliens. Facing such an opponent with unknown strength, it is still necessary to be fully vigilant. At this time, a sturdy young man walked out of the crowd. He looked at Xiao Yao and others with a cold look and said loudly, #####. I still don't understand. Xiao Yao shook his head helplessly, seeing that the other party had no reaction, and even shook his head to reject his warning. Joey's eyes flashed with anger. Zizizizi. A purple light flashed in the spirit's eyes, and a violent purple lightning suddenly shot toward Xiao Yao. At this time, Xiao Yao, who had been secretly alert, immediately asked the old cow to block in front of him. Boom! The purple lightning hit the old cow, making a violent sound. But then, everything that happened in front of them shocked all the three-eyed spirits. The old cow gently patted the remaining lightning on his body, his face expressionless, as if he had just been bitten by a mosquito. How is that possible? Joey's pupil shrank suddenly. He was very confident in his lightning power. Even the Blood Flame Wolf King did not dare to withstand his full-strength attack. Could it be that the giant beast in front of him was much stronger than the Blood Flame Wolf King? So violent. Xiao Yao stood behind the old cow, smiled faintly, and said, Old cow, show them your skills. Moo! Hearing Xiao Yao order, Old Bull's right fist suddenly ignited with flames. Under the terrified gaze of the three-eyed elves, he fiercely hammered a hellfire fist at the ground in front of him. Bang! The huge flaming fist smashed into the ground, and in an instant, a 2-meter deep hole was smashed into the ground. Spiderweb-like cracks extended for more than 10 meters. The red hellfire burned fiercely, like a huge underground furnace, continuously releasing amazing heat. Wow! Seeing the scene before them, all the three-eyed elves took a step back, with fear and anxiety in their eyes. The violent punch of Lao and Yo completely destroyed their confidence in resistance. Everyone showed fear on their faces and trembled. Xiao Yao saw the reaction of the three-eyed elves. He knew that now he could communicate without worry. Xiao Yao led everyone, step by step forward. The crisp footsteps were like drumbeats, hitting the hearts of the three-eyed elves, making them feel uncontrollable fear. Where, oh Dad, take the people away. Joey gritted his teeth, and said with determination, I will try my best to stop them, and as many as can run away. Chief, I won't leave. Wero stood firmly beside Joey. I am the one who brought these people here. I will stay and stop them. Idiot, you should use your ability to protect the tribe. Joey slapped Valo on the head, and said angrily, Get out, take the people away quickly. Alas! At this time, Old Man Hill stretched out his hand and blocked Joey. Old man. Joey looked at Hill in confusion. Hill shook his head and said, It's definitely too late to escape now, let's take a gamble. After that, he took a few steps forward, and shouted, Dear guest. An old voice came into Xiao Yao and others' minds, and they were overjoyed. Chapter 496 Fire God Tribe. Distinguished guest. Old Man Hill bowed slightly, and a respectful look appeared on his old face. Xiao Yao stood beside the old cow, and asked curiously, Is this your ability? He still couldn't understand what the old man said, but he guessed that the old man should have used some ability to translate his words into a language that other races could understand, and then pass it to other people's minds. Old Man Hill said respectfully, "Distinguished guest, this is my spiritual ability to communicate with all things." Spiritual ability? It seems that the source of their ability is the third eye. Xiao Yao glanced at the spiritual eye of the young man who attacked him just now. The old man's ability is to communicate with all things. Then the young man's ability should be the power of thunder and lightning. Xiao Yao suddenly became interested in the three-eyed spirit race. If everyone's spiritual eye ability is different, then this race is really interesting. Old man. Xiao Yao looked at Father Hill and said, "We came here accidentally, and now we know nothing about the environment here, so I want to ask you some questions. In addition, we also want to know the location of the nearby water source." Hearing Xiao Yao remarks, Father Hill felt a little relieved. He could see that the young strangers in front of him were not vicious people. Although their appearance and clothing were very different from his own, they could still communicate smoothly. "Dear guests, please follow me. I will answer your questions in detail." Father Hill bowed slightly and pointed to the stone house behind him. "Okay." Xiao Yao is skilled and courageous, and is not afraid of entering the enemy's territory. Among this group of three-eyed elves, the strongest one should be the boy who controls lightning, and the others are not to be feared. If they dare to use any tricks, he doesn't mind doing something that the United States has done before. However, Xiao Yao is still very curious about the environment they live in. Although these people seem to be still in the primitive age, they are not particularly barbaric in their words and deeds. At least they are willing to actively communicate. What kind of living environment do people with this level of civilization live in? With curiosity, Xiao Yao and the others walked slowly into the crowd. "Scatter!" Father Hill walked in front of the crowd and loudly ordered the other three-eyed elves to make way for a passage. As Xiao Yao and the others and the war beasts approached, these men, women, old and young immediately retreated 7 or 8 meters away, staring at them with awe, fear, curiosity, and other eyes. "Dear guests, please follow me." Father Hill brought Xiao Yao and others to the stone house of the tribe leader Joey. The stone house was not big, and large war beasts like Old Cow and Zack could not enter. However, for safety reasons, Xiao Yao ordered other war beasts to stay outside the house, while Xiao Ke and Tuki in wolf form followed everyone into the room. The layout of the stone house was very simple, with only a few stone pillars, and several layers of animal skin stacked in the corner, which were probably their beds. "Dear guests, please take a seat." Father Hill pointed to several stone pillars in the middle of the room. The largest stone pillar was their table, and the other small stone pillars served as stools. Although the style was primitive and simple, Xiao Yao and others still sat down happily. At this time, in addition to Xiao Yao and his 4 companions, there were only Father Hill and Joey with a vigilant look in the room. "Dear guests, what do you want to know?" Xiao Yao said calmly. "First, introduce the situation of your race and tribe." A hint of hesitation appeared on Father Hill's face, but under Xiao Yao's half-smiley eyes, he finally answered Xiao Yao's question. Their race is called the Three-Eyed Spirit Clan. As the name suggests, the eyes on their foreheads are their spiritual eyes. After the age of 15, more than half of them will awaken their abilities, but everyone's spiritual eye abilities are random and different. For example, Hill ability is to communicate with all things, Joey ability is to control lightning, and the young man who was once caught by Xiao Yao, Valo, has the ability of super long distance vision. The abilities of the three-eyed elves can be enhanced through training or fighting, which is very similar to training war beasts. In addition, as their abilities increase, their physical fitness will also change accordingly. As for their tribe, it is called the Fire God Tribe, and now has 235 tribesmen. Speaking of their tribe, Xiao Yao could see the hint of pride on Hill's face. According to him, they used to be a large tribe with 100,000 people, and the tribe leader was a powerful warrior who could manipulate fire. So it was called the Fire God Tribe. During that time, the members of the Three-Eyed Spirit Tribe were rarely attacked by the so-called spirit beasts. Generally, they took the initiative to hunt and used the spirit beasts as food reserves. However, with the death of the Fire God tribe had internal strife, and the entire tribe gradually broke apart and dispersed into dozens of small tribes. "Then why are you called the Fire God Tribe?" Xiao Yao asked curiously. "Because our first patriarch was the child of the Fire God. Naturally, we inherited the title of the Fire God," Hill said, as a matter of course. "The God of Fire has only one child?" Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. At this time, Hill's face showed embarrassment. In fact, the god of fire has 18 children. But our first chief is the god of fire's favorite child. Hill explained. I see. Xiao Yao smiled and nodded, but he was complaining in his heart. Isn't this just flattering yourself? Maybe in addition to them, other tribes also call themselves the god of fire tribe. In this case, it wouldn't be strange to have 10 or 8 god of fire tribes. After listening to Hill's story, Xiao Yao and others had a simple impression of the three-eyed elves. It must be said that the awakening rate of their race is quite high. Almost half of them have the ability. Compared with the summoner, who has only a 10% awakening rate, the three-eyed elves can be called a favored race. However, each three-eyed elf can only control one ability, which is far from the summoner. After all, every time a summoner reaches a higher level, he can have a new war beast. If they really fight, it is obvious that the summoner will have a great advantage. Generally speaking, each has its own advantages, Xiao Yao thought to himself. But for him, the summoner is definitely more to his liking. After all, even without the spiritual eye, he can still control the elemental power and improve his physical fitness. If he really fights with this young clan leader Joey, it is not clear who will win or lose. Dear guest, do you have any questions? Hill asked respectfully. Take us to see the nearby water source, Xiao Yao said. They can get food by killing monsters. But if they want to find water, the easiest way is to let the locals take them there. After all, a tribe of more than 200 people naturally has a channel to obtain a stable water source. No problem. Please follow me. My dear guests. Hill pointed to the direction outside the door. When Xiao Yao walked out of the room, the tribesmen who were watching silently immediately stepped back a few steps, with fear and awe in their eyes. Dear guests, please come this way. Hill pointed to the back of the tribe. Xiao Yao looked over and saw that there seemed to be a big mountain there. Chapter 497 Firestone. Dear guests, the water source we usually use is here. Old Man Hill pointed to the cave in front of him. In front of them was a mountain several dozen meters high. The soil was light red, so the overall look was like a burning mountain of fire. The cave in front of them was very wide. Standing at the entrance of the cave, the cold wind blew, relieving everyone's hot state. This location is not bad. Liu nodded with satisfaction. I think we can sleep near here at night. It's so cool. This distinguished guest, Father Hill reminded. It will be very cold here at night. Even with Joey physique, he can't stand it. I suggest you find another place to settle down. Of course, Father Hill immediately added. I also welcome you to visit our Vulcan tribe. In fact, Hill was naturally reluctant to let this group of strangers enter the tribe. But considering that they were too powerful, if they wanted to occupy the stone house by force, they would not be able to resist. So it would be better to express appropriate goodwill and test their ideas. Xiao Yao glanced at Hill and said, Don't worry. We won't disturb you. No. No. Hill laughed dryly, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. It seems that this group of people have no intention of enslaving the tribe, which is a blessing. In this land, in addition to fighting with spirit beasts, they also have to fight with other tribes. Once they fail in the tribal war, all of their tribes will become slaves of the victor. And these strange strangers, it seems that they don't have such plans. Let's go in and take a look. Okay. Hill and Joey walked together at the front of the team. Walking into the cave, it was not as dark as imagined. Some red crystals embedded in the stone wall are emitting a gentle red light, illuminating the way forward for everyone. What is this? Xiao Yao pointed at the crystals. Oh, we call this thing Firestone. Hill smiled. Generally, there are a few in the house. When it gets dark at night, they are taken out for lighting. They are very useful. Is that so? Xiao Yao nodded, pointed to the front. Keep going. Okay. Hill continued to walk in front. But both he and Joey slowed down their pace, with a little vigilance in their eyes. What's wrong? Xiao Yao asked. Dear guest, there are other spirit beasts in and out of the cave occasionally, so you still have to be careful, Hill explained. For the Fire God tribe, fetching water every day is actually a dangerous job. After all, no one knows whether they will encounter other spirit beasts in the cave. Because of this, the daily task of fetching water is carried out by the powerful warriors in the tribe. Okay, then be careful. Hill continued to lead the way. After walking for 2 minutes, they finally saw the water source. There were more than a dozen connected pools in front of them. The pools were of different sizes. The largest pool was round, with a diameter of about 50 meters. And the smallest pool was only slightly larger than a normal wooden barrel. Xiaoyao walked to the pond, knelt down, scooped up a handful of water, and took a sip. The water in the pond was clear and cold, and it felt like ice teeth, but the water quality was definitely much better than the purified water they drank daily. Xiaoyao stood up and made an okay gesture to his teammates. "Let me try it." Liu couldn't wait to walk to Xiaoyao, also scooped up a handful of water, and drank it. It's a little sweet." Liu smacked his lips and nodded with satisfaction. At this time, other teammates also tasted the mountain spring. The cold spring water took away the heat from everyone, making everyone feel refreshed. "Dear guest, this is our water source," Hill said respectfully. "Yes." Xiaoyao patted Hill's shoulder, smiled. "Thank you for your help." No. Hill quickly bent down and said, "That's it, you can go out first." "Okay, this way." "Please." Hill and Joey walked in front of everyone. Just as they were about to leave the cave, Xiaoyao took a fire stone from the mountain wall and looked at it carefully. The fire stone was red in color. Holding it in the hand, it gave people a faint sense of warmth. Hill saw Xiaoyao action and said, "You can take a few more fire stones. It will be very convenient for lighting at night." "Yeah." Xiaoyao nodded. Although they were all equipped with flashlights and other lighting equipment, no one knew how long everyone would stay here. If the time was too long, they would have to find other light sources. The fire stone in front of him can replace the role of the flashlight. However, Xiaoyao infused his mental power into the fire stone. He could feel that the fire stone contained a good fire power. This fire power was blocked by the surface of the crystal stone. It was impossible to detect it without strong mental power. Interesting. Walking out of the cave, Xiaoyao said, "You guys step aside. I want to try this fire stone." "Why, is there anything strange about this fire stone?" Bai Lingxiao asked curiously. The others also looked at Xiaoyao curiously. "There is a strong fire element energy locked in the fire stone. I want to try to stimulate it," Xiaoyao said. "Oh." After Xiaoyao said this, they immediately became interested in the fire stone, and ran into the cave one by one, and took a few fire stones. "Why don't I feel anything?" Liu shook the fire stone in his hand and said. "Me neither," Su Xingliang said. "Maybe your mental strength is still a little lacking," Xiaoyao guessed. Gold 4th level Mo Tung gave him a very strong mental power, making his current mental level completely comparable to that of a platinum level summoner, while the other friends were obviously still a little worse. "Okay." Everyone looked at the fire stone in their hands angrily. "Stand back a little," Xiaoyao waved to everyone. At this time, Hill and Joey looked at Xiaoyao in confusion. They didn't understand what Xiaoyao wanted to do. A stone for lighting, what's so fun about it? However, they naturally did not dare to say these words to each other's face. They retreated 7 or 8 meters obediently, keeping a distance from Xiaoyao. After everyone had left, Xiaoyao clenched the fire stone in his hand, and his mental power burst out, trying to activate the energy inside. After more than 10 seconds, the fire stone did not move at all. "This won't work. Let's try another way." Xiaoyao's mental power did not decrease, but the golden holy flame ignited in his hand again. "What is this?" Seeing this scene, Hill and Joey pupils shrank. It turns out that this group of people, in addition to being able to control spirit beasts, actually have other abilities. It's really amazing. Hill's eyes showed a trace of relief. Fortunately, he didn't conflict with them. "Huh?" As the surface of the fire stone softened slightly, Xiaoyao could feel that the energy contained in it seemed to be about to burst out. "Now!" Suddenly, Xiaoyao's eyes lit up, and with a flick of his wrist, he threw the fire stone to the open space dozens of meters ahead. Boom! In an instant, the ground trembled violently, and a huge ball of flame rose like a mushroom cloud. The hot temperature made people breathless from a distance. After more than 10 seconds, the flames went out, and a large pit nearly 2 meters deep appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, Hill and Joey's faces changed drastically. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of horror. Chapter 498 Settlement. Gulp. Joey and Hill swallowed their saliva at the same time, with horror in their eyes. They could never imagine that the fire stones used for lighting in every household could have such terrible destructive power. If all the fire stones in the tribe exploded. Thinking of this, the two of them suddenly felt their scalps tingling, and got goosebumps all over their bodies. "Damn it!" Su Xingliang widened his eyes, and exclaimed, This power is too scary. It's really a bit scary. Xiao Yao smacked his lips. He hadn't expected that the fire stone would have such a terrifying power after it exploded. Judging from the destructive effect, it was only slightly inferior to Lao Niu Hellfire Fist. But you have to know that Lao Niu full strength attack at level 4 gold is enough to rival monsters at levels 1 and 2 platinum. So, the explosive power of the fire stone can at least reach level 5 gold, and can even touch the edge of platinum. And this is just one fire stone. If there are more. He had a picture of hundreds or thousands of fire stones washing the ground in his mind. Of course, now it seems, his idea is not so easy to realize. In order to make the fire stone explode, first of all, you must have a strong mental power to mobilize its internal energy, and at the same time, you must use the power of the fire element to wear off the outer protective layer. After the whole process, you must have at least gold level strength. My distinguished guest, Hill asked tremblingly, how did you do it? Xiao Yao glanced at him, thought for a moment. He decided to tell Hill what he had just done. He wanted to see if the Three-Eyed Spirit Clan had the ability to activate the fire stone. Of course, since he dared to tell Hill, he was not afraid that they would use the fire stone against him. After all, it would take him a long time to activate the fire stone, and it was basically useless in the ever-changing battle. In addition, there were not many powerful people in the entire Three-Eyed Spirit Clan, and basically none of them had the conditions to activate the fire stone. Perhaps only the young patriarch in front of him had a chance. As for why he chose to tell Hill, it was mainly because of a plan in his mind. Now he didn't know how long he would stay in this plane. Maybe a few months. Maybe 2 or 3 years. Maybe even longer. During this time, if there were a group of obedient subordinates around him to help him solve some small things in life, then they could concentrate on hunting monsters and improving their strength. Otherwise, they would have to solve the problems of making fire, cooking, drinking water, hygiene, etc. Although these things were not big, they were very energy-consuming and time-consuming. So he has set his sights on the Fire God tribe. And no matter what means he uses, he must bring them under his command. Telling Hill the secret of the Fire Stone can, on the one hand, bring the two sides closer, and on the other hand, if Joey can really activate the Fire Stone, it will be an additional means of defense against the enemy. After he conquers the Fire God tribe, it will also add a guarantee for the safety of the entire tribe. Hill repeated Xiao Yao's words to Joey. After listening to it, Joey looked at Xiao Yao in surprise at first, then nodded, walked straight into the cave, and picked a fire stone from the stone wall. Zzz. The violent lightning gathered in his palm, emitting a strange purple light. Joey followed Xiao Yao's method, trying to erase the protective layer outside the fire stone, and at the same time using his mental power to mobilize the internal energy. But after a long time, the fire stone did not change at all, and there was no sign of softening even on the surface. Seeing this scene, Joey's face changed slightly, and he increased the intensity of the lightning in disbelief. But even if he used all his strength, almost exhausting all the energy in his body, he could not change the fire stone in the slightest. After trying for a long time, Joey finally withdrew the power of lightning and gave up completely. No way. Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes. What was the reason? He could feel that the power of lightning released by Joey was not weaker than the holy flame energy he had just released. But Joey failed to successfully activate the fire stone. Could it be that only the power of fire could destroy the surface of the fire stone? Seeing that Joey failed, Hill couldn't help but show disappointment in his eyes. However, this result also made him more awed by Xiao Yao. The fire stone is a lighting tool they have been using for decades. No one took it seriously. However, the man in front of him discovered the secret when he first touched it. His observation and perception are really amazing. Where did they come from? At this time, Hill was curious about the origins of Xiao Yao and others. Dear guests, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Hill bowed slightly and apologized. It's okay. Xiao Yao smiled and said, but it seems that you can only use the fire stone as a lighting tool. Hill smiled awkwardly and said nothing more. Okay. Xiao Yao glanced at the sky and found that it was getting dark. He said, Hill, I won't bother you anymore. You two can go back first. Where are you going to stay? My dear guests? Hill asked tentatively. Xiao Yao smiled faintly and said, just live nearby. You won't mind? Will you? No. 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 Hill waved his hand and said respectfully, there are several strong men living near the tribe. We are so happy. Looking at Hill's sincere eyes, Xiao Yao smiled secretly. You know what? The people here are not very civilized, but their acting skills are really good. He didn't believe that Hill would welcome him to live near the Fire God tribe. After all, to them, they were like a bomb, and no one knew if it would explode at any time. However, the Fire God tribe was already in his pocket, so he must keep a close distance and wait until the right time to make them completely surrender. Okay, you two go back first. Xiao Yao waved his hand. Okay. Hill and Joey whispered a few words. Joey looked at everyone with complicated eyes, and then returned to the tribe with Hill. After the two left, Bai Lin Xiao asked Xiao Yao, what should we do next? Let's find a place to set up a tent first. As a summoner, a tent is a must-have item in everyone's Shattered Sky ring, just as important as an energy bar, a flashlight, and mineral water. Okay. Everyone observed the terrain nearby, and finally chose a dry open space to set up the tent. While setting up the tent, Liu touched his stomach and said, I haven't eaten for a day, my stomach is starting to protest. Let's start cooking after the tent is set up. Xiao Yao said while working. I suddenly thought of a question. He turned his head and looked at everyone. Do you have any seasoning in your broken sky ring? Liu thought for a while and said, I have prepared, but not too much. I have a little bit too. Me too. Xiao Yao shrugged and said, if the quantity is not large, we still have to solve the problem of seasoning, at least we have to find salt. Salt is a must. Without salt, some food can still be eaten for a short time, but it will definitely be unbearable for a long time. By the way, Liu scratched his head and said, do you know how to purify crude salt in the wild? Then you should ask Xiao Yao. Su Xingliang pointed at Xiao Yao. The academic master is here, don't panic. Xiao Yao smiled and said, I know. But first we have to find the source of the salt. We have to ask Hill about this. At this time, his eyebrows slightly raised, and the feeling of being watched appeared again, as Xiao Yao turned around, waved his hand in the direction of the Fire God tribe, with an unpredictable smile on his face. Chapter 499 Murder at Night. Inside the stone house. He found me. Vero's face changed slightly, and he quickly retracted his spiritual ability. Can he find me from such a distance? Joey was a little shocked. Maybe this is his ability. Vero swallowed his saliva and guessed. Vero, where do they live? Old Man Hill asked. They live in the open space in front of the cave, very close to us. Hearing Vero's answer, Hill and Joey faces turned a little ugly. This group of people is too strong. Although they have not shown any malicious intent, their residence is so close to the tribe, which really makes them feel uneasy. What if the other party has evil intentions again? What should they do to resist? Dad Hill. What should we do now? At this moment, the young Chief Joey can only ask for help from the experienced Hill. Hill pondered for a moment and said, Joey, let Philly and Dutch try the fire stone. Philly and Dutch are both warriors in the tribe, who control the power of fire element. Hill was also guessing that perhaps to stimulate the energy in the fire stone, it could only be achieved by the power of fire. I go now. When Hill pointed out Philly and Dutch, Joey immediately came to his senses. He hurried out of the stone house and found Philly and Dutch outside, who were anxious. 10 minutes later, Joey walked into the house disappointedly and shook his head at Hill. Alas, Hill sighed. Why can foreigners stimulate the fire stone, while the three-eyed spirits who have used the fire stone for decades are helpless against it and can only use it as a lighting stone? Has the three-eyed god abandoned his people? Dad, what should we do? Joey was confused, completely losing his usual calmness. The experience of being crushed, the failure of Wenmingshi, the threat of the strong, has exhausted the young chief. He doesn't know how to protect his people. Joey, do you remember what I have been teaching you? Hill asked calmly. Joey took a deep breath and said, a true hunter must always stay calm. That's right. Hill nodded. Calm down. The first thing you need to do now is to calm the nervous emotions of the tribe members. As soon as these words came out, Joey immediately thought of the panicked and worried faces of the tribe members when he went out to find Phil and Dutch. At that time, he was really anxious and didn't pay much attention to the emotions of the tribe members. But now thinking about it, he is really immature as a tribe leader. I know. Dad. Joey nodded. Yeah. Hill continued, but we can't let our guard down against that group of people. We still need to monitor them. But we need to be more covert, so as not to anger them. Dad, leave this to me. Vero mustered up his courage and volunteered. I want to try again. Hill looked at Vero and said solemnly, Vero, then this matter is left to you. Well, you can send some meat over later, and try to build a good relationship with them. But Father Hill, Vero said in confusion, I don't understand what they say at all. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, Hill said, if you don't understand. You can use gestures, but remember, you must have a good attitude and be smart. As long as they are not overly vigilant, you can monitor them by pretending to pass by, get water, or deliver supplies, etc. I understand. Father! Vero nodded and sighed. Father is still the wisest. Hill said with emotion. Dad has not lived in vain for decades. Okay, let's go now. Okay. Vero walked to the stone house where the tribe stored food, took out a thick pig leg, walked out of the door. He hesitated for a moment, then took out another pig leg, and ran quickly to the back of the tribe. Hey, someone is coming. Xiao Yao heard the movement not far away, turned his head to look. Thump, thump, thump. Wang Yue ran over with 2 pig legs, and handed them to Xiao Yao with a smile. Give it to us? Xiao Yao pointed at the pig leg, and then pointed at himself. Vero nodded frantically. Hey, they are quite thoughtful. Xiao Yao took the pig leg, and said with a smile, Thank you. Vero scratched his head, bent down slightly, turned around and ran towards the tribe, but on the way back, he would glance back from time to time. It seems that barbarians also understand the concept of sugar-coated bullets. Looking at the back of Vero's departure, Liu curled his lips and said, Overall, they are still much more civilized than the barbarians. Xiao Yao raised the 2 pig legs in his hand, and said with a smile, Okay. Now we don't have to go out hunting. It's a good time to taste the meat in this world. It won't be poisonous. Right? Su Xingliang was still wary. I don't think they dare, Xiao Yao said. But for the sake of caution, he still asked Tuki to test it first. Tuki came over, gently inserted his nails into the meat, and soon shook his head. No poison. Then let's eat, I'm starving. Liu covered his stomach, looking like he was about to faint. Let's have a barbecue today. Xiao Yao's palms were flaming, and he gently wiped the pig's leg, and the hair on it was shaved off directly. After that, Xiao Yao walked into the cave, washed the pig's leg, while the others went to find a suitable stone slab. Half an hour later, the chopped pork pieces on the hot stone slab gave off an alluring aroma. Sprinkled with salt, cumin, and chili peppers, Xiao Yao waved his hand. Comrades, today is the first day we've been here, so let's not be stingy with these seasonings, and let's eat. Let's eat. Several young people grabbed the pork and put it into their mouths. Delicious. Bai Lingxiao gave Xiao Yao a thumbs up while eating. Xiao Yao took a bite and nodded with satisfaction. Not to mention, his barbecue skills are really good. An hour later, the sky was completely dark. And without the moonlight, the whole environment seemed unusually dark. Xiao Yao lit up his lighting device and placed a circle of fire stones around him. Several people gathered together and quietly felt the night of the other plane. Alas, I miss home a little. Liu supported himself on the ground with his hands and looked up at the sky. I don't know if my parents know that I disappeared. Mr. Zhang should have informed them. That's right. Liu sighed bitterly. You think the outside world won't think we are all dead? No, Xiao Yao said firmly. I believe Mr. Zhang will know our safety situation. Why? Liu sat up straight suddenly. Curiously, Xiao Yao did not hide it, and told about his relationship with Lao Du and Chen Jiaying. Damn, I didn't know you had a platinum-level subordinate. Liu's eyes widened. Mo tongue ability is too abnormal. Xiao Yao glanced at him. I remember your purple spirit magic eye has similar effects. Yes. Yes. Liu curled his lips. Short-term hypnotic control is possible, but not for a long time. Besides, I can't hypnotize a platinum-level subordinate when I'm at the gold level. But Liu's eyes were burning. If the outside world knew that we were still alive, I believe our parents are waiting for us to go home. Go home. Everyone looked up at the sky, feeling melancholy. I really want to go home now. A wood at this moment. Xiaoke suddenly roared. Something is happening. Xiao Yao stood up suddenly and looked in the direction of the fire god tribe. There is trouble. Under the night, the warriors of the fire god tribe were armed and constantly patrolling in the tribe. Everyone held a lighting stick made of several fire stones and wooden sticks. What they didn't know was that, a few kilometers away, a group of black-haired monsters were approaching the fire god tribe. The night became the strongest protective color for the monsters. When they were 1 kilometer away from the tribe, the leading black monster stopped, showing its ferocious fangs, and its eyes were greedy and cruel. At this time, the Fire God tribe had no idea that danger was coming. Chapter 500 Ghost Wolf. I'm going to pee over there. Wait for me. Lanchi touched his companion's arm and whispered, Okay. Go ahead. I wait for you here. Yig nodded. Lanchi held the lighting stick in one hand and walked quickly towards the entrance of the tribe. The Vulcan tribe has a rule that no one is allowed to relieve themselves in the tribe, so they can only go outside the tribe to solve the problem. It was dark, and Lanchi didn't run too far, but just walked to a stone pier less than 50 meters away from the entrance of the tribe. He untied the rope of his fur skirt and shuddered with comfort. Cool. After draining the water, Lanchi shook his body with a refreshed look and tied the rope again. Ho ho! Just after taking 2 steps, suddenly, a low and suppressed sound came from his ears. Lanchi paused and turned around to look back. The next second, his hair stood upside down, and a chill rushed from his heels to his head. In front of him, dozens of pairs of green eyes were staring at him, full of greed, cruelty, and bloodthirstiness, which frightened his brain into a blank. Roar! The leading monster pounced on Lanchi and directly pressed him to the ground. It opened its huge mouth and bit Ranchi's shoulder fiercely. Rip Ranchi's arm was torn off. The severe pain made Ranchi wake up from his fear. He endured the pain and roared, Beast attack! Ugh! The monster bit Ranchi's throat, and then, several monsters pounced on him, and tore Ranchi into pieces in just a few seconds. Beast attack! Ranchi's shrill roar reached Iger's ears. Iger's face changed. Without thinking, he roared directly. Beast attack! Beast attack! Instantly, all the patrol soldiers stopped and shouted nervously, Beast attack! Beast attack! Wawa wawa! In the stone house, all the three-eyed elves, regardless of age or gender, all rushed out of the room with weapons in hand. Roar! 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 At this time, a series of roars came from the front. Dozens of pairs of green eyes slowly approached. With the brightness of the firestone, the patrol soldiers saw the true face of the enemy. The monsters looked like demon wolves. The black hair was perfectly hidden in the night. The fangs were exposed. The limbs were slender. The cruelty in their eyes, the brutality was chilling. This is a ghost wolf, Yige said tremblingly, with an uncontrollable fear in his tone. Ghost wolves, the most cruel killers in the dark, are the nightmares of countless tribes. They live in groups and are powerful. The dark environment can perfectly exert their abilities, so even large tribes are unwilling to encounter them in the dark. The Vulcan tribe is only a small tribe of more than 200 people, with less than 100 warriors. How can they deal with dozens of ghost wolves? Ghost wolf? When they heard the name, all the tribesmen's hair stood on end, and they could hardly hold their weapons. Boom! Just when everyone was in despair, suddenly, a purple thunderbolt struck from the sky, and instantly split a ghost wolf in front of them into charcoal. Pa! 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 Joey walked quickly to the tribesmen, with purple thunderbolts lingering around him, like a thunder warrior. Don't panic, everyone pick up your weapons, Joey said sternly. The tribe leader appeared, and instantly killed a ghost wolf. This scene shocked the tribesmen, and they tightened their weapons, and looked ahead vigilantly. Give it your all. Old Man Hill followed Joey closely, holding the bone spur in his hand, and his old face was full of solemnity and determination. The ghost wolf had already touched him, and it was definitely too late to run. No one could outrun the ghost wolf in the dark. In this situation, only a desperate fight can create a glimmer of hope. Fight! Joey's voice was sonorous and powerful, and his spiritual eyes were filled with purple lightning, like a purple crystal shining in the night. Who? The Wolf King glanced at his subordinates, who were already smelling of burnt food. His eyes were full of anger and cruelty. Awuh! The Wolf King howled to the sky, and his brutal aura suddenly burst out. The next moment, dozens of ghost wolves obeyed the Wolf King's order and rushed forward like crazy. Boom! Boom! 2 lightning bolts fell first, and hit 2 ghost wolves again. At the same time, other warriors also attacked the ghost wolves. Fireballs, ice blades, petrification, vine entanglement. The complex and diverse attacks did slow down the pace of the ghost wolves, and even killed a few ghost wolves. But the speed of the ghost wolf was too terrifying. It almost crossed a distance of dozens of meters in an instant, and engaged in close combat with the outermost warriors. Grunt! The ghost wolf pounced, opened its mouth, and bit Iger fiercely. Iger took 2 steps back, thrust the bone fork in his hand forward, and pierced into the upper jaw of the ghost wolf. In addition to their own abilities, the three-eyed elf warriors also had excellent physical fitness, coupled with the fighting skills passed down from generation to generation. Almost every warrior had strong close combat capabilities. Ouch! The ghost wolf screamed in pain. It raised its claws, black mist lingered on them, and then it fiercely tore at Ig. Swish! At this time, a white light shot out from Ig's eyes, and collided with the ghost wolf's claws. Snap! The ghost wolf swung its claws back, and the black mist was directly dispersed. This white light was the energy ray of Ig's spiritual eye ability. It had no attributes, no other effects, only the most direct lethality. Puff! Ig pulled out the bone fork, and kicked the ghost wolf away with a heavy kick. Hoo! The ghost wolf quickly got up, with its front legs slightly bent, with its fangs exposed, and with a roar, it pounced on Ig again. Boom boom boom! Joey stared at the front, and lightning continuously shot out from his spiritual eyes, and blasted towards the Wolf King. He knew in his heart that only by restraining the Ghost Wolf King can he create a glimmer of hope for the tribe. And this task can only be accomplished by him. Swish! 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 The Ghost Wolf King's figure was erratic. Whenever lightning struck, he would always sneak into the shadow in time, and appear in another position the next second. And this was its skill. Shadow Flash. No, I can't hit it! The attacks failed repeatedly. Joey's forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat, and his fists were tightly clenched together. Ah! At this time, the screams of the injured tribesmen came to his ears again, making Joey even more flustered. Huh? The Ghost Wolf King emerged from the darkness, looking at the crowd not far ahead. His dark green eyes revealed a touch of cunning and cruelty. Boom! Lightning struck. The Ghost Wolf King disappeared again, but this time the difference was that Joey could not see the Ghost Wolf King. What happened? Where did it go? An inexplicable panic surged into Joey's heart. He subconsciously looked back, and his face suddenly changed. No! Under the reflection of the firestone, the dark figure of the Wolf King appeared behind a little girl. The girl shrank back, and looked at her father, who was fighting in front of her with concern, not realizing at all that a huge mouth was about to bite off her head. Athena! Joey's eyes were red with anger, and Athena's father, Iger, saw his daughter about to be killed by the wolf. His face turned extremely pale. Hearing the screams of humans, the Wolf King's cruel eyes added a touch of excitement. It enlarged its mouth, decided to eat the girl in one bite. No! Joey and Iger released lightning and energy rays like crazy, trying to stop the Wolf King. But the Wolf King was prepared. Shwa! A black light shield suddenly appeared, covering the Wolf King and the girl. The lightning and energy rays hit the light shield, but it was like a drop in the ocean, without causing any waves. Seeing this, Joey and Iger shouted in despair. No! Swoosh! At this moment, a black poisonous arrow shot from a distance as if it was teleporting, and pierced through the black light shield like a rotten wood. Boom! There was a loud noise. The light shield was broken, and a huge blood hole appeared on the Wolf King's head. Its movement stopped abruptly, and it stood there blankly. This sudden change made Joey and Iger stunned, and then their faces were ecstatic. The two turned their heads, and saw a man bathed in golden flame standing on the roof of the stone house. Beside him, a thin mouth shot an arrow casually, instantly killing the ghost wolf that was rushing towards Iger. At the same time, a dark and terrifying monster was hanging in the air, looking down with cold eyes. It turned out to be him. Seeing the face of the person coming, Joey showed an unbelievable look on his face. Chapter 501 Fire God. Huh, you're here just in time. Xiaoyao was high above, taking in all the battlefield situations. At present, several people from the Fire God tribe were injured, but fortunately, the battle lasted only a short time. The warriors of the Fire God tribe formed a formation, supported each other, and no deaths occurred. Let's start hunting. A flash of white light, Xiaoke and Laonyo appeared immediately. Awoo! The bloody atmosphere on the battlefield aroused Xiaoke's murderous intent. He let out a long roar, and rushed into the battlefield at a rapid speed. Mu the old bull entered the violent bull demonization, and with a kick of his foot, he directly knocked the ghost wolf that rushed towards him dozens of meters away. Huimo Tung swooped down, and with a simple swing of his arm blade, he chopped a gold level 1 ghost wolf into 2 pieces. Let me practice my skills too. Xiaoyao jumped with all his strength, and fell into the battlefield. He was so eye-catching with the golden holy flame burning all over his body, that many ghost wolves directly gave up their original targets, and rushed towards him together. "Come on!" Xiao Yao shouted loudly, and the holy flames in his fists became more and more violent. He took a step, and easily dodged the attack of a ghost wolf. When he passed by, he swung his right fist, and hit the ghost wolf's waist. There was a sound of bone breaking, and the ghost wolf's spine was directly broken by the heavy punch. The holy flame attached to the ghost wolf's hair and spread rapidly, burning it into a fire wolf in just 2 seconds. "Ah!" A shrill scream came from the flames, causing the other ghost wolves to stop immediately. Seeing the Wolf King on the ground with no life left, and his companions struggling in the flames, many ghost wolves wanted to retreat, and slowly move back, preparing to escape. But it was too late to run now. Boom! 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 The holy light column, the blazing fireball, and the brown rays flew from the sky, hitting the ghost wolves accurately, and blowing them into a bloody mess. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the skywinged unicorn, the flying blue phoenix, and the gargoyle hung in the air, releasing their firepower like a cannon. Bang! 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 Not far away, the sound of hurried footsteps came. Obviously, the other friends were about to arrive at the battlefield. "You are late." Xiao Yao smiled. "Huh?" The holy flame suddenly erupted. Xiao Yao was bathed in the flame, like the god of fire descended, and quickly rushed into the wolf pack. Bang! 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 The flame punches struck frequently, and all the ghost wolves that were hit were killed instantly. Except for the platinum-level Wolf King that died under Tookie's soul-destroying arrow of poison. The rest of the ghost wolves were below gold level 2, and most of them were silver level. Facing silver-level monsters, Xiao Yao could already kill them with one punch. As for the gold-level ghost wolves, they had long been slaughtered accurately by the picky Shao Ke and Mo Tung. Bang! 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 The battle was in full swing. The tribesmen of the Fire God tribe stood there blankly as if they were in a trance. Everyone's eyes were focused on the man bathed in flames. "Awoo!" 5 ghost wolves pounced on the man, and a contemptuous smile appeared on the man's face. He clenched his hand, and the golden flames burst out, covering him for several meters. "Ah!" As soon as several ghost wolves rushed into the range of the holy flame, they immediately let out a shrill scream. Under the shocked eyes of the Fire God tribe, in just a few seconds, the 5 ghost wolves disappeared in the flames, and were burned to ashes. Swoosh, as the last ghost wolf that tried to escape was shot dead by Tookie, the battle was finally over. "Paw! Paw! Paw!" 4 teammates ran over, and seeing the battlefield that had fallen into silence, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Xiao Yao took back the war beast without saying a word, and let Mo Tung take him to the Fire God tribe. They thought something big had happened here, but they didn't expect that the battle was over just as they arrived. Xiao Yao retracted the holy flame, turned to look at his friends, and joked, "Sorry, I stole the monster." A smile appeared on everyone's face. Now they all knew the secret of everyone's rapid upgrade, and naturally understood the meaning of stealing monsters. "Xiao Yao, you are not kind. You should leave a few for us at least." Li Yu walked over, looked at the dead bodies on the ground, and asked, "Is this a ghost wolf?" Xiao Yao nodded. "Same as the ghost wolf in our world, the skills have not changed." "This is really strange." Li Yu touched his chin. Different worlds actually have the same type of monsters. Could there be something in common among the universe? At this time, Xiao Yao found that the surroundings were extremely quiet. Even the groans of the injured could not be heard. He turned his head to look at the Fire God tribe, and what came into view were faces of shock, excitement, and even piety. Plop! A 3-eyed Eldar warrior suddenly knelt down, put his hands on the ground, hit his head heavily on the ground, and shouted loudly, "Grubia!" This sentence seemed to be a signal. After that, more and more people knelt down and shouted excitedly, "Grubia! Grubia! Grubia!" The chaotic shouts gradually merged into a slogan, shaking the earth. The tribesmen of the Vulcan tribe kept kowtowing, and the excitement in their eyes became more and more intense. "What's going on?" Xiao Yao stood there in confusion. He saw that except for Joey and Hill, almost all the members of the Fire God tribe were bowing and kneeling before him. "Grubia, what does this mean? Fuck, what's going on?" The Fire God tribe's kneeling also shocked Li Yu and others. They all looked at Xiao Yao. "What did you do just now?" "I didn't do anything." Xiao Yao spread his hands, with a puzzled expression. Gruvia means fire god in our tribe's language. At this time, Hill appeared in time and explained Xiao Yao doubts. God of fire? Xiao Yao opened his eyes slightly, pointed at himself, and said in surprise, "They think I am the god of fire? This is due to the prophecy of our god of fire tribe." Hill said respectfully, "One day, the god of fire will come back to the world. Use his fire that burns everything. Save the tribe from danger, and lead the tribe to regain glory." "Ah, what is the flame of the god of fire?" Hill looked at Xiao Yao with burning eyes. "It is the golden flame." After hearing Hill's explanation, Xiao Yao's face showed a hint of absurdity. He was a visitor from another world, and he actually became the fire god of the three-eyed spirit clan? This is a bit too much. "Hill, I look different from you." Xiao Yao pointed to his forehead. "I don't have a spiritual eye." Hill shook his head and said, "The fire god can be 1,000 forms." Can it be like this?" Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. Although he wanted to bring the fire god tribe under his command, the current situation was too dramatic. Fire god? The friends looked at each other, and showed meaningful expressions at the same time. Xiao Yao. Bai Ling Xiao gently tugged at the corner of Xiao Yao's clothes, and whispered, "Don't you want to conquer the fire god tribe? Now is the best time." Xiao Yao looked at the large group of tribesmen who were still kneeling and kowtowing in front of him, and after thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "Then take advantage of now." Chapter 502 Great Witch Doctor. Pa. Xiao Yao walked towards the crowd step by step, raised his right hand, and burst out a golden holy flame. Seeing this scene, the tribesmen of the fire god tribe became more and more excited and pious. "Hill, tell them to stand up first," Xiao Yao said lightly. "Yes, fire god." Hill took a step forward, and shouted loudly, "Fire god orders everyone to stand up." In an instant, all the three-eyed spirits quickly stood up, looking at Xiao Yao with burning eyes. Xiao Yao glanced at the crowd, and found that almost all the soldiers were injured. Some of the seriously injured had even lost a lot of blood, and were about to die. "Yao, treat them." Xiao Yao turned his head and said, "Yes." Tao Yao gave the wood elf an order. The wood elf nodded, and slowly floated into the air. She opened her little hands, and the brilliant green fluorescence bloomed all over the sky. She floated accurately towards several seriously injured soldiers, rejuvenated under the astonished eyes of the fire god tribe. The wounds of those seriously injured soldiers recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even a soldier who had been disemboweled recovered in just a dozen seconds. This scene surprised the fire god tribe members greatly, and the family members of several seriously injured soldiers knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Tao Yao. No need to do that. Tao Yao hurried over and tried to help these people up. Seeing Tao Yao approaching, these tribe members became even more excited, and kowtowed their heads one by one. Tao Yao pulled at the old man's arm, trying to help him up, but the old man seemed to have roots under his feet, and he didn't move, and he kept kowtowing. There was no other way. Tao Yao could only look at Xiao Yao for help. "Yao, treat the others first," Xiao Yao said helplessly. People of barbaric civilization might be like this. Once they make up their minds about something, no one can change their minds. "Well, okay." Tao Yao let go of the old man's hand, and directed the wood elves to treat the other injured warriors. Except for the seriously injured, the other warriors basically had superficial injuries, and under the vigorous treatment, everyone soon recovered to their best condition. At this time, the soldier who was most seriously injured knelt on one knee and shouted excitedly, "Faluda! Pa!" Then, all the soldiers knelt on one knee and shouted to Tao Yao in unison, "Faluda!" This sudden change scared Tao Yao. And then she looked at Xiao Yao helplessly. Xiao Yao turned around and asked, "What does this Faluda mean?" Hill explained, "Faluda is the Great Witch Doctor. In our history, the Great Witch Doctor has the ability to revive the dead, and is the object that all soldiers must protect at the risk of their lives." Great Witch Doctor Xiao Yao showed a funny expression. He is the god of fire, Yao is the Great Witch Doctor. If the god of fire tribe is not taken over, these warriors will probably not agree. "Hill, tell them to get up," Xiao Yao said. "Yes." Hill shouted, "Woo-ha!" The warriors stood up in unison, and faced Xiao Yao with their heads held high. "Tell them, everyone should clean up the battlefield now," Xiao Yao said. "The battle is over, and the next step is to decompose these dead ghost wolves into useful materials. Wolf meat is used as food. Hair is made into tribe members' clothes. Claws and bones can also be made into weapons for warriors." According to his experience, wolf meat tastes ordinary, But for the three-eyed elves who have no food to eat, the meat of ghost wolves is a delicacy they dare not even think about. Yes! Hill acted as a messenger, conveying Xiao Yao order to all tribe members. Soon, more than 200 tribe members spontaneously divided into more than a dozen groups, and the old, weak, women and children all joined the battle, and worked together to carry back the bodies of the ghost wolves. And every tribe member had a happy smile on his face. Today, not only did they survive the attack of the Dark Night Killer Ghost Wolf, without a single death, but most importantly, the Fire God tribe welcomed back the Fire God and the Great Witch Doctor. Everyone firmly believed that, under the leadership of the Fire God and the Great Witch Doctor, the Fire God tribe would regain its glory and become the most powerful tribe on this land. At this moment, only one person stood there blankly, with a blank look in his eyes. He was Joey, the chief of the Fire God tribe. Snap! Joey felt his hand being pulled. He came to his senses, and saw that Father Hill was standing in front of him. Come with me. Hill pulled Joey's arm and pulled Joey, who was in a state of unconsciousness, to the side. Philip, Joey and I will move this. Okay, Father Hill. Hill sent away the tribesman next to him, and while pulling the ghost wolf's legs, he said, You lift that side. Joey subconsciously lifted the ghost wolf's head, and after standing up straight, Joey finally woke up, took a deep breath, and asked, Father Hill, do you really believe that he is the god of fire? It's not that Joey didn't believe in the prophecy that had been passed down in the tribe for 100 years. But it was hard for him to accept that a foreigner, who was not a three-eyed elf, could become the recognized god of fire. Joey. Father Hill stared at his eyes, and said in a deep voice, He is the god of fire. But Father! Hill's tone was filled with a hint of unwillingness. He is not even a three-eyed elf. How could he be the god of fire? Hill said firmly, The god of fire has no form. As long as it meets the prophecy. As long as he is willing to protect the tribe. Then he is the god of fire. But? No buts. Hill interrupted. Joey, now all the tribesmen recognize the god of fire. If you are unwilling to admit it, then you will become a public enemy in everyone's eyes. Hill knew very well why Joey was unwilling to admit the god of fire. Once the god of fire appeared, the tribesmen would certainly be more willing to obey the orders of the god of fire. Then Joey's position, as the tribe leader, would become extremely embarrassing. But for him, whether the god of fire was a three-eyed spirit or not, as long as he had strong strength, was willing to protect the tribesmen, and led the god of fire tribe back to the peak, then he was the god of fire, no doubt. Joey's eyes were burning. The god of fire repelled the ghost wolf, protected the lives of the tribe, and the witch doctor beside him also cured all the warriors. If the god of fire had not appeared in the world, who would take the initiative to protect completely unrelated aliens? But Joey was still unwilling. But under Hill's extremely serious gaze, he finally nodded dejectedly. I understand. Father Hill. Yet Hill nodded slightly, and said, Drag the ghost wolf back first. Okay. Hill and Joey dragged the ghost wolf's body to the tribe's stone house. They would deal with it when there was enough light tomorrow morning. Let's go. Let's go see the god of fire together. Hill patted Joey's arm and walked straight to Xiao Yao. God of fire. Hill bowed his head respectfully. Joey hesitated for a moment, and also bowed his head and said, Grubia. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yao smiled. He knew that from this moment on, the god of fire tribe had completely submitted to him. Chapter 503 Strange Fruit. God of fire. Hill said respectfully, We will take care of this. You can rest assured. Xiao Yao glanced at the tribesmen who were working hard next to him, nodded and said, Then I will leave it to you. The task of cleaning up the battlefield will naturally be solved by the god of fire tribe. There is no need for them to do anything, and with Hill in charge, there is not much point for them to stay here. God of fire, I will send people to vacate a few stone houses. You can stay here tonight. Hill said expectantly. The attack of the ghost wolf still cast a shadow on his heart, so he really hoped that the fire god could stay in the tribe overnight. With the fire god, at least everyone can sleep peacefully. Forget about it tonight. Xiao Yao waved his hand. All our things are not here. Let's talk about this later. Okay, Hill nodded, but there was a hint of disappointment and worry in his eyes. But you don't have to worry. Xiao Yao pointed to the old cow beside him, and said, He will stay here tonight to protect your safety. Suddenly, Hill was overjoyed. Thank God of fire. He had seen the real fighting power of Lanyo. Whether it was the violent fire fist before, or the terrifying performance of transforming into a giant beast and slaughtering the ghost wolf wantonly. It left him with an indelible impression. This is a spirit beast that is several times stronger than Joey. With his protection, he is not afraid even if the ghost wolf attacks again. Let's go, Xiao Yao waved to his friends. Too many things happened today, and everyone, including himself, was exhausted. So after solving the crisis of the Fire God tribe, what he wanted to do most now was to return to the tent and fall asleep. Everyone followed Xiao Yao and returned to their residence. Ouch. Liu sat down on the blanket, lay down, stretched his arms, and groaned. Today was so fulfilling. Yeah. Su Xingliang lay beside Liu, folded his hands behind his head, looked up at the sky, and smiled. I didn't expect that I would become the friend of the Fire God. That's right. Liu turned his head to look at Xiao Yao, and said with a smile, Xiao Yao, what is it like to be called a god? Xiao Yao sat down, shrugged and said, when I was in high school, everyone called me Xiaoshen. And I got used to it. Damn. How can it be the same? Liu smiled and said, to be honest, I was really shocked just now. Hundreds of people knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing and shouting. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you really can't imagine the shock of that scene. Yeah. Tao Yao Yao felt the same way. Just now, nearly 100 people knelt down on one knee in front of her. She couldn't express the feeling in words. Bai Lingxiao sat next to Xiao Yao and asked, Xiao Yao, the Fire God tribe has completely surrendered. What are you going to do next? Xiao Yao thought for a moment and said, let's first investigate the situation of the entire tribe and count the abilities of each warrior. This will also make it easier to make subsequent arrangements. Next, let's take a look at the main food sources, hygiene conditions, and supplies that are still lacking in the Fire God tribe. Since the Fire God tribe has submitted to him and regarded him as the Fire God, he also hopes that he can use his abilities and modern knowledge to help these people escape from their primitive living conditions. That makes sense. Liu nodded. Just tell us what you need us to do tomorrow. Don't worry. I won't let you guys idle. Xiao Yao smiled and said, okay. Everyone is tired all day. Let's rest early. That's right. Su Xingliang yawned and said, let's go to sleep. Good night, everyone. Good night. Everyone returned to their tents and soon fell asleep. Early morning. Morning, Xiao Xiao. Xiao Yao walked out of the tent and stretched. Morning. Bai Lingxiao threw a blue ball to Xiao Yao and said, brush your teeth and eat. Yeah. Xiao Yao put the ball into his mouth. The blue ball is called a tooth cleaning bead, which is the most common tool for brushing teeth in the wild. After biting it, the liquid inside will clean the teeth and bring fresh breath. Puff. Xiao Yao spit the liquid from the tooth cleaning beads to the side, then sat next to Xiao Xiao and asked, where is Yao Yao? He could sense that Su Xingliang and Liu were still sleeping soundly, and there was no one in Tao Yao Yao tent. I'm going to wash my face. Bai Lingxiao pointed in the direction of the cave. Oh, girls just love to be clean. Xiao Yao smiled. He usually doesn't care so much in the wild, and doesn't wash his face every day. If he feels dust on his face, he just wipes it with a wet wipe. But now the water source is nearby. It seems that washing your face every day is not a big deal. Let's eat something first. Bai Lingxiao handed Xiao Yao a box of milk and a few small cakes. While eating, Xiao Yao said, tell me, if we finish eating everything in the Broken Sky Ring, what should we eat in the morning? We don't have to eat meat in the morning. Do we? I don't want to eat meat in the morning. Bai Lingxiao showed a disgusted expression. If that's the case, I'd rather go hungry in the morning. You don't have to go hungry. If you feel bored, we can look for suitable fruits nearby. Xiao Yao finished the food in his hand in a few bites, then stood up and said, I wake them up. There are still a lot of things to do today. Okay. It's getting late. Xiao Yao took the lead and walked into Liu tent. Xianyu, get up. Brother. Let me sleep a little longer. Hurry up. Hurry up. Don't waste time. There are still things to do in the morning. Oh. Let me sleep a little longer. I don't have the energy to work without a good sleep. Are you going to get up? If not, I use my ultimate move. 3. Fuck. How can you do it in 3? Get up. Get up. Liu walked out of the tent with a messy hair, yawning sleepily. Evil capitalists. You even deprive me of the right to sleep. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Xiao Yao kicked Liu lightly on the butt and scolded him with a smile. Eat quickly. Swish at this time. Liang Yan also unzipped the tent, walked out, and sat next to Xiao Yao. Are you all awake? Tao Yao came over with a smile. Her hair still had some water drops on her forehead. And after washing her face, her skin was as white as porcelain jade. It's time to eat. Several people took out the food in their broken rings and chatted while eating. Someone is coming. Suddenly, clear footsteps were heard. Everyone looked closely and saw that it was Hill and Valo, who were holding a few red fruits in their hands. God of Fire. Hill walked to the side, raised the fruit in his hand, and said respectfully, "This is the food prepared by the tribe for everyone." "Thank you, you are thoughtful." Xiao Yao took the fruit. These red fruits are a bit like apples, but they are much larger than apples. There are 5 in total, just one for each person. After distributing them to everyone, Xiao Yao tasted one first. The fruit is very sweet, and the water content is higher than expected, not bad. He finished the fruit in 2 or 3 bites, and Xiao Yao was about to praise him, but suddenly his expression changed, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This fruit seems to be unusual. Chapter 504, Strange Abilities. After swallowing the fruit, Xiao Yao could feel a subtle energy rising in his body. Although this energy quickly merged into his limbs and bones and disappeared, the subtle enhancement of his body could not escape his mental power. You know, his current physical fitness is very strong, and it can have a positive effect on his body, which shows that this fruit is really not simple. Huh? At this time, the other friends also noticed the changes in their bodies, and asked in surprise, "Did you feel it too?" Xiao Yao turned to look at Hill. "Hill, what kind of fruit is this?" Hill quickly explained, "God of Fire, we call this fruit 3 berries, and it does have some magical powers. Our tribe feeds children 3 berries from childhood. After eating more than 3, they basically won't get sick." "So magical?" Xiao Yao and others' eyes widened. "After eating 3, they will never get sick again. This is simply a fairy peach." "Hill, where did you get the 3 berries?" Xiao Yao asked curiously. "Such a magical fruit shouldn't be easy to obtain." Hill pointed to the north and said, "There is a forest in the north. We call it Fire Cloud Forest, and there are many 3 berries on the trees there." "But?" Hill's face showed a trace of difficulty. "There are many powerful spirit beasts guarding the Fire Cloud Forest, so it is very difficult to pick 3 berries. Over the years, for the 3 berries, we have paid the lives of 7 soldiers. 7 lives may not seem like much, but for the Vulcan tribe, which is only more than 200 tribesmen and less than 70 warriors, this is already an unbearable pain. But for the children of the tribe, these warriors are willing to sacrifice themselves without regrets." After listening to Hill's explanation, Xiao Yao's understanding of the Vulcan tribe has deepened. Although the level of civilization is not high, these tribesmen are willing to take risks for the next generation, and even sacrifice their lives. This spirit of dedication made him feel more favorable towards the Fire God tribe. "Hill, are these 3 berries prepared for the children?" Xiao Yao asked. Hill hesitated for a moment, and said, "Yes, but I will arrange for people to pick the berries later." "Don't worry." Xiao Yao patted Hill's shoulder, and said, "I won't let you pay in vain. Next time you take me to the Fire Cloud Forest, I promise to pay you back 10-fold. Hearing Xiao Yao's words, Hill bowed quickly, and said excitedly, "Thank you, Fire God." These fruits were originally prepared for the children in the tribe. Although the tribesmen were willing to offer these 3 berries to the God of Fire as the proposer, Hill still felt guilty towards the children. However, after receiving the promise from the God of Fire, Hill's guilt disappeared, and was replaced by a strong sense of joy. It is very difficult to obtain 3 berries, and each time you have to take great risks. So many children in the tribe have only eaten 1 or 2 3 berries, which cannot completely prevent the invasion of diseases. But since the Fire God is willing to help the tribe, it means that every child will collect 3 berries and get a strong body that is immune to all diseases. "Hill, wait here for a while." Xiao Yao turned to look at his friends. "Everyone pack up your things and help me count the situation of the Fire God tribe later." "Okay." Everyone quickly put away the tents, blankets and other supplies, and put them back into the broken sky ring. Then, under Hill's leadership, everyone returned to the Fire God tribe. Grubia. Seeing Xiao Yao return, the tribesmen of the Fire God tribe, who had been waiting for a long time, knelt down and shouted the name of the Fire God. Seeing this, Xiao Yao said helplessly, "Hill, tell them not to kneel down when they see me in the future." Although he knew that this was a manifestation of the Fire God tribe's respect for him, as a modern person, he was not used to this ancient style. Yes, Hill raised his hands and shouted a series of words that Xiaoyao could not understand. However, the effect was immediate. Soon all the tribesmen stood up, straightened their backs, like guards waiting for the king's inspection. He'll let them split into two teams. Ordinary people stand together. Warriors stand together. I want to count their abilities. Yes. He'll nodded, following Xiaoyao instructions. He'll quickly asked the warriors and ordinary tribesmen to stand in two groups. Ignoring the ordinary tribesmen, Xiaoyao walked to the warriors, asked them about their abilities one by one, and asked Xiao Xiao to help him keep records. There are 235 people in the Fire God tribe, 64 of whom are warriors. Their abilities are varied. They have common elemental abilities such as fire, water, thunder, and earth. And warriors with these abilities are also the strongest in the tribe. In addition to these, there are many strange abilities. For example, Hill communication with all things and Vero's supervision. What impressed Xiaoyao the most were two young warriors named Bill and Lhasa. Bill's ability is to shrink the ray. Once hit by the ray, the hit part, whether it is a dead object or a living object, will shrink proportionally. Of course, the duration will be shortened according to the difference in strength between Bill and the target. This ability made Xiaoyao feel very novel, and he even asked Bill to use his ability to attack him. At first, Bill did not dare to attack the god of fire in his mind. But under Xiaoyao's order, he still used his ability, and shot a gray ray towards Xiaoyao's right hand. After being hit by the ray, Xiaoyao's right hand shrank rapidly, and finally became roughly the size of a 4- or 5-year-old child. However, due to the huge gap between his strength and Bill, in less than a second, his right hand returned to its original state. But later, Bill released his power on a bone fork, which was more than 1 meter long and was almost as long as a chopstick, and lasted for nearly 5 minutes. For Xiaoyao, Bill's ability satisfied him more than anyone else. Although the elemental ability was powerful in combat, it was not rare for him. And Bill's shrinking ray could play a huge role at certain moments. If Bill surprised Xiaoyao, then Lhasa's ability made him exclaim that it was bizarre. Lhasa's spiritual eyes can also emit rays, but after being hit by his rays, the target will feel severe abdominal pain and even have the urge to defecate. In view of Lhasa's ability, the tribesmen in the tribe regard him as a constipation savior. When they encounter difficulties, they ask Lhasa to give them a ray. Seeing Lhasa's face after introducing his ability, Xiaoyao felt amused. It must be said that the abilities of the three-eyed elves are really bizarre. There are even people who have mastered the flying ray. Of course, to be fair, Lothar's ability is also not weak in combat, especially in close combat, where he can suddenly send a ray to the opponent, which will definitely make the opponent's face turn green. After counting the abilities of all the warriors, Xiaoyao is also ready to carry out the next plan. He'll take me to see the tribe's warehouse. Yes. Chapter 505 The Role of Academic Masters. This is the room where we store our supplies. Walking into the stone house, a strong stench entered everyone's nose. There were hundreds of furs in the center of the stone house, scattered monster claws, fangs, most of which were spoils of war last night. Our food is stored underneath. Hill lifted the thick stone slab under his feet, and a cave appeared in front of everyone. There was a large amount of animal meat, fruits, herbs in the cave, and in addition, there was a huge ice block covering the bottom. These ice blocks should be made by the warrior named Fry. I didn't expect that the people here also know the principle of refrigeration. Xiaoyao raised his lips slightly, and nodded with satisfaction. In general, the supplies of the Fire God tribe are not in short supply, especially after killing dozens of ghost wolves last night. The food has been greatly supplemented. Of course, for Xiaoyao, just surviving is far from enough. What he wants is to comprehensively improve the quality of life of the Fire God tribe. After all, it is not known how long they will stay here. If they are allowed to follow the primitive lifestyle, they may go crazy before they can go home. Hill, do you have any salt in stock? Xiaoyao asked. Salt? Hill was stunned for a moment, and nodded, yes. He walked down to the basement, and took out a brown crystal that looked like stone. Do you usually eat this? Xiaoyao's mouth twitched. Isn't this just untreated salt mine? If ordinary people dare to eat this, they will have diarrhea for a long time even if they are not poisoned. Hill looked at Xiaoyao with a puzzled look. Yes. We eat this. Although it is a bit bitter, it tastes pretty good. TSK, the barbarians are so strong. Xiaoyao smacked his lips. You know, this kind of salt mine contains a lot of metal components. Those warriors are okay, their physical fitness is very strong, and the ordinary three-eyed elves have not been poisoned by eating these salt mines, which shows that their bodies are much stronger than ordinary people in Longwa. This is probably the effect of the 3 berries. Xiao Yao couldn't help but sigh, God is really fair. Although the civilization level of the three-eyed elves is backward, the sanitary conditions are extremely poor, and there is almost no medical means, but it is because of the magical 3 berries that they don't have to worry about disease invasion at all, and only need to deal with various crises in the outside world. Hill, how about you try this salt? Xiao Yao took out a small bottle of salt and sprinkled it on Hill palm. Looking at the white salt, Hill was still murmuring in his heart, but as he licked his palm, his eyes immediately lit up. Fire God, this salt is good. It must be much better than your poisonous salt. Xiao Yao smiled and said, Do you want to eat this salt every day in the future? Think about it. Hill nodded repeatedly. The salt that the fire god asked him to taste just now, the taste was extremely pure, without any impurities. After eating these salts, he no longer had any interest in the salt mine in his hand. What kind of broken stuff is this? Throw it away. Okay. Go prepare these things. Xiao Yao told Hill the tools needed to purify the crude salt. Hill ran out in a hurry and quickly prepared everything. Then, in front of all the Vulcan people, Xiao Yao demonstrated on the spot what crude salt purification is. In fact, the steps are not difficult. It is nothing more than grinding the salt mine into powder first, then adding it to water to dilute and stir it completely. And when the solution is saturated, use gauze to filter out the slag. Although there is no gauze in the fire god tribe, Xiao Yao and others have prepared it. After all, war beasts with healing abilities are not common. So when everyone is in the field trial, they will prepare gauze, bandages, hemostatic agents and other tools for treating external injuries. After the gauze is filtered, the soluble impurities in it are adsorbed by charcoal, and then heated and evaporated. And all the steps are completed. Although the salt made in this way is still a little green, it is already edible grade salt. The purification of crude salt is high school knowledge. As a top student, Xiao Yao would not forget it. Although the salt produced cannot be compared with ordinary table salt due to the lack of laboratory precision instruments, it is good to be able to eat this kind of salt in such a harsh environment. Hill, try it? Xiao Yao pointed to the green salt that had already clumped. Hill picked up the salt block and licked it with the tip of his tongue. Hill opened his eyes wide and nodded frantically. Let others try it too. Looking at the curious and expectant eyes of the crowd, Xiao Yao smiled slightly. Hill turned his head and shouted, And soon, a group of people gathered around, and one by one, they took the salt and stuffed it into their mouths, although their faces were tangled by the saltiness. Everyone was reluctant to spit it out. They had never thought that salt would taste like this, which was 10,000 times better than the bitter and astringent salt they usually ate. Gruvia! Gruvia! The tribesmen shouted excitedly, and looked at Xiao Yao with almost pious eyes. The god of fire is the god of fire. He not only controls the flames that burn the sky, but also has the magical ability to change everything. At this time, a few children also came to join in the fun. They dipped a large piece of salt with their fingers, and then stuffed it all into their mouths. Pooh! A little girl of 3 or 4 years old spat out saliva because of the saltiness. Her face twisted, and then she burst into tears. Wow! The girl opened her mouth and cried loudly. Her 3 eyes were full of tears, and she kept crying. But the girl's crying scared her family. You know, the salt was made by the god of fire himself. The girl not only spit out the salt, but also cried hard. This was a great disrespect to the god of fire. If the god of fire gets angry, their whole family will be finished. The girl's mother quickly picked her up, covered her mouth with her rough hands, and then knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Xiao Yao, and admitted her mistake. The mother kowtowed so hard that blood could be seen on her forehead. At the same time, the girl's father also knelt beside the woman, kowtowed continuously, and looked panicked. Get up! Get up! Xiao Yao pulled the 2 people up in confusion. To be honest, he didn't understand why the family kowtowed to him. He didn't seem to have done anything. He'll guess the reason. But seeing that the god of fire was not angry with the girl, he didn't say anything more. After being pulled up by Xiao Yao, the girl's parents stood there at a loss, while the little girl was held in her mother's arms, her eyes full of fear and terror. This look, as if I had become a bad guy. Xiao Yao shook his head helplessly. He took out a chocolate ball from the broken sky ring, peeled off the outer packaging, and handed it to the little girl. However, in order to prevent the family from thinking too much, Xiao Yao said to Hill, tell them that this is the chocolate I gave to the little girl. It is not poisonous. Although he didn't know what chocolate meant, Hill still translated it according to Xiao Yao's original words. The girl took the chocolate timidly, and under Xiao Yao's encouraging eyes, she slowly put the chocolate into her mouth. As soon as the chocolate entered her mouth, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she swallowed all the chocolate in 2 or 3 gulps. Is it delicious? Xiao Yao touched the girl's head and asked softly. Hill translated Xiao Yao's words truthfully. The girl nodded her head twice, with a hint of desire in her eyes. Be good, I give you more later. Xiao Yao smiled. Xiao Yao's actions to comfort the little girl were seen by all the tribesmen. In addition to awe and admiration, the eyes of everyone looking at Xiao Yao also had a hint of intimacy and recognition. Chapter 506 Fire Cloud Forest. In the following period of time, Xiao Yao began to test the actual combat effectiveness of 64 warriors one by one. The test method is very simple, that is, let the warriors choose one from many war beasts as an opponent, and then evaluate their combat effectiveness through combat performance. After a morning, the combat data of the Fire God tribe was finally released. The strongest is undoubtedly the tribe leader Joey. His lightning destructive power has reached the level of Gold 4, close to the level of Gold 5, and his physical fitness is also very strong, plus he is proficient in hunting, close combat. The overall combat effectiveness is not inferior to the Gold 5 monster. The second strongest warrior is a warrior named Yige. He is also the father of the little girl Xiao Yao rescued from the Ghost Wolf King. Yige ability is Energy Ray. The destructive power has exceeded the gold level, and he can even last more than 2 minutes under Zack. Xiao Yao evaluated his combat power as gold level 1, and he is also the only second warrior in the Vulcan tribe who exceeds the gold level combat power. Among the remaining 62 warriors, 35 have reached the silver level combat power, and the rest are all bronze level combat power. As for those warriors whose strength cannot reach the silver level, most of them are not suitable for combat because of their own abilities, such as Vero and Hill. However, through excellent physical fitness and strong melee ability, they can still match bronze monsters. After evaluating the combat effectiveness of all warriors, Xiao Yao couldn't help but sigh. It must be said that compared with the humans in their world, the three-eyed elves really have unique advantages. The awakening rate is high, the abilities are diverse, and the physical fitness in the early stage is 1 level higher than that of summoners of the same level, and they have survived the primitive environment full of dangers. Each warrior is not only proficient in hunting in the wild, but also has rich combat experience. They are the elite among the elites. The most important thing is that this tribe with 2 gold, 35 silver, and 27 bronze combat power is only a small tribe with a population of just over 200. This ratio of strong people is really amazing. God of Fire, what else do you need us to do next? Hill walked up to Xiao Yao and asked respectfully. Go prepare lunch. Xiao Yao smiled and said, I also want to see what you usually eat. Okay. I asked someone to prepare it right away. After disbanding the team, Hill and Joey began to arrange people to prepare today's lunch. The task of cooking is usually given to ordinary people in the tribe. The warriors protect the safety of the tribe, and the ordinary tribesmen provide logistical support for the warriors. Everyone has a clear division of labor and their own responsibilities. However, today was the first meal of the God of Fire in the tribe. Hill and Joey both took it very seriously and took out the best ingredients from the cellar. An hour later, lunch was served to Xiao Yao and his friends. It was just as I expected. Xiao Yao looked at the table of barbecue and shook his head helplessly. No wonder Lhasa is so popular. Eating meat like this every day. How can you not be constipated? Seeing Xiao Yao shaking his head, he seemed not very satisfied. Hill asked carefully, God of Fire, are you dissatisfied with these? That's not the case. Xiao Yao waved his hand and said, I mean, if we eat meat like this every day, our bodies can't bear it. Hill asked in confusion. Isn't it good to eat meat every day? For him, being able to eat meat every day is already an unimaginable happiness. Many times, only the warriors in the entire tribe can eat meat to maintain sufficient physical strength, while ordinary people can only eat some wild fruits to fill their stomachs. How should I put it? Xiao Yao struggled for a while, and finally gave up explaining to Hill the importance of dietary structure. After all, for them, it is already very good to have something to eat. Talking to them about a balanced diet is a bit like saying why not eat meat. Hill. You don't have to think too much. Xiao Yao tasted the barbecue, patted Hill's shoulder and said, I am very satisfied with today's lunch. Although the lunch was very simple. It was only barbecue. But it must be said that the barbecue technology of the Fire God tribe has reached the master level. The meat is fresh and juicy, and with the seasoning of the newly made salt. The taste is really good. As long as you are satisfied. Hill was happy. Hill, you should go to eat first. And take me to the fire cloud forest you mentioned after dinner. I will return the 3 berries I owe you today. Xiao Yao smiled. When he heard that Xiao Yao was going to Huiyun Forest in the afternoon, Hill's face showed excitement. Okay, I get ready now. After Hill left, Liu said, Xiao Yao, in addition to Hill, are you going to take anyone else? Hill will lead the way. Xiao Yao shook his head. Others can't help in the battle. There are 2 purposes for going to Huiyun Forest. The first is to get more 3 berries. I'm quite interested in it. The second is to find a stable hunting place for us. If the environment there is suitable and there are more monsters, I think we can use Huiyun Forest as a monster spawning location next. One more thing. Bai Lingxiao swallowed the barbecue in her mouth and said, See if there are other wild fruits in Huiyun Forest. She looked at the barbecue spread all over the table in front of her helplessly and said, If you eat like this every day, your stomach will definitely not be able to bear it. That's right. Tao Yaoyao nodded in agreement. Well, then everyone should pay more attention. After dinner, Hill led Xiao Yao and his party to the Fire Cloud Forest located in the north of the tribe. The Fire Cloud Forest is not close to the Fire God tribe. Even with Xiao Yao and his party's strength, it took them 3 hours to walk. Fire God, this is the Fire Cloud Forest. Hill pointed to the forest in front of him and said, The trees in the Fire Cloud Forest are tall and lush, the leaves are shaped like maple leaves, bright red and gorgeous, and from a distance it looks like a burning forest. Let's go in. Xiao Yao walked in front, Hill stood behind him, and the other friends quickly arrived in their usual battle formation. The ground of the Fire Cloud Forest was covered with bright red fallen leaves, and walking on it was like walking on a soft carpet. Hill, which trees bear 3 berries? Xiao Yao asked without turning his head. Fire God. I don't know. In fact, we are just trying our luck every time we come here. Hill showed a helpless look. If 3 berries can grow on specific trees, then the tribal warriors can at least conduct targeted searches every time they come. But it is precisely because of the uncertainty of the results of 3 berries that they have to stay in the Fire Cloud Forest for a long time every time, which makes the warriors face greater risks. Okay. I got it. Xiao Yao nodded. Xiao Yao was not surprised by this result. After all, many exotic fruits grow randomly. For example, the Vidra forest he had visited before. The Vidra fruit there was also like the 3 berries, growing without any regularity. Suddenly, Xiaoku at the front growled, giving a warning. Prepare for battle. Chapter 507 Iron Barrel Formation. Swish. 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 Not long after, a large group of ants half the height of a man appeared in front of them. Monster named Blood Armor Ants Monster Level Bronze 1 Gold 5 Monster Skills Explodes with great force, hardens, rapidly collides, blood explosion. The blood-armored ants have thick forelimbs. The whole body is blood red, blending in with the surrounding maple red environment. The antennae are slightly raised. The dark red eyes are filled with a strong bloodthirstiness. This is a blood-armored ant. Seeing hundreds of blood-armored ants in front of him, Hill's face suddenly turned pale. Blood-armored ants are famous in the Fire Cloud Forest. They live in groups, are huge in number, and have strong combat power. Most monsters don't want to encounter them. He had witnessed with his own eyes before that hundreds of blood-armored ants ate more than a dozen huge monsters into a pile of bones in one go. Fortunately, he was alert at the time and hid in a big tree in time. So he saved his life. Blood-armored ants. Bronze 1 to Gold 5. Xiao Yao said calmly, According to our plan, I will take care of the gold level, and you guys handle the rest. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, and no one showed any panic on their faces. Although there were many blood-armored ants, it was just a small scene for them. The strongest blood-armored ants were only gold level 5, and were even worse than the blood-flame wolf pack they encountered yesterday. Shichichi. Seeing the group of monsters in front of them waiting in full battle array, the blood-armored ant queen's antennae shook slightly, and issued a command to the blood-armored ant army. Kill them! Boom! Hundreds of blood-armored ants started at the same time, like small tanks, rushing towards the crowd with violent momentum. Hill, just stay where you are. Xiao Yao protected the nervous Hill in the center of the team, and then said in a deep voice, Iron Bucket Formation. Schwa. In an instant, all the war beasts moved. Old Cow, Xiaoku spread out, like two door gods protecting the safety of the front and rear of the team. Zack, Mikai, Skarner, Kaziz, for melee masters, were interspersed between Xiaoku and Old Cow, as the first line of defense to block the opponent's attack. Ari, Rainbow Horned Deer, Wood Elf, Twitch, Dream Beast, Shadow Cat stood slightly inside, serving as the second layer of protection, delivering long-range firepower, and providing support at any time. Gargoyle, Flying Feathered Blue Luan, Holy Light Unicorn, Morton and other flying beasts were suspended in the sky, acting according to circumstances. And Xiao Yao and his team stood in the center of the Iron Barrel Formation, commanding the entire battlefield action. The Iron Barrel Formation was one of the tactics that Xiao Yao and his friends had developed together. When facing a large-scale enemy attack, this tactic would make some beasts lose their mobility, but it could protect the summoner's safety to the greatest extent. Paw! 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 The blood-armored ants rushed over quickly, their heavy bodies stepping on the fallen leaves, making crackling sounds. Xiao Yao stared at the front calmly, and saw that the blood-armored ants had entered the attack range. Then he said in a deep voice, the first wave. Start. As soon as the voice fell, all the war beasts with long-range attacks immediately used their skills. The flying feather blue phoenix sang softly. Its wings vibrated, and more than a dozen phoenix flames the size of a wash basin poured out. The holy light unicorn accumulated enough energy, and a white light appeared on its horn. And then it suddenly shot out a holy light cannon. As they approached, the Wood Elf's blade dance, the Rainbow Horned Deer's rainbow flying blades, and the Gargoyle's petrification ray all shot forward. Among them, the most destructive was undoubtedly Twitch's Toxic Barrel. Now, Twitch, who is at level 4 gold, used Toxic Barrel, and its coverage range is close to 50 meters. With AW's skill, the Blood Armor Ant's formation was missing a large piece, and Twitch's Toxic Barrel happened to be thrown at the front of the Blood Armor Ant team. Those Blood Armor Ants that rushed into the poisonous fog without time to turn around were completely killed the moment they stepped into the poisonous fog. The first wave of attacks hit, and the number of blood-armored ants was reduced by nearly 1/5. This, Hill, who witnessed everything, widened his eyes. He did not expect that the companions of the God of Fire were so powerful. Of course, the most powerful one was the spirit beast of the God of Fire, the mouse holding a crossbow and exuding a crazy aura. At this time, seeing that her subordinates were seriously injured before they even touched the enemy, the leader, the blood-armored Queen Ant, could not help but roar in anger. Chirp! 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 After receiving the Queen's order, all the blood-armored ants were like taking drugs, and suddenly burst out with a powerful impact force, and their speed doubled, and they ran towards the crowd. For a moment, the ground shook violently, and bright red fallen leaves were blown all over the sky, blocking everyone's sight. Mikai. Nature's grip, Xiao Yao said coldly. Bang! Mikai half-crouched, and his huge tree palm pressed on the ground. The next second, huge roots spanning dozens of meters broke out of the ground, and kept surging forward. Bang! 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 All the blood-armored ants touched by the roots were nailed to the spot, and their entire bodies were tightly bound by the roots, and they kept making creaking sounds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, long-range firepower accurately hit these controlled blood-armored ants, causing the death of dozens of blood-armored ants in an instant. After the 2 waves of attacks, although the blood-armored ants suffered many casualties, they still rushed to the Iron Barrel Formation formed by war beasts and entered the close-range fighting stage. Xiaoku, who had long been unable to suppress his murderous intent, let out a long howl and instantly entered the bloodthirsty werewolf state, his sharp claws dancing wildly, and the hard shell in front of him was as fragile as paper. Old Bull's attack was still plain, but extremely violent. All the blood-armored ants that were hit by his heavy punches had their shells burst, and their internal organs turned into a ball of meat paste. At this time, the other war beasts also performed very well. The first layer of iron barrels composed of Zack, Snarka, Mikai, and Kha'Zix blocked most of the blood-armored ants outside. Almost all the gold-level blood-armored ants were accurately killed by Mordecai and Twitch, and the silver-level blood-armored ants were basically killed in 2 moves when facing the 4 of them. Even if some blood-armored ants can pass through the gaps in the first layer of the iron barrel, they can't break through the second line of defense formed by Ari. Rainbow Horned Deer, Wood Elf, Twitch, Dream Beast, and Shadow Cat. Hill stood there, watching the blood-armored ants like a surging red tide, constantly attacking the iron barrel. But these spirit beasts were as steady as a rock, giving the blood-armored ants no chance to break through, and repelling their attacks again and again. As time went by, Hill's nervousness and panic completely disappeared, replaced by infinite longing for the future of the tribe. With the protection of so many powerful spirit beasts, perhaps the Fire God tribe really has a chance to regain its glory and become the most powerful tribe on this land. Almost. Seeing that the blood-armored ants were getting weaker and weaker, Xiao Yao ordered Tuki, kill the queen ant. Just now. He didn't kill the queen ant directly, because he was worried that once the queen ant died, the remaining blood-armored ants would scatter and flee, and the experience gained would be much less. In addition, this battle is mainly to accumulate experience points for teammates. Otherwise, with just Xiao Wrath of the South, he could almost wipe out all the blood-armored ants. Aho, leave it to me. Tucci quickly climbed up the tree next to him. The crossbow was angled downward, and he quickly pulled the trigger. Swoosh! A sharp sound of breaking wind sounded. The black arrow accurately hit the head of the blood-armored ant queen in the distance, killing her with one blow. While as soon as the blood-armored ant queen died, all the blood-armored ants seemed to have lost their souls, and their offensive suddenly slowed down, and they looked at the four beasts blankly, at a loss. At this moment, the war beasts immediately blew the horn of counterattack. Bang bang bang, the iron barrel formation bloomed instantly, and all the war beasts attacked in all directions, reaping the lives of the blood-armored ants to their heart's content. At this time, the blood-armored ants no longer had the idea of resisting, and they turned around and ran away one by one. Facing this group of lost ants, the war beasts opened fire at full power, and even let out excited howls when they were excited to kill. In less than a few minutes, all the blood-armored ants were completely slaughtered. Chapter 508 Blood Armor Shield. Looking at the dead bodies of blood armor ants on the ground in front of him, Hill stood there blankly, looking a little dazed. He didn't expect that. Hundreds of blood armor ants were slaughtered in such a short time, and there was not even a single injured person on their side. Too terrible. Hill came back to his senses. His eyes were full of awe. Through this battle, he could see that, no matter which friend of the god of fire, their strength far exceeded that of the second strongest man in the tribe. Iger. If all the spirit beasts were out, even Joey would be in trouble. After returning, I must tell the tribesmen that they must treat other strong men with the same attitude as the great witch doctor. Hill thought to himself. In any small tribe, this kind of strong man would be at least on par with the tribe leader. Now, in addition to the god of fire, the god of fire tribe actually has 5 tribe leader level strong men. In terms of top combat power, it is no less than that of a medium-sized tribe. It seems that the Iron Bucket Formation is quite effective. Xiao Yao nodded with satisfaction. The Iron Bucket Formation was a formation they had discussed and formulated not long ago. Today was the first time it was used in actual combat, and the effect was better than expected. After Zack, Kaziz, Skarner, Ari, Makai and other heroes were promoted to Silver 3 and 4, their combat power was comparable to that of ordinary Gold 1 monsters. Now, the friends can finally stand on their own and share the pressure for themselves. Let's go, our task today is to collect 103 berries. Xiao Yao said. 50 of them were for Hill. Since he promised to return tenfold, he would definitely keep his promise. The other 50 were divided equally among everyone. He wanted to test how many 3 berries each person could take, and how much enhancement the summoner could get from taking them. Let's go! Everyone followed Xiao Yao and walked forward. At this time, Xiao Yao noticed that Hill's expression was a little hesitant, and there was a clear look of reluctance in his eyes. Hill, are you reluctant to part with the bodies of these blood-armored ants? Xiao Yao asked. Vulcan Hill hesitated and said, the shells of blood-armored ants are very strong. If we bring them back to the tribe, we can equip all the warriors with shields. Oh, yes. I forgot. Xiao Yao slapped his forehead. Usually they hunt in the wild, and they will naturally deal with the spoils after the battle. However, now they are in a different plane. Even if they collect the spoils, they have no channels to sell them. Therefore, everyone had discussed before that if it was not a particularly valuable treasure, there was no need to occupy the space of the Broken Sky Ring. However, Hill's words reminded him that he now had more than 200 Vulcan tribe members and more than 60 warriors under his command, and most of them needed to fight monsters in close combat. If he encountered suitable monster materials, he might as well bring them back to the warriors of the Vulcan tribe. and later make them into attack or defense weapons to enhance the combat effectiveness of the warriors. Come on, let's do it together, don't stay here too long. In the wild, don't stay too long in places with a strong smell of blood, otherwise you may run into other monsters that come here to smell the blood. Several people took out tools, quickly decomposed the blood-armored ant's carapace, and the war beasts also came to help. Caw. Old Nyo pulled the edge of the blood-armored ant's carapace with one hand, pulled the blood-armored ant's lower abdomen with the other hand, and gently exerted force, and lifted the entire carapace off. And Mackay, after seeing this, also followed suit, and processed the carapace according to Old Nyo method. On the other side, Xiaoke, Morton, Kaziz, Skarner's methods were very similar. They all used sharp-armed blades and claws to cut the connection between the shell and the flesh, and then took off the shell. One was a violent style, the other was a technical style, but their efficiency was very high. Soon, nearly 100 bloody shells were piled together. Just take this much first, Xiao Yao said. If there are more, the shattered sky ring will not be able to hold them. His shattered sky ring has 30 cubic meters. Although the space is already very large, it is impossible to store all the shells in it, and other friends are still needed to share some of the burden. At present, there are only more than 60 warriors in the Fire God tribe, and these nearly 100 shells are enough for them. After distributing and collecting these shells, Xiao Yao patted Hill's shoulder and said with a smile, Hill, you can set off with peace of mind now. Right? Okay. Okay. Hill old face blushed, and he quickly said, thank you, Fire God. Let's go. Before setting off, Xiao Yao took out the last 3 berries left in the Fire God tribe and asked Xiaoke to remember its taste. Therefore, after entering the Fire Cloud Forest, Xiaoke had a clear goal and led everyone straight to the 3 berries. Not long after everyone left, a terrifying monster was attracted by the bloody smell. It was a huge python, with a waist of nearly 10 meters and a head as big as a room. It opened its huge mouth, and a strong wind suddenly rose, sweeping away all the bodies of the blood-armored ants. Hundreds of blood-armored ant bodies, along with fallen leaves, flew into the python's mouth under the strong suction. In just a dozen seconds, all the blood-armored ants disappeared. At the same time, the ground also revealed its original brown soil. Hiss. The python twisted its body slightly, and a hint of satisfaction appeared in its cold vertical pupils. Then, the snake turned its head slightly, looking into the distance, which was exactly the direction Xiao Yao and the others left. There are quite a lot of 3 berries here. Xiao Yao put the 3 berries that Imoteng brought down from the tree back into the broken sky ring, and couldn't help but say with satisfaction, it has been less than an hour since entering the Fire Cloud Forest, but he has already harvested more than 43 berries, which is quite efficient. He found that, actually, the distribution of 3 berries in the Fire Cloud Forest was quite dense. You could almost find one after walking for a while. But now, he also understood why it was difficult for the warriors of the Fire God tribe to get 3 berries. First of all, they did not have Xiaoke's super sense of smell, and they could only rely on luck to find 3 berries. In addition, there were indeed many monsters in the Fire Cloud Forest. So far, they had killed several gold-level monsters. If Joey had not personally stepped in, it would have been difficult for the silver-level warriors to survive in the dangerous Fire Cloud Forest. As the chief of the tribe, Joey is the pillar of the Fire God tribe. He cannot lead the tribe easily. It is no wonder that the Fire God tribe has lost the lives of several warriors, but still cannot collect the 3 berries required for all the children. Now we have collected 43 berries. I estimate that we can return in an hour. Xiao Yao turned his head and said. At this time, Hill's eyes were full of excitement. Excitement and emotion. He really couldn't believe that the 3 berries that the warriors had to risk their lives to obtain were taken by the Fire God one by one. It was just like a dream. With suddenly, Xiaoke stopped, turned around and roared to the back. A strong enemy is approaching quickly. Hearing Xiaoke warning, Xiao Yao frowned slightly. Chapter 509 Wind-Swallowing Python. Warwick, who is at level 4 gold, has a sense of smell and perception that has reached an extremely exaggerated level. Even at a long distance, he can roughly judge the enemy's strength range by the enemy's smell and aura. Those who can be called strong enemies by Xiaoke are at least platinum level 2 or above. Imoteng, go check it out, Xiao Yao ordered. In midair, Imoteng turned around and quickly flew in the direction indicated by Xiao Yao. Not long after, he saw the strong enemy that Xiaoke mentioned. Monster name Wind Devouring Python Monster level Platinum level 5 Monster skills Strangle, Poisonous Snake Fangs, Snake Tail Swing, Poison Mist Burst, Wind Tornado, Swallowing Mouth. Platinum level 5 in the distance. Receiving the information from the vision of the Emotung War Beast, Xiao Yao frowned. A Platinum level 5 monster is beyond his ability, even if all 4 beasts come out together. They will not be the opponent of the Wind Devouring Python. We need to retreat. Everyone take back the war beasts, Xiao Yao said in a deep voice. Upon hearing Xiao Yao order, everyone immediately took back the war beasts. Xiaoku, Old Cow. Awu. Moo. Xiaoku and Old Cow understood and entered the beast form. Then, Xiao Yao sat on Xiaoku back, Bai Ling Xiao and Tao Yao Yao sat behind him, while Su Xingliang, Li Yu and the confused Sheer sat on Old Cow's back. Let's go! Shua. Xiaoku and Old Cow burst out at an amazing speed at the same time, following Xiao Yao's command, and rushed towards the outside of Fire Cloud Forest. On the other side, the wind-devouring python not only sensed the rapid departure of its prey, but also noticed Emotung, who was looking down indifferently from above. Hiss. The wind-devouring python seemed to be enraged by Emotung's gaze, and opened its huge mouth. A ball of colorful poisonous mist flew quickly towards Emotung. Swish. Emotung moved his body, and easily avoided the attack of the poisonous mist. At the same time, he threw out a nightmare path in his hand. The shadow blade with purple light dragged a long black mist, and suddenly hit the body of the wind-devouring python. There was only a sound of ding, and a spark appeared on the snake's scales. Morden's Q's skill did not cause any damage to the wind-devouring python. However, this result was also within Morden's expectations. After all, he was very clear about the gap between the two, and his mission was to hold back the wind-devouring python and create time for everyone to escape. Roaring, the python's snake tongue was swallowing, and its vertical pupils were full of anger. In an instant, a strong wind surged, and a strong wind came from all directions, pushing Morden's body and flying towards the open mouth of the wind-devouring python. Fortunately, Morden already knew the skills of the wind-devouring python, so he was prepared. A white ball of light suddenly appeared, wrapping Morden's body inside. The strong wind squeezed the ball of light, quickly piercing it. However, while dark shelter was taking effect, the black mist under Morden surged, and he quickly rushed into the sky, leaving the range of the wind tornado. Roar! The wind-devouring python raised its head, looking at the enemy who had turned into a black dot in the sky, and opened its huge mouth to roar angrily. At this time, hearing the roar coming from under his feet, Emotung's eyes showed a hint of disdain. Out. After stepping out of the territory of Huiyan Forest, Xiao Yao and his companions also jumped off the backs of Xiaoku and Lan Yo, and heaved a sigh of relief. Platinum level 5 wind-swallowing python, Li Yu said with lingering fear. Fortunately, we escaped quickly. Just now when escaping, Xiao Yao briefly introduced the information of the powerful enemy, and everyone knew that. It turned out that their group was targeted by a platinum level 5 monster. Fortunately, Xiaoku found out in time. Otherwise, once the wind-devouring python got close to everyone, it would not be so easy to escape. It's a bit dangerous. Su Xingliang swallowed his saliva. Without Xiao Yao, I definitely wouldn't dare to come. Xiao Yao Bai Ling Xiao patted Xiao Yao's arm gently, and asked, what should we do next? Should we go back directly, or continue to collect the remaining 3 berries? Let's go back. Xiao Yao thought for a while and said, if we go in now, it is very likely that the wind-devouring python will be attracted again. That's right. Li Yu also supported Xiao Yao's idea. Let's not take this risk. Come back in a few days. I don't believe that the wind-swallowing python can still find us. Everyone agreed to wait a few days before getting the remaining 3 berries. After all, there are more than 40 berries now, which is enough to meet the needs of the children in the tribe. In addition, there will be some 3 berries left for everyone to test. At this time, a black shadow swooped down from the sky and finally landed steadily above Xiao Yao's head. Emotung. Well done. Xiao Yao gave a thumbs up. To deal with a war beast like the wind-devouring python that lacks long-range attack methods and flight capabilities, Emotung is obviously the most suitable of the 4 beasts. With virtual real transformation and the advantage of flying, he could almost be invincible. Emotung nodded slightly, with no expression on his dark face, looking like a cold-faced killer. Among the 4 beasts, Emotung has the coldest personality. Xiaoku is warlike and murderous. Laonyo is honest and reliable. Tuki is insidious and playful. And Mo Tang is cold and ruthless. Each war beast has its own personality characteristics. So how to treat them is also a big learning. Go back. Hill didn't need to lead the way when returning. As a qualified wild hunter, remembering the way is a skill that everyone must master. If you don't remember the way in the wild, it is irresponsible for your own life. On the way back, Xiao Yao glanced at the experience panels of many war beasts. The experience points of Xiaoku, Laonyo, Twitch, and Mortung increased a little, but they were still a long way from Gold 5. He estimated that it would take at least half a month to have a chance to upgrade. Zack, Ari, and Kha'Zix were Silver 4. But they were just at the breakthrough stage, and it would take a long time to upgrade. Skarner and Makai were Platinum 3, but their experience points were very close to Silver 4, and they were only 4 or 5 battles away from breaking through. When all the friends reach Silver level 5, he can draw Gold level hero cards for everyone. Fortunately, there was a sum of dark magic power during the holiday. Xiao Yao couldn't help but sigh. He and his father had helped the Shaojun Mountain base resolve a crisis before. In that battle, he killed 3 platinum level monsters and obtained more than 600 points of dark magic power, which at least satisfied everyone's gold level heroes. But if the friends can't return to the main world before being promoted to platinum level, the remaining more than 200 points of dark magic power will obviously not be enough. God bless. Let us go home as soon as possible, Xiao Yao prayed silently. Halfway through the walk, Xiaoku's nose suddenly twitched slightly, and then looked in one direction. Huh, is there a situation? After receiving the information from Xiaoku, Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 510 Thunder Tribe. On the vast plain. Run. Don't stop. Roller pulled his sister's arm hard and ran forward. Roller, I can't run anymore. Sister Ilya was panting, her lips were pale. No, I can't give up. Hearing the dull and rapid footsteps from behind, Roller gritted his teeth and carried Ilya on his back. Let's go! Although Ilya was very light, Roller was exhausted at this time. After carrying his sister, his steps became extremely heavy, gradually pulling away from the more than 40 tribesmen around him. Basil, put me down. Feeling the increasingly clear vibration behind her, Ilya bit her lips tightly, with a hint of tears in her tone. Impossible. You are my only family. Let's die together. Basil tightly grasped his sister's thigh and rushed forward with his last strength. On the plain, more than 40 three-eyed elves were running in panic. Most of them were children and women. On the side and back of the team, there were 7 or 8 strong warriors protecting the large army, and they would look back from time to time while running. As the footsteps got closer, the warriors' eyes showed deep despair. Otto, we can't run away. Zoltan clenched his weapon and gritted his teeth. Then stop. Otto's eyes showed a trace of determination. He suddenly stopped, stuck his weapon into the ground, and shouted, Everyone keep rushing forward. The seeds of the Thunder Tribe are in your hands. Uncle Otto. Looking back at Otto's tall and majestic back, Basil's heart seemed to be hit hard. Ilya, you should flee with your tribe. Basil gently put Ilya down. There seemed to be a flame burning in his eyes. Protecting the tribe is the mission of a warrior. I am also a warrior. Basil. Ilya tightly held Basil's arm, crying, Basil, you should go with me, I'm scared. Basil gently touched Ilya's head, said, Go quickly, don't let me and the warriors of the whole tribe down. Brother. Ilya's eyes were full of tears, but seeing Basil looking forward with a determined face, Ilya pursed her lips, and finally hugged her brother tightly, and ran with the tribe without looking back. In order to protect them, almost all the warriors of the tribe died in the battle, so she couldn't hesitate. She had to escape with the other tribesmen, and preserve the last spark of the Thunder Tribe. Dong dong dong. The dull footsteps were getting closer and closer. Otto, Basil, and the other 3 warriors fought in a row, looking forward fearlessly. Basil, you should have run away with Ilya. Otto patted Basil's shoulder, with regret in his tone, and a hint of relief. Uncle Otto, I am also a warrior of the Thunder Tribe. Basil straightened his chest, with firmness and determination in his eyes. Ha ha, our little Basil has grown up. Otto smiled proudly. At this moment, a series of resolute faces appeared in his mind. Otto, take the tribe with you. The task of protecting the tribe is now yours. Go! Otto, help me take good care of little Sally. The advice of his friends kept echoing in his ears. Otto took a deep breath, and his eyes were slightly red. Everyone, I have not let you down. May the three-eyed god protect the Thunder Tribe. Bang bang bang, the ground shook violently, and dust flew. A group of terrible beasts rushed from afar. They were huge, with strong limbs, and light gray scales all over their bodies. Their heads and backs were covered with a thick layer of stone armor. Sandstone lizard. Basil's eyes turned red, and his tone was full of endless hatred. It was this group of sandstone lizards that completely destroyed the Thunder Tribe, which was originally happy and stable. And his parents died tragically in the mouths of sandstone lizards in order to protect their tribe. He swore that even if he died today, he must kill a sandstone lizard to soothe the tribe's blood feud. Get ready for battle. Otto clenched his weapon, and his eyes gradually bloomed with dazzling red light. Basil took a deep breath, and his eyes shot a yellow ray forward. Boom! The ray fell, and the soil on the ground began to surge and gather. Gradually, a mudstone giant more than 2 meters high appeared in front of Basil. Bang bang bang. The sandstone lizards rushed over, seeing the people standing tall in front of them. Their eyes flashed with a strong bloodthirstiness. Do it! Otto shouted, and his spiritual eyes suddenly burst out a red flame ray. Zizizizi! The flame ray arrived in an instant, and accurately hit the eyes of a sandstone lizard. The extreme high temperature instantly penetrated the eyes, and burned the sandstone lizard's head into ashes. Boom! The sandstone lizard fell to the ground, and also brought down its companion behind it. Well done, Otto! Zoltan thrust his weapon into the ground fiercely, and his spiritual eyes shone with blue light. Swish! 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 In an instant, hundreds of dense ice spikes condensed in the air, and flew quickly forward. Ding! 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 The ice spikes hit the sandstone lizard, making crisp sounds continuously. Damn it! This kind of spiritual beast with strong defense is the most disgusting. Zoltan spitted on the ground with hatred. Bang! 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 At the same time, the other two warriors also attacked the sandstone lizards. The poisonous rain fell from the sky. The raindrops were enough to corrode the stones, but they could not stand the gray scales at all. Fortunately, some sandstone lizards were not careful, and the poisonous raindrops fell into their eyes, and they immediately wailed in pain. On the other side, the ground under the feet of the sandstone lizards suddenly became soft, as if it had turned into cotton. Bang! 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 Some sandstone lizards staggered and fell heavily to the ground. But these two waves of attacks only slowed down the pace of some sandstone lizards. The main force still maintained a rapid speed and rushed towards the 5 people. Bang! 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 The ground vibration became more and more intense. Seeing that the sandstone lizards were less than a kilometer away from the 5 people, their bloodthirsty and cruel eyes were chilling. Otto once again fired a flame ray and said casually, "Everyone, let's take a few more of them as scapegoats. Come on!" Zoltan clenched his weapon. Boom! The leader of the sandstone lizards was the fastest, and the mudstone giant, who tried to stop him, was instantly smashed into a pile of rubble. Come on! A blazing flame appeared on Otto's arm, and the bone spear in his hand was burned red and hot. He took a step, and the bone spear stabbed into the sandstone lizard's eyes, like a spirit snake spitting out its tongue. Ding! The sandstone lizard closed its eyes, and the bone spear hit the scales, leaving a clear white spot. Roar! The sandstone lizard roared in pain, and swung its tail heavily, and directly whipped Otto away more than 10 meters. Then, the sandstone lizard kicked its hind legs and pounced on Basil. Roar! The violent momentum rushed over, like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's brain. Suddenly, the other people were stunned, and stood there with dull eyes. The sandstone lizard raised its thick front limbs, and its huge palm that was enough to split mountains and rocks slapped Basil heavily. If Basil was hit, his bones would be broken, and he might even be beaten into a pool of meat. At this critical moment, the sky suddenly turned dark. Boom! Endless black fog rose up, making the sandstone lizard lose all perception instantly, and everything in front of it was pitch black. Its movement suddenly stopped, and it immediately took a defensive posture. Schwa! An evil arm blade chopped from the side, and instantly left a deep blood mark on the sandstone lizard's waist that could be seen through the bone. At the same time, a flesh palm with golden flames also slapped heavily on the sandstone lizard's forehead, making it retreat several steps. Awoo! Moo! Immediately afterwards, 2 violent roars sounded, and the sandstone lizard only felt a blackness in front of its eyes, and it completely lost consciousness the next second. Huh? The black fog disappeared strangely. When Basil and the others came to their senses, they were shocked beyond words by the scene before them. They saw two giant beasts as big as mountains standing in front of them, and there was a charred headless corpse under their feet. Next to the beasts, a tall human had his back to them. He was bathed in golden flames, like the legendary god of fire, majestic, sacred, and domineering. Chapter 511 Ultra-Long-Range Decapitation Tactics. Tongue ultimate move is really useful. Xiao Yao glanced at the dead sandstone lizard under his feet, and his mouth couldn't help but slightly raised. Just now, Xiao Ke smelled the smell of a group of humans, and behind the humans there was the stench of a group of monsters, and the two were moving quickly in the same direction. After hearing this information, he could roughly guess that it should be a group of three-eyed elves facing the pursuit of the beasts. Out of curiosity about other three-eyed elves tribes, he decided to help them at the first time. After that, he took Xiao Ku, Tuki, and Lanyo back to the beast control space, and let Mordekaiser fly with him. However, during the flight, he saw the sandstone lizard whipping a big man with its tail, and was about to kill the other three. Therefore, he and Mordekaiser used Ghost at the same time and rushed to the battlefield as quickly as possible. After blocking the fatal blow of the sandstone lizard, he immediately summoned Xiao Ke and Lanyo, and together with Mordekaiser, they instantly killed the Platinum Level 1 sandstone lizard. He named this tactic the Ultra-Long-Range Decapitation Tactic. It can cross ultra-long distances in battle, place the war beast next to the enemy, and use the gap created by Mordekaiser's ultimate move to quickly kill those commanding monster leaders. At this time, Zoltan and the other two warriors also looked at Xiao Yao back in shock. Their eyes were filled with both relief for escaping death and confusion. Who is he? Roar! The black fog dissipated, and when many sandstone lizards saw that their leader had died inexplicably, their eyes quickly turned blood red, and they rushed toward Xiao Yao like crazy. Don't overestimate your abilities. Xiao Ku. A scornful smile appeared on Xiao Yao's lips. Pa! Xiao Ke took a step forward, raised his head, and his arrogant and domineering wolf howl resounded through the sky. A golden flame exploded around him, like a violent tsunami, sweeping forward. Thump thump thump, dozens of sandstone lizards fell heavily to the ground like mowing grass, with their eyes white, and their brains completely destroyed by the powerful mental shock. Seeing such an amazing scene, Basil and the other warriors stood there in a daze, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. The sandstone lizard that destroyed the entire tribe died just like that? On the other side, Xiao Yao couldn't help but sigh as he watched Xiao Ke experience value increase a little. Wrath of the South Sky, the god of team battles. When Xiao Ke, who was at level 4 gold, used Wrath of the South Sky, even monsters at levels 3 and 4 gold could not withstand the violent mental impact. Even if there were war beasts or monsters that were good at mental power and could withstand it, they would definitely fall into a short state of unconsciousness. This time was enough for Xiao Ke to chop off his opponent's head. To deal with such a large-scale enemy that could attack indiscriminately, Wrath of the South Sky was definitely a magical skill. The sandstone lizard had been dealt with, and the next step was to deal with the people behind him. Xiao Yao turned around and looked at them calmly. Seeing that Xiao Yao did not have a spiritual eye on his forehead, Basil and the others were as shocked as if they had seen a ghost, and could not speak. Not far away, Otto, who was whipped away by the sandstone lizard's tail, slowly propped himself up and uttered a painful groan. Uncle Otto. Hearing the voice, Basil didn't care about Xiao Yao, and immediately ran over to check Otto's injuries. Uncle Otto, how are you? Basil asked with concern. Don't worry. You won't die. Otto forced a smile. A few bones must be broken. Basil's eyes were full of worry and fear. Many warriors in the tribe had broken bones before, but because there was no way to treat them, even if they didn't die, they would end up with lifelong disabilities and suffer from pain. Basil didn't want to see Uncle Otto die, and he didn't want to see him disabled for life. For a brave and fearless warrior, it would be more painful for him to become disabled and always need the care of others than to kill him. Many disabled warriors chose to end their lives quietly after they had no hope of recovery. Basil knew Otto's character. If things really came to that, Otto would definitely commit suicide without hesitation. He would rather die like a hero than become a burden to others. Otto naturally knew what Basil was worried about. He patted Basil's hand gently, without saying much. Then he turned to look at Xiao Yao. When he saw Xiao Yao's appearance, his heart was shocked. Who is this alien? Help me up. Otto stood up with Basil help, and then said to Xiao Yao respectfully, I don't understand. I don't understand, Xiao Li muttered in his heart. But his expression remained calm, and he didn't say a word, seeing that the other party was slow to respond. Otto and the others were even more nervous. They didn't know why this strong man didn't say a word after saving them. What was he trying to do? Zoltan also asked a few questions tentatively. Xiao Yao glanced at him lightly, and still didn't say anything. After that, the scene fell into silence for a long time. Xiao Yao didn't say anything, and Otto and others didn't dare to move at all. They just stood there quietly, looking at Xiao Yao carefully. Ah, Hill! Come quickly! Xiao Yao screamed in his heart. He finally understood why fat translators were so popular before. Translation is such an important job. Away at this time. Xiaoke growled, telling Xiao Yao that his friends and Hill were almost here. Huh, finally here. Pa soon, Xiao Yao saw his friends and the war beasts running quickly together. The appearance of so many alien races frightened Otto and others. Could it be an alien invasion? But when they saw an old three-eyed elf in the crowd, they were slightly relieved. Damn, you killed so many monsters. Li Yu looked at the corpses in front of him and said enviously, it should be Xiaoke who used the Wrath of the South Sky, so powerful. His Maiming Beast also has the mental shock skill Dream Heart Cannon, but now Maiming Beast is not too strong. Dream Heart Cannon can only be used against a single enemy, and is far less efficient than Wrath of the South Sky. What language is this? Hearing a series of completely incomprehensible words coming from the mouth of the alien, Otto and others looked at each other, completely not knowing what to do next. At this time, Hill glanced at the body of the sandstone lizard in front of him, and said respectfully, Gruvia, God of Fire. Gruvia. Hearing this name, Otto and others showed a look of horror in their eyes. The name of the God of Fire resounded throughout the land, and everyone in all tribes knew it. Nowadays, almost half of the tribes once belonged to the Fire God tribe, and the alien in front of him was called the Fire God by the old man. What's going on? Hill, you can communicate with them next. Xiao Yao patted Hill's shoulder, and felt that he was finally relieved. Yes, Hill looked at Otto and others, and asked, which tribe are you from? Otto eyes dimmed, and replied, Thunder Tribe, Thunder Tribe? Hill showed a hint of surprise. Chapter 512, Absorbing the Tribe. Hill knew about the Thunder Tribe. It was a small tribe, like the Fire God tribe, but the population was larger than that of the Fire God tribe, about 300 people. Is Barrow okay? Hill asked. Barrow was a friend he met when he was young. The two of them had worked together to kill a red flame lion. After that, they kept in touch, and the information he knew about the Thunder Tribe was also told to him by Barrow. Grandpa Barrow has died in battle. Basil lowered his head, his eyes red. Did he die in battle? Hill's eyes showed a trace of sadness. At his age, his former friends died one by one. And now, the last old friend Barrow also died in battle for the tribe, which filled his heart with sorrow and sadness. Alas, perhaps this is the fate of the three-eyed elves. My name is Hill, from the Vulcan tribe. Hill looked at several people. Barrow and I are old friends. Now the Thunder Tribe is in trouble. Are you willing to join the Vulcan tribe? We are willing, Otto said firmly. Now, there are only more than 40 people left in the Thunder Tribe, of which there are only 7 warriors. Without the protection of other tribes, they can't survive for more than 2 nights. In this land, the integration of tribes is very common, especially for the survivors of the tribe. What they want most is to be accepted by other tribes. Okay, Hill nodded, and said respectfully to Xiao Yao, Vulcan, these people are from the Thunder Tribe, and now they hope to get the protection of the Vulcan tribe. Yes, Xiao Yao said. His original intention to save these people was, first, out of kindness, and second, to absorb them into the Fire God tribe. At present, there are still too few people in the Fire God tribe, and there is a severe shortage of strong people, especially those with combat power above the gold level. Among these dozens of people, in addition to the elderly, the weak, women and children, there are also 7 or 8 warriors, and the warrior who can control the flame is definitely as strong as Joey. Although the elderly, the weak, women and children do not have combat capabilities, they can play their roles in other aspects. As a modern man, Xiao Yao is very clear about the importance of population, especially in this primitive civilization, where population represents strength and the future. Yes, Grandpa Hill. Basil glanced at Xiao Yao secretly and said cautiously, "You call him the god of fire. What's going on?" A foreigner was actually called the god of fire, which was really incredible to him. The god of fire. He was once the undisputed king of this land. How could a foreigner be the god of fire? The people of the fire god tribe are not crazy. Hill said seriously, "There is a prophecy in our fire god tribe that one day, the fire god will come back to the world, use his fire that burns everything, save the tribe from danger, and lead the tribe to regain glory. And the new fire god has done all this. He controls the golden fire, saves our fire god tribe, and also leads the fire god tribe to prosperity. He is our fire god." Yes. Basil wanted to refute something. But at this time, Otto grabbed his arm tightly and said sincerely, "Thank the god of fire. Our thunder tribe is willing to obey the orders of the god of fire." Yes. Seeing Otto's sincere attitude, Hill nodded with satisfaction. He glanced at the obvious collapse of Otto's chest and said, "I will ask the Great Witch Doctor to see if he can heal you." Great Witch Doctor. Basil was overjoyed. The god of fire tribe actually had a Great Witch Doctor. The Great Witch Doctor was an extremely noble and sacred person for the three-eyed elves. They had the magical ability to revive the dead, protect the tribe members and warriors from diseases and injuries, and retain the tribe's combat power to a great extent. Even many medium-sized tribes did not have a Great Witch Doctor. At this time, Otto's resolute face also showed a trace of surprise and rejoicing. If he is really a Great Witch Doctor, then he will no longer have to worry about being a burden to other tribesmen. "Great Witch Doctor, could you please treat this warrior?" Hill pointed at Otto and said to Tao Yao Yao respectfully. "No problem." Tao Yao Yao nodded and ordered the wood elf to treat Otto's injuries. Hua la la. The gorgeous green fluorescence fluttered, and as the wood elf's little hand pointed, the fluorescence quickly floated to Otto's chest. Crack. Crack. Otto could clearly feel the heat in his chest. A warm force quickly reset the broken bones. In less than a few seconds, the originally collapsed chest was completely restored to its original state. Seeing this scene, Otto, Roller and other warriors showed a touch of gratitude and enthusiasm in their eyes. They immediately knelt on one knee and shouted to Tao Yao Yao. "Faluda. No matter which tribe, the Great Witch Doctor is always the object that the warriors will protect at the risk of their lives, because the Great Witch Doctor represents vitality and represents the hope of the continuation of the tribe. Hill, tell them to stand up." Facing the kneeling people, Tao Yao Yao still felt a little uncomfortable, so she whispered to Hill, "The Witch Doctor told you to stand up." Hill recounted truthfully. Snap. Several people stood up immediately, with their backs straight like loyal guards. Seeing the rapid change in their attitudes, Xiao Yao couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, the Witch Doctor recognized it so quickly, but the fire god, didn't take it seriously. But he could understand this mentality. No matter whether Tao Yao Yao was a foreigner, as long as she had the ability to treat injuries, then she would be respected by the warriors. As the leader of the tribe, the fire god, in addition to being powerful, must also demonstrate more abilities in order to make the Thunder tribe completely surrender. Papa Appa. There was a dense sound of footsteps in the distance. Basil. Basil. A little girl of 7 or 8 years old ran over quickly. Her face flushed with excitement. Ilya. Basil opened his arms, ran forward, and hugged his sister tightly in his arms. Basil. It's great. You're okay. Ilya buried her little head in Basil's chest, with a clear cry in her voice. Basil gently patted his sister's back and comforted her. Ilya. It's okay. Everyone is okay. At this time, other members of the Thunder tribe also slowly approached. When they saw that Otto and others were safe and sound, and all the sandstone lizards were dead, many people knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. They thought of their dead relatives and the warriors who sacrificed their lives to protect everyone. Now the culprits who destroyed the tribe are all dead. But the dead tribesmen, everyone's Thunder tribe, will never come back. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yao was filled with emotion. When he arrived here, he deeply realized how happy it was to be in a strong and safe country. Without the protection of the country, most civilians would be like these people, facing the pain of losing their loved ones at any time. Chapter 513 Construction Team in Another World. Vulcan, let's go next. Let's go back. Xiao Yao patted Hill's shoulder, said, settle them down, and integrate them into the Vulcan tribe as soon as possible. Okay. Hill nodded, and then looked at the sandstone lizards in front of him. Vulcan, what should we do with these sandstone lizards? There was obvious desire in his eyes. If so many sandstone lizards could be brought back to the tribe, then for a long time, they would no longer have to worry about food. You money grubber. Xiao Yao smiled, then pointed at Lan Yo and said, how about this, I let him stay here, and when we get back to the tribe, you can send the warriors to deal with these sandstone lizards. Their current location is not far from the Fire God tribe, and it will take about an hour to walk here, but if they speed up, half an hour will be enough. Next, he can stay in the tribe, while Lan Yo stays there to protect these spoils, so that, even if a large number of warriors go out, there is no need to worry about the safety of the tribe and the warriors. Okay. Okay. Hill nodded excitedly. This is the best. Then, Hill turned to look at Otto. What's your name? Otto. Otto. We are going back to the Vulcan tribe, Hill said. He could see that Otto was the leader of the survivors of the Thunder tribe. So there were some things that Otto needed to tell his tribe members. Understood. Otto took a deep breath, and then looked at his tribe members. At this time, all the people in the Thunder tribe were staring at him. They all noticed the strangeness of Xiao Yao and others, and they were inevitably anxious. At this moment, only Otto, the backbone of everyone, could make them feel at ease. Everyone. These people next to you are friends of the Vulcan tribe. They are willing to accept us and let us become part of the Vulcan tribe. Great. As soon as Otto finished speaking, someone excitedly said, we are saved. We can survive. But at this time, many people also showed a sad look. Becoming a member of the Fire God tribe means that the name of the Thunder tribe will disappear completely. Perhaps in the future there will be other tribes that continue to use the name of Thunder, but that has nothing to do with them. These two are the Fire God and the Great Witch Doctor of the Fire God tribe. Otto pointed at Xiao Yao and Tao Yao and said, Fire God, Great Witch Doctor. Hearing these two names, everyone was shocked. Fire God? This alien is actually the Fire God? Moreover, the Fire God tribe actually has a Great Witch Doctor, who is also a foreigner. This is too outrageous. Otto saw the shock and doubt in everyone's eyes. But he did not explain anything. Whether it is the Fire God or the Great Witch Doctor, their abilities will be witnessed by the tribesmen sooner or later. Everyone. Next. Follow me back to the Fire God tribe. Hill waved his hand, and then led the large army to the direction of the Fire God tribe. Seeing this, the people of the Thunder tribe hurriedly followed Hill. Vulcan tribe. They are back. Papa Hill and the Vulcan are back. Vero, who has supervision, shouted. Bang bang bang. Joey and many warriors walked out of the room, asked, Vero, how far are they from the tribe? Vero said, they will be there soon, but what? But there are dozens of people from other tribes behind the Vulcan. Oh! Everyone's eyes lit up. Could it be that the tribe will add new population? It is very common for tribes to merge with each other. But the dominance and tribal name after the merger are determined by strength. As long as the tribal name can be retained, everyone hopes to see the tribe's population increase and its strength become stronger. They are coming soon. I will inform the tribe members, and we will welcome the God of Fire and the new members at the door. Vero shouted loudly in the tribe. And soon, under Joey arrangement, more than 200 members of the God of Fire gathered neatly at the entrance of the tribe. Wow, all the tribesmen are ready to welcome us at the gate. Looking at the scene in the distance, Xiao Yao said with a smile. Vero must have seen us, Hill said with a smile. Then let's speed up. Xiao Yao waved his hand, and the speed of the large army increased immediately. When Xiao Yao walked to the gate of the tribe, all the tribesmen shouted in unison. Gruvia. At Xiao Yao's request, this time, they did not kneel, but chose to hold their heads high, and their momentum was as high as a raging fire. This scene was seen by the people of the Thunder tribe, and their eyes were full of surprise. This alien Fire God actually received the recognition of all the Fire God tribe members. Could it be that he was really the reincarnation of the Fire God? Xiao Yao nodded with satisfaction, and then said, Hill, you make the arrangements. Some of the warriors will help these people solve the accommodation problem, and the other part will move the sandstone lizards. Understood. Hill and Joey quickly communicated and soon assigned the manpower. Led by Joey, more than 40 warriors took their tools and went to deal with the sandstone lizards. The remaining warriors stayed behind to help the Thunder tribe settle down. Holly. Ryan. The house is left to you too. Joey looked at the two young men. Don't worry. You will see the new house when you come back. Holly patted his chest and said. Joey nodded, and then prepared to leave with the warriors. Wait a minute. We will go with you. At this time, Otto stood up and said to Joey, "Oh." Joey looked at Otto in surprise. "Can you stay here to rest?" Otto shook his head and said, "We are all warriors, and we don't need special care." Looking at Otto's extremely serious expression, Joey nodded in approval. "Okay. Then you can come together." Joey gave some of the tools in his hand to Otto and others, and then followed Hill to the location of the sandstone lizard. At the same time, Xiao Yao also asked Mo Tang to follow the team in the air to protect their safety. Next, it was time for Holly and Ryan to show their skills. Holly walked to an open space, and a strong yellow light flashed in his eyes. 4 rays fell to the ground. Soon, the 4 connected earth walls rose from the ground. After growing to a certain height, the top of the earth wall kept changing, and finally merged into a semicircular roof. "It's my turn." Ryan rubbed his hands. Under Xiao Yao's gaze, he seemed a little nervous. "Huh?" Take a deep breath. Ryan's eyes shone brightly, and then, a thick gray ray hit the earth wall. Under Xiao Yao's surprised eyes, the originally yellowish wall quickly climbed up the mottled rock color. A minute later, a stone house was completely formed. Wow, so this is how the stone house came about. It's simply a construction team from another world. Looking at Holly and Ryan, who were a little nervous on the side, Xiao Yao smiled and gave them a thumbs up. Well done. Chapter 514, Establishing Rules. In the evening, the sky gradually darkened. The warriors returned to the tribe with their spoils, tired and exhausted. Although their faces were exhausted, they were still excited. Dozens of sandstone lizards had been completely decomposed, and their flesh and blood piled up like a mountain, forcing the tribe to open up a new cellar to store the lizard meat. In order to prevent the food from spoiling, Xiao Yao ordered Fry and the newly joined Zoltan, the 2 warriors who mastered the ability of ice, to freeze all the lizard meat and completely transform the second cellar into a cold storage. In addition, the bones, scales, and claws of the sandstone lizards were also collected. The bones and claws can be polished into weapons, and the scales can be made into armor. At the same time, Xiao Yao also took out the shells of the blood-armored ants. After appropriate modification, nearly 100 shields can be made. With armor and shields, the survival ability of the warriors will be greatly enhanced. In this process, the tribesmen of the Fire God tribe saw everything. Less than 2 days after welcoming the Fire God back, the tribe had undergone earth-shaking changes. The cellar was filled with meat, so they no longer had to worry about food. The warehouse had countless hard bones, claws, shells, so every warrior's equipment would be brand new in the future. Most importantly, the children in the tribe got the extremely precious 3 berries, and they would no longer be plagued by diseases in the future. All these changes made the Vulcan tribe extremely grateful to Xiao Yao, and their attitude became more pious. Of course, the Vulcan tribe's abundant food and spoils could not be hidden from the eyes of the Thunder tribe. They were very fortunate to have joined such a powerful tribe. Even if they were newcomers, as long as they could make some contributions to the Vulcan tribe, at least they would not have to worry about food. In the stone house, Xiao Yao sat in the main seat, surrounded by 4 teammates, and the other 3 seats were reserved for Hill, Joey and Otto. The 8 of them are the masterminds of the new Vulcan tribe. Although Otto is a newcomer, because of his strength that is not inferior to Joey, and his prestige in the Thunder tribe, Xiao Yao still made him a member of the core team. In the future, the development and planning of the tribe will come from the hands of the 8 of them. It can be said that this meeting is the first round-table meeting of the Vulcan tribe. Hill, have all the members of the Thunder tribe been settled? Xiao Yao asked. Everything has been arranged. More than 40 people have been assigned new houses, Hill said truthfully. Okay, let me tell you my rules next. And you can tell them to Joey and Otto, Xiao Yao said seriously. First, most of the new members are children and women, and the Vulcan tribe must not bully them. Otherwise, once I find out, I will never let them off easily. Hill relayed Xiao Yao's words. Joey's face did not change, and Otto's eyes showed gratitude. Second, fighting is strictly prohibited in the tribe. Third, speaking of the third, Xiao Yao's tone became more serious. Everyone, whether cooking or eating, must wash your hands. He just discovered that the chefs of the Fire God tribe actually started preparing dinner with dirty hands. Their palms were so black that he didn't know what they had touched before. When he thought of the meal they cooked at noon, Xiao Yao's stomach churned. Wash your hands? Sierra was stunned for a moment, and then looked embarrassed. God of Fire. It is difficult for the tribe to get water at present. If you want to wash your hands, you have to go to the pond in the back mountain. But that is too dangerous. I will solve the water problem. Xiao Yao waved his hand. But washing hands is a must. Everyone must wash their hands well. You must not cook or eat without sucking your hands. Understood? Hill nodded, and then relayed Xiao Yao's request to Joey and Otto. After hearing this request, the two of them couldn't help showing surprise on their faces. They didn't understand why the god of fire would make such a request. What's wrong with not washing hands? They have been doing this for so many years. If they had to wash their hands before cooking and eating, it would be too troublesome. However, considering that the god of fire is an alien, his habits are different from those of the three-eyed elves, and this request is not too harsh. The two did not say anything. That's all for now. Do you have anything else to add? Xiao Yao looked at his friends. I don't have any. Bai Ling Xiao shook his head. I don't have any either. I tell you when I think of it. Su Xingliang said. That's it. Hill asked Joey and Otto if they have anything else to say. Xiao Yao asked. After Hill relayed Xiao Yao's original words, Otto immediately said, Respected God of Fire, I want to ask, how can the children of the Thunder tribe also get the 3 berries? No matter which tribe. The 3 berries are very precious, and among the children of the Thunder tribe, several people have never eaten the 3 berries, so their health is always not good. Just now, when he saw that the fire god only gave the 3 berries to the children of the fire god tribe, although he did not feel jealous or unhappy, he did want to fight for his own children. Then you need to make certain contributions to the tribe. Xiao Yao responded. Not giving the 3 berries to the children of the Thunder tribe was also to take care of the feelings of the fire god tribe. Otherwise, if a newcomer got the precious 3 berries, the fire god tribe would inevitably feel unbalanced even if they didn't say anything. Now, this way, the Thunder tribe can quickly integrate into the new group and maintain the loyalty of the Vulcan tribe, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He naturally could not think of these things before, but after being the chairman for a few months, he has mastered the balance system to perfection. I understand. Otto nodded heavily. He knew very well that, as newcomers, they must make certain contributions to the Vulcan tribe before they can better integrate into it and obtain equal resources. He saw the situation of the fire god tribe. Whether it was the mysterious and powerful fire god, the witch doctor with magical healing powers, or the group of devout and fanatical tribesmen, they all symbolize the unlimited potential of the fire god tribe. Being able to join such a tribe was a blessing in disguise for them. Nothing else to say. Xiao Yao looked around, nodded and said, Then next. Hill, you should send someone to prepare a bonfire party tonight to celebrate the joining of new members. Okay. I prepare it right away. Hill smiled. Just now, the fire god introduced him to the format of the bonfire party, which made him feel very interesting. Now that the tribe is no longer short of food, holding a bonfire party can not only help new members integrate into the tribe, but also boost the morale of the tribe. It is obviously a good idea. As expected of the fire god, he is thoughtful. By the way, tell them. Xiao Yao emphasized again, be sure to wash your hands. Yes. Chapter 515 Team Building. The night was slightly cool. In the center of the fire god tribe, a huge bonfire was burning. The fire was bright, reflecting the excited faces of the people around. Under the attention of the crowd, Hill walked to the center of the crowd, and his old but powerful voice resounded throughout the tribe. My fellow tribesmen, in order to celebrate the joining of new members, the fire god specifically asked me to hold this bonfire party. I believe that everyone has seen the changes in the tribe. Without the fire god, there would be no fire god tribe today. As soon as Hill finished speaking, a tribe member shouted excitedly, Gruvia. This sentence seemed to be a trigger, and immediately attracted the followers of other tribe members. Gruvia! 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 The neat and loud voices resounded through the sky. Even the new members of Thunder waved their hands and shouted the name of the god of fire. At the call of the crowd, Xiao Yao strode with his head held high and walked to the burning bonfire. All the god of fire tribe members. Xiao Yao's clear voice sounded, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Hill relayed Xiao Yao's words in real time. Today, the fire god tribe welcomed new members. They suffered a great misfortune. Their loved ones left. The tribe was destroyed, and everyone suffered great pain. As Xiao Yao's words were relayed by Hill, the eyes of the members of the Thunder tribe gradually turned red, and sadness surged in their hearts. But because of this, we have to treat them as family. From now on, the Fire God tribe is your new home. and all the fire god people are your family. Hill's passionate voice reached everyone's ears. These words made the Thunder Tribe feel extremely warm, and at the same time, they also felt a strong sense of gratitude towards Xiao Yao. Next, the bonfire party officially begins. As Xiao Yao finished speaking, Li Yu, Bai Li Xiao Tao Yao Yao, Su Xingliang each led a few children to the bonfire. Half of these children belonged to the Vulcan tribe, and the other half belonged to the Thunder Tribe. Holding the hands of the two children, Xiao Yao and his teammates and the children formed a circle hand in hand, and began to slowly circle around the bonfire. At the same time, everyone followed suit, regardless of whether they knew the people around them or not. They just held hands and formed several larger circles. Sarajit, a desolate and loud voice rang out, and Hill took the lead in singing the war song of the Fire God tribe. Then, the tribesmen of the Fire God tribe followed Hill and sang the tribal war song that symbolized resistance, struggle and hope. For a while, hundreds of tribesmen held hands and stepped around the campfire. Under the light of the fire, pairs of eyes were unusually bright, as if there were flames burning. And these burning flames are called hope. Done! Xiao Yao clapped his hands, looking at the deep well in front of him that was constantly bubbling with water. A sense of accomplishment arose spontaneously. As soon as he woke up early in the morning, he began to think of ways to solve the tribe's water problem. Finally, he selected several warriors with suitable abilities and dug an underground pipeline between the pool and the tribe. The whole process was very responsible and laborious. But fortunately, he finally completed his goal. From today on, the tribe no longer has to take risks and travel a long way to get water. At this time, a circle of people surrounded Xiao Yao. They looked at the rising water level in the deep well in amazement, and they admired Xiao Yao even more in their hearts. The god of fire is the god of fire. This wisdom alone is something that everyone can never reach. Hill, tell everyone. Use this well to get water in the future. Xiao Yao turned around and said to Hill, also, you must tell them to wash their hands frequently. If anyone dares to cook or eat without washing their hands, I will punish them. Understood? Looking at Xiao Yao's extremely serious expression, Hill nodded repeatedly. Okay, let's do this first. Xiao Yao nodded, and then began to stroll around the tribe casually, observing the performance of the tribe members. After last night's bonfire party, the integration of the Vulcan tribe and the Thunder tribe was extremely smooth. The Fire God tribe actively helped the newcomers, dealing with the problems in life, and the Thunder tribe also took the initiative to assume corresponding responsibilities. Ordinary women and children did some simple water fetching and cleaning work, and those warriors had joined the patrol team, performing night watch tasks. In short, the whole tribe showed a thriving trend, which was exactly what Xiao Yao wanted to see. Since there was no problem with the integration of the tribe, the next step was to carry out the next plan. Hill asked Joey and Otto to come over. Yes. After Joey, Otto and several friends arrived, Xiao Yao told him his adjustment plan for the tribal warriors. According to his idea, the current 70+ warriors of the Vulcan tribe will be evenly divided into 4 teams. Team 1, Captain Joey. Team 2, Captain Otto. Team 3, Captain Bai Li Xiao, Deputy Captain Tao Yao Yao. Team 4, Captain Su Xingliang, Deputy Captain Li Yu. Next, the 4 teams will combine in pairs, and take turns to perform the tasks of tribal guarding and hunting. From the perspective of strength, Joey and Otto are roughly the same, and their combat power can reach the level of gold level 5, although the other friends are still at silver. Due to the powerful characteristics of the Alliance heroes, and the bonus of multiple war beasts, the combined strength of the two will not be worse than Joey and Otto. Xiao Yao knows that he cannot always protect his friends under his wings. If they want to grow up quickly, they must take on the corresponding responsibilities, and become independent as soon as possible. Although there is a language barrier, he believes that his friends will handle it. Of course, everyone has their own responsibilities, and he is no exception. Next, he will send a war beast to guard the tribe, and the other 3 war beasts will follow him to explore the Fire Cloud Forest. In the Fire Cloud Forest, he can hunt monsters freely, quickly improve the level of the 4 beasts, and explore to see if there are other valuable treasures or edible ingredients in the Fire Cloud Forest. Of course, the most important treasure is the 3 berries. After last night's test, he found that even for a summoner, the limit of 3 berries is only 3. These 3 berries will slightly improve his body, strengthen his physique, and have the magical effect of resisting diseases. But when the number exceeds 3, it will not have any effect. However, he believes that as the tribe's strength increases, the population will increase in the future, and the demand for 3 berries will also increase. Therefore, he needs to reserve some 3 berries in advance as an effective tool to motivate newcomers. Everyone has no problem. Xiao Yao looked at several people. No problem. No problem. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Xiao Yao nodded and said, okay. Then let's form our own team next. Yes. Chapter 516, Rapid Progress. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. During this month, the Vulcan tribe has experienced rapid development. In terms of combat power, all 4 of Xiao Yao war beasts have been promoted to gold level 5, among which Xiaoku experience value has reached 60%. According to the current progress, it will be possible to break through to platinum level in half a month at most. The 4 friends have also made remarkable progress. Ka Zix, Ari, Zack Skarner, Makai have all been promoted to silver level 5, and the speed of promotion to gold level will not be slower than Xiao Ku, and Shadow Cat, Gargoyle, Flying Feather Blue Luan, Wood Elf, and other war beasts have also made breakthroughs. It can be said that everyone's combat power is much stronger than a month ago. In addition to the 5 of them, Joey and Otto's strength has also increased significantly. In daily exchanges and communication, the 2 not only forged a deep friendship, but also honed their own abilities. At present, their combat effectiveness has stabilized at gold level 5, and is infinitely close to platinum level. As the top combat power becomes stronger, the overall strength of the tribe is also growing rapidly. Under the guidance of modern concepts, combined with the unique local training methods, the warriors have made extraordinary progress. At present, in addition to Joey, Otto and Iger, the tribe has added 2 more gold-level combat forces, and more than a dozen bronze-level warriors have also broken through to silver level. In terms of life, the food materials and meat in the tribe have piled up like mountains, and the 2 newly opened cellars are also filled to the brim. The tribesmen no longer have to worry about food. At the same time, Xiao Yao also brought modern diet and hygiene concepts to the tribe. The daily meals are no longer just barbecue, but fried, boiled, stir-fried, and other varieties. Several deep wells have been added to the tribe, achieving true freedom of water use. Under Xiao Yao regulations, each tribe member must take a bath once a week, and the warriors who have experienced battles and have blood on their bodies must take a bath as soon as they return to the tribe. Although at the beginning, most of the tribesmen did not understand the significance of this move, but after a period of implementation, they found that the smelly smell in the tribe was no longer there. The number of mosquitoes was greatly reduced, and both adults and children were clean, and the overall appearance was completely new. So after that, the tribesmen finally no longer needed Xiao Yao's supervision, but began to actively follow the hygiene standards. In this month, the tribe gradually accepted more than 20 three-eyed spirits who were stranded outside, including both ordinary people and warriors. In short, the Fire God tribe has shown a thriving trend. The tribesmen are very confident that under the leadership of the Fire God, the Fire God tribe will definitely regain its glory, and let the name of the Fire God tribe resound throughout this land again. On the plain, 1 kilometer ahead, there are 20 firethorn pigs, and their strength is not too strong. After receiving the information from Kha'Zix through the War Beast vision, Su Xingliang whispered to Li Yu, 20 heads. It's okay. Li Yu narrowed his eyes and nodded. Then let's do it. Su Xingliang turned around and made combat gestures to the dozen soldiers next to him. After a month of getting along and running in, he and Li Yu were already able to call out the names of all the team members skillfully, and also learned a lot of common phrases of the three-eyed spirits. And these soldiers also mastered modern combat gestures under the training of the 2. From Su Xingliang gestures, they got the information that there were 20 spirit beasts ahead, encirclement tactics. Snap! Everyone clenched their weapons, and the scales on their bodies rang slightly. Let's go! At once, everyone scattered and ran. From the sky, their formation was like an open pocket, to swallow the enemy in front of them. Boom! 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 Makai's heavy footsteps awakened the firethorn pigs. They gathered together instantly, looking ahead vigilantly. When they saw a giant beast only 3 meters tall slowly approaching, the firethorn pigs breathed a sigh of relief. Seeking death? The firethorn pig leader snorted disdainfully, and a tiny flame came out of his nostrils. Humph! The leader of the firethorn pigs crouched slightly, and pointed the sharp thorns on his back at Makai. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and more than a dozen thorns shot out from his back, surrounded by blazing flames, and shot towards Mackay as fast as a rocket. Seeing the fire thorns coming, Mackay took a half step back calmly, clenched his huge tree palm tightly, and then punched forward fiercely. Thorn strike. Bang! A huge force poured forward, and collided fiercely with the fire thorns. The momentum of the spike paused, as if it had hit an invisible wall, and the attached flames were instantly extinguished. The spike fell to the ground weakly, making a slight sound. Seeing this, the leader of the fire thorn pigs was shocked, and his eyes showed a vigilant look. Hum, attack it all. The leader of the fire thorn pigs gave an order. In an instant, all the fire thorn pigs crouched down and aimed the spikes on their backs at Mackay. But at this moment, a black dot suddenly appeared in the sky, falling at a very fast speed, creating a shadow that was getting bigger and bigger. The fire thorn pig looked up, and before he could react, his eyes were filled with green. Bang! Zack sat heavily on the ground, and the ground trembled violently, and spiderweb-like cracks spread all around. Huh? Zack stood up quickly, and the firethorn pig under him had been turned into a pool of rotten meat by him. Under the protection of the elastic body, the spikes did not cause any harm to him. Seeing the miserable death of his men, the eyes of the firethorn pig leader quickly turned red, exuding a crazy, bloodthirsty killing intent. Swish! Suddenly, a purple figure suddenly appeared above the fire spike pig leader. The purple figure raised two pairs of strange arm blades and slashed at the fire spike pig's neck. Kozik's evolved Q-skill Taste of Fear puff. A large wound appeared, and blood flowed out like a fountain. The fire spike pig leader let out a shrill wail, and his brain was blank with pain. The wail of the prey further stimulated Kozik's murderous intent. He raised his arm blades again and slashed at the wound. Plop! The huge pig head was separated from the body. Blood gushed out, and there was pain and fear in the eyes. Swoosh! 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 A sharp sound of breaking wind sounded in the sky. More than a dozen bone spears shot at the firethorn pig with lightning speed. They seemed to have a division of labor. Each spear shot at a different gaze. Puff! 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 More than a dozen spears pierced the firethorn pig accurately. Some penetrated the firethorn pig's body, and some directly pierced the firethorn pig's head. Paw! 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 The warriors ran from all directions, and different colors were stimulated in their spiritual eyes. Boom, boom, boom! Various attacks instantly overwhelmed the firethorn pigs. By the time the warriors arrived at the center of the battlefield, all the firethorn pigs were dead. USA! USA! The warriors raised their weapons and roared with victory. At this time, Liu and Su Xingliang also came over. The two of them bumped fists and smiled in tacit understanding. Done! Chapter 517 Conflict Dark Tribe. Clean up the battlefield, Su Xingliang ordered in the language of the three-eyed Eldar. Soon, the warriors began to act separately. Some people pulled out the spikes on the back of the firethorn pig, which would be used as weapons in the future, and the other people dismembered the firethorn pig. Now there is no shortage of meat in the Fire God tribe, so everyone will only take the best parts of the firethorn pig, such as tenderloin, front legs, hind legs. Just as everyone was busy dealing with the spoils, they did not notice that there was a sharp-eyed hawk in the sky, which saw everything. Munder, I have a great discovery. A fat three-eyed Eldar closed his eyes and shouted excitedly. Baro, what did you find? A fierce-looking, burly man with a big scar on his chest asked beside him. I found two aliens. They have no eyes, and they seem to be the leaders of a group of three-eyed Eldar. Baro said excitedly. Foreigners don't have spiritual eyes? Munder's body trembled, and he immediately became interested. Where are they? Take me there quickly. Let's go! Baro led the way, with Munder and 8 other tribesmen, running quickly towards Su Xingliang and others. Almost done, let's get ready to go back. Liu and Su Xingliang put the spikes and processed meat into the broken sky ring, and then waved their hands, signaling everyone to return to the tribe. But at this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came into their ears, which instantly put everyone on alert. After a while, 10 unfamiliar three-eyed elves appeared in front of everyone, and the leader was a tall and burly man with a long scar on his chest. Are you really an alien race? When he saw the appearance of Su Xingliang and Liu, Munga's eyes lit up, and he shouted loudly. Which tribe are you from? Su Xingliang and Liu naturally didn't understand Munga's question, and of course, they didn't want to reply. Just a strange barbarian, I don't have time to deal with him. Swish. Liu flicked his palm, and a sharp spike shot out, and stuck more than 10 meters in front of Munga's feet. This is a very obvious warning signal, telling the other party not to get close, and to leave quickly. Scare me. Seeing the spike almost sinking into the ground, Munga's eyes flashed with a strong anger. As the younger brother of the leader of the Dark Tribe, no one has ever dared to be so presumptuous to him. I am Munga from the Dark Tribe. Which tribe are you from? Munga said angrily with a red face. Dark Tribe? Hearing this name, the warriors were immediately shocked. The Dark Tribe is a well-known medium-sized tribe nearby, with extremely strong strength. It is said that the population has exceeded 10,000 people. The number of warriors in the Dark Tribe alone is several times more than the total number of all the tribesmen in the Fire God Tribe. A warrior gently pulled the corner of Su Xingliang's clothes and said, "Danger." Su Xingliang and Liu could understand this simple word. The two did not change their expressions, and motioned the warriors to stay close to them, and then slowly retreated. Dare to ignore me? Munger's eyes showed a hint of impatience and anger. His spiritual eyes flashed red. And a flame ray quickly hit a warrior. He was very interested in these two aliens, and decided to take them back to show the tribe leader. He would not kill these two for the time being, but the others would be killed. The flame ray was extremely fast, and was about to hit the warrior's body. At this moment, a large green shield stretched out from the side, and blocked the warrior in time. Puff! The flame ray hit the green shield, making a dull sound, and the surface of the green shield melted slightly, and a light green liquid slowly flowed. Looking for death. Liu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Fortunately, Zack used elastic body in time. Stretched his arm into a large shield to block Burke, saving him. Otherwise, this little brother, who had been with him for a month, and had formed a deep friendship, would have been directly pierced by the flame ray and died. Zack, beat him. As soon as Liu finished speaking, Zack immediately swung his fist. His arm stretched more than 10 meters. And he fiercely sent the huge fist into Munger's arms. Extended attack, ouch. After being hit by the fist, Munger immediately bent like a shrimp, his eyes bulged, his face flushed red. Seeing Munger being attacked, the three-eyed elves behind him instantly entered combat mode, and their eyes emitted dangerous light. Just as they were about to launch an attack, a purple evil figure suddenly appeared. The arm blade swung, just right on Munger's neck. The cold edge made Munger's hair stand on end, and his heart suddenly stopped. Gulp, he swallowed his saliva, and with a glance, he saw a monster with an evil shape, like a mantis, standing beside him. His eyes were extremely cold and ruthless, as if he was going to cut off his head in the next second. Just kill him, Liu said coldly. Su Xingliang hesitated for a moment, and said, "Forget it, they are not guilty of death." "You are okay." Liu shrugged helplessly. He knew that this was Su Xingliang's character, kind and honest. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not kill people at will. Of course, this kind of character is also related to Su Xingliang's growth environment. He comes from an ordinary family, and has been educated to be kind to others since he was a child. Even after becoming a summoner, he usually competes with his classmates, and has never killed anyone. But if it was him just now, he would definitely let Kha'Zix chop off that person's head, and kill everyone else. Anyway, they are all a group of barbarians. So just kill them. There is no surveillance in this place. So who knows if they killed him? Alas, Liangyang is still too soft-hearted. This is not a good thing. Shua. Kaz retracted his arm blade, and glanced at Munger with a cold gaze, and then disappeared strangely in front of Munger. Munger's pupil shrank, and he resolutely gave up the idea of revenge in his heart. Udaya. Su Xingliang shouted in a deep voice. This means retreat. Afterwards, under the gaze of Munger and others, Su Xingliang and others quickly left their sight. Munger, are you okay? Seeing the enemy leave, Baro and other brothers immediately asked with concern. I'm fine. Munger gritted his teeth. A trace of frustration and hatred appeared on his face. Baro, keep an eye on them. I want to see which tribe protects these warriors. Yes. Baro looked up, and a light flashed in his eyes. A hawk spread its wings and flew over, circling in the air for a while, and quickly left in one direction. Liangyang, I think your mentality needs to change. Walking on the road, Liu finally expressed his thoughts. Kindness is a good thing, but it depends on the person. Some people should be killed. Otherwise it will bring trouble to yourself. Su Xingliang was silent for a while, and said, I understand. I will pay attention in the future. Liu patted his shoulder and said, I know it is difficult to change some concepts. But don't worry. He showed a mean smile. Dad will help you. Fuck you. Su Xingliang cursed with a smile. And punched Liu's shoulder with his fist. Don't worry. I will change. Yeah. Chapter 518 Hades. After returning to the tribe, Liu and Su Xingliang went straight to the warehouse, and stored the pork and spikes of the firethorn pig. Hill. Walking out of the warehouse, Su Xingliang saw Hill just passing by, so he asked, Is Xiao Yao back? Hill stopped and said respectfully, The fire god went to Huiyun Forest, and has not returned yet. Is that so? Okay, then you go ahead and do your work. Su Xingliang patted Hill's shoulder, and his tone was quite intimate. During this month, they learned a lot of common words of the three-eyed elves from Hill, and thus they could communicate more smoothly with their subordinates. Hill and other warriors were also impressed by their strength and wisdom, and were quite respectful in their daily interactions. Then, bored, Su Xingliang and Li began to walk around the tribe. At the back of the tribe, a large group of bare-chested warriors were undergoing devilish training. They carried huge stones on their backs, and did push-ups in a standard posture. Sweat beads as big as beans dripped from their cheeks, and the water drops under each person could almost form a stream. Although some people were about to give up, their arms were shaking uncontrollably. But under Joey's covetous gaze, no one dared to give up easily. Don't say that. Liu touched his chin and said, The potential of the three-eyed elves is really strong. They have only received formal training for a month, and almost everyone's strength has become much stronger. I think this is related to their physique. Su Xingliang analyzed. The power of the three-eyed elves comes from themselves. Compared with summoners, they have a higher degree of control and tempering of their bodies. In addition, since they have not undergone systematic training, there is still a lot of potential that can be developed. That makes sense, Liu agreed. Let's go. Take a shower. The bloody smell is a bit strong. Let's go. Let's go. It's a good time to cool down. Dark Tribe Munger and his brothers hurried into the tribe. When the passing tribesmen saw Munger, they all bowed their heads and looked respectful. Munger ignored them and walked straight to the largest stone house in the center of the tribe. Wait at the door. When they reached the door, Munger gave some instructions, and then gently opened the door. As soon as he entered the house, Munger felt the cool breeze on his face. He saw several huge ice blocks placed in the corner, which continued to emit cold air. There were also clusters of flowers placed on top of the ice blocks, which filled the house with a faint floral fragrance. Hades Munger looked at the man on the stone bed. He was a man who was different from ordinary three-eyed elves. He had a slender figure, handsome features, and an unusually fair complexion. He lay lazily on the thighs of a young woman, his three eyes closed, enjoying the woman's gentle massage. Next to him, another young and beautiful woman was holding a leaf the size of a cattail leaf, gently fanning. What's wrong? My brother? Hades did not open his eyes, and his voice was lazy and leisurely. Hades, I have a great discovery, Munger said excitedly. Hades ignored him, but picked up a small red fruit from the stone plate beside him and put it in his mouth. Hades, I found two aliens. They don't have spiritual eyes. Swish. Hades opened his eyes instantly. His pupils were extremely dark, like a black hole, which could suck people's souls into it. Aliens. Hades sat up slowly, looking straight at Munger. How did you find them? It's like this. Munger told Hades the whole experience just now, and also exaggerated the part where he was bullied. When he finished, Hades' handsome face showed a look of interest. Foreigners can control spirit beasts. Interesting. Seeing Hades' expression, Munger was secretly delighted. He knew that with Hades' personality, he would definitely be interested in foreigners. His brother Hades could be said to be the biggest alien in the Dark Tribe. Hades showed amazing talent since he was a child. At a young age, he broke through the shackles that troubled countless warriors and became the most powerful person in the tribe. After that, Hades naturally became the leader of the Dark Tribe. But unlike other tribe leaders, Hades never cared about any affairs in the tribe. He assigned all affairs to several elders, and hid in the cold room to enjoy the service of the tribe members. In the eyes of all tribe members, Hades was a very strange tribe leader. He loved food, enjoyed the service of beauties, explored all new and interesting affairs, but was not interested in managing the tribe. However, when the tribe needed him, Hades would stand up without hesitation to protect the tribe. Due to Hades, the Dark Tribe absorbed a large number of people in just a few years, with a population of over 10,000, becoming the most powerful tribe nearby. Munder firmly believed that when Hades knew about the appearance of the aliens, he would definitely be interested in them. Where are they now? Hades stood up slowly, his long black hair falling on his shoulders, adding an evil and lazy temperament to his handsome face. In a small tribe, with a small population, only 200 or 300 people, Munger said truthfully. Let's go, take me to see it. Hades waved his hand and walked out of the room with Munger. Chief Munger. Seeing Hades and Munger walk out of the house, Munger's brothers immediately said respectfully. Hades glanced at them lightly and said, lead the way. Okay, Barrow. Munger looked at Barrow. Barrow's body tensed and hurriedly said, Chief, I will lead the way for you. When they reached the gate of the tribe, Hades stopped and then flicked his fingertips lightly. Puff! A black cloud flew out from his fingertips and quickly rushed into the sky. Loyalu. After a while, I suddenly heard the sound of a horse neighing. I saw a tall, black horse running quickly from a distance and finally stopped beside Hades. After touching the horse's head, Hades turned over and said, Let's go! Munger looked at the warhorse under Hades with envy. He didn't know what method Hades used to make a black-maned horse listen to him so well. Since he got the black-maned horse, Hades never walks when he goes out. In his words, if you can sit, you will never stand. And if you can lie down, you will never sit. Isn't this infuriating? What's more infuriating is that although Hades only cared about enjoying himself after becoming the chief, his strength has been rising. Today, the top 100 warriors of the tribe are not enough for him to beat with one hand. It is for this reason that Munder did not call other warriors. Hades can definitely suppress such a small tribe with a flip of his hand. Hades! Munder! At this time, a majestic voice came from behind. Munder turned around and saw that it was Esta, the most powerful elder in the tribe. Esta stepped forward and asked in a serious tone, Where are you going? Don't worry. Esta, I just feel bored. I'm going out for a walk. Hades said casually. Munder? Esta looked at Munder. Hades would not leave the tribe easily, so his departure must be related to Munder. Esta, we are really just going out for a walk. Munder's eyes wandered. Esta looked around with a majestic look finally. He said slowly, Come back early. Hades can't leave the tribe for too long. Understood. Munder nodded repeatedly, then said Barrow. Barrow hurried to the front, said, Chief, follow me. Chapter 519 Crushing. Vulcan Tribe. Xiao Xiao Yao Yao, how was your harvest today? Looking at the two girls who led the team back, Su Xingliang waved and smiled. Not bad. Bai Ling Xiao smiled. We slaughtered more than 20 rock cattle, so we can eat beef tonight. That's perfect. I haven't eaten beef for several days. Su Xingliang smiled. I put the things back in the warehouse first. Bai Ling Xiao waved to the soldiers behind him. The soldiers walked to the cellar, arranged the chopped beef legs neatly, and Bai Ling Xiao and Tao Yao Yao also took out the beef and cowhide from the broken sky ring and put them in the warehouse. Not good. At this time, Vero's panicked shout suddenly sounded outside the warehouse. Father Hill, Joey, Otto, there are strong men coming to our tribe. Vero anxiously found Hill, and Joey and Otto also came over after hearing the noise. What's going on? Hill said seriously. Father Hill, there is a group of people coming to our tribe, one of them. Vero swallowed his saliva and said, he can sense my ability. When he thought of that evil, meaningful smile just now, Valo couldn't help but shudder. What? Hill, Joey, Otto all frowned. Valo's super long-range vision is extremely concealed. So far, except for the god of fire, no one has ever been able to detect Valo's spying. Even the strongest Joey and Otto are no exception. Could it be that this is a strong man with the same strength as the god of fire? Valo, are you sure he is coming for our tribe? Hill asked. I'm sure. Vero nodded heavily. Hill, Joey, and Otto looked at each other and said solemnly, notify the tribe and enter combat status. Yes. Vero immediately opened his voice and notified all the tribesmen to be alert. At the same time, Hill also quickly informed Su Xingliang and others of the matter. Are you coming for the tribe? Bai Ling Xiao frowned slightly and said, let's go, we wait at the door and see who it is. Interesting, we have been discovered. Riding on the horse, Hades' mouth corners slightly raised. Discovered? Munder and his companions looked at each other. They didn't understand. How did they get discovered? Hades ignored them, but gently squeezed the horse's belly, and the speed increased sharply. "Follow me." Munger and his companions immediately ran, following Hades' pace. The rapid sound of horse hooves sounded, and the Vulcans raised their heads and looked into the distance. Not long after, a tall black horse came running quickly, carrying a young man on its back. He was wearing a black suit made of unknown material. With his arms exposed, his muscles were smooth and not exaggerated, and his skin was much whiter than that of ordinary three-eyed elves. He seemed to be a nobleman among the three-eyed elves, with a calm and outstanding temperament. Behind him, 7 or 8 three-eyed elves were running hard, following the pace of the black horse. "It's him!" When Su Xingliang saw the iconic long scar on the chest of one of the men, his heart sank, and he felt a sense of self-blame and guilt. Li was right. I really shouldn't have been soft-hearted. They are really foreigners. Hades glanced at them, and immediately showed a satisfied smile. Interesting. The black horse stopped 200 meters away from the tribe. Hades jumped off. His dark eyes stared at Su Xingliang and the other 3. In an instant, the 4 felt a huge pressure coming. The environment in front of them changed rapidly, as if they were in the abyss, surrounded by darkness and fear. Bang, bang, bang. Zack, Mackay, Kaziz, Ari, Scar immediately launched a counterattack, with a fierce momentum, like a spear, instantly piercing the fear in everyone's heart. So strong. Bai Linxiao came back to his senses, his heart was pounding, and his eyes were full of vigilance and worry when he looked at Hades. It turned out that there was such a strong man among the three-eyed elves. Just a look made everyone lose their minds. It was really terrible. "Can we stop him?" "My strong man, we are from the Fire God tribe." Hill walked forward and said loudly, "Which tribe are you from?" Munger stepped forward immediately and said loudly, "This is Hades, the chief of our dark tribe." "Dark tribe, Hades." All of a sudden, everyone was shocked. The dark tribe is the strongest medium-sized tribe nearby, with a population of over 10,000, and its chief Hades is an extremely mysterious strongman. How could the small fire god tribe attract the chief of the dark tribe? Could it be that? Many people turned their attention to Su Xingliang and his 4 companions. "You guys." Hades pointed at Su Xingliang and his companions, with a touch of casualness and laziness in his voice. "Come back to the dark tribe with me." "Paw." Hearing this, all the tribe members immediately tightened their weapons, with firmness and hostility in their eyes. If they wanted to take the captains and the witch doctor away, the Vulcan tribe would never agree. "Don't you want to?" Hades' mouth curled up a little, and he hooked his finger. Several long black ropes suddenly appeared, like a nimble black snake, and flew quickly towards Su Xingliang and his companions. Zizi bang. Purple thunder fell. Flames rose, accurately hitting the black rope, shattering it into balls of free black gas. Papa, Joey and Otto, the 2 strongest tribes, stood up, their eyes flashing purple and red, like 2 door gods blocking everyone. "Well, your strength is not bad." Hades smiled faintly. "But if you want to stop me, it's a bit unrealistic." Boom! Thick black gas exploded, covering the surrounding area of nearly 100 meters. Hades' long hair fluttered. Black gas flashed in his pupils, like a demon god descending, full of darkness, evil, and a temperament that overlooked all living beings. "Huh?" The violent black energy quickly condensed into 2 huge hands that covered the sky, pressing towards Joey and Otto like the 5-finger mountain. Suddenly, the 2 felt a huge pressure coming, locking them tightly and unable to move. Zzzzzz. Joling's eyes were filled with purple light, and a thick lightning bolt suddenly shot into the sky. At the same time, Otto also urged all the energy in his body, and stimulated a series of flame rays. Bang bang. The purple lightning and flames hit the black hands that covered the sky, and the energy that was enough to penetrate steel only made the black hands shake slightly, and then pressed towards the 2 without slowing down at all. Bang! The 2 were pressed to the ground by the black hand, and half of their bodies were almost buried in the soil. Seeing this scene, all the people in the Fire God tribe felt like they were falling into an ice cave, with horror and despair on their faces. You have to know that Joey and Otto are the strongest besides the Fire God. Even they were defeated in 1 move. Who else in the Fire God tribe can stop them? TSK. Overestimate your own ability. Munger stood aside, with a hint of disdain on his lips. The top 100 warriors in the Dark Tribe, combined, are not enough for Hades to beat with one hand. How dare you two try to stop Hades? You guys? Hades looked at Su Xingliang and the others, and said calmly, "Come with me." Su Xingliang and the others didn't understand what Hades said, but they could see the situation clearly. It was obvious that this strong man was coming for them. Damn it. Let's fight him. Liu gritted his teeth and said, "Let's do it." Su Xingliang lowered his eyelids slightly, and ordered the war beast to prepare for the attack. At this moment, a change occurred. Zizizizi. Joey, who was pressed to the ground by the black hand, suddenly burst into dazzling lightning. His body trembled violently. He supported himself with his hands and stood up little by little. The blue veins on his face seemed to be about to burst. Ah! Joey roared angrily. Violent lightning covered his whole body, like the coming of Thor, full of destructive breath. Boom! On the other side, hot flame suddenly erupted from Autobody. He gradually stood up. It seemed as if magma was flowing in his eyes, and his domineering momentum rushed straight into the sky. Oh! Hades' eyes lit up, and he said to himself, "It's actually possible to break through the shackles of the three-eyed elves, and two people broke through at the same time. It's really more and more interesting." Chapter 520. The Realm of Emptiness. As the strongest patriarch of the Dark Tribe in history, Hades knew very well that after all the three-eyed Eldar warriors reached a certain level of strength, they would face an invisible shackle. If they could break through, not only would they be reborn, but their future cultivation would also be smooth. He named the realm after the breakthrough the Realm of Emptiness. Empty means illusion, transcendence. After reaching the Realm of Emptiness, the release of abilities no longer required the use of the spirit eyes, but they could control energy at will. But it is extremely difficult to break through the realm of space. Even though the Dark Tribe has thousands of warriors, he is the only one who is strong in the realm of space. And this small tribe in front of him actually has two warriors who are about to break through the realm of space. This is both unexpected and pleasant for him. Hades has decided that since this tribe is so special, he will simply merge it all into the Dark Tribe. In this way, he can take away 4 foreigners, and also gain 2 warriors of the realm of space. I send you 2 to fight if there's any trouble in the future. And I can take a good rest now. Hades thought happily. Boom boom. Joey and Otto overturned the black hand suppression at the same time, stood up and glared at Hades. One was as violent as thunder. The other was as aggressive as fire. And the tyrannical and surging momentum frightened the onlookers. This is... Munder's pupils shrank, and his eyes were full of horror. He remembered the realm that Hades had told him. The realm of the void. How could a small tribe of 100 people actually have 2 realms of the void? How is this possible? Munder looked at Hades, with a worried look on his face. 2 masters of the sky realm. Can Hades deal with them? Die! Otto roared. Flames danced wildly on his body. As he threw a punch, 2 swirling columns of flames gushed forward. The temperature that burned everything made the surrounding air distorted. On the other side, Joey raised his right hand. The sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Purple lightning struck, like a spear falling from the sky, straight to Hades' head. Hades' expression remained unchanged. He just made a grab with his empty hand, and the black fog around him suddenly condensed into an airtight wall, blocking all the attacks of Joey and Otto. After the first attack failed, Joey and Otto mobilized their energy again, preparing to launch a second wave of attacks on Hades. But at this moment, an anxious voice suddenly came from behind them. "Be careful." The 2 were startled, but before they could react, they felt a black screen in front of their eyes. And the next second, they were completely plunged into endless darkness. Everyone was horrified, looking ahead in disbelief. They had just watched with their own eyes. 2 black coffins flew out from the shadows under Joey and Otto feet, like a monster from the abyss, swallowing the 2 of them in one gulp. Su Xingliang and the others looked at each other, with bitterness in their eyes. Just now, Joey and Otto had obviously broken through to the platinum level, but even so, they still couldn't stop a single move from their opponents. This level of powerhouse has completely exceeded their capabilities. Even if the 4 war beasts came out together, the result would not change at all. Hades raised one hand, and the 2 black coffins flew towards his palm as if they were magnets. Snap! Hades clasped the edge of the black coffin with both hands, and then patted it gently. Suddenly, the black coffin disappeared, and Joey and Otto fell to the ground with a snap. Their eyes closed, their limbs weak, and they obviously lost consciousness. Not dead. Joey and Otto are not dead yet. Feeling that the 2 still had life in them, many Vulcans breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Hades did not want to kill Joey and Otto. What a blessing. Munger, carry them on your back, Hades said calmly. Okay. Borrow. Driss. Munger subcontracted the task to his younger brother. Let's stop here. Hades waved his hand, and several clouds of black mist quickly enveloped Su Xingliang and the other four. He captured 2 warriors from the Sky Realm, which was the biggest gain of this trip. As for these foreigners, if they are interesting, they will be kept in the tribe. If they are boring, they will be given to the elders for research. As the black fog came, Su Xingliang and the other 4 quickly took a stance, and the other war beasts also moved, preparing to block the 4. Ka-la suddenly, several black chains flew out from the shadows under the war beasts' feet, and instantly covered their bodies, pinning them to the spot. Seeing this scene, the 4 showed a trace of despair. Seeing that the black fog was about to cover the 4, at this moment, a lone and arrogant wolf howl suddenly sounded. A with a golden flame surged from behind, crossing everyone like a wave, and crashing into the black fog with an unmatched momentum. Hades frowned slightly, opened his palms, and a dark wall rose from the ground, blocking him in front of him. The black fog was instantly dispersed by the golden flames, and then the golden flame surged forward, and fiercely hit the black wall. Bang bang bang, the golden flames and the black fog collided with each other, annihilating each other. After a few seconds, the golden flames disappeared completely, and the black wall turned into thick fog, floating around Hades. Bang, a domineering and majestic figure fell from the sky, and stood steadily in front of everyone. Xiao Ku, Bai Li Xiao, and the others said in surprise. They were so nervous just now that they forgot that there was a guardian beast named Warwick that Xiao Yao had specially left in the tribe. Xiao Ku walked straight forward. As he walked, the black armor quickly emerged, including the head armor, waist armor, hard guard, leg armor, and arm armor. In a blink of an eye, a terrifying killing machine appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, Hades' eyes changed, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. He was extremely excited. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Slap. Xiao Ku stopped, and his indifferent golden eyes swept over Hades. Munger and others. What is this? Munger and others swallowed their saliva, and moved back quietly. This kind of monster beyond cognition, let Hades deal with it. Let me test your bottom line. Hades waved one hand, and the black mist instantly condensed into dozens of pitch-black spears, and shot toward Xiao Ku like a storm. Xiao Ku bent his knees slightly, and stepped on the ground, and instantly disappeared in front of Hades. Not good. Feeling the murderous aura coming from behind, Hades threw a backhand punch, colliding with the steel claws without any pretense. Bang, bang, bang. Hades took several steps back, leaving several deep footprints on the ground. How is it possible? Munger and his companions, who were hiding in the distance, opened their mouths wide, looking incredulous. They had never thought that there was a being in the world that could repel Hades. Interesting. Hades shook his hand, and a hint of passion and fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. After he broke through the realm of space, he never experienced a decent battle again. For him, boredom was the biggest reason why he chose to enjoy. And now, he finally met an opponent who could warm him up. Boom! The deep dark energy suddenly erupted. Hades' long hair fluttered, and his 3 eyes were all filled with black, like a terrifying demon, which was daunting. On the other side, the golden holy flame was burning. Warwick stood proudly, and the black armor was faintly rustling, like a god of war, awe-inspiring and domineering. The black gas and the holy flame collided with each other, as if dividing the world into 2 planes, one black and one gold, one abyss, and the other heaven. Chapter 521, Demon God vs. God of War. Bang. Xiao Ku took the lead in launching the attack. He kicked his foot, like a golden sword breaking through the thick fog, and rushed straight into Hades' territory. Come on! Hades moved his mind, and the majestic black air surged toward Xiao Ku like a wave. The black air lingered. Xiao Ku felt as if he was in a sticky swamp. Every step he took consumed a lot of energy, and the surrounding black air was also highly corrosive. If it weren't for the holy flame to fight it, I'm afraid his hair would have been corroded away long ago. Ho! Xiao Ku growled, activating the skill Ancestor's Howl. A golden halo appeared faintly. He suddenly felt his body lighten, and rushed forward. Hades frowned slightly, stepped lightly. A ball of black mist lifted his body, and flew into the sky. Want to run? A fierce look flashed in his golden eyes. Xiao Ku kicked the ground with his legs, and rushed towards Hades, as if he was equipped with a launcher. The holy flame split the thick fog. The golden meteor dragged a long flame, and collided fiercely with Hades in midair. Boom! Two balls of light, one black and one gold, exploded. Holy flames, black gas raged wildly around. When approaching, Schalke opened his huge mouth, and let out a deafening wolf howl. A Wu ancestor's howl. Hades' eyes flashed with fear. Black gas surged around him, and his momentum suddenly dropped. Taking advantage of this, Schalke stretched out his wolf claws, and stabbed straight at Hades' heart. Schwa! At the critical moment, Hades came to his senses, forced his body to deflect, and let the wolf claws pass by. Although it didn't hit, the sharp cold light still cut a wound on Hades' shoulder. Blood oozed out, and dripped down his arm. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, Munger and his companions were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Hades was actually injured. Hades, who had never had a match with his opponent, was actually injured. This scene completely overturned Munger and his companions' cognition. In their impression, Hades was as powerful as a demon god, and he could suppress all enemies with a flip of his hand. But who could have thought that Hades would be injured in front of a small tribe? Although Hades had not yet been defeated, Munger's heart was overshadowed. Bang! The huge dark hammer sent Schalke flying 7 or 8 meters. Hades stood in place. His eyes swept over his injured shoulder, and a hint of anger gradually appeared in his eyes. Looking for death, he just grabbed it casually, and hundreds of black needles condensed in an instant, floating in the air, surrounding Schalke from all sides. Swoosh! 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 With Hades' wave of his hand, the long black needles seemed to have pressed the firing button, and shot toward Schalke like a pear blossom in a rainstorm. Although the holy flame played a certain protective role, the black needle eventually penetrated the holy flame's defense, and pierced Schalke fiercely. Ding ding ding. Some of the long needles shot on the beast's armor, making a crisp sound. But some of the black needles still pierced into the flesh. Puff. Blood flowers bloomed. And in the high temperature of the holy flame, they were instantly evaporated into blood mist. There were dozens of blood holes on Schalke's body, and the blood dyed his hair red, making him look extremely miserable. Hades raised a proud and arrogant sneer at the corner of his mouth. Although this spirit beast was quite powerful, it was still far behind him. But before he could be proud for long, the smile on his face suddenly froze. The dense blood holes healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Schalke looked up at Hades, his eyes full of cruelty and provocation. Hades' eyelids drooped slightly, and a cold arc rose at the corner of his mouth. It's getting more and more interesting. Boom! Hades floated high into the sky, and with one hand pressed, the endless black air turned into a hand that covered the sky, and fell from the sky, pressing down on Schalke like a mountain. A woo! Schalke howled at the sky, and the golden holy flame burned fiercely. As he threw a punch, the huge golden wolf head rushed straight into the sky. The black clouds rolled, and Hades hung high in the sky, with his long hair fluttering, and his body was filled with endless black air. Schalke, wearing armor, stood proudly, bathed in the golden holy flame, and roared unyieldingly at the sky. This scene, like a picture of the god of war fighting the god of demon, was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind, and could not be forgotten for a long time. Boom! The moment the huge hand of Jotun touched the golden wolf head, a loud noise was heard. The black hand trembled violently, and black smoke continued to float out of the 5 fingers. The golden wolf head collapsed quickly, and scattered into a large ball of blazing holy flame in the air, making the final resistance against the black hand. In the end, the holy flame was annihilated by the black air, and the broken palm pressed hard on the ground. Boom! The ground cracked. Spiderweb-like cracks spread all around, and the huge 5-finger print was clearly visible. Schalke stood not far away. His golden eyes looked up at the sky, his wolf claws raised, and his fingertips lightly hooked, as if provocatively saying, "Come here." Hee hee. What an interesting spirit beast. Hades smiled even more, and his eyes revealed a hint of intention. Then I play with you. The majestic black air compressed crazily, and in the blink of an eye it condensed into a set of black armor. Only a pair of eyes were exposed on Hades' body, which looked extremely weird. Snap! The black spear was held in his hand. Hades possessed him, and rushed forward, raising a violent wave of air. A wish! Schalke roared, and the metal claws tore forward fiercely. Ding! The black spear touched the palm of the wolf's claw, making a crisp metal sound. At this moment, the spear instantly turned into a long black rope, tying Shao Kahn's right arm tightly. Hades suddenly raised his foot and kicked Shao Kahn's chin heavily. With a crack, the mandible was broken. Shao Kahn's body soared into the sky and fell heavily behind him. Swoosh! The black spear shot out, piercing through Shao Kahn's abdomen, leaving a huge bloody hole. Shao Kahn! Bai Ling Xiao exclaimed. His eyes were full of worry. The enemy was too strong. Although Shao Kahn had been promoted to gold level 5, the ordinary platinum level 1 and 2 monsters were no match for him, but facing the unfathomable Hades, it was still difficult to resist. A whoosh, Shao Kahn stood up, and bloodshot appeared in his golden eyes. The bloody hole in his abdomen healed quickly under the healing of the holy flame, but the shame of being easily knocked away just now made his momentum even more brutal and crazy. It's useless. Hades took off the black armor on his face, revealing his long black hair, his mouth slightly raised, and his understated tone resounded through the sky. In close combat, you are not my opponent. Although he didn't understand what Hades said, his contemptuous eyes deeply angered Shao Kahn. He bent down slightly, his eyes full of murderous intent. I play with you till now. Hades smiled faintly. Although this wolf-shaped spirit beast is quite powerful and can let him move his hands and feet, its strength is only to this extent. Let's end it. Hades raised his right hand, and the wind and clouds surged for a moment. Black clouds covered Shao Kahn's head, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Swoosh! At this moment, a very sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded in his ears. Hades was startled, and immediately transformed into a black wall. Puff! The black arrow sank into the black wall, and the arrow had penetrated the wall and almost pierced Hades' body. Hades turned his head, and saw that a bull-headed giant beast nearly 10 meters high was striding towards him. On its broad shoulders stood a small mouse holding a bow, with a crazy smile on the corner of his mouth. Above the giant beast's head, a handsome young man was hanging in the sky, his black wings slowly flapping, like a black-winged angel, with a cold and chilling look in his eyes. Chapter 522: The Fall of the Demon God. Xiao Yao, Bai Ling Xiao, and the others' eyes lit up, and their eyes were filled with strong surprise. The God of Fire is back! The God of Fire is back! The crowd erupted in thunderous shouts, and the people of the God of Fire excitedly raised their weapons, and their faces flushed red. The God of Fire is back! The savior of the tribe is back! So what if he is the leader of the Dark Tribe? With the God of Fire here, no one can hurt the God of Fire tribe. The God of Fire? Hades frowned unconsciously when he heard the name. A foreigner was actually called the God of Fire by the three-eyed elven tribe? What was going on? Of course, he had heard of the name of the God of Fire. Even the Dark Tribe was separated from the former God of Fire tribe. Just now, when he learned that the small tribe in front of him was called the God of Fire tribe, he was not shocked at all, because he knew of no less than 3 God of Fire tribes. But these small tribes with the name of the God of Fire would never dare to claim to be the reincarnation of the God of Fire, otherwise they would surely attract joint attacks from other branches. What's more, the God of Fire in front of him is a foreigner? Huh? With his wings vibrating, Xiao Yao slowly landed on the ground. Then Mo Tung returned to his true form, and together with Lao Nyo and Tuki, he slowly approached Hades. Xiao Yao glanced at Shao Kahn's situation. Although he had no injuries, his health had dropped to 76%. Combined with the opponent's calm and composed appearance, it was obvious that Shao Kahn's strength was inferior. Huh? Seeing his companions coming, Shao Kahn raised a bloodthirsty smile at the corner of his mouth. I can't beat you in a one-on-one fight, but I have brothers. Ah! The proud wolf howled, as if a command key had been pressed. In an instant, the 4 beasts attacked Hades. Swish, swish, swish. Tuchi's attack was the fastest. Several black arrows, with the force of thunder, shot at Hades' vital points. Hades waved his hand, and a round black shield blocked him, blocking all the black arrows. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Hades looked closely, and saw that the 10-meter-tall bull-headed beast was burning with red flames all over its body, rushing towards him like a chariot of fire. And the speed was so fast that he had no time to dodge. In desperation, Hades had to quickly condense a 2-meter-thick black wall to block the old bull. Bang! A huge muffled sound exploded, shocking everyone. Under the combination of the old bull's giant Vidra body plus violent bull demon plus savage charge, the seemingly indestructible wall was instantly smashed to pieces. The black wall shattered, and the old bull continued to charge towards Hades. But unfortunately, it just brushed past him, and saw Hades flying into the air. Huh? That was close. Hades breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. He didn't expect that the defense he created could be destroyed so easily. The power of this wild bull was simply terrifying. Fortunately, the black wall gave him time to react. Otherwise, he would have been hit by this wild bull, and he would have broken several bones even if he didn't die. At this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed in the corner of his eyes. Without time to dodge, Hades condensed the black gas into a black coffin and put himself in it. Puff, 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 the claws under Shao Kahn endless binding frantically toward the black coffin, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the black coffin. Mu the old cow stood on the ground, with hellfire wrapped around his fist, and punched out. The huge fist of fire dragged a long column of fire, and hammered the black coffin fiercely with an explosive force. Hellfire fist bang. The black coffin was smashed dozens of meters away. Its surface was shattered, scattered into black clouds, revealing Hades' slightly pale face. How is it possible? In the distance, Munger's pupils shrank, and they were uncontrollably flustered and uneasy. Could it be that Hades was going to lose? At this moment, Munger wanted to slap himself a few times. Why did he keep pestering these aliens? Why did he involve Hades? If Hades had any accident, the Dark Tribe would be completely finished, and he would become the biggest center of the tribe. Good. Very good. Hades calmed down the restless energy in his body. His eyes no longer had the previous relaxed look, but were full of caution and sternness. I want to see how much power you have left. Hades looked down. The long-dormant desire to win surged into his heart again. Boom! The violent black air exploded. This time, the whole sky was covered by black clouds, as if a natural disaster had come. Hades' long hair fluttered. There was no trace of white in his eyes, like a black hole, enough to devour all souls. Die! The cold voice resounded through the sky. For spears made of black gas hung beside Hades, directly aiming at the four beasts. But at this moment, Hades suddenly found that the little mouse had disappeared. Then I kill you three first. One of the spears was scattered, and the other three shot out. At the same time, several black chains suddenly rose from the ground, chaining Shao Kahn, Lan Yo, and Mo Tong in the sky to the ground, unable to move. A moving attack came. Shao Kahn and Lan Yo roared, and punched the spear at the same time. The golden halo reappeared, and the damage reduction granted by Ancestors Howl allowed Shao Kahn to withstand Hades' killing move, but his entire palm had been completely pierced. On the other side, although Lan Yo was not protected by the beast armor, his defense after activating Firm Will was stronger than Shao Kahn. The black spear pierced into his fist, but it could not move forward. And Mortung's response was even more subtle. When the spear attacked, Mortung first used transformation to transform into a spirit body, and escaped from the control of the chains. At the same time, he used the W skill Dark Shelter to resist Hades' powerful attack. After that, he immediately used the ultimate skill Ghostly Shadow. Boom! Endless black fog suddenly appeared. Unlike the black gas erupted by Hades, this time the black fog filled the entire area within a radius of 5 kilometers. The black fog contained the ability to block perception, making everyone unable to see anything, as if they were trapped in the abyss of hell. In midair, Hades was startled. He found that he had lost all sense of the outside world. He could not help but feel panic and insecurity. At this moment, an evil arm blade emerged from the thick fog and slashed at Hades' waist. Hades felt a chill on his back, and subconsciously condensed a black shield to block behind him. Ding! The arm blade slashed on the black shield, making a crisp sound. The black fog disappeared strangely, allowing Hades to see the noseless and mouthless monster behind him. The monster was holding 2 black chains in his hands, which were connected to his body. Not good. Hades' pupil shrank, and a strong sense of crisis made his scalp numb. But the next second, a hint of deep fear appeared in his eyes. Morting's skill, Speechless Fear. The opportunity has come. Tucci, who was hiding in the corner, curled his lips, and immediately pulled the trigger, shooting his strongest arrow, Poisonous Soul-Destroying Arrow. Due to the obvious difference in strength between Morting and Hades, Hades woke up in less than half a second, and his twitching eyelids made him realize that danger was coming, and he immediately gathered energy to protect himself. But at this moment, he heard another domineering wolf howl. A Wu Warwick ancestor howl. Hades' eyes showed fear again, and the energy that had been condensed also leaked out. Puff! The poisonous soul-destroying arrow accurately pierced Hades' shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, the black arrow penetrated into his body like flowing water. Hades came back to his senses, and the pain from his shoulder made him frown, and at the same time, a strong anger rose in his heart. You? Before he could utter a harsh word, a sharp pain suddenly rose from his body, making him feel his brain go black, his body out of control. And he suddenly fell straight from the sky. Bang! Hades fell heavily to the ground. His 3 eyes closed. His face turned blue. And he fell into a coma. Xiao Yao walked towards Hades step by step, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 523. Subjugating Hades. Is Hades strong? Of course he is strong, even terribly strong. From his explosive power and attack, he is at least at the level of Platinum 5. It can be said that even the current old bull cannot withstand Hades' continuous bombardment. But Hades has an obvious weakness, that is, his defense and physical fitness are far inferior to those of Platinum 5 monsters. With the exquisite cooperation of Mordekaiser and Shiuka, Hades fell into fear for nearly a second, and was finally hit by Tucci's soul-destroying arrow of poison. Due to Xiao Yao's last-minute instructions, Tucci did not aim at Hades' vital parts. But even if he hit his shoulder, the arrow containing the extremely strong poison of the 100 poison fruit would destroy his body in a short time, causing him to be poisoned and unconscious. Hades was defeated. Looking at Hades lying on the ground, Munger's mind was blank. He had never thought that Hades, who had always been invincible and like a demon god, would actually fall into the hands of a small tribe. If he were given another choice, he would rather pull out his tongue than tell Hades the news about the aliens. Xiao Yao approached Hades step by step. His crisp footsteps were like drum beats, hitting the hearts of Munger and others, making their faces paler. What should I do? Seeing Xiao Yao getting closer and closer to Hades, Munger's heart almost stopped beating. No. Fight him. Munger gritted his teeth and strode forward. Stop. Xiao turned around and glared, and a golden light flashed in his wolf eyes. Bang! Munger and his many younger brothers' heads flipped back, as if they were hit by a heavy hammer. Their eyes turned white, and they fell to the ground instantly. Xiao Yao stood beside Hades and said, Touch. Don't let him die. But don't let him wake up either. Roar, simple. Touch grinned, walked to Hades, and gently pierced his flesh with his fingertips. Touch absorbed the complex toxins into his body, but at the same time left a super strong poison that could cause unconsciousness. With Hades' physique, if there was no external help, he might not wake up in 3 days. The God of Fire won, the God of Fire won, we won. At this time, the tribesmen of the God of Fire tribe woke up from their dreams, and danced with excitement, and hugged each other. Victory, we won. God of Fire, this is the God of Fire. No one can defeat the God of Fire, no one. Gruvia! 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 The tribesmen of the God of Fire shouted in unison, and their eyes looking at Xiao Yao were filled with extreme enthusiasm and worship. It was such an easy win. Su Xingliang sighed, as he looked at Hades, who was unconscious. Hades' evil, profound, and seemingly invincible posture just now left a deep impression on him. Joey and Otto, who had broken through, still couldn't stop him. Even if Xiao Ke fought for several rounds, he was obviously at a disadvantage, and couldn't hurt Hades at all. But who would have thought that after Xiao Yao returned, the 4 beasts came out together, and completely defeated Hades in just a few minutes. This contrast was really unexpected. At this time, Xiao Yao waved to the crowd and shouted, Hill, bring some soldiers over. Hearing Xiao Yao instructions, Hill immediately turned his head, pointed to a few soldiers and said, You guys follow me. Under the envious gazes of the soldiers, Hill and a few soldiers quickly ran to Xiao Yao. Hill, tie them up. Xiao Yao glanced at Munger and the others, and Joey and Otto, who were also in a coma. Also send Joey and Otto back to the room, let them rest for a while. He could feel that Joey and Otto bodies were undergoing a transformation, and their current coma would help them digest the energy in their bodies. Yes. Hill immediately relayed Xiao Yao's request to the other warriors. The warriors nodded enthusiastically, then carried the unconscious people on their backs, and ran quickly towards the tribe. Hill, who is this person? Xiao Yao asked. The battle just now was too hasty, and he started to fight before he had time to know the identity of his opponent. Hill quickly explained. Hades, chief of the Dark Tribe, 10,000 people tribe. After listening to Hill's explanation, Xiao Yao looked at Hades at his feet, and a smile appeared on his lips. I can't let you go. He picked up Hades, stuck him under his arm. Xiao Yao walked quickly towards the tribe, and looked at his friends at the door, and smiled and made an okay gesture. Xiao Yao, how are you going to deal with this person? Bai Lingxiao asked curiously. Xiao Yao smiled and said, have you forgotten Mordekaiser's ability? You mean? Bai Lingxiao eyes lit up, and then asked uncertainly. Can Mordekaiser do it? Hades' strength is obviously one level higher than Mordekaiser's, and it seems that he is close to the ceiling of the platinum level. And Mordekaiser is currently only at level 5 gold. With a big gap, can Mordekaiser really brainwash successfully? You know if you try? Xiao Yao smiled, and then said to Hill. Hill, you will take charge of the situation next. I still have some things to do. Yes. Hill nodded. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Yao carried Hades, and walked into his stone house, putting Hades on the ground. Tucci and Morton also walked in. Xiao Yao clapped his hands and said, Morton, Tucci, let's start. Morton nodded slightly. And then his body suddenly turned into a spiritual form, dispersing into a black mist, and drilling into Hades' brain through his ears. Bang bang bang. After a moment, Hades' body trembled violently, and a strong struggle and resistance appeared on his face. Tucci quickly extended his fingernails, injecting a bunch of mental toxins into Hades' body. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Gradually, the struggle on Hades' face became less and less, and his body completely stopped shaking. More than 10 minutes later, when he sensed the emergence of a new nightmare seed, Xiao Yao showed a hint of excitement on his face. He knew that his strongest subordinate finally was born. Mo Tang emerged from Hades' body, his eyes dim, looking very tired. Despite Twitch's assistance, Mordecai still spent a lot of energy to barely plant the nightmare seed in Hades. Mordecai, you've worked hard. Xiao Yao patted Mordecai's body and said, today, Mordecai was definitely the biggest contributor. Without the cover provided by Ghost, and the first wave of fear provided by Wordless Fear, it would be difficult for them to defeat Hades in a short time. Once the time was delayed too long, it would put themselves at a disadvantage. Ho! A deep voice came out of Mo Tang's chest. His expression was still as cold as ever. Touch. Wake him up next, Xiao Yao said. Touch's nails pierced into Hades' body, and sucked all the poison into his body. After a while, Hades opened his eyes in a daze. When he saw the young and familiar face beside him, he suddenly felt a strong sense of submission in his heart, and blurted out, Master. Chapter 524 The Magical Effect of the Seed of Fear. Paula, Master? Huh? Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. He found that, even though Hades did not speak Dragon Mandarin, he could actually understand what he said. It turns out that the Seed of Fear has such a magical effect, which can directly and accurately express the thoughts at the spiritual level. This is simply the strongest translator. Get up, Xiao Yao said. Yes. Hades stood up subconsciously, and then his body suddenly stiffened. I can actually understand the foreign language? Hades' eyes fluctuated. Under the influence of the Seed of Fear, his awe of Xiao Yao increased. At this time, Xiao Yao received the information from Mo Tang, and his mouth slightly raised. Hades, the leader of the Dark Tribe, was also the strongest person in the history of the Dark Tribe. At a young age, he broke through the racial shackles that troubled countless three-eyed elves and reached what he called the Realm of Emptiness, which is the platinum level of combat power. Under his influence, the Dark Tribe developed from a small tribe of a few hundred people to a medium-sized tribe with more than 10,000 people and thousands of warriors in less than 10 years. During this period, Hades' strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. He has now reached the ceiling of the Sky Realm. With his current talent, he is definitely a super genius among the three-eyed elves. But as a super genius, Hades' personality is also a peculiar one. He doesn't care about power, and he doesn't care about managing the tribe. His only pursuit is to enjoy life and experience all kinds of new things. You can become stronger just by eating and drinking. It's really annoying. Xiao Yao smacked his lips and said, although in the eyes of outsiders, he was also the first genius of Dragon Country, but he knew very well in his heart that his rapid breakthrough mainly depended on the system. Without the system, it was hard to say whether he could be admitted to Beijing University. And Hades relied entirely on his abnormal talent. He reached the peak of the realm of space at a young age. According to his idea, if he could go further, he could reach the realm of the legendary god of fire. He named that realm the Realm of God. So, I'm really lucky, Xiao Yao said with emotion. With Hades' talent, it is almost certain that he will be promoted to the Realm of God in the future, which means the diamond level, and it is not impossible to be promoted to the master level. To be able to recruit such a talented and powerful person with unlimited potential, this is something that many people dare not even think about. If he wants to return to Dragon Country in the future, he can even take Hades back with him. He believes that with the various and wonderful entertainment methods of Dragon Country, Hades will definitely be lingering. Let's go, Hades, and visit the Fire God tribe. By the way, don't call me Master from now on, just call me Fire God. Xiao Yao turned around and walked out of the stone house with Hades. Shua, as soon as the Fire God warriors guarding outside saw Hades, they immediately took a defensive stance, with their eyes full of vigilance. And when they saw Hades standing quietly behind Xiao Yao, several of his friends realized it instantly. Their eyes widened, and they said excitedly, "Success?" "Yeah." Xiao Yao smiled and nodded. Then looked at the warriors and said loudly, "Don't worry. Hades is now a member of the Vulcan tribe." "Yeah. Ally. He'll explain it to everyone." "Ally?" Hill was stunned. They were fighting to the death just now. How come they suddenly became allies? Although he still had doubts in his heart, Hill quickly relayed Xiao Yao's original words. "Ally. The chief of the Dark Tribe is now our ally. Doesn't that mean that the Dark Tribe has also become our ally?" Suddenly, all the tribesmen showed a strong surprise. You know, the Dark Tribe is a medium-sized tribe with a population of over 10,000. And it is well known among many nearby tribes. It is definitely a great thing for the Vulcan tribe to form an alliance with such a giant. "Ally? Did I say ally just now?" Hades blinked, his expression a little dazed. After being tormented by Emoting, he felt his brain was empty and couldn't remember many things. However, there was one person he had never forgotten. God of Fire, Hades whispered, "Where is my brother now?" "Your brother? Oh, it should be those people." Xiao Yao looked at Hill. "Hill, where are those people who asked you to tie up just now?" "In that stone house." Hill pointed to a stone house with a larger space on the side and said. However, while he was speaking, a strange look flashed in his eyes. The God of Fire can actually understand the language of the three-eyed elves? He clearly did not translate just now. But the God of Fire could understand Hades' question, which surprised him deeply. Could it be that this is another ability of the God of Fire? Hill did not dare to think too much. It was obviously the secret of the God of Fire. And as a subordinate, he only had to do what he was told. "Let's go!" Xiao Yao took Hades and a few friends to the stone house. Munger and the other brothers were leaning against the wall, their bodies tied up like dumplings, their eyes tightly shut, and they hadn't woken up yet. "Hades, which one is your brother?" Xiao Yao asked. Hades pointed at Munger. Him! Xiao Yao's mouth twitched fiercely, looking at Munger, who had a long scar on his chest and a face full of flesh, like a butcher, and then looking at Hades, who was handsome and elegant, like a nobleman beside him. Who of you two has a genetic mutation? Or they don't have the same father? It was hard for him to imagine how the same parents could give birth to these two completely different sons. "Do you two have the same parents?" Xiao Yao asked in a low voice. "Yes." Hades looked helpless. To be honest, he didn't understand why there was such a big gap between him and Munger. As brothers, the two were not at the same level in terms of appearance or talent. Many Dark Tribe members speculated that Munger should have been adopted, especially since his parents had been dead for many years, and this speculation was recognized by most people. Sometimes, even Mung would doubt himself, whether he was his biological son, or why Hades had to take care of all the good things. "Heh, your brother is really..." Xiao Yao held it in for a long time, and finally came up with a word, "Seizing the fortune of heaven and earth Puffliu." Su Xingliang almost burst out laughing, and Bai Li Xiao and Tao Yao also covered their mouths and giggled. Seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, although this was the first time Hades heard this word. When he saw Mung's ugly face, he couldn't help but agree, it's a good description of him at this time. Mung happened to wake up. He opened his eyes in a daze, and found that a group of people were looking at him with a strange look, including his own brother. "Am I dreaming?" Mung murmured. Chapter 525, Annexing the Dark Tribe. A few minutes later. "What's going on?" Munger and a few of his brothers stood beside Hades blankly, looking confused. "Let us go so easily." "Hades, this is..." Munger leaned close to Hades and whispered. "Shut up." "Oh!" Munger shut his mouth in dismay, but he was even more confused in his heart. He didn't understand why Hades could stand so calmly beside the alien, even with a hint of respect in his eyes. "Respect?" Hades has been very proud since he was a child. And he doesn't take anyone seriously after awakening his ability. And he actually respects a foreigner. Which is really unbelievable. Is this the Fire God tribe? Hades followed Xiaoyao around. And his eyes gradually brightened. He found that this small tribe in front of him actually had many new and strange things that he had never seen before. For example, the thing that can directly draw water from the ground seems to be called a well. Yes, it is a well. For example, the round metal utensil, called pot, the god of fire said it was used for cooking. Cooking? What is cooking? And the salt of the god of fire tribe was pure white. Compared to it, the salt I usually eat is just dirt. The most important thing is, the god of fire tribe is really clean. Hades did not smell any strange smell after visiting for such a long time. Not only was the ground clean and tidy, but there was no dirt on everyone's face or hands. The reason why he usually didn't want to leave the cold room was because the dark tribe was too smelly. Not only did the tribe members urinate and defecate at will, but almost everyone had a sour and disgusting smell on their bodies. As soon as he smelled that smell, he felt sick and couldn't eat. It was also because of this that he filled his room with flowers to cover up the stench that drifted in from outside. When walking in the Fire God tribe, he could breathe the air to his heart's content and felt that his whole body was much clearer. Otherwise, just stay in the Fire God tribe. Hades suddenly had such an idea in his mind. It seems that it is not impossible. It seems that the plan is successful. Feeling the change in Hades' attitude, Xiaoyao's mouth curled up a smile of success. According to Hades' personality characteristics, he just took Hades around the tribe for a whole circle, just to let him see the advanced place of the Fire God tribe. For the next arrangement, he really took great pains. Boom! At this time, two amazing auras burst out from a stone house. Oh! Joey and Otto are awake. Xiaoyao raised his lips slightly and said to Hill, call Joey and Otto to my room. After that, he walked into his room with his friends and Hades. You wait outside. Hades waved his hand. Bang! The door closed, and Munger took a few steps back in frustration. And his heart was full of curiosity. What on earth did Hades want to talk to the other party about? Suddenly, a big hand appeared on Munger's shoulder. He turned his head and saw a young man staring at him. There was a flash of lightning in his eyes. And his eyes were not friendly. He immediately recognized him. Isn't this the strong man who broke through the realm of space? Munger swallowed his saliva and pointed to the house and said, please. From the looks of it, it seems that he is the entertainer of the Vulcan tribe. Let's go. Otto. Father Hill. Joey pushed Munger aside and walked into Xiaoyao's room with Otto and Hill. When Joey and Otto saw that evil and handsome face, they were shocked and immediately took a fighting stance. Joey. Otto. Don't worry, Xiaoyao said. Sit down first. God of Fire Joey still looked at Hades worriedly. Trust me. Sit down first. Xiaoyao pressed his hand and said, yes. After Joey, Otto, and Hill sat down, Xiaoyao said calmly, Hades is now my subordinate. After saying this, several friends looked calm. They had guessed this long ago. And Xiaoyao also admitted it. Joey and Otto looked confused and looked at Hill at the same time, waiting for Hill translation. At this time, Hill's expression was very wonderful. He was stunned for a moment. Then his mouth opened slightly, and his eyes were filled with shock and excitement. Hades is the subordinate of the God of Fire? I didn't hear it wrong. God of Fire, what do you mean? Hill asked in disbelief. Hades is following my orders now. Hill almost stood up in shock. His beard was trembling slightly. Hades follows the orders of the God of Fire. Doesn't that mean that the Dark Tribe also? Dad Hill. Seeing Hill's expression, Joey couldn't help but be curious and asked, what did the God of Fire say? The God of Fire said. Hill took a deep breath, calmed down his excitement. Hades, listen to the orders of the God of Fire now. What? Joey and Otto were shocked, turned to look at Hades' calm face, and a huge wave of emotions rose in their hearts. Hades, the leader of the Dark Tribe, actually became a subordinate of the God of Fire? This is too incredible. Okay, you don't have to be too excited. Xiaoyao smiled slightly. Next, I'm going to announce a more exciting piece of information. I plan to merge the Dark Tribe into our Vulcan tribe. As soon as the words fell, everyone's faces changed instantly, except for Joey and Otto. Xiaoyao, Bai Lingxiao couldn't help but say, "Isn't this a bit too hasty?" She could understand Xiao Yao's intention. The stronger the tribe, the more combat power it controls, and the more people can focus on hunting and become stronger. But after all, the Dark Tribe is a large tribe with a population of over 10,000, while the Vulcan tribe has less than 300 people. Even if Hades is subdued, will the other members of the Dark Tribe obey him? At this time, Hill's face was dull, and Xiao Yao's words just now kept echoing in his mind. Let the Dark Tribe merge into the Vulcan tribe. Let the Dark Tribe merge into the Vulcan tribe. If this can be accomplished, the rise of the Vulcan tribe will be unstoppable. And it is very likely that the Vulcan tribe will reappear in the future. Hill, what did the Vulcan tribe say? Joey and Otto were extremely anxious. The God of Fire said, "He wants the Dark Tribe to join our God of Fire tribe." What? Joey and Otto froze. They looked at each other, shocked and speechless. Letting the Dark Tribe join the God of Fire tribe, this is too. Hades! Xiao Yao turned to look at Hades, smiled. Do you think it's okay? I think. Hades' mind flashed the scene he just saw, slowly nodded. Totally feasible. After all, the Dark Tribe was once a branch of the God of Fire tribe. Hearing Hades' answer, Hill, Joey, and Otto looked at each other. Their eyes were full of disbelief. Agreed just now? Chapter 526 Explanation. Why should the Dark Tribe be merged into the Fire God tribe? In fact, this idea suddenly came to Xiao Yao when he conquered Hades. From Hades' memory, he learned the general situation of the Dark Tribe. The population exceeded 10,000. The number of warriors exceeded 3,000. The top 30 warriors all had the same strength as Joey and Otto before. They were on the verge of the sky, that is, gold level 5. What kind of concept is a tribe with more than 30 gold level 5 warriors? Take Xiao Yao hometown Yanqing for example. There are less than 10 gold level summoners in the entire Yanqing, and only one gold level 5 summoner. Even if summoners of the same level have an advantage over the three-eyed elves, but compared with the Dark Tribe, Yanqing combat power is simply crushed into slag in seconds. And this is only the number of gold level 5 warriors. In the memory of Hades, the irresponsible patriarch, the top 100 warriors of the Dark Tribe all have good combat power. Those who can be judged by him as good are at least at the level of gold 3 or 4. According to a rough estimate, the number of gold level warriors in the entire Dark Tribe is at least more than 200. Moreover, it also has thousands of silver level warriors and thousands of bronze level warriors. It is no exaggeration to say that if the Dark Tribe is suddenly deployed to the center of Yanqing, the entire city will be quickly destroyed in a short period of time. How can he not be jealous of a tribe with such combat power? What's more, after merging the Dark Tribe, his worries can be completely solved. From what happened today, it can be seen that the strength of the Vulcan tribe is still too weak. Not only does it lack top combat power, but its overall strength is also seriously insufficient. When he goes out hunting, a group of beasts with a platinum level leader can slaughter the entire tribe. Of course, the current situation is better. After all, Joey and Otto have both broken through to the platinum level. But what if they encounter a super large beast tide? Can Joey and Otto protect the entire tribe alone? But after the Dark Tribe was incorporated, the situation was completely different. With Hades, a platinum level 5 warrior, in charge, plus more than 3,000 warriors guarding, he believed that no monster race would dare to attack the tribe's base camp. By then, not only could he go out hunting with confidence, but other friends could also lead more team members to kill more monsters. In the eyes of Hill, Joey, and even a few friends, the Vulcan tribe's annexation of the Dark Tribe was a bold, hasty, and a snake swallowing an elephant act. But in his opinion, annexing the Dark Tribe was not difficult. First, Hades, the leader of the Dark Tribe, had become his subordinate, and after his deliberate guidance, Hades did not resist this matter. Of course, he could also force Hades to obey orders, but that would not be conducive to the subsequent tribal integration. Secondly, what Hill and Xiao Xiao were worried about was nothing more than the problem that the Vulcan tribe could not suppress the Dark Tribe. But in fact, they all ignored the influence of Joey and Otto. The two have broken through the realm of space, and their strength is only lower than Hades. With them, they are enough to deter those who have bad intentions. In addition, the Dark Tribe is not a monolithic entity. In the past few years, the Dark Tribe has developed rapidly, from a small tribe of a few hundred people to a large tribe of 10,000 people. But this has also brought many problems. Several elders have split into factions, and there are many internal conflicts. If it were not for Hades' powerful fighting power, the Dark Tribe would have been torn apart long ago. Given this situation, as long as he arranges it properly, he can quickly integrate the two tribes. You don't have to worry too much. Xiao Yao smiled and said, "It is not possible to annex the Dark Tribe in a short period of time. We need to make very detailed plans and preparations." According to his idea, if the environment of the Dark Tribe satisfies him, then he will arrange for the collective transfer of the Vulcan tribe. If the conditions are not good, such as difficulty in diverting water and a bad environment, then the Dark Tribe will be moved as a whole to the location of the Vulcan tribe. But the second situation would involve the transfer of more than 10,000 people, which would be an extremely complicated project. Just the tribal planning and house construction would take up a huge amount of energy and time. If conditions permit, he still hopes to keep it as simple as possible. If you have any ideas, feel free to bring them up. I fully support the idea of the God of Fire. After relaying Xiao Yao words, Hill immediately spoke out, looking extremely excited. If the Dark Tribe can successfully merge into the God of Fire tribe, then in his lifetime, he might really see the grand occasion of the God of Fire tribe reappear. I have no problem either. Joey paused and said, in fact, in his heart, he still had some concerns about annexing the Dark Tribe. But since the God of Fire was so sure, all he had to do was to cooperate with him. Me too. Otto nodded. What about you guys? Xiao Yao looked at his friends. Don't look at me. Su Xingliang waved his hand. Just make your decision. He thought that he did not have enough judgment to express his opinion on such a big thing. So he just listened to Xiao Yao as before. I don't think it's a big problem, Liu said carelessly. It's just annexing a barbarian tribe. What's there to worry about? Even the boss was captured by Xiao Yao. How can the remaining people make waves? What about Xiao Xiao? Bai Lingxiao said, I don't have any other questions. I trust your judgment. Xiao Yao has always made plans before taking action. And he has never failed in anything. He is so confident. Which means that he has weighed the pros and cons in his heart, and is fully confident. Since that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. Yao Yao, forget it. Looking at Tao Yao Yao shaking her head decisively, Xiao Yao couldn't help but smile. Yao is like this. Whenever you ask her, you always get the same answer. I have no problem, I listen to everyone. But although Yao looks soft and tender, she has an extraordinary firmness and will in some things, and is not a little girl who goes with the flow. Since everyone agrees, I start preparing for the next plan. Xiao Yao looked at Hades. Hades, show me your Dark Tribe. If the conditions of the Dark Tribe were suitable, he could quickly merge the two tribes. Of course, before taking action, he still had some difficulties to solve. For example, the elders of the Dark Tribe. If they wanted to annex the Dark Tribe, the biggest resistance must come from these elders. These elders jointly controlled all the power of the Dark Tribe, and their status was second only to Hades. Hades' surrender did not mean that they would obey him. So, it depends on whether you know what's good for you, Xiao Yao murmured, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. If you don't know what's good for you, he doesn't mind killing people. Chapter 527, Beast Attracting Stone. Dark Tribe. In the secret room of Dragon Country, two men hidden in black robes stood opposite each other. The technology of Beast Attracting Stone has made a new breakthrough. The relatively tall man said lightly. The finished product is about to be born. Number 3, the task of testing the Beast Attracting Stone is handed over to you. Get ready in advance. It's the messenger of God. Number 3 bowed slightly, with a hint of excitement in his voice. Beast Attracting Stone, this is their magic weapon that destroyed many cities. However, the target selection should not be too casual. For example, Kyoto, Magic City, and major provincial capitals have strong defense capabilities, and are unlikely to be captured by the surrounding beasts. But some small cities are not so safe when facing the invasion of fearless beasts. Who should be chosen as the target? Number 3 lowered his eyelids, and recalled the information of many cities. Suddenly, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. A young man with golden flames burning all over his body punched through the head of the giant beast. The spirited young man reminded him of his past, and he could not help but feel sentimental and jealous. I chose you. Yincheng, God of Fire, the Dark Tribe is ahead. Hades led the horse, standing side by side with Xiao Yao, while Munger and others stood obediently behind them. Is this the Dark Tribe? Xiao Yao took a look, and his mouth twitched slightly. He thought that the Dark Tribe was a large, populous, well-organized, and numerous warriors patrolling and guarding a large tribe of 10,000 people. But what was going on with the tribe in front of him? The layout of the houses was in a mess, and the styles were very different. Some houses were even crumbling. Although there were warriors on duty outside the tribe, they were all lazy. Some were talking while standing, and some were resting on the ground. There was no discipline or sense of crisis at all. What he couldn't stand the most was the stench emanating from the entire tribe. It was a stench mixed with various excrement, plus sweat, the smell of monster blood, and many other smells. In Xiaoyao's eyes, the tribe in front of him was like a huge cesspool, and yellow smoke was constantly floating into the sky. Move away. Must move away. Xiaoyao made up his mind immediately. Originally, he wanted to save trouble by letting the fire god tribe move to the dark tribe. Now it seems that he would rather die than live in this cesspool. Hades noticed Xiaoyao's disgusted expression, and could not help but sigh in his heart. It turns out that the fire god is a fellow traveler. Compared with the fire god tribe, the dark tribe is not a place for people to stay. Fire god, just come into my room later, Hades said. Xiaoyao pinched his nose and said, then I won't say anything next. Let's go quickly. It's so smelly outside. If we enter the dark tribe, wouldn't it be like inhaling shit when we take a breath? He decided that before entering Hades' room, he would hold his breath completely. With his current strength, he could hold his breath for more than 10 minutes. While thinking, he used the phantom mask to transform into the appearance of a Vulcan warrior. Huh? Seeing the change in Xiaoyao's face, Munger and the others were shocked. And Hades was very curious. But this was not the time to ask. He led the horse and led everyone to the dark tribe quickly. Chief! Chief! Seeing Hades coming, the lazy warriors stood up straight and bowed their heads respectfully. Although they were found to be lazy by the chief, they were not very nervous, because they knew that the chief was a person who didn't like to take charge of things, not to mention being lazy. Even if they were lying on the ground and sleeping, the chief would not even look at them. Yeah. Just as they imagined, Hades just nodded, and then walked straight to his room. After entering the room, Xiaoyao suddenly felt the air become clearer, and the cool air with the fragrance of flowers hit him, making him take a deep breath. Munger, go and call the elders over, Hades said. Yes. Munger ordered several of his brothers to notify the 5 elders separately. After a while, the 5 elders of the dark tribe gathered at the door of Hades' house, with some confusion on their faces. Esta, do you know what the chief wants to talk to us about? One of the elders asked. Given Hades' personality, he would not contact me for several months, let alone order a few people to gather together. With the situation today, did something big happen? I don't know, Esta said lightly. He only knew that Hades and Munger went out not long ago, and now it seems that they should have found something. Let's go, and talk about it after we go in. Esta was the first to open the door, and walked into Hades' room. As soon as they entered the room, several people couldn't help but take a deep breath, and a look of enjoyment appeared on their faces. The fusion of the cool air and the fragrance of flowers made them feel as if they were in another space. In fact, they had also imitated the layout of Hades' room and improved the environment of their own rooms. But the effect was always inferior. Huh? Who is this? At this time, the 5 elders all noticed the strange face in the room. Several people looked at each other calmly, chose to remain silent, and waited for Hades to speak. These are the 5 elders of the dark tribe. Xiaoyao glanced at them, and a smile appeared on his lips. According to Hades' description, among the 5 elders, Esta was once the chief of the dark tribe, but after he was promoted to the sky realm, he automatically abdicated and became a tribal elder. The other 4 elders were the 4 most powerful tribal chiefs during the development and merger of the dark tribe. However, it is precisely because the dark tribe developed too fast. The internal forces were complicated, and Hades' own laziness caused the current fragmentation of the tribe. But this is good? Except for Esta, the other 4 are not close to Hades, so he doesn't have to worry about Hades' feelings when he takes action. In fact, he had considered before whether to conquer these people through brainwashing by Mordekaiser. But after thinking about it, he decided to give up this idea. Brainwashing can only make these people completely submit to him, but it will not resolve their internal conflicts. Leaving them alone will still not change the division situation within the dark tribe. So, it's better to kill a few of them. Hades, what do you want us for? Esta said straight to the point. Hades glanced at Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao nodded, and immediately changed back to his true appearance. This, seeing a foreigner suddenly appear in front of him. The 5 elders were shocked, and their bodies tensed up instantly. But considering the presence of Hades, a great master, they did not choose to act rashly, but looked at Xiao Yao with a vigilant look. Hades. Who is he? Esta said in a deep voice. He is the god of fire of the god of fire tribe. Hades said calmly. God of fire? Hearing this name, several people's eyes widened slightly, and their eyes looking at Hades were full of doubt and shock. What's wrong with Hades? He actually called a foreigner the god of fire? Is he crazy? Hades. Don't joke. Esta frowned and said. Who is he? Why did you call us here? Hades said calmly. I called you here to inform you that I have decided that from today on, the Dark Tribe will be completely merged into the God of Fire tribe. As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt, and every elder present was shocked. Chapter 528 Kill. Hades, are you crazy? One of the elders with a hooked nose and a sinister look shouted, like a cat with its fur standing on end. What Vulcan tribe? The Vulcan tribe disappeared 100 years ago. I don't agree. Another short and fat elder said with a red face. I don't agree either. Another elder saw that 2 people objected and immediately joined them. 3 of the 5 elders had already objected, and the remaining Esta and another tall and thin elder were very silent. Hades, the Dark Tribe does not belong to you alone. Seeing that Hades remained silent, and that there were 2 other elders supporting him, the hook-nosed man suddenly became more aggressive and said aggressively, why should we join the so-called God of Fire tribe? Besides, you actually call this alien the God of Fire. I think you have been bewitched by him. That's right. I will never agree to let my people join the tribe of aliens. The short and fat elder said firmly. I don't agree either, said another elder. Esta. Beverly. What about you two? Hades lowered his eyes slightly, and his voice was quite calm. But Esta, who had watched Hades grow up since he was a child, heard the coldness in his tone. I believe in your judgment, Esta said directly. Although he didn't understand why Hades made this decision, he knew one thing very well. That is, without Hades, there would be no Dark Tribe today. Although the 5 of them hold great power, and have many warriors under their command, all of this is due to Hades' great delegation of power. Hades is the true soul of the Dark Tribe. Since Hades has made a decision, he and the true descendants of the Dark Tribe need to stand by Hades at all times and support him unconditionally. Esta. The 3 elders looked at Esta with anger. Hades is crazy. Are you going crazy with him? Humph, as long as it is a decision made by Hades, I and other tribesmen will fully support it, Esta said indifferently. Hearing this, Hades' mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of warmth appeared in his eyes. Elder Beverly, what about you? Hades turned his head and looked at Beverly. Under the watchful eyes of the other 3 elders, Beverly hesitated for a moment, and finally took a deep breath and said, I support the decision of the tribe leader. Beverly. The hook-nosed man with wide eyes pointed at Beverly and yelled, Did a pig kick your brain? Beverly was still a little hesitant, but after hearing this, his face immediately darkened, and he said coldly, Ace hid. I think your brain was bitten by a pig. Who gave you the courage to question the decision of the patriarch? You? Ashit's face froze, and he felt a little weak in his heart. But he saw from the corner of his eye that the other 2 elders were standing firmly behind him, and he felt confident again. So what if he's the chief? The Dark Tribe was created by all of us. We certainly have the right to question Hades' decision. Don't you two agree? Ash looked at the other 2 elders. That's right. I support Ash. The 2 nodded in agreement. The 2 sides confronted each other, and the scene suddenly became cold. Although Xiao Yao couldn't understand the conversation between the few people, the current situation was still very clear. 3 people opposed Hades, and the other 2 supported Hades. This number is just right. Leaving 2 people behind is enough. Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes, secretly raised the energy in his body, and was ready to take action at any time. But at this moment, Hades, who had been silent, chuckled. Hee hee. It seems that I usually indulge you too much. Hades' mouth corners slightly raised, but his eyes became extremely cold and terrifying. Hades! Seeing Hades' expression, Ashit and the other 2 panicked and were ready to explain. But Hades would not give them a chance. Swish! 3 black needles shot out suddenly, piercing through the eyebrows of the 3 people instantly, making their expressions freeze forever. Puff! 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 3 bodies fell to the ground helplessly, Blood slowly flowed out from their eyebrows, and the room was immediately filled with a bloody smell. Beverly took a step back in fear. His face was pale, and his eyes were full of fear and horror. Ashton and his men died just like that? What he didn't expect was that Hades acted so decisively, not giving them any chance to explain, and he was completely different from the lazy and casual patriarch in the past. Fortunately, I supported the decision of the chieftain. Otherwise I would be the one who died. On the other side, seeing the miserable death of Ashide and others, Esta was silent for a moment, and then a relieved smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Well done. This is Hades. This is the style of a chieftain. Who are Ashide and others? They actually spoke wildly, and questioned Hades' prestige. Without Hades' daily delegation of power, how could they have the power and authority they have today? It is better for such people who cannot see the reality to die. God of Fire, what are you going to do next? Hades turned around and asked. Seeing this scene, Esta frowned slightly, and Beverly's eyes were full of confusion and doubt. What charm does this alien have that makes Hades listen to him so much? How to arrange? Xiao Yao glanced at Esta and Beverly. Although Hades' personal action was somewhat beyond his expectation, it also helped him to completely clear the obstacles, so he could fully implement his plan next. Hades, I need to use that method to make them understand what I say, Xiao Yao said. Since Hades kept these two people, he would put them in a relatively high position in the subsequent tribal integration to help him complete the migration of the Dark Tribe. But after all, these two people cannot get his full trust. So he needs to use Mordekaiser to ensure their loyalty. Understood? Hades naturally understood what the method Xiao Yao was referring to represented, and he had no objection to it. Esta, Beverly, relax your mind and don't resist, Hades said. Hades, what are you going to do? Esta said in a deep voice. Although he knew that Hades would not harm him, he still felt a little flustered after hearing these words. Esta, believe me. Hades looked straight at Esta, his expression serious. Esta was silent for a moment, and nodded. I understand. Beverly. Hades looked at Beverly. Beverly said quickly, everything is arranged by the clan leader. Yes. Hades nodded, then looked at Xiao Yao, God of Fire. It's time to start. Okay. Xiao Yao waved his hand, and Imoteng suddenly appeared in front of the two. Imoteng noseless and mouthless. Unusually dark appearance scared the two of them. Before they could shout, they were shrouded in thick black fog. A few minutes later, the black fog dissipated, and the two slowly opened their eyes, bowed respectfully to Xiao Yao and said, Master. Chapter 529, Integrating the Tribe. The process of subduing Esta and Beverly was very smooth. Both were gold-level warriors. Even if they didn't let go of their minds, Imoteng's strength was enough to suppress them. After Imoteng planted the seeds of fear, Xiao Yao could communicate with the two without obstacles, and also got more information about the Dark Tribe from their memories. The Dark Tribe is divided into 5 factions, among which the strongest is undoubtedly Esta. As the direct descendant of the Dark Tribe, by relying on the power of Hades, Esta has nearly 1,000 warriors and more than 3,000 three-eyed elves, almost occupying half of the entire tribe. And the remaining 4 elders are equally strong, without too obvious a gap. On weekdays, the members of these 5 forces almost act on their own, and only when the spirit beasts invade will they work together to resist the foreign enemies. It is precisely because of this that the entire tribe seems to be divided. The internal management is extremely chaotic, and there is a lack of obvious constraints. Of course, the Dark Tribe has come to this point, and it is inseparable from Hades' lazy governance and decentralization. Esta has urged Hades countless times to take on the responsibility of the Patriarch and vigorously rectify the tribe. But the lazy Hades really has no interest, which eventually led to the current situation. In Xiao Yao's opinion, Hades' character is not suitable for the position of chief. He can turn the tide at a critical moment and become the pillar of the tribe. But to become a qualified chief, he needs not only strong strength, but also strong sense of responsibility and management ability. Obviously, Hades does not have these 2 qualities. In addition, through the memories of the two, Xiao Yao also roughly understands the personalities of Esta and Beverly. Esta is an elder who is serious about his work and is determined to strengthen the strength of the tribe. He has a strong hand, but at the same time, he is very responsible and trusts Hades. Beverly is thoughtful, cautious, and knows how to read people's expressions and recognize the situation. It's no wonder that he made the right judgment just now. But he is not very enterprising. He only wants to preserve his strength and survive. Obviously, Esta is more suitable to be the chief steward of the tribe and lead internal affairs, while Beverly is more suitable for doing some logistical work. You two should call me the god of fire like Hades in the future, Xiao Yao said. Yes. The two nodded in unison, and glanced at Hades calmly. They now understood why Hades respected the alien, the god of fire, so much. They had no objection to this, and even had a deeper respect for the god of fire. The god of fire was able to subdue a strong man of Hades' level, and his strength was really unfathomable. God of fire. What should we do next? Hades asked. Let's integrate the tribe first. The dark tribe is too divided now, which is not conducive to the subsequent migration of the tribe. Xiao Yao glanced at the three bodies on the ground and said. Hearing Xiao Yao's evaluation of the dark tribe, Hades' face showed a trace of embarrassment. In fact, he also knew how unreliable his chief was. If it weren't for Esta, who was struggling to maintain the situation, I'm afraid the internal conflicts of the dark tribe would be more acute. Esta, Beverly, notify all tribesmen to quickly gather at the entrance of the tribe. Hades said, then he waved his hand. A large ball of black air wrapped the bodies of Ashide and the other two, and floated out of the door with him. Yes! Esta's face showed excitement. It has always been his wish to integrate the tribe, but he never got the support of Hades. Unexpectedly, after the arrival of the god of fire, this wish will finally come true. God of fire, you came just in time. Esta, Beverly and Munder quickly notified the tribe. Not long after, more than 10,000 members of the dark tribe gathered at the entrance of the tribe. Huh? The black air supported Hades' body, slowly floating into the air. Many members looked up, their eyes full of awe and worship. Hades rarely appears in the tribe. Many tribesmen don't even see the chief for several months. In their hearts, the chief is an extremely powerful and mysterious figure. People of the dark tribe. The majestic voice resounded over the tribe. Hades changed his usual laziness and casualness, and his expression was very serious. Today I want to announce something big. He waved his hand, and a large mass of black air fell to the ground. The black air spread, revealing the appearance of three corpses. What is this? When they saw the true appearance of the three bodies, all the onlookers were shocked, and their faces showed incredible expressions. Elder Ashid, Elder Ron, Elder Harkin. The crowd kept shouting in panic, anger, and anxiety, and the entire tribe suddenly fell into a deep panic. Silence! Hades shouted in a deep voice, like the voice of a god, which shocked everyone, and made them stare blankly at the sky. Ash, Ron, and Harkin committed treason, and tried to poison me and Elder Esta. Hades' voice reached everyone's ears, causing an uproar. The elders actually dared to poison the chieftain. Are they crazy? Many tribesmen, especially the subordinates of these three people, were deeply suspicious of this. They knew that the elders of Asht had never liked Elder Esta, and they often cursed him in private, wishing to kill Esta. But poisoning Hades? They didn't think the elders had the courage, or would do such an irrational thing. But Ashid and his men were dead. It was too late to say anything. Did they still dare to question the prestige of the chief? In contrast to these people, Esta's men almost cheered excitedly. Because of the many conflicts within the tribe, they had fought with these people's forces a lot. Sometimes, Ace Hid and his men would personally go out, using their status as elders to force pressure, making them suffer a lot of grievances. Now, with these three dead, how could the remaining Elder Beverly be a match for Elder Esta? The Dark Tribe is finally going to change. I discovered the conspiracy of Ashid and the other two in advance, and I personally killed them. Considering the current situation within the tribe, I will make some adjustments next. Hades said in a deep voice. Ashid, Ron and Harkin's forces all belong to Esta, and Beverly remains intact. This distribution result was discussed by Xiao Yao and Hades. Next, Esta will shoulder the heavy responsibility of strengthening the management of the tribe and cooperating with him to complete the integration of the two tribes. Therefore, power must be concentrated, and Beverly is arranged by Xiao Yao to the logistics sector. The strength does not need to be too strong, and it can be kept as it is. After hearing Hades' arrangement, Aishid's three men seemed a little hesitant and uneasy. They were worried that Elder Esta would bully them because of the previous conflict. But the chief had already spoken. Ace Hid and the other two were dead. What else could everyone do? In an uneasy atmosphere, the integration process of the Dark Tribe began. Chapter 530 New Tribal Planning. The process of integrating the tribe is much easier than everyone expected. Without the three leaders, Ashid, Ron, and Harkin, their forces have become a mess, and they are scrambling to pledge allegiance to Esta, fearing that they will be liquidated by Esta if they act too late. Although there have been many conflicts before, Esta's subordinates are still aware of the importance of tribal integration. Although they did not greet them with a smile, they would not deliberately embarrass these defectors. With the support of Hades, Esta successfully completed the integration of the tribe in just a few days. 10,000 tribesmen united as one, and the atmosphere was completely renewed. At this time, Hades also conveyed the decision of the tribe's relocation and merging into the God of Fire tribe to all the tribesmen of the Dark tribe. For a time, the tribe was silent. Everyone was deeply confused and puzzled. They didn't understand why the chieftain made such a decision. The Dark tribe had turned for the better, and anyone with a discerning eye could see the bright future of the tribe. But at this time, the chieftain actually wanted to merge into the God of Fire tribe. Everyone knows that the Fire God tribe was destroyed and split 100 years ago. Now those so-called Fire God tribes are just some small tribes with the name of Fire God. With the current size of the Dark tribe, it would be fine to annex them. Why do we need to merge them? I don't understand. Except for Esta and Beverly, no one can understand Hades' decision. But at this time, the importance of tribal unity is reflected. Esta did not object, Beverly did not say a word, and no one dared to question Hades' decision. After that, Hades selected more than 300 warriors, and took them to the Vulcan tribe to prepare for the migration of the tribe. During these few days, Xiaoyao was also not idle. He had returned to the Vulcan tribe a long time ago, and together with Hill, Joey, Otto and several teammates, he made an overall plan for the upcoming 10,000-person tribe. What should be done with the layout of the houses? Should they be dispersed again, or should the Vulcan tribe be the center, with the Dark tribe surrounding it? How should groundwater be directed? With the current amount of wells in the Fire God tribe, it is definitely not enough to meet the needs of 10,000 people, so new wells must be dug, and how many wells are needed, and how to distribute them more reasonably, are all things that need to be considered. What should the management model be after the integration? Xiaoyan naturally cannot let Esta master such a terrifying power alone, and must transfer some rights to the Fire God tribe, and this degree must be grasped well, otherwise it will provoke conflicts between the Dark tribe and the Fire God tribe. Therefore, he must establish a reasonable management mechanism, so that everyone can perform their duties, and the power within the tribe should be balanced, so that no one can dominate. In short, Xiaoyao is overwhelmed by all kinds of things, which is much more tiring than when he founded Qinci Group. When Qinci Company was founded, Jian Yunqi, Li Shuhong and many key members of Jingdao participated. These people are experienced, and he hardly needs to worry too much. Now he lacks manpower. Hill, Joey and Otto are limited by their own experience and vision, and can't give too good suggestions. After all, the friends are young, less than 20 years old, and have never had management experience. Although they can occasionally give eye-catching suggestions, they still cooperate most of the time. After a few days of exploration, Xiaoyao finally completed the first version of the tribal planning map. When Hades brought more than 300 warriors to the Fire God tribe, the clean and tidy environment in front of them shocked everyone. The roads inside the tribe were paved with bluestone slabs. A dozen women were sweeping the ground with unknown tools. The whole tribe exuded a refreshing atmosphere, and there was almost no dust. Many stone houses were neatly arranged. Although they were of different sizes, they gave people an unusually harmonious feeling. What surprised them the most was that all the tribesmen of the Fire God tribe were incredibly clean. Not only were there no stains on their clothes, but there was no black stain on their faces or hands. They subconsciously looked at their black hands and dirty, smelly fur coats, and a sense of inferiority rose in their hearts. Just like barbarians, who had lived in the mountains for a long time walking into a modern city. Is this the Fire God tribe? The warriors stared blankly at the tribe in front of them, and some did not dare to step forward. Go in. I take you to meet the God of Fire. Hades glanced at the expressions of the warriors, and his mouth curled up slightly. When they arrived at the gate of the God of Fire tribe, Otto, who was in charge of guarding, and his warriors were already ready. Chief Hades, facing this strong man who had easily defeated him, Otto greeted him with a look of respect in his eyes. Otto, is the God of Fire here? Hades remembered the name of Otto, the master of the Sky Realm, and his tone was less arrogant than usual, and more equal. The God of Fire is here. I take you there now. Otto pointed to the back. Under Otto leadership, many Dark Tribe warriors, with trepidation, finally saw the god of fire mentioned by Chief Hades. The god of fire is actually a foreigner. When they saw the true face of the god of fire, all the warriors were shocked. They didn't expect that Hades would regard a foreigner as the god of fire. This was too, especially when they saw Chief Hades greet the god of fire with great respect. Their hearts were filled with a huge wave. What is going on? Hades, you are just in time. Xiao Yao glanced at the Dark Tribe warriors behind him, then pointed to the huge bluestone slab erected in front of him, and said, "Look at the plan I made." Due to the lack of drawings, he could only carve on the bluestone slab, using the holy flame to leave marks on the bluestone slab. This circle is the location of the proposed house. This triangle represents the well. I plan to completely break up the Dark Tribe and the Fire God Tribe, and redistribute them. What do you think? Hades glanced at the dense shapes on the stone slab, and suddenly felt dizzy. He smiled awkwardly. I don't understand. God of Fire. You decide? Xiao Yao smiled, patted his shoulder and said, I think you still want to be lazy. Forget it. Let's arrange it like this first. Let your soldiers follow Joey, and start building houses according to my plan. The workload is relatively large, and it is best to complete it within 3 days. Okay. I understand. Hades saw Joey standing by, nodded, and waved his hand, saying, Follow me. Under Joey's leadership, the warriors of the Vulcan tribe and the Dark Tribe began the intensive construction project. During this process, both groups developed a strong interest in each other and were willing to communicate privately after work. In this way, the integration of the Vulcan tribe and the Dark Tribe officially began.